Chapter 1. The Enchantress Remains Unscathed. What purpose does it serve to keep a fickle woman like her? Let her be. She's already been bitten by a zombie. The leader of the S1 team, flanked by a few well-equipped figures clad in bulletproof vests, expressed his disdain. Look at what she has done to the team. Brothers are fighting in broad daylight over this calamity, only for her to shamelessly crawl into the captain's bed. Truly, she is nothing but a waste, surviving solely on her charm. Who would have guessed that the most renowned and powerful S1 squad would almost meet its demise at the hands of a woman? Initially, they had taken pity on Pei Xiqing, the sister of the captain's girlfriend, Pei Xiqing. However, this woman proved to be anything but demure, flitting from man to man within the team, stirring jealousy and discord among the brothers, who began to bicker daily. When a zombie tide erupted today, they abandoned their mission to slay the undead, instead squabbling over this enchantress. She was a true harbinger of chaos. Had it not been for the captain's timely intervention, all members of S1 would have perished here, falling victim to this woman's reckless behavior. To make matters worse, after being saved, she audaciously crawled onto the captain's bed while he was recuperating. When caught in the act, the captain's girlfriend, Pei Xiqing, was so enraged that she fainted from anger and has yet to regain consciousness. Fortunately, fate dealt a hand. The woman was bitten in the recent wave of zombies. Through the earpiece came the order, and he savored the moment, declaring, "The captain says to leave her a few days' rations and then forget about her. Whether she lives or dies is her own concern. Such a woman will only bring misfortune to our team. Be cautious. Everyone, do not let her bite you and drag us down with her." With that, he tossed a few packages of expired compressed biscuits and a bottle of water at the unconscious woman before turning away with his companions. Hours passed, and cool raindrops fell upon Pei Xiqing's eyelids, bringing a shiver. She stirred slightly, every part of her body aching, particularly her lower back. The last thing she remembered was performing a difficult stunt for a period drama, suspended from a height of over 10 meters when the wire above her snapped. She fell hard, pain exploding through her as she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a thick darkness, punctuated by the distant howls of creatures, a cold wind sweeping past. She realized she was seated amidst a heap of zombie carcasses in a desolate wasteland. For a few moments, she thought she was dreaming or had stumbled onto a set of some apocalyptic film, rubbing her aching forehead in disbelief. Suddenly, memories of this world and her own identity flooded back. She was ensnared in a mindless tale of survival, a mere supporting character among many others, frivolous, flirtatious, and perpetually seeking the next conquest. In the wake of the apocalypse, her existence revolved around seducing men, relying on her charms for sustenance. Yet, as the world crumbled around her, the promises made by those men evaporated in an instant when the zombies appeared. With no escape, the original character found herself constantly fleeing for her life. Just when she thought she had found refuge within the team led by the story's heroine, Pei Xiqing, she could not resist her destructive impulses, creating turmoil within the ranks. Jealous of her sister's relationship with the formidable male lead, Xiao Yu, she attempted to seduce him, only to face dire consequences. Bitten by a zombie, she was left abandoned among the undead. Pei Xiqing gazed at the vast expanse of zombie remains, her expression crumbling. She had read this script before, but had never acted it out. Now, she was part of the protagonist team, and her reckless behavior had led to her being bitten, awaiting a grim fate. Soon, she would join the ranks of the undead, howling amongst a horde of millions. She raised her arm and noted the faint green bite mark on her skin. The zombie virus was already spreading from her wound, her arm turning a sickly hue, reminiscent of a merciless iron claw. The pain was unbearable, an itch driving her to the brink of madness. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Wrapping her arm tightly with a strip of cloth to prevent herself from tearing at her skin, she managed to rise unsteadily to her feet. Ahead lay a clearing strewn with zombie bodies, while behind her loomed a city, long abandoned and shrouded in pollution and smoke. She limped forward, discovering that the city was also littered with corpses, evidence of a fierce battle. Among the filth, she scavenged for anything useful, eventually finding a few relatively clean garments, a gun, a dagger, and other weapons. This world had recently endured a zombie crisis, but she had no knowledge of the events that transpired before the apocalypse. Given the abundance of firearms lying about, It seemed to be an era well versed in warfare, with even compact weapons readily available. She collected a hodgepodge of items, everything except food, while the water sources had all been contaminated by the zombie virus. Fortunately, she found a few discarded compressed biscuits and a bottle of water left behind by the male lead. Checking the expiration date, she noted they had gone bad a month ago. Pei Xiqing smirked wryly. In this world, as the zombies emerged, humanity awakened to various abilities, with dual ability wielders being exceedingly rare and powerful. The male lead, Xiao Yu, was one such individual, and soon, the heroine, Pei Xiqing, would awaken her own dual abilities, together carving a path through adversity. As for her, the detested supporting character, she had yet to awaken any powers. But that hardly mattered now. She had been bitten and would soon succumb to the virus, her body decaying and festering. As the apocalypse progressed, resources dwindled, and survival grew increasingly precarious, leading to conflicts among humanity over food and supplies. For now, most were still in flight, seeking allies and establishing factions. Yet, the infection spread far beyond anyone's imagination in the end. Only a select few would survive. The protagonists were sure to endure, while for others, it was a brutal elimination game. And she had unwittingly aligned herself with the enemy faction, her lack of abilities rendering her situation all the more tragic. Pei Xiqing had no desire to engage in a game of chase. With no strength to run, she resolved to embrace her fate, embarking on a surreal journey through the apocalypse. As she wandered aimlessly among the zombies, the sudden roar of an engine startled her. Vehicles were tools of humanity, and she wondered if another group of ability users had arrived. She was already half immersed in a zombie horde. She could not be captured by these powers. Becoming a zombie would at least allow her to roam freely, but capture meant certain death. Pei Xiqing swiftly concealed herself within a nearby loft. The roar of engines grew increasingly pronounced as she crouched behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, peering towards the source of the sound. The city had succumbed to a dreadful darkness, its desolate streets swept by a chilling wind, while the acrid smoke and dust wafted ominously through the air. A sleek, obsidian G-Class vehicle gradually emerged onto the road. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, revealing a pair of long, sculpted legs clad in tailored black trousers that accentuated the muscular contours of his thighs. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, the man donned a black shirt, his broad shoulders and sinewy frame imposing. The cuffs of his sleeves strained against the swell of his muscles as he closed the door. His visage exuded an aggressive aura, sharply defined and aristocratic, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that perched upon his nose. His somber leather shoes crunched upon the scattered remnants of the fallen, each step deliberate and assured. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle approached from across the street, from which an individual emerged, delivering a coated briefcase to the driver beside him. From her concealed vantage point, Pei Xiqing dared to reveal just her eyes, straining to catch the fragmented snippets of conversation that hinted at a potential transaction. It was the perfect night for such dealings, shrouded in darkness and wind. Moments later, their negotiation concluded with a handshake, and the man pivoted to return to his vehicle. The once bustling street now lay deserted, save for the whisper of the wind. As the man, with his gold-rimmed glasses, indulged in a cigarette, his gaze subtly shifted toward a distant point with a penetrating intensity. Pei Xiqing instinctively recoiled, thinking, surely he cannot see me? After several tense seconds, as the sound of the departing vehicle faded into the night, she finally dared to peek out. The street was empty, and with a sigh of relief, she prepared to leave the loft when suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Zombies? Chapter 2. Luring men everywhere then. It seemed as if she heard the voice of judgment from hell. Kill her. Wait. Pei Xiqing shuddered in fear, almost tumbling down the stairs. Gripping the handrail, she shouted urgently, I haven't fully turned into a zombie yet. You cannot commit such unjust slaughter. Turning around, she found a gun pressed against her forehead. Ling Lang scrutinized her for a couple of seconds, quickly noticing her already infected, green-tinged arm, and scoffed indeed. You haven't completely transformed into a zombie, but you're not far off. How can that be considered unjust slaughter? Pei Xiqing tilted her head, catching sight of a handsome face with white hair obscured by a black mask. He was not the man smoking downstairs just moments ago. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he seemed somewhat familiar, though she could not pinpoint why. Ling Lang asked, "What are you staring at? I should take you out first to prevent you from harming others later." As he said this, he was about to pull the trigger. Pei Xiqing hurriedly retreated, her back pressed against the wall, her complexion pale and fragile. I will be a good zombie. Even if infected, I vow not to bite anyone. I swear. Really, otherwise, I'll never get to eat meat again. Ling Lang tilted his head. What punishment is not being able to eat meat? That is rather severe for a human. I do not trust the assurances of a zombie. Pei Xiqing could only think of a way to escape. Surely, a zombie would not feel much pain when shot, right? Would she possess the extraordinary self-healing abilities often described in books? However, just as she turned, she collided with a body as solid as rock. The man stood motionless, his face devoid of any emotion, his features sharp as a blade. His expression was so indifferent it was impossible to discern any sign of anger or joy. The darkness only amplified his aura of mystery and danger, his suit starkly contrasting with the chaotic surroundings. As he lowered his gaze, a chilling stare landed on her cheek, his emotionless eyes crawling over her like predatory ants, sending shivers down her spine. Pei Xiqing slightly parted her lips, sensing she had encountered an even more formidable, superpowered being. From the moment he appeared, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, terrifying in its intensity. It was a rule that infected individuals could not leave the city alive. Pei Xiqing found herself entirely engulfed in a shadow. Faced with such a terrifying force, perhaps the zombie virus within her was waging some sort of resistance against his energy, rendering her voice completely silent. Crushed beneath the weight of his powers, Pei Xiqing felt the zombie virus within her stir, her body beginning to heat up, her vision blurring slightly. Just kill me. Maybe if she died here, she could return. In reality, she would surely be incapacitated. If she perished here, she could move on to the next world. As long as she was not bitten and turned into a zombie, there might still be hope. The man remained silent. Her head spun, and she sensed he was very close, almost able to smell the scent of smoke on him, her heart racing involuntarily. But, could you wait until I'm fully infected before killing me? Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her uninfected and unharmed cheek. Under the moonlight, the woman's complexion was pale, her head slightly tilted back, yet her eyes held an indescribable meaning, almost like a hook. Not only did it tempt the heart, but it also ensnared the soul. My team has abandoned me. I have nowhere to go. I wish to see this city one last time while I still have my consciousness. What were you just shouting about? Ling Lang frowned. Who is your brother? Are you calling him or Duan Xiaolin? Why do you want to see this place? The man inquired softly. Because I have never seen it, she replied honestly. I have never witnessed the world in the apocalypse. Now that I am here, how can I not take a look before I die? As she spoke, Pei Xiqing felt slightly overwhelmed by his presence. Duan Xiaolin caught her before she could collapse, lifting her with a mere flick of his wrist. Steady yourself. He withdrew his hand, subtly placing it in his pocket. Pei Xiqing quickly pressed herself against the wall. He seemed to chuckle lightly, a sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Have you always been this way? Pei Xiqing was puzzled, her brows furrowing slightly. Continue. The two words, spoken softly, also carried a chill. The man's pupils were a pale green, emotions rarely surfacing, cold yet incredibly patient. Years of military experience had taught him never to touch women, let alone men. Especially after the onset of the apocalypse, he focused solely on dealing with various zombies and monstrous beings. Rather than charging into battle like a bloodthirsty warrior, he resembled someone observing from a high vantage point, controlling the situation while others begged for mercy. Just like now, the woman before him wore clothing that was relatively clean, her small face pale and delicate, a prominent scar marking her neck. She appeared wary yet dared to meet his gaze head-on. Pei Xiqing merely wished to give up, but upon hearing the opportunity, she casually remarked, "Brother?" Duan Xiaolin smiled, his voice heavier than the surrounding night, yet his eyes were filled with ice. Tell me which team abandoned you. That's what I want to know, not this. Pei Xiqing wished she could dig a hole and hide. It made her seem as if she were luring men everywhere. However, it wasn't far from the truth. The original character was indeed like this. Before she entered the story, she bore a striking resemblance to the original character, who was often referred to as the Enchantress Rose. It was somewhat shameful, yet she truly had many male fans, some even quite fervent. Ling Lang scoffed. Which team are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I am from the S1 team. S1? Ling Lang rested his chin on his hand. Never seen you. That's why they abandoned me. I was the least useful in the team and was even bitten by a zombie. I can tell, Ling Lang replied. Then, he loaded his gun. Looking at Duan Xiaolin. Should I kill her? Pei Xiqing swallowed hard. If I completely lose my consciousness, you can kill me, but right now, I feel clear-headed. I won't bite anyone. Even if I do lose control, I promise to walk away. Can you please not rush to kill me? You think too highly of yourself. Get in the car. Two voices spoke simultaneously. Ling Lang stared at Duan Xiaolin in disbelief. You can't be serious. The man's expression remained icy. Let us go. Ling Lang was dumbfounded. What was his brother thinking? He had never shown such leniency towards infected individuals before. Throughout their journey, he had shown no mercy to any infected person they encountered, regardless of how pitifully they pleaded. Pei Xiqing stood frozen for 2 seconds, just as she sighed in relief. Still rooted in place, when Ling Lang called out to her. Hey, my brother wants you to get in the car. Pei Xiqing was somewhat taken aback. Huh? A horde of zombies was about to arrive, yet you shouldn't worry. They wouldn't bite you. But we need to leave. I would want to trouble you further. Ling Lang retorted, if you don't get in the car, you'll die right now. Damn it. This person was truly extreme. How annoying. Once in the car, Pei Xiqing sat anxiously in the back seat. The spacious rear of the G-Class was filled with various documents, firearms, and ammunition, and she could even spot some planning proposals for the Apocalypse base's infrastructure along with documents concerning arms dealings. These two individuals indeed had quite the background. Despite humanity having only recently entered the Apocalypse era, it was clear they were not ordinary. However, fundamentally, it was during the year of the zombie outbreak that nearly everyone awakened their extraordinary abilities. The pace of infrastructure development soared, as if propelled by a rocket, resulting in remarkable advancements within a mere 5 years, culminating in the establishment of the 5 largest human bases globally. Each of these bases boasts formidable strength, with each governed by a supreme commander, all overseen by a figure known as Falun Lun. The origins of Falun Lun appear shrouded in mystery and discretion, yet the authority wielded is unparalleled. Even as the male protagonist, Xiao Yu, ascended to the apex of power in this post-apocalyptic world, he remains subject to Falun Lun's whims. This scenario undoubtedly represents one of the protagonist's most exasperating narrative points, for within Falun Lun resides a formidable antagonist who instills fear in all. This antagonist not only holds significant power within Falun Lun, but has also nearly claimed the protagonist's life on several occasions. Were it not for the protective aura of the protagonist, there would have been no room for struggle whatsoever. Interestingly, this formidable antagonist seems to have exited the stage rather early. Chapter 3, Purity and Desire. These events unfold later in the narrative, where her presence is entirely absent. After all, she never lived to witness those moments. The male and female protagonists are wholly absorbed in battling monsters, upgrading their skills, and establishing their dominion over the world, basking in sweet affection. Meanwhile, she finds herself amidst a horde of zombies, drooling and screeching, treated merely as fodder for gunfire. Pei Xiqing sighed. Ling Lang pressed the accelerator, skillfully navigating through the horde. Having no idea how many zombies he had mowed down, with a playful tone, he asked, Your companions have all been knocked out of the way by me. Do you wish to experience it yourself? Pei Xiqing gazed at the blood and unidentified matter splattering against the windshield, biting her lip. No, thank you. You will soon become like that. No need for your reminder. Ling Lang teased her further. Zombies seem not only to lose their sanity and bite indiscriminately, but also drool uncontrollably, and even suffer from incontinence. Pei Xiqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Could he not keep quiet? His remarks were truly a dampener. Ling Lang burst into laughter, but before he could continue, the man beside him cast a dispassionate glance his way, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Pei Xiqing had long since prepared herself psychologically for the possibility of becoming a zombie. The city outside the car window retreating rapidly, indeed appeared like a sightseeing tour, capturing her attention. She was fascinated by everything in this post-apocalyptic world. Not far away, a hunting party was excavating something from a zombie-esque skull. She whispered, "Are they searching for nuclear crystals?" Ling Lang shot her a sideways glance. "Has the apocalypse only just begun for you? Must you even ask that? I've never seen it before. You still haven't answered my question. Are those nuclear crystals?" "Well, one could say that," Ling Lang replied. "However, those items are more akin to energy stones, utilized for constructing human bases." "I see." It appeared that S1 had indeed protected her well. She had not encountered such things before. Her delicate skin indicated that she had never set foot on a battlefield, let alone slain a zombie. "Not quite. The members of their team probably loathe me by now." She rested her chin on her hand, a hint of helplessness in her expression. "They might even want to beat me up upon seeing me." "Are you really that formidable? What exactly did you do?" "It's hard to say. Did you steal something?" "Absolutely not." "You wouldn't." A sudden break interrupted Ling Lang, who cursed at a zombie that had appeared by the roadside, diverting the conversation. Pei Xiqing hastily shifted her gaze, unexpectedly locking eyes with the emotionless pair reflected in the rearview mirror. He remarked, "Your wound has become further infected." Only then did Pei Xiqing notice that the sickly green hue had spread from her arm to her neck. Aside from her face, which appeared somewhat normal, the rest of her body was entirely green. It was becoming unbearably itchy. She inquired, "Do you have bandages?" "Any fabric will do." The man handed her a roll of pristine bandages. This type seemed specifically designed to isolate the virus in the event of a zombie bite, with an appropriate length and thickness. She began fervently wrapping her exposed skin to prevent scratching. The pants she wore itched particularly on her legs, compelling her to roll them up to her thighs to apply the bandages. The action was conspicuous within the confines of the vehicle, and although Ling Lang was focused on driving, she felt a gaze upon her that was impossible to ignore, causing her great discomfort. Cautiously, she lifted her eyes, adjusting her pants and sleeves back into place. "Thank you." Her voice was loud enough to be heard within the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, the woman had a beautiful, slightly bashful yet alluring face, her hair cascading naturally to the side of her neck. As she wrapped the bandages, a glimpse of her delicate, snowy neck was revealed. Purity and desire, two extreme concepts, manifested in an extraordinary manner. The man nodded slightly. He opened the car window, exhaling a puff of smoke, and resumed conversation with Ling Lang about other matters. Individuals who had awakened their abilities were brimming with energy far beyond that of ordinary people, and he was no exception. However, desire in this apocalyptic world was merely the starting point of degradation, the source of all evil, and it would hinder his plans. Only those who awaited death in the apocalypse or had nothing to occupy themselves with would concern themselves with such matters. He held little interest in illusory, idealistic pursuits. The shadows of the night concealed his features and demeanor, and he did not glance in Pei Xiqing's direction again, merely smoking his cigarette, inhaling deeply. The vehicle traversed the endless desert, and after what felt like an eternity, Pei Xiqing was on the verge of drifting off to sleep when the car finally came to a halt. Squinting her eyes, she peered outside, discovering another city. This city, too, had been tainted by zombies and viruses, with all the buildings cloaked in black and the distant chimneys belching forth thick plumes of smoke. Yawning, she had been restless throughout the journey due to the incessant itching, and now that it was finally easing, the car had stopped. As the doors swung open, Ling Lang and the man exited the vehicle. They stood before an abandoned factory, waiting for a brief moment. Soon, another vehicle approached, merging with them. A man and a woman disembarked and remarked, "We arrived late. That batch of supplies has already been taken away. However, we managed to intercept the next shipment, ensuring those supplies will not reach their destination. The third base will fall soon." Both wore combat suits like Ling Lang, exuding a sense of competence. Additionally, the latest experimental plans from the Research Institute have been released. We've obtained them and have already destroyed the majority. The man accepted the documents and another password-protected case that was handed to him, glancing at them briefly before saying indifferently, "Destroy the remaining portion once found. Do not let the fifth person know." Understood. At first, Pei Xiqing was merely observing the city layout around her, not intending to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, the volume of their voices became impossible to ignore, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Numerous pairs of eyes converged on her. She felt a twinge of guilt. I'm not the fifth person. I'm merely the first to know about the zombies. A woman? How could there be a woman in your vehicle? Duan Go. Who is she? A zombie? How could you bring a zombie along? Ling Lang interjected. She isn't fully infected yet. Typically, the virus spreads throughout the body within 24 hours. Judging by her condition, it should be soon. You likely have just over an hour before you lose consciousness. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. What? Ling Lang added fuel to the fire. That means after 1 hour. It will be your time of death. Chapter 4. His gaze, the passage of time, felt like a death knell. In the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had slipped away. The time they had spoken of was quickly dwindling. Pei Xiqing opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle, her mind buzzing and her complexion gradually paling. She could not perish here. She needed to move further away, but before she had taken more than a few steps, a dagger, still in its sheath, was thrown in her direction. The identity of the thrower was unknown. Only Duan Xiaolin stood not far off, his tall and imposing figure exuding a sense of calm and composure as he conversed with the man beside him. He glanced her way, observing her unsteady form, and casually crushed his cigarette. Pei Xiqing looked up. Captain. Duan Xiaolin regarded her. Fragile and delicate, her eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. You must be the captain of this small team. Thank you for bringing me here and not abandoning me midway. I feel I might be infected, so I'll just leave on my own and not trouble you. She returned the dagger to him. This is yours. Not mine, Duan Xiaolin replied. Then whose is it? Ling Lang chimed in. It's mine. I was thinking of using the dagger to excise the necrotic flesh from my wound. Perhaps it would be effective. You should have told me sooner. It's probably too late now, Duan Xiaolin replied, half seriously. You still have a chance if you haven't been infected yet. The woman beside him crossed her arms, acknowledging the point, but added, however, those who have tried it have all succumbed to excruciating pain. They literally died from the agony. But little beauty, it's impressive that you've managed to endure this long. Most ability users begin experiencing fever, unbearable pain, and even start biting themselves within 2 hours. Complete infection occurs within 12 hours. You've lasted this long and still have consciousness. Quite remarkable. Pei Xiqing parted her lips, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, I want to turn into a zombie king. Will I? The woman laughed. We have yet to encounter a zombie king, but it seems one must consume a certain number of zombies for it to appear. Why don't you try it now? Pei Xiqing smirked. No need for that. She withdrew the dagger, its chilling gleam betraying its sharpness. However, before she could act, Duan Xiaolin snatched the dagger from her grasp without a glance and tossed it back to Ling Lang. His expression remained stoic, his voice somewhat cold. The jest has gone far enough. Ling Lang appeared somewhat uneasy and quickly stored the dagger away. I apologize. I was joking. Removing the necrotic flesh will only intensify your suffering. In your current condition, a serum is warranted. Yet Pei Xiqing promptly rejected the idea. I would rather become a zombie. Ling Lang gazed at her as if she were a ghost. What a peculiar choice. Even if the serum could save you, it would be too late. None of us carry a serum, and the nearest city with one is several hundred kilometers away at Base 5. The woman interjected. If it were to take you there now, it would still be too late. Then I don't have much time left. Prepare yourself mentally. Pei Xiqing seemed rather indifferent. If she couldn't endure, so be it. Even if she survived, it would be preferable to become a zombie. She truly lacked the strength to run. She silently resolved that even in death, she would at least have a chance to explore this apocalyptic world before she passed. She could not come all this way for nothing. Perhaps she might even find inspiration for a post-apocalyptic film. The likelihood of surviving after being thrown from such a height, however, was probably quite slim. Minutes later, the others were studying the map, seemingly deliberating their next course of action. She squatted by the vehicle, sipping from the water offered by the woman. Thank you, Long Yin remarked. If you can hold out, we can take you to the base for treatment. But it's highly likely you'd become a test subject. Then I'd rather die. Long Yin chuckled. What a lack of ambition. That I've survived this long is my greatest achievement. She managed a weak smile. As an inconsequential supporting character, she had managed to cling to life for nearly 24 hours in a seemingly fatal situation. True, you don't possess any abilities yet. Keep it up. Thank you. Just as she finished drinking, a sandstorm swept in, making it nearly impossible to open her eyes. The thin jacket she wore flapped violently in the wind, her slender figure standing in the sand like a leaf ready to be swept away. The gale was fierce, pushing her backward uncontrollably. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip around her waist. A man had encircled her with one arm, standing firm against the storm. Grasping him tightly, she clung to him as if he were a lifeline. The soft sensation against her body felt almost boneless. Duan Xiaolin paused momentarily before shoving her into the vehicle. Cough, cough, cough. She was choked by the wind, and when a water bottle was handed to her, she instinctively tilted her head back to drink. After a few more coughs, her throat finally felt less painful. When she looked up, both Long Yin and Ling Lang were watching her. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You just drank from Brother Duan's water bottle," Long Yin replied. Pei Xiqing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly returned the bottle to the man. Sorry. I didn't mean to." He seemed unfazed, calmly directing them on their driving route. Pei Xiqing felt a bit guilty. It seemed she had used all the water from his bottle for rinsing her mouth. After a while, she noticed a man beside her sitting upright and engrossed in his documents. She leaned closer and whispered, "Once we stop, I'll help you get some water." Duan Xiaolin glanced at her, remaining silent, though his gaze lingered on the edge of her arm where it brushed against his sleeve. Pei Xiqing assumed he did not wish to converse with her and bit her lip, falling silent. After traveling over 10 kilometers, the sandstorm finally subsided. However, it appeared they could no longer proceed along their original route. The two vehicles came to a halt, and Ling Lang got out, immediately cursing. "Damn it, this will set us back again. This sandstorm is a nuisance. If we don't return soon, who knows what trouble those guys at Fralon will stir up." Long Yin replied, "Let it be. It's fate. Whether we return early or late, it will still be night. The judge from Fralon is still with us. They can't cause any major issues. How frustrating. Who knows how many zombies we'll encounter on the way back. I'll have to go primal again. Relax. There's no rush." Pei Xiqing stepped out, hoping to find a water source, but after searching in vain, she returned and sat quietly on the side, awaiting the replanning of their route. However, Ling Lang and the others continued to discuss Fralon. Wasn't Fralon the organization with the main antagonist? They seemed unrelated to the male and female leads. Could they possibly be affiliated with Fralon? Nightfall approached swiftly. The weather in the apocalypse was notoriously unpredictable, and after being polluted, it was even more chaotic, with night and day blending into one. Compared to the members of the special forces around her, she felt somewhat underdressed. During her wait, she couldn't help but sneeze twice, rubbing her reddened nose while hugging herself for warmth. Suddenly, something heavy fell over her, obscuring her view. Someone had tossed her a jacket. Duan Xiaolin stood beside her, armed with a gun, his expression indifferent as he wiped his brow. To him, she seemed no different than the firearm in his hand. Through his thin glasses, it was nearly impossible to discern any warmth in his gaze. The temperature in the Gobi Desert fluctuated drastically between day and night. He uttered a brief remark before moving ahead to survey the terrain. Unable to resist, she watched his retreating figure. In this apocalypse, someone who could remain so unruffled must possess formidable self-preservation abilities. Draped in a man's oversized coat, the biting chill swiftly enveloped him. Pei Xiqing found herself less cold, lost in thought behind the car door. Hearing Ling Lang still grumbling and pointing an accusatory finger at Franlin, her curiosity piqued, and she peeked out to take a look. Ling Lang, with his sharp tongue and fervent gestures, was passionately criticizing the state of affairs, his white hair tousled by the wind, creating a rather amusing spectacle. Noticing her gaze, he deliberately glared at her, demanding, "What are you staring at? Look again, and I might just toss you into Franlin's meeting." In truth, Franlin resembled a formidable force, towering above others, wielding immense power and influence. She inquired, "Isn't it the case that the team leader can attend meetings at the United Franlin? If you have grievances, you could voice them." Ling Lang retorted, "I have no intention of going. Let those who wish to attend do so." Pei Xiqing asked, "Aren't you the team leader?" Ling Lang replied, "What of it? Then, is he the vice captain?" Pei Xiqing pointed at the man in front of them. Ling Lang scoffed, "Him? He is my brother and, moreover, a member of Franlin. Don't you know? Chapter 5. I beg you, Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. Did she hear that correctly? Was it indeed the organization Franlin, established atop all powers within the narrative, perpetually at odds with the male and female protagonists? Wasn't that the stronghold of the archvillain? Upon reflection, the antagonist had persistently targeted the male lead in the early chapters, with the latter narrowly escaping peril multiple times, thanks to his fortunate abilities. In contrast, the villain wielded genuine power and influence, requiring neither lucky breaks nor external assistance. Yet, this formidable adversary ultimately met a swift demise. Within the plot, it was a contrived lowering of intelligence that led to their downfall. A meticulously orchestrated scheme was inexplicably unraveled by the male lead, resulting in a rapid exit and a hastily concluded happy ending. From the perspective of the female supporting character, the abrupt exit of the villain left her perplexed. Such a significant figure should not have departed so carelessly. Nevertheless, the organization Franlin, a pinnacle of existence in this apocalyptic setting, was undeniably impressive, stealthy, and enigmatic. It held sway over the destinies of all individuals, issuing pursuit orders to anyone within any military rank, from commanders to nameless foot soldiers, embodying an almost divine authority. Pei Xiqing nodded earnestly. I understand. I will keep it a secret. Ling Lang chuckled derisively. The hierarchy of Franlin was high, with regulations exceedingly stringent. Its members were few, each an absolute powerhouse in their respective fields, making it exceptionally difficult to be inducted. This information was half public, widely known, and not a secret at all. Beyond his brother, Ling Lang had no desire to engage with the troublesome individuals within Franlin, finding their commands infuriating. Not long ago, he had been ordered to lead troops into a filthy ditch for combat. Encountering few zombies, he had emerged reeking of filth, having bathed multiple times without success in cleansing the stench. The mere thought of them irked Ling Lang, and he spared them no courtesy, stating that even if he were to announce it boldly, it would matter little, for everyone within, save for his brother, was a fool. Pei Xiqing chuckled softly. Ling Lang glared at her. What are you laughing at, you silly little zombie? Pei Xiqing retorted, You're the silly one. Suddenly, Ling Lang leaned in closer. But I have yet to see someone bitten by a zombie who has retained their consciousness until now, especially since. He poked her cheek with a finger. Your skin hasn't even started to peel. Pei Xiqing touched her cheek and recoiled slightly. I don't know. Maybe the zombie that bit me hasn't fully infected me yet. Or perhaps my infection progresses at a slower pace. That still wouldn't be this slow. Ling Lang raised his wrist to check his mechanical watch. In 5 minutes, it will have been 24 hours since we met you. Long Yin chimed in. You calculate quite accurately. Of course, since I met her, I've been monitoring her infection status. Do you have feelings for Xiqing? Ling Lang, caught off guard while drinking water, sputtered. Long Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like someone so foolish who is on the verge of becoming a zombie? Pei Xiqing merely pressed her lips together lightly, aware that this sister was jesting and did not mean it seriously. Long Yin laughed. Is that so? Long Yin, stop messing around. All right. Sensing that continuing might provoke him further, Long Yin smiled at him before turning to Pei Xiqing. If this young woman managed to endure, there might indeed be a chance for her and Ling Lang. Despite his reputation as a rogue within the base, he was a diligent and formidable individual, one of the rare dual ability users. If she were to join the base, she would likely need to follow him. Otherwise, no one would look after her. Ling Lang, observing her youthful appearance, surmised that she was not much older than 20. He inquired, Xiqing, how old are you? Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment. 22. How coincidental. Indeed. Ling Lang scoffed coldly. Pei Xiqing instinctively tightened her coat around her. Long Yin noticed the oversized jacket draped over her petite shoulders and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that Duan Gu's jacket? Did he get it to you? Yes. Long Yin smirked. Let me share a secret. Pei Xiqing, slightly taken aback, leaned in closer as the woman whispered conspiratorially. Last time at the base, a female general encountered Duan Ji's military uniform, and after that, he was never seen wearing it again. It's said to have been burned completely to ash. Pei Xiqing responded, That seems a bit exaggerated. Just a touch. And it burned away? Does that mean this jacket on me is about to turn to dust? He despised having his belongings tainted with others' scents. Even a mere touch was unacceptable, or it would be better to destroy them entirely. This thought echoed in Pei Xiqing's mind, and even as Ling Lang called her name, she failed to hear him. After a moment, she finally lifted her head. What is it? Ling Lang was busy loading a gun, his white hair tousled by the night wind. Let us get back to the car and sleep. Do you want to freeze to death out here? Oh, all right. However, as soon as she stood, Pei Xiqing swayed unsteadily. Her face, once flushed from the warmth of the fire, drained of color and became pale. Her legs felt weak, and she instinctively grasped the arm of the person beside her. Ling Lang was still busy loading bullets, and when her grip tugged at his arm, it startled him. Seeing Pei Xiqing half kneeling on the ground, he quickly helped her up. Hey, what's wrong? Are you about to have an episode? Speak. Pei Xiqing was rendered speechless, her body trembling as she fought the urge to scratch at her skin. The itch was unbearable, and her limbs felt as though they were being torn apart by a waking nightmare. Ling Lang continued to speak, but she could no longer hear him. Her gaze fixated on the dagger at his waist. In a moment of heated impulse, she drew the very dagger he had just sheathed and pressed it firmly against her arm. The pain was intense, yet the sensation invigorated her, as the rush of blood seemed to alleviate her symptoms, offering a hidden thrill beneath the agony. Was this what it felt like to become a zombie? She flitted between agony and ecstasy, engaging in self-harm uncontrollably, and as the pain subsided, her instincts drove her to continue. Suddenly, her wrist tightened, and the dagger fell from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Pei Xiqing, in a daze, looked up to see a pair of tranquil eyes peering down at her from behind glasses. It seemed she had shifted from Ling Lang's arms to another embrace, slightly cooler in temperature. Instinctively, she clung to the stranger, her cheek brushing against his neck, her soft skin smeared with blood as she pleaded, "Please, give me 2 more cuts. I beg you." Chapter 6. Because of men, Pei Xiqing gazed at the man with her enchanting eyes, biting her lip. "I am in such agony. I beg you." She truly seemed to be driven to desperation, her breath in disarray. The man enveloped her in his embrace, his gaze tracing down her porcelain-like face to her bleeding wrist, which he firmly pressed down, commanding, "Stop the bleeding." Ling Lang inhaled deeply, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he retrieved the dagger, glancing briefly at the blood upon it before swiftly extracting the medical kit from the vehicle. Pei Xiqing continued to thrash about, but the strength in her body was no match for Duan Xiaolin, who easily subdued her with one hand. She was overshadowed by the man's towering form, her frail arms pressing weakly against the car window before falling limp. Ling Lang worked swiftly, and the wound was bandaged in an instant. It was still human blood. If it were infected, the blood would turn green. Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. She had not yet succumbed to full infection. Long Yin and El Sudong rushed over from another vehicle. "What's the situation?" "Strange," Ling Lang replied. "Sister Long Yin, take a look. What is happening to her?" "Perhaps it's a special ability," Long Yin observed, lightly touching Pei Xiqing's arm. "It seems she had awakened some power, though this ability, I cannot comprehend it. We may need to return to the base for a full examination." It appears she awakened her ability at the moment she was bitten by a zombie, and the energy within her is battling against the zombie virus. However, being bitten is still being bitten, even if she hasn't been fully infected. She is half a zombie now. Ling Lang stroked his chin, pondering whether she still needed to be eliminated. In this apocalyptic world, a bite guarantees full infection. The serum only works on those with abilities and must be administered within the critical hour after being bitten to have any chance of counteracting the virus cells. Now, she could be considered half a zombie, and there was no telling when she might fully transform. The ranks of human ability users often prioritize the elimination of infected individuals, even if they're family. Especially in strict organizations like the Franolin, the complete eradication of zombies takes precedence above all. Yet, they had made exceptions more than once. Ling Lang glanced at Duan Xiaolin. The man's eyes, obscured behind his glasses, held an inscrutable emotion, his profile illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an air of cold detachment. He understood that Duan was contemplating killing her, Given his status, he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise, nor could he permit a zombie to exist under his watch. Over the years in this world of despair, he had shown no mercy to any zombies, even when faced with his own infected mother 5 years ago. Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze. Pei Xiqing lay in his arms, delicate and seemingly lifeless, curled up against him. She had scratched her forehead in her struggle, blood trickling down the side of her eye, adding a tragic beauty to her already striking features. The man lifted her effortlessly and placed her inside the vehicle. Everyone outside awaited his decision. Duan Xiaolin retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one slowly, his eyes behind the lenses betraying no emotion. We shall keep her for now. She is indeed exhibiting unusual symptoms. Long Yin sighed in relief. It was evident that Xiqing's condition differed from that of others. Although she was a zombie, she retained consciousness, posing no imminent threat to the world. Moreover, she was merely a defenseless girl. Even if she transformed into a zombie, she might still remain endearing. Ling Lang scoffed. You are blinded by her. Not all. Besides, if we bring her back to the base for research, it could be advantageous for us. Why are you so opposed to her? Why should I care? Ling Lang retorted, shouldering his machine gun as he entered the city. I'm going to check for any stragglers. It's been days since I've seen blood. Long Yin shrugged. Ling Lang's prowess was evident. There was no need for her to worry. Before long, she and El Sudong returned to their vehicle. Duan Xiaolin leaned against the car door, taking a solitary puff of his cigarette when someone gently knocked on the window. Pei Xiqing had awakened. Leaning against the window, she softly asked, Did I bite someone just now? No. That's a relief. Pei Xiqing's voice was slightly breathless and hoarse, as if something within her was in turmoil, battling against the virus in her bloodstream, merging with her essence. Straining to see the man through the glass, she lacked the strength for clarity, and after a prolonged moment, she murmured, Thank you. I suppose being a zombie isn't so bad. As long as I retain consciousness, I swear I won't bite anyone. His expression remained unchanged. Are you attempting to escape reality? Struck by his words, Pei Xiqing coughed awkwardly. I am not. He lazily glanced her way. In this apocalypse, many harbor such thoughts, and they meet a tragic fate. Pei Xiqing touched her bandaged arm. Resigned. What can I do? I have already been bitten. S1 is one of the top 10 ability teams in the base. How did you join? Well, it's a long story. Make it brief. Because my sister's in that team. And then? His gaze was skeptical. He couldn't believe her sister would abandon her. What conflict arose between you? Just trivial matters. Pei Xiqing fabricated a lie. She couldn't very well confess that the original owner had flirted with someone in the team and nearly climbed into her brother-in-law's bed. Details? Pei Xiqing instinctively bit her lip, contemplating what to concoct. However, the man's keen perception was overwhelming. A single glance from him left her unable to withstand, and she finally uttered, because of a man. He showed no sign of derision, nor did he express confusion or doubt. It was as if he were interrogating a suspect, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Next time, speak the truth. Pei Xiqing's eyelashes fluttered. Members of the Franolin seemed skilled in interrogation, as they were the apex of authority in this apocalypse. With newfound courage, she inquired, Duan Ge, you. He glanced at her, prompting Pei Xiqing to hastily explain, I heard them call you that. May I address you the same way? Suit yourself. There is a formidable leader within the Franolin. You must know him, correct? Ignorance is no excuse. She had no ulterior motive, nor did she pose any threat to their lives. Merely curiosity about the antagonist's current endeavors and a desire to understand how he nearly ended the male protagonist's life multiple times. The man fell silent for a moment, his gaze indifferent as he asked, Why do you want to know? Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled with a hint of innocent shyness, a gaze that could enchant anyone who lingered too long. I heard he is quite powerful. Duan Xiaolin replied, I know. He must be quite busy. How often does the Franolin hold meetings? It depends on the situation. If she could survive long enough, she yearned to meet that formidable figure. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After exchanging a few words, Pei Xiqing was once again besieged by pain, fatigue overtaking her as she succumbed to sleep. Duan Xiaolin gazed distantly at the ever-changing auroras, flickering across the horizon. the breaths within the vehicle mingling with the lingering softness of the touch from when he had held her wrist, all now indelibly marked upon him. In recent years, amidst the apocalyptic landscape, the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities has surged. He, too, is one of these gifted beings, possessing an intimate understanding of certain physiological mechanisms that govern their powers. The insatiable desires that accompany such abilities are a stark reality that cannot be overlooked. As one's powers intensify, so too does the craving for fulfillment. After finishing one cigarette, he proceeded to light another. A fleeting glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly subdued by an air of indifference. Standing tall and resolute like a pine, he remained composed, every inch of him exuding restraint. Chapter 7. Endurance. Pei Xiqing awoke from slumber, feeling significantly rejuvenated. The incessant itch on her skin had subsided, and the greenish hue on her arms showed signs of fading. Unlike the previous night, she no longer inflicted self-harm unconsciously, yet the virus still lingered within her. In the parlance of the extraordinary, she had become a kind of zombie. Yet, she felt indifferent about it. The thought of being a conscious zombie was oddly exhilarating. However, the wounds from her bloodletting seemed to heal rapidly. Her skin, which should have decayed like that of other zombies, appeared to not only remain intact, but actually improved. The greenish tint had diminished considerably. She scrutinized her arm for a while, and then lifted her shirt and pant legs to inspect further. The symptoms of zombification were indeed receding. Yet, her mind wandered to the notion of biting someone. The idea tantalizingly appealed to her. Goodness! Pei Xiqing startled herself with her own thoughts. Shaking her head, she hastily descended from the vehicle and immediately spotted Ling Lang, dragging the now massive zombie across the ground. Clad in a black combat suit, he was tall and lean, his face uncovered, revealing a pair of eyes filled with irritation and ferocity. He fired 2 shots at a zombie that had begun to screech behind him. The morning was already vexing enough without the added nuisance of being pursued. Upon turning, he locked eyes with Pei Xiqing and coldly raised an eyebrow, mouthing, "Idiot zombie." It was unclear whether he was berating the creature behind him or her. She pointed at the zombie near his feet. Ling Lang glanced down, noticing his shoe being licked by the dragging zombie. His face turned an unhealthy shade of green, and he delivered a swift kick. Pei Xiqing smiled, feeling an itch in her teeth. The urge to bite someone was particularly strong, especially directed at a tall man standing amidst the zombies, smoking a cigarette. Ling Lang, with a grim expression, continued to drag the bulky zombie away, unsheathing a dagger to extract the crystal core from its head in a manner that was rather nauseating. Yet, his movements were resolute, devoid of any hesitation. She was still curious about what the core looked like when Longyan called out to her, "Xiqing, come quickly, breakfast is ready." It was unexpected to encounter them while wandering in the apocalypse and to have breakfast at that. When a warm bowl of wontons was placed before Pei Xiqing, she felt somewhat disoriented, as if caught in a dream. Long Yin remarked, "We've been out for a while now, and our food reserves are nearly depleted. When we first left the base, we had beef for breakfast, but now we're in a tighter spot. Just endure a little longer. We'll be back at the base soon." Being able to eat wontons was already a source of satisfaction for her. "I want tea," complained, she replied earnestly. She was genuinely hungry. Since her arrival in this world yesterday, she and tea had a single bite. The expired compressed biscuits had a dreadful taste, and she felt as if she were on the brink of death, destined to become a zombie and feast on human brains. Thus, she had abstained from those expired rations, drinking only a few sips of water. Long Yin observed her enjoyment of the meal with a smile. "We'll be setting off soon. This is my companion, El Sudong, one of our team members, primarily responsible for explosives and demolition." Pei Xiqing greeted the man beside her. "Hello." "Hello," he replied. "If you need anything, just call me. You can call me Brother Su. The dangers in this apocalypse are many, so you, as a young lady, ought to be cautious." He was a bald man, often wearing a stern expression, with tattoos adorning his neck and arms, giving off an air of intimidation. Yet, his northeastern accent nearly made her believe she was watching a comedic skit. She chuckled softly. "All right," Long Yin added, "we are part of Ling Lang's team. He is the captain, and I am the vice captain. Our team consists of 8 members, while the others are on separate missions. If you ever find yourself at the base, you may have the chance to meet them. Is it possible for me to go to the base? Pei Xiqing inquired. As long as we don't disclose your situation, no one will know you are infected. She assessed the innocent and bashful girl before her. If not for the lingering green on her limbs, one would hardly suspect her of being infected, provided you don't bite anyone. If you do, the powerful abilities within the base will swiftly eliminate you. Long Yin cautioned, I'm not joking. There are countless extraordinary beings at the base, each stronger than the last. If you decide to go, you must be cautious. To be honest, Pei Xiqing was not particularly keen on visiting a human base. There was a risk of encountering the main characters. If they discovered she was still alive, they would certainly expose her previous actions and reveal that she had been bitten by a zombie. She could not guarantee whether she might succumb to the urge to bite someone herself. Wandering outside seemed far preferable. Yesterday, while listening to their discussion about routes, several locations were mentioned, and perhaps she could visit them later. Resolute in her decision, Pei Xiqing took a sip of the soup, feeling warmth spread throughout her body. Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang approached, and upon catching sight of her obedient demeanor, they displayed no particular emotion as they sat down to discuss the planned route. Long Yin nodded. I didn't expect the road ahead to be completely blocked by zombies overnight. The 2 cities are now overrun with a new wave of infected zombies, and their numbers are indeed daunting. Ling Lang, hands in his pockets, declared, if we encounter them, we'll fight. I've never retreated in my life. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream erupted from the nearby bushes. The group looked up to see a party fleeing in panic, shouting, retreat, retreat. Ling Lang strode over, firing several shots at the zombies scrambling after them. To his surprise, the number of zombies was considerable, prompting Long Yin and El Sudong to join the fray. 15 minutes later, the wave of zombies was completely eradicated. Ling Lang kicked over a few of the panicking individuals, demanding, which team are you from? We are a self-established team. One of them stammered. Humph. Ling Lang seized one of them, commanding, call your team members over here. They were merely a self-formed group from a nearby town, a common occurrence in these times. The base held the majority of the extraordinary beings, while many others preferred to establish their own teams outside the base, seeking to expand their influence. They fought off zombies as they fled, and if they couldn't win, they ran, while their equipment might lag behind. The abilities of the members in these teams were not to be underestimated. There were at least 20 or 30 individuals in this group, predominantly men, with only a few women among them. Many bore injuries, and Ling Lang, observing those hiding in the back, inquired, what happened to the injuries? One individual hurriedly stepped forward to block his view, declaring, just a little fall. Is that so? Ling Lang stood up, pushing the person aside. Let me see how he fell. To his surprise, the team members collectively obstructed him. Who are you? What right do you have to meddle in our team's affairs? Do you really need to concern yourself? Exactly. Who do you think you are? Before long, tensions escalated, leading to a confrontation with Ling Lang. Hey kid, don't think you can act superior just because you helped us a bit. Without you, we could have still taken down those zombies. Who do you look down upon? The man at the forefront spoke and suddenly caught sight of the whimsical Pei Xiqing behind him. With a scoff, he remarked, is this it? Your team consists of but a few, and you've brought along such a fragile girl? She hardly seemed ready to engage. Does she lack any special abilities? Or is it that your team's prowess is so feeble? Pei Xiqing, returning to her senses, was still contemplating the grotesque transformations of the zombies when she noticed numerous gazes fixated upon her. Before she could utter a word, a towering figure positioned himself before her, shielding her from the scrutiny of the crowd. Duan Xiaolin, gripping his gun with one hand, pressed it firmly against the head of the injured individual behind the onlookers. You bang. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the bullet was fired. A head exploded. Smoke billowed, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly the members of that team, who were infuriated, shouting, You dare to kill our vice captain. You're as good as dead. Chapter 8. Irresistible force. The man swung his fist, aiming to strike. Yet before he could make contact with the man, an overwhelming force repelled him. His hand felt numb, as if engulfed by an unnamable fury. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Was it an ability? It seemed like an ability, yet it also felt different. He is infected, Duan Xiaolin stated matter-of-factly. You're talking nonsense. The man exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. Our vice captain is still salvageable. Duan Xiaolin tossed a gun to Ling Lang. He removed his glasses, lowered his gaze, and methodically wiped the bloodstains from the lenses. I do not believe so. His eyes were cold, devoid of warmth, his tone frigid as though he had just emerged from the depths of hell, causing those who beheld him to shiver. How could they not notice? The corpse at their feet lay twisted at an unnatural angle upon hitting the ground, its mouth agape in a grotesque manner, fully transformed into a zombie. However, with a bullet lodged in its head, it could only undergo a mechanical zombie mutation, rendered devoid of all offensive capability. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Had the vice captain still been alive moments ago, the person supporting him would already be dead. They had narrowly avoided another infection. The glances directed at Duan Xiaolin were rife with a mixture of hatred and dread, until someone in the group quietly suggested, "Why not just let it go? The vice captain is indeed infected, and you still wish to conceal it? Don't you realize the ones ultimately harmed will be us? Exactly, if everyone is infected. Why continue to carry him? Are you not brothers with the vice captain? Do you not care about the lives of the rest of us? You understand nothing. The vice captain is the only one among us who has been to the base. He knows the way. If he dies, when will we ever reach the base for refuge?" The man coughed, his pallor evident as he sheepishly said, "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was too anxious." Ling Lang interjected, "Are you heading to the base?" "Indeed," the man replied. "If we do not seek refuge at the base, are we not simply awaiting death? Did you not say you do not require the base as support? In the early days of the apocalypse, who would have bothered with those decrepit bases? Yet, reports of increasingly severe zombie mutations have surfaced." The man gestured with his thumb, indicating the prevailing sentiment. "Now, those who do not actively seek shelter at the base are considered foolish." Ling Lang scoffed. "Such individuals would be useless even at the base. Are you also heading to the base? Perhaps we should form a team? In this apocalypse, more hands mean more strength, more paths to survival." Ling Lang could not be bothered to glance at them again. Long Yin spoke up. "Yes, we are also en route." "Then let's form a team. We will be heading to the base anyway. Should you catch up, we can go together." Ling Lang replied, "No need." His group had no desire to ally with such inept individuals. Zhao Shunyan, the captain, had been listening from the back and finally stepped forward. "I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, but it is because the vice captain is the only one who knows the route. If he were to perish, we would be as headless flies, utterly lost, which is why we conceal the truth." He appeared refined, tall and thin, resembling little more than a skeleton. "Thank you for your timely assistance. We are headed to the base, and, as you are as well, it will be beneficial to travel together for mutual aid against the zombies." Ling Lang replied, "That won't be necessary." Pei Xiqing silently gave him a thumbs up. This group of strangers, even if they intended to seek refuge at the base, could harbor hidden agendas. Forming an ad hoc alliance may facilitate confronting zombies, but who could ascertain whether these individuals might betray them? "Very well," Zhao Shunyan acquiesced, leading his group aside to rest briefly. The members of his team approached, whispering, "Captain." They clearly appeared to be from the base. "If we follow closely behind, we should reach the base shortly." Zhao Shunyan nodded, "Yes, but we must remain vigilant. Who knows if they might intentionally lead us astray, seizing our supplies and provisions." "Understood." He began organizing his belongings while glancing towards the vehicles. The license plates were obscured by sand, rendering them illegible. The two vehicles appeared ordinary. They were likely just a small detachment from the base. As for the man who had fired earlier, he wore no uniform and was not the captain, suggesting he posed no significant threat. His gaze fell upon Pei Xiqing in the group. This woman seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. After a brief rest, as Ling Lang and the others prepared to depart, Zhao Shunyan's team promptly followed suit. Ling Lang gripped the steering wheel, catching sight of the two large trucks trailing behind in the rearview mirror. "Should we drive them away?" he inquired. Duan Xiaolin replied, "No need to concern ourselves with them." "Very well then." The vehicles continued for 7 or 8 hours, the ride fraught with jolting motions. Upon finally stopping, Pei Xiqing was the first to exit the vehicle. She leaned against a tree, clutching her chest, feeling nauseated yet unable to retch, only managing a dry cough. Long Yin offered her a bottle of water. "Are you all right?" The road conditions are indeed poor. The highway has been ravaged by zombies, and there were skirmishes here earlier, leaving the ground riddled with craters. Many areas are impassable. "Thank you, I'm fine." "That is good to hear." After a moment's respite, Pei Xiqing noticed their vehicles had entered a new city. Its destruction not as severe as the previous one. However, the streets remained devoid of living souls, littered instead with the decaying corpses of zombies and ruins. Yet, several shops lining the streets had merely shattered glass, their contents still intact. Suddenly, she was jostled, and those from the trailing group surged towards the shops, frantically seizing food within. Unbelievably, the items were not past their expiration date. This city must have had inhabitants not long ago. So many treasures. Brothers, pack it all. Fill every container. Not a single morsel should be left. Ha ha ha. Pei Xiqing furrowed her brow, the collision causing her pain. Someone noticed her, nonchalantly remarking, "Oh dear, I apologize for bumping into you, young lady." Their gazes were laden with insinuation, their eyes circling her like wolves eyeing prey, greedy and lascivious. The original owner of this name, infamous in the apocalypse, had earned her reputation. Pei Xiqing remained silent, merely observing them, grinding her teeth subtly, yearning to bite, to rend them apart. Yet they were so filthy. The next phase was free time, during which others ventured into the city to explore. Pei Xiqing, filled with curiosity about the apocalyptic urban landscape, wandered about for a while. Upon returning to the camp, she found Long Yin, El Sudong, and Ling Lang ready to depart. Long Yin called out from a distance, "Xiqing, we received word from the other teammates. We need to regroup now. We will meet again soon. But for the next couple of days, stay with Brother Duan." The situation had turned urgent. They were part of a team and must adhere to orders. Their mission took precedence. They could not abandon their comrades to return to the base. Ling Lang scoffed, "In 2 days, we shall catch up with you." He then looked at her, adding, "Refrain from harboring any malicious thoughts. Should you dare to bite, the consequences will be dire. The fate of that zombie with a bullet to the head could easily become yours." "Why frighten her?" Long Yin said, "Let's hurry and go." Ling Lang raised his chin slightly. "Anyway, you better behave and don't bite my brother." Pei Xiqing found it somewhat amusing, thinking that if he wanted to bite, he would have been crushed before he even opened his mouth. "Be careful on your way." "All right, see you in 2 days." Long Yin waved his hand. They drove away, and as soon as they left, the other group of people seemed restless, approaching to inquire about the situation. Pei Xiqing disclosed nothing, cautiously inching closer to the man. The refined glasses were tucked into the pocket of his coat, as he rested with his eyes closed. His once sharp and indifferent brows had not softened in repose. Pei Xiqing chose not to wake him, standing quietly by the car, waiting. During this time, the group continued to engage her in conversation, but she found it wearisome and opted to sleep in the car. After an indeterminate amount of time, she woke up from the cold, her eyes fluttering open to find the sky darkened again. People had gathered on both sides of the street, lighting fires to warm themselves. She sneezed, noticing the passenger seat was empty, and instinctively began searching around. Near the fire in front of the car, she spotted the man seated with an air of composure. Shivering, she exited the vehicle and approached him, hearing him say, "There are clothes in the car." Pei Xiqing had only seen one of his coats in the car and hesitated to ask, recalling Long Yan's earlier words, "Can I wear it?" "You can wear the cold one." She quickly retrieved the coat, slipping her arms into the sleeves and fastening the buttons. Uncertain of the material, she soon felt warmth envelop her. The man handed her a bamboo skewer, which bore a rabbit that had been meticulously prepared. "Thank you," she said. "Shall we eat together?" Duan Xiaolin replied, "I have already eaten, but such a large rabbit, I cannot finish it alone." "No need to force it if you can't finish." "Did you catch this?" she asked. "They sent it," he replied. "Oh." Pei Xiqing was taken aback, her lips parting slightly. "They?" Turning her head, she glanced at the nearby group. Someone seemed to be looking over as well. "It's for you. Take your time eating. By the way, we found several hotels nearby that are only slightly damaged. I heard there will be a sandstorm tonight. Perhaps you should take shelter in a hotel room." Pei Xiqing asked, "Shall we go?" He said nothing, merely nodding. She was hesitant to draw too close, maintaining a distance. Yet, ironically, they arrived too late. The last two hotels in the city had already been fully occupied, leaving only one room available. Aren't you a couple? Why can't you stay together?" Someone questioned, bemused. "Since there's only one room left, and we are quite a few, why not share for the night?" The person teased, "You're already a couple. What else there to be afraid of? Don't worry if you have activities tonight. We definitely won't disturb you. However, the soundproofing is not great here, so keep it down." Pei Xiqing felt a wave of anxiety as she glanced at Duan Xiaolin. He was busy hauling supplies from the car, seemingly oblivious to the situation. She joined him, but as she lifted a box from the trunk, its weight nearly bent her over. "Is it filled with explosives? It's so heavy." The man emerged, taking the box from her grasp. His broad hand brushed past her fingers momentarily, swift yet leaving a rough and warm sensation, making her instinctively recoil. It reminded her of the previous day when, in a daze, she had felt him grip her tightly from behind, a force she couldn't refuse. "You don't need to carry it, just go inside," he said in a low voice. Curiously, she asked what's inside. "Explosives." He brought in some documents and weapons from the car. Shortly after, it seemed the leader of the other group approached, wanting to speak with him, prompting him to step outside to converse at the car's side. Pei Xiqing wandered around inside, observing the surroundings. Most buildings in the city had been flattened, but this hotel was remarkably fortunate, with merely a few cracks in the walls, and all other facilities remained functional. There was even a bathroom, feeling grimy from the various zombie blood, and her own. Not to mention the dust and grime of the past days. She thought she might as well be growing fleas. Surprisingly, the shower in the bathroom was operational, accompanied by a clean bathrobe. After a moment's hesitation, she began to remove the bandages wrapped around her, and her clothes as well. Chapter 9. Deep Desire's warm water cascaded over her snow-white skin, and Pei Xiqing's slightly lighter black hair became damp, clinging to her delicate neck as it flowed downwards. The hotel bathroom was cramped, the mist obscuring her bare body. A sense of urgency filled her. She feared the man might return at any moment. Yet, she could not afford to be careless while washing her hair, hastily scrubbing and rinsing her body. She felt utterly filthy, a discomfort that made her restless, as if something were crawling all over her. Were it not for the fear of truly becoming a zombie, she would have hesitated to impose on others with such a request, deeming it rather inappropriate. After all, in this apocalyptic world, everyone had grown accustomed to crawling through the dirt and dealing with the foul stench of corpses. Survival was a struggle. Who had the luxury to care for such trivial matters? After approximately 11 or 12 minutes, Pei Xiqing wrapped herself in a bathrobe and peeked out of the bathroom. Fortunately, he had not yet returned. The room was empty. She exhaled, relieved, and began washing her clothes. She wondered if they would dry overnight. Fortunately, while wandering in the city she had recently arrived in, she had found a few clean garments to wear. The intimate clothing beneath was clean and could remain unwashed for the time being. She decided to first wash her outer garments, which were stained with blood and various unknown liquids from rolling on the ground. After cleaning her coat and pants, she donned a thin sweater and a pair of shorts that reached only to her thighs. Standing on a chair, she attempted to hang her clothes out of the window. The hotel could not compare to a five-star establishment. This room lacked a balcony, leaving only a narrow ledge outside the window for hanging clothes. Just as she stretched her arms to hang the garments, the door behind her suddenly swung open. A tall man entered, holding something in his hand, and his gaze immediately fell upon the slender woman standing precariously on the windowsill. After her shower, the dust had somewhat obscured her features, now revealed in their full beauty. Her face, flushed from the steam, radiated an alluring innocence. Water dripped from her neck, seeping into the gray sweater, leaving a small damp patch. His gaze was calm. "What's the matter?" Pei Xiqing felt her ears heat up in embarrassment. "I just wanted to hang my clothes after washing." Duan Xiaolin closed the door and approached the chair. "Let me." He towered over her by a head, but standing on the chair, she was slightly taller. She lowered her gaze and murmured, "Thank you." As she prepared to retract her leg from the windowsill, she realized the ledge had been weathered by the sands of the apocalypse, causing her footing to feel unstable. She gasped, losing her balance. but the man swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her safely away from the edge. The spot where he touched her felt strangely soft, and she could distinctly sense his robust physique beneath his tailored shirt and suit trousers. His lips brushed lightly over her brow, and the cool, pine-scented aura mixed with the smell of smoke enveloped her. Just a whiff sent her heart racing, her body instinctively drawing back. Duan Xiaolin set her down on the edge of the bed, his eyelids lowered. "Is there more?" "Just these 2 pieces," she replied. He took the hanger from her and casually hung it on the cabinet above. "The winds will pick up tonight, and within an hour, they'll be blown away. If you want something to wear tomorrow, don't hang them out." Oh no, her clothes would not dry. What she would wear tomorrow became a serious dilemma. She had only these 2 somewhat clean garments left, which offered little warmth. If she wore this out, she feared she might freeze to death on the way. Duan Xiaolin handed her the item he had been holding. Pei Xiqing accepted it, puzzled. Inside was a new outfit, a windbreaker that would shield her from the cold. It was black and white, evidently warm. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. "Is this for me? Where did you get it?" "From another team." Duan Xiaolin loosened the cuff of his shirt and removed his watch, placing it on the cabinet, his demeanor distant and cool. "They offered it. Will they be so kind-hearted? Aren't they hoping to leverage you into taking them to the base?" He unbuttoned his cuffs. "Yes. They want information, and there must be something to exchange. I don't want it then. I can't let you be indebted to them, Brother Duan." She insisted, "I could wear the wet clothes tomorrow. We can't be sure if they are good people or bad." Until Ling Lang and the others returned. She feared they might take advantage of Duan Xiaolin's kindness due to their numerical superiority. In this world, trust was a luxury, and there was no need to create a debt over a mere outfit. Pei Xiqing neatly folded the clothes and handed them back to him. "Brother Duan, please return these to them." He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her through his glasses. Pei Xiqing blinked. It was better not to get entangled with them before Ling Lang's return. The man inquired, "Why wait for him?" "Because he said to." A layer of coldness enveloped Duan Xiaolin's features under the dim light. He stood up, gazing at her for a moment. "Wear it. The exchange isn't worth this. It would take more than a mere outfit to barter for anything substantial." Pei Xiqing obediently clutched the clothing. She wore only a loose, thin sweater, and with the slightest movement, the neckline slipped, revealing a faint mole just below her collarbone. Her pale cheeks appeared soft and vulnerable, and as she leaned in closer, she asked, "Brother Duan, will this really not cause you any trouble?" There was a naivete about her that clashed with the harshness of their surroundings. Her eyes brimmed with caution, though it was unclear if this was genuine fear or merely a fade before him. Duan Xiaolin felt an overwhelming urge to smoke. The proximity heightened his craving for nicotine more than ever before. Perhaps it was not only the fleeting calm that nicotine provided. He squinted, gazing at her through the dimness. No, his expression exuded an inexplicable danger, yet with his demeanor and appearance, he seemed more upright than any gentleman, deserving of being the noble protagonist in a story. Pei Xiqing could not fathom any other implications behind his gaze. Reassured by his firm response, she dared to don the jacket, rubbing her slightly chilled knees. "Shall I help you bring up some more supplies?" Duan Xiaolin unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a broad chest, before turning toward the bathroom, offering no definitive answer, only stating, "There are 2 boxes of supplies in the car. Take what you want to eat. Just sleep tonight. Don't worry about me." "All right." Gradually, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Pei Xiqing touched her slightly warm cheeks. Eating rabbit was a daytime affair, after 5 or 6 hours. Her stomach had begun to growl. Fortunately, the hotel was surrounded by buildings, offering some protection from the winds at night, and the temperature was not as frigid as it would be outdoors. Pei Xiqing tightened her coat and donned the matching pants, wrapping herself snugly. Ensuring no exposed skin revealed the faint green infection marking her body. She had observed the infection closely while bathing. It had faded somewhat, yet still left a trace. However, to an untrained eye, she appeared no different from a normal person. Yet, following Brother Duan and Ling Lang, she felt insecure, lacking a sense of safety. At any moment, she could succumb to the infection completely, leaving her with nowhere to escape. She recalled the harrowing image of the man firing at the deputy captain during the day. If she were to lose consciousness, the outcome would likely be the same. Just thinking about that scene sent shivers down her spine. However, at present, she found herself devoid of better options. If she were not to succumb entirely to infection, the basic necessities of food, shelter, and transport would become insurmountable challenges. The main group had abandoned her, and venturing to the base would likely mean she wouldn't even reach the entrance. Perhaps it would be prudent to take one step at a time. She felt rather indifferent. After all, having already transformed into a zombie, each additional day in this alternate world felt like a bonus. If she were to survive longer, there would be little of intrigue, as the narrative of such tales often contained only a modicum of substance. Nonetheless, there was one matter that piqued her curiosity. Pei Xiqing descended the stairs. As she approached, the lights in the garage flickered on. She initially assumed that another team was still organizing their belongings, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find several men gathered around a black G-class vehicle, wielding various tools and seemingly preparing to pry open the locks and steal from it. "What are you doing?" she shouted. The men, having seen Pei Xiqing earlier in the day, could not forget her face, especially in her post-bath state. Instead of displaying any semblance of guilt for their actions, they sneered and remarked, "That man doesn't seem all that impressive, does he?" In less than half an hour, and it's all over, they advanced towards her, suggesting, "Why not join our team? Over half of us are endowed with special abilities. Our captain, in particular, is a lightning-type ability user. Do you understand what that signifies?" Chapter 10. Late-night supernatural abilities are an advanced mutation that arises in humans under extreme conditions. They can be understood as genetic mutations, a self-preservation mechanism activated in the face of an impending apocalypse. Many individuals possess formidable abilities, often linked to their physical attributes, while others merely benefit from fortuitous circumstances or the consumption of certain substances. These abilities vary greatly from person to person, but they can generally be categorized into a few broad types: control, attack, defense, explosion, and healing. This classification, while somewhat simplistic, encompasses countless subcategories. However, possessing two or more abilities marks one as exceptional in this desolate world. The male protagonist, Xiao Yu, is a rare dual ability wielder, boasting both defensive and offensive powers, rightfully earning him the title of the King of Warriors in this apocalyptic era. The original owner's sister initially possessed only healing abilities, but later awakened control-type powers. The protagonist group once soared to prominence due to their two dual ability holders, becoming the strongest in the apocalypse. However, the affairs of the protagonist group no longer concern her. She gazes intently at the man before her as he continues. "I've heard that there are hardly any lightning-type abilities at the base. Do you comprehend the strength of our team now? Lightning is a control type, considered to be quite advanced." The people nearby chime in, "Our captain is a genius. What do you say? Would you consider joining our team?" "Yes, you. You will enjoy abundant resources within our ranks. Once we reach the base, our captain will enlist in the military, and you will surely bask in the glory as well." One cannot deny the woman's beauty. She is strikingly attractive, reminiscent of a captivating siren, both innocent and alluring. It has been quite some time since such a sight graced their eyes. Over the years of the apocalypse, everyone has suffered greatly at the hands of zombies. Many once had girlfriends, but they were lost to death or separation due to the undead. The few women left in their ranks have long since become worn and unappealing. And now they eagerly anticipate the arrival of newcomers, especially beautiful women. Pei Xiqing perceives the greedy glimmer in their eyes and retorts, "Bask in glory? As if you are capable of that with individuals like you in the team. Whether in character or strength, I find your worth highly disputable. You seem to relish embellishing your own significance. I fear that even at the base, your only role would be to clean the toilets. How dare you speak to me?" The man raises his arm in anger, ready to strike. His companions hastily restrain him, whispering, "Don't forget how that man beside her dispatched our vice captain earlier today. The captain hasn't spoken yet. Hold your temper. Besides, if her outburst attracts him, the captain will surely blame us. We still rely on them to guide us to the base." "Damn it," the man curses, conceding to his misfortune. "Let us go." Pei Xiqing watches them leave reluctantly, her teeth clenched in frustration. Had she not needed to conceal her identity as a zombie, she would have relished the opportunity to bite them all to death. The thought surprises her momentarily. She truly has become a zombie. The garage is still slightly chilly. She exhales a breath, rubbing her cold hands together, and inspects the areas they had just pried open, revealing scratches and looseness. Had she arrived even a moment later, they might have successfully breached the vehicle. Fortunately, Duan Xiaolin had the foresight to secure the essential items from the car. Had they obtained those, the consequences could have been dire. After all, they are still subjects of the Franlin. If any confidential documents were to be leaked due to this incident, it is uncertain how Franlin would punish them. Rumor has it that their penalties are notoriously severe. She firmly shuts the car door, ensuring it cannot be easily opened, before retrieving the key to unlock the trunk and procure some food. Upon returning to her room, she finds the bathroom empty. The man has mysteriously vanished. He had previously stated she need not concern herself with him, and now he seems to have evaporated into thin air. Standing behind the window, it is now midnight. Outside, a fierce wind has risen, with a hurricane swirling dust and debris, relentlessly assaulting every city and turning everything upside down. She can even feel the building tremble slightly, the windows rattling incessantly. She takes 2 steps back, draws the curtains, climbs into bed, and closes her eyes to rest. She is utterly exhausted. Should the sky collapse, she would simply use it as a blanket. Why should a zombie concern itself with such matters? The deteriorating ecological environment will ultimately reap its own consequences. The zombies should simply lie down and accept their fate. In a half-dream state, she seems to see the room's door being opened, a familiar figure entering and settling onto the sofa beside her. Pei Xiqing, too weary, soon closes her eyes and drifts into a deep slumber. The room remains shrouded in darkness, with little light filtering in from outside. Duan Xiaolin peruses the latest battle reports, and as the bed rustles, he raises his gaze. An arm slips from beneath the covers, exposing half of a delicate shoulder to the cool air. The virus on her body dissipates remarkably quickly. Just days ago, her hands were teeming with infection, now reduced to a few scattered green marks. He silently observes her frail form, his gaze darker than the night outside. The extent of pollution in this apocalyptic world has rendered many interiors damp, and the dimly lit room inevitably breeds unsavory desires. Chapter 11. The inescapable darkness. Pei Xiqing awoke at dawn, groggily opening her eyes and instinctively checking the time on her phone. 7 o'clock. Fortunately, she had not overslept. She had heard the team was set to depart at 8. The original owner had been bitten by a zombie and abandoned by the protagonist group, but thankfully, her phone remained intact. Although the network signal was poor, she could still check the time. Curiosity piqued. She leaned on her bed and began to browse through the original owner's phone. The contents were preserved, revealing a list of contact from the pre-apocalyptic world. Before the collapse, the original owner had been a beautiful streamer, specializing in suggestive content and seemingly quite popular, with her WeChat filled with various influential figures. Many of these men invited her to meet offline, showering her with attention, to which she responded with indifference, provoking their ire. As she read through the chat logs, a laugh escaped her lips. The original owner bore a striking resemblance to her. In the realm of stardom and internet fame, the distinction was merely a matter of income. She had navigated the entertainment industry, encountering numerous similar individuals and situations. Indeed, her refusal had cost her several resources and opportunities, and it had taken considerable effort to ascend to her current status as a rising star. Upon opening the photo album, she found meticulously edited images crafted to enhance her persona as an elite socialite, aimed at garnering attention. She recalled that the original owner's family background was ordinary, with both parents being regular office workers. However, their treatment of the 2 sisters was starkly different. The elder sister, Pei Xiqing, was a mathematical prodigy, with the family's finances nearly exhausted on her education. Their parents, invested with high hopes, enforced strict expectations, while the younger sister, with poor grades and a penchant for mingling with the wrong crowd, was left to her own devices, often ignored. As a result, the original owner, upon entering the apocalypse, relied on her streaming skills, while Pei Xiqing, endowed with extraordinary talent and various advantages, flourished alongside the male lead, becoming a revered scientist in a world gone awry. The disparity between supporting characters and protagonists was glaringly evident. Sliding to the right, she stumbled upon a photo of the two sisters together. Pei Xiqing bore a resemblance to the original owner, donning glasses, with gentle and elegant features, her shoulder-length hair exuding an air of tranquility cultivated through scholarly pursuits. In contrast, the original owner, with alluring peach blossom eyes, smiled with a youthful innocence tinged by an unmistakable mischief. Their experiences in the apocalypse diverged sharply. Some found allies, while others met tragic ends amidst the chaos. After a short while, Pei Xiqing set the phone aside and prepared for the day. She splashed cold water on her face, shivering from the chill. Resources were scarce in this new world, including water. The city's water supply had been contaminated, yet it did not appear excessively dire. One simply had to refrain from drinking indiscriminately. Once refreshed, Pei Xiqing tidied herself and stepped outside, searching for the man's figure in the corridor, but found none. He should have returned last night. In a daze, she felt a flicker of fragmented memories, though they were scant. Descending the stairs, she eventually spotted him leaning against the car door, smoking. Others were nearby, packing their belongings. He had already returned the items moved to the upper level the previous night. As he exhaled, several individuals attempted to engage him in conversation, but his demeanor was indifferent, showing little interest in their attempts. Clutching her water bottle, Pei Xiqing jogged over. "You're up early?" Duan Xiaolin stubbed out his cigarette. "Yeah, get in the car. We're preparing to leave." Zhao Shunyan, the captain of their small team, hurriedly gathered his people, shouting, "Let us go." In the apocalypse, lingering in one location for too long could spell danger. Zombies were drawn to the scent of the living, prompting swift actions from everyone. Pei Xiqing occupied the back seat, unable to resist glancing back. The large truck behind them followed closely, as if fearing separation. Duan Xiaolin paid them no mind, driving steadily, occasionally halting to inspect the corpses of zombies along the roadside, using a dagger to pierce their skulls. Pei Xiqing was puzzled by his actions. He claimed to be searching for crystal cores, yet she had not witnessed him retrieve anything from the zombies. After approximately 10 hours on the road, as dusk approached, Pei Xiqing began to acclimate to the rhythm of their journey when the vehicle came to a halt. Their car stopped, and the two trucks behind them followed suit. Zhao Shunyan approached. "There seems to be a small village ahead. We could set up camp for the night and make do together." With no villages or shops in sight, encountering one was a rare opportunity. Given the late hour, he couldn't simply press on alone, especially with a woman lacking abilities in tow. Duan Xiaolin replied, "This village isn't safe. There could be zombie attacks at night. We've encountered quite a few zombies on our way. If they do come, it's not a problem, but if you're concerned, you can bring your people to our camp." "No need," he declined. "We don't plan to camp here." Pei Xiqing was about to exit the car, still unclear about the situation, when the man turned back. "Get in. We'll move further ahead." "Oh, all right." She retreated into the vehicle, glancing around and murmuring, "This village feels too strange. In such a desolate area, there isn't a single zombie in sight. It feels suspicious." Duan Xiaolin glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "What do you mean?" Either this place was too remote and had yet to be infected by the zombie virus, or the zombies had been cleared out by someone, lying in wait to ensnare passers-by. In the apocalypse, looting, murder, and arson were all commonplace. To survive, one would resort to any means necessary. Wherever there were people, scheming was inevitable. In chaotic times, who cared about order? As long as one wasn't affiliated with a base, the wilderness could erupt into chaos without consequence. She merely voiced her thoughts, not expecting him to ponder them seriously. A total of 36 individuals are hiding within the village, 2 of whom possess offensive abilities. 1 is a healer, while the rest are ordinary abilities but well-equipped, likely having looted several military resources. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. "You've already spotted them?" The village bore no footprints, yet the stone tablet at the entrance was remarkably clean. A thought crossed her mind, and she responded eagerly. "There was a massive sandstorm last night. The absence of footprints indicates no one has approached, and the clean tablet suggests they're hiding within the village." Duan Xiaolin grasped the steering wheel, one hand holding the cigarette that dangled outside the window, It seems you possess some reconnaissance instincts. I just wonder how your counter-reconnaissance skills measure up. Pei Xiqing met his profound gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she innocently and gently inquired, "What do you wish to investigate about me?" His gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before shifting back to the road. "How have you survived these years in the apocalypse, your abilities, and—" He paused. "Your objectives." "Objectives?" She fell silent for a moment. "My only goal is survival. However, it has become inconsequential since I've turned into a zombie. As for my abilities," Pei Xiqing murmured, "I currently cannot provide you with an answer." She too remained in a state of confusion, only sensing something was amiss within her body, yet unable to articulate the specifics. However, she sensed that the zombie virus would not corrupt her consciousness. Within the confines of the vehicle, it was just the two of them, even in silence. The sound of their breathing was palpable. Pei Xiqing contemplated for a moment, poised to pose a question, when unexpectedly, a convoy of large trucks trailed closely behind them. The roar of engines was deafening, accompanied by shouts of urgency. "Hey, you up front! If you keep going, it'll be dark soon. Why not just find a place to camp? It would be better for both of us. Continuing like this is futile." The man did not halt. He pressed on for over an hour before finally stopping. They found themselves in a desolate desert, engulfed in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Only the faint moonlight above offered a meager sense of direction. Pei Xiqing exited the vehicle alongside the man, shivering against a gust of cold wind. She tightened her coat around her. "Can we truly rest here? You'll sleep in the car. And you? I'll also sleep in the car." Pei Xiqing sniffled. "All right." Fortunately, the vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate two. The trucks behind them also came to a halt. Many figures disembarked, with Zhao Shunyan at the forefront. "Brother Duan, are you certain we should camp here? If anyone finds it unsuitable, we can return." "You." A voice from behind was eager to interject, but was silenced by Zhao Shunyan's steady demeanor. With a smile, he said, "All right, we understand. Tonight, we will set up camp here. Let us bring out our provisions, boil some water, and prepare a meal. And let us send some over to them." As he spoke, Zhao Shunyan fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the man. "Considering we've gotten to know each other over these past few days, you remember what we discussed last night, don't you? You've seen it. Our group harbors no ill intent and has refrained from any aggression towards you. It would serve us better to collaborate rather than maintain this constant vigilance against one another, maximizing our mutual benefits." This man was undoubtedly a potential ally, someone worth knowing. His audacity to navigate the apocalyptic landscape was not something ordinary individuals could achieve, especially given that this area was rife with the threat of zombies, nearly to the point where they seemed to appear with every few steps. Throughout their journey together, encounters with the undead were remarkably few. Even if he held no official title, he certainly possessed the capability to lead them to a base, perhaps even emerge unscathed from a massive horde. He desired to reach the base, and collaboration with this man seemed promising. "What do you wish to inquire?" In the current landscape of 5 bases, which one was truly worth their journey? He needed to ascertain which base boasted the strongest capabilities, the richest resources, and could best accommodate his unique abilities. His ambitions extended beyond merely reaching a base. He aimed for the finest one. The evolution of various bases in this post-apocalyptic world varied greatly, as individuals aspired to ascend. The man accepted the cigarette, leaning against the car door, tilting his head slightly. The crimson ember flickered in the night, a wisp of smoke carried away by the wind. "Lightning ability user, level 3. You. How do you know this so precisely? You even know the rank. Who exactly is this man?" Chapter 12. Beneath the calm, every individual endowed with supernatural abilities possesses a level of strength, a private matter known only to themselves or those intimately close to them who have fought alongside. Zhao Shunyan felt a chill run down his spine. Once he regained his composure, he glanced back at his team and suddenly smiled. "Brother Duan, since you are aware, you must also know that I am not weak. I am different from them." The man seemed to ponder the 5th base. "Why the 5th? The bases are ranked in order of strength. You cannot access the first 4. Zhao Shunyan widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why? I possess the power of lightning, the only one in the entire team with such abilities. Moreover, I am at level 3. How is it that I can only enter the last base?" If he could only access the 5th base, then the others in the team must not even meet the minimum standards. Duan Xiaolin flicked the ash from his cigarette with languid grace. You'll understand once you go. Clearly, he knew much. I spent some time there before. Good. With your assurance, I feel more at ease. You can lead us to the base, right? That depends on whether you possess the capability to reach the entrance. Understood. Zhao Shunyan lowered his gaze, feeling an unprecedented sensation. He found the man inscrutable, enigmatic, devoid of any discernible identity or pertinent information. Previously, in the camp, he had been among the first to awaken his powers, and his rare lightning abilities made him stand out. Yet in this man's presence, his prideful talent seemed utterly insignificant. Deep in thought, he turned away. Pei Xiqing regarded Duan Xiaolin with newfound curiosity. The people from France-Luen were never without merit. Soon, Zhao Shunyan's team delivered 2 pieces of chicken leg, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice and vegetables, luxuries in the apocalypse. To her surprise, their food resources were quite abundant. The meal was also quite palatable. Pei Xiqing, having endured hunger, found it difficult to eat at a fast pace. The man beside her rolled up his sleeves, revealing a lean arm, and the watch on his wrist exuded an air of elegance. He ate with a leisurely grace, prompting her to slow down as well. After finally finishing her chicken leg, she leaned in and asked, "Do you have any napkins?" Duan Xiaolin produced some. She used a couple, then recalled Zhao Shunyan's earlier conversation, instinctively drawing closer. Are we truly going to collaborate with them? Not exactly collaboration. The man noticed her movement, subtly retreating. If they wish to follow, let them. It won't stir any significant commotion. Have you been to every base? Yes. What stage has humanity's bases evolved to? He raised an eyebrow. Haven't you heard? I've heard a little, but I've never seen them. I'm quite curious. She was merely a frail pawn in the early stages, unaware of what the world's bases truly looked like. Descriptions in books painted them as formidable and dignified, yet she longed to witness it with her own eyes. Didn't you say you weren't interested in following us? Duan Xiaolin's gaze sharpened. I merely wish to check it out. The man frowned, seemingly perplexed. Tourism? Precisely. She maintained her gaze, her eyes locking onto his, then softly added, the capabilities of France-Luen are impressive. I genuinely wish to see how the organization operates within the base. Duan Xiaolin's expression darkened as their gazes intertwined. There are far too many supernatural beings in the base. Conflicts arise frequently. Only absolute authority can maintain order among them. Level 3 lightning users are considered average. Level 1 and 2 abilities are prevalent in the base. Quite the explanation for why you said that person can only enter the 5th base. She smiled, rolling up her sleeves in imitation, her delicate arms swaying before him. The car's heating system made her slightly overheated, prompting her to shed her shoes and jacket. Her slender waist peeked through her sweater as she inquired, And you, Brother Duan, what abilities do you possess? Curious? Indeed. Duan Xiaolin swallowed, diverting his gaze from her pale form, his voice low and husky. I shall tell you next time. All right, she responded quickly. Yet the man suddenly smiled, his tone cold. Perhaps it was time to temper her naive curiosity, especially regarding France-Luen. He opened the car window, allowing the cool night air to sweep in, adjusting his glasses, his eyes harboring a palpable danger. In the dark of the apocalypse, it felt as if countless beasts roared in the shadows, yet he remained unfazed, ever composed, untroubled by any matter or individual. He had dealt with too many cases akin to France-Luen, fully aware of her current thoughts. As a man, he also understood the fragility of girls, their vulnerabilities. The admiration for the strong often stemmed from ignorance, leading to either lifelong devotion or foolish infatuation, a waste of effort. The weak often resort to various means when confronted by the powerful. He was no weapon for others to wield against the undead, nor would he become a savior for any woman. Chapter 13. Have you really been to bed? After finishing their meal, Pei Xiqing returned the dishes to them. The women in the group gazed upon her with envy, eagerly inviting her to sit with them in the tent. Sister, what skincare products do you use? Your skin is so radiant. Could you recommend something to us? Yes, I saw you a few days ago, but didn't dare to approach you. Otherwise, I would have asked you then. Surrounded by 3 or 4 women, who continuously handed her snacks, Pei Xiqing felt somewhat taken aback. Life had become increasingly challenging, Previously, they had access to various skincare products, and every time they passed through a city, they would seize the opportunity to procure more. Now, their supplies were nearly depleted. Pei Xiqing could only respond politely and vaguely. She had arrived in this state. The original owner's face bore little difference from her own in the real world, so she felt no sense of awkwardness. She could quickly adapt to the persona of the original owner. Hey, what is your relationship with that man? Have you really been intimate? I'm curious too. You have no idea how handsome he is compared to anyone in our group. Which woman wouldn't be intrigued? As they spoke, Duan Xiaolin approached with Zhao Shunyan. Zhao was an extraordinary individual, and in his presence, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. His stature was commanding, radiating an aura of seriousness that warded off intruders. He glanced over and immediately spotted Pei Xiqing, confined within the tent. In an instant, his gaze flitted away. He joined Zhao Shunyan in a nearby SUV, leaving Pei Xiqing with a feeling of confusion. A nearby individual informed her. The captain and Brother Duan have gone ahead to assess the situation. It seems something has suddenly occurred. He instructed you to stay here until he returns, assuring you that we will protect you. Just don't wander off. Pei Xiqing nodded. I understand. The women, ever inquisitive, leaned closer. So are you two a couple? Little sister, your taste is impeccable. He certainly looks like an extraordinary individual. He must be quite something in bed. Those with powers usually are. But I have a feeling. Did you see his physique? TSK. It must be delightful. Stop keeping it to yourself. Do share. As their conversation veered further off course, Pei Xiqing cleared her throat. No, you've misunderstood. How could that be? You two aren't in that kind of relationship? Not exactly. Then why haven't you captured his heart yet? Don't you know how to seize the opportunity? Pei Xiqing forced a laugh. She lowered her gaze, her mind drifting to his deep-set brows and the stoic, composed expression he wore, every gesture imbued with restraint. That evening, she found herself staying with the women, sharing a tent with another woman who had short hair and a prominent nose. Oh, come on, don't go back. You're already collaborating with our captain. Why act so distant? You have no idea what dangers await if you return now. It would be safer to sleep here. I have a tent to myself. Besides, Zhao Shunyan likely won't return tonight. You can take my spot. Zhang Tian handed her a blanket and sealed the tent flap, shielding them from the outside world. You're just a girl. Wandering outside at night is perilous. There are wolves out there, ready to pounce. Pei Xiqing's intention of returning to her vehicle was abruptly interrupted, and she hugged the blanket, murmuring her thanks. Don't mention it, Zhang Tian replied. Women should support one another. We have it tough enough. If we start harboring suspicion and resentment, it will be hard to face other women in the future. Outside, the wind howled, but the tent shielded them from most of the chill. Zhang Tian returned with warm water for her to wash up. We still have several cases of water left, enough to last until we reach the base, so feel free to use it. Hygiene is crucial, especially in these conditions. It would be terrible to fall ill. Thank you. It's nothing. After washing up, Pei Xiqing lay beneath the blanket, listening to Zhang Tian speak intermittently. I've been with Zhao Shunyan for 3 years. I suppose I'm his nominal girlfriend. However, he has a tendency to be insufferable. He hasn't sought me out in over a month, and is likely frolicking with some vixen in the group. Pei Xiqing turned on her side. Sister Tian, do you have feelings for him? I have no qualms in telling you. To me, men are like clothes. If they don't fit, I'll simply change them. I refuse to hang from the same tree indefinitely, Zhang Tian retorted. If it weren't for his lightning abilities, I would have ignored him long ago. She scoffed. Men are worth nothing. If it weren't for the necessity of accompanying them until we reach the base, I wouldn't spare him a glance. Pei Xiqing smiled. Indeed. Surprisingly, she found camaraderie with Zhang Tian. As their conversation continued into the night, the camp fell silent, and Zhang Tian had already succumbed to sleep. Pei Xiqing retrieved her phone, tapping the screen. There was no signal, and it was already 2 in the morning. Duan Xiaolin had yet to return. She yawned, struggling to remain awake, but ultimately succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, Zhang Tian awoke, flinging open the tent flap to glare at a few men outside who were leering at her. Get lost. The men, ogling her, remarked Sister Tian. The captain isn't around. How long has it been since he sought you out? Tonight is a golden opportunity. I don't have time for you today. Just leave. One of the men noticed the lump under the blanket in the tent, a head of hair peeking out. Zhang Tian promptly threw a pillow at them. Zhao Shunyan will be back soon. If you don't leave, do you want to be electrocuted? Upon hearing this, the men settled down. Aren't there zombies ahead? The captain can't possibly return so soon. Let us just be cautious. We wouldn't want to provoke him. The men stole one last glance at the tent, where a strand of hair was visible, before reluctantly departing. Pei Xiqing did not sleep soundly. She awoke just after 6. Zhang Tian was folding the blankets, and, upon seeing her awake, teased, "The handsome man and Zhao Shunyan have returned, bringing plenty of good things. If you're worried, you should get up and take a look." Pei Xiqing rubbed her eyes, donned her clothes, and followed suit in folding the blankets. "Sister Tian, you're up so early?" I was woken by their commotion. They said Zhao Shunyan is back, and I must see him. "Sister Tian, have you had breakfast?" "Not yet. There are people outside cooking. Let us eat together." "All right." After washing up, she and Zhang Tian exited the tent. Outside, the campfire still smoldered, likely just extinguished. Everyone was gradually rising, busying themselves with packing. Duan Xiaolin sat on a rock, while Zhao Shunyan was nearby, crushing a zombie skull to extract its crystal core. Upon approaching, Pei Xiqing was met with a gruesome sight that made her stomach churn, and she quickly averted her gaze. "What happened? This one only had a high-level crystal core." "Really? Did you go looking for it last night?" The man nodded. "High-level cores contain more energy and are more valuable, fetching double the price of ordinary ones at the base." An hour later, everyone had packed their belongings. Zhao Shunyan somehow procured another vehicle and invited her to join, but she declined, wrapping herself tightly and following Duan Xiaolin to board his vehicle. The man extinguished his cigarette, observing the trail of smoke behind him. If one wished to feign normalcy, one might attempt to merge into the crowd. Yet, I have no desire to assimilate with them. Duan Xiaolin remarked. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of human nature. Pei Xiqing parted her lips to respond, but I am a zombie. Why should one discuss humanity with a creature like me? Her gaze was innocent, clear, and beautiful. As she opened the car door to enter, the man's eyes darkened slightly. As the group advanced further, traversing a desolate city, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged onto the street, startling everyone. This batch of zombies had been lurking in the city, erupting from buildings, sewers, and various corners, their faces smeared with blood and pus, grotesquely contorted as they lunged at the living. The crowd immediately engaged in combat with the zombies. The man drew his gun and stepped out of the vehicle, locking the door behind him. You stay in the car. In an instant, the street was filled with the sounds of battle, the clash of abilities against the zombies. Amidst the chaos, a zombie, its head nearly severed, leaned against the car window, its remaining visage grotesquely pressing against the glass, its tongue lewdly licking the surface. It tilted its head, seemingly ready to attack, but instead collided with the hard glass, halting its movements. It stuck its tongue out at Pei Xiqing, revealing a bizarre grin. Pei Xiqing thought, any normal person witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be traumatized. Her complexion paled. Surprisingly, the zombie did not continue its assault, instead tapping its head against the window as if signaling her to roll it down. Pei Xiqing hesitated, remaining still. The zombie, tilting its head in apparent confusion, opened its mouth, attempting to articulate something. For reasons unknown, Pei Xiqing sensed no malice from it and paused to observe. This was a female zombie, her hair disheveled, resembling a ghostly apparition. She continued to knock on the window, her force less aggressive than before. Pei Xiqing inquired, "What do you want?" The zombie pointed at her, then at itself. Pei Xiqing replied, "I cannot open the door. There are important items and documents inside. Please go elsewhere." The zombie appeared disheartened. She continued, "I truly cannot open it." The zombie lowered its hand and, after a few moments, limped away to attack a nearby ability user. Pei Xiqing exhaled in relief, observing the relentless horde through the window. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Half an hour later, the majority of the zombies had been vanquished. Pei Xiqing exited the vehicle, surveying the chaos around her. Zhao Shunyan was inviting the man. "It seems there is another group of zombies ahead. Let us eliminate them together, then we can extract the crystal cores one by one." The day is waning, and we should have our team set up camp nearby. If we linger, we might not sleep soundly tonight. The man stepped over the carcasses of the zombies, meticulously wiping the blood from the muzzle of his gun. He turned back to glance at Pei Xiqing and, sensing something, approached her to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit dizzy." As more zombies approached, Pei Xiqing regained her composure and smiled at the man. "Perhaps the earlier scene was too overwhelming. I feel slightly nauseous." For modern individuals, such sights were far more grotesque and visceral than those depicted in films. Previously, she had only seen censor versions. Today, she finally witnessed the true horror of zombies. "Please keep an eye on her," Duan Xiao instructed. Zhao Shunyan promptly nodded and addressed the team. "Take good care of our members. Call Zhang Tian over to attend to this young lady. We'll be back shortly." Pei Xiqing watched him depart, unable to gather her thoughts until Zhang Tian arrived to call her name. "What's the matter, Sister Tian? Come help with the cleanup. Soon we will have kin beef." All right. There were still over 10 individuals remaining, those without abilities or with lower levels of power. Pei Xiqing joined them in dragging the zombies away from the campsite, while Zhang Tian and others began to extract the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Noticing her approach, Zhang Tian deliberately held up a blood-soaked crystal core before her. The overwhelming stench and metallic scent assaulted Pei Xiqing's senses, causing a brief moment of sharp pain in her eyes. Zhang Tian, oblivious, was entirely focused on the crystal core. "These will fetch a good price at the base. Then we can afford to exchange for better equipment and supplies. Perhaps we could even find someone at the base for specialized training to enhance our abilities." Pei Xiqing shut her eyes, refraining from responding. The darkness enveloped them as night fell, and she sat alone by the campfire, maintaining a distance from the others. The chill of the night deepened, occasionally interrupted by waves of heat reminiscent of her earlier turmoil, especially where the zombie had bitten her on the arm. Zhang Tian approached, noticing her pallor and poor condition, inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell?" Immediately, she called for the team's healer, Xiaoya. "Come here. Check on Xiqing. She seems off." Pei Xiqing quickly stood. "No, it's not necessary. I'm just a bit anemic. I'll be fine on my own." Zhang Tian seized her hand. "Don't wander off. If you feel unwell, there are ability users who can assist you." Suddenly, the healer she had summoned gasped, "Ah, Sister Tian, she is a zombie." Chapter 14. Do Not Bite Me. Zhang Tian was momentarily stunned, following the direction indicated by the stranger. She noticed a faint green mark on her wrist, which sent her into a panic, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand from Pei Xiqing's grasp. "You!" The camp erupted into chaos, with screams echoing as people hurriedly retreated. Some brandished firearms, ready to take lethal action against her. Zhang Tian intervened, urging them not to act rashly. If she were truly bitten, the virus wouldn't manifest so swiftly. "Have you forgotten how the former vice captain remained unaffected for an hour after infection? Anyone who dares to fire a shot will be expelled from the group." Pei Xiqing pulled her sleeve back, concealing the green virus on her skin, while the blood vessels in her neck began to change color as well. She struggled to maintain a composed demeanor, not wanting her face to reveal the horror she felt. "I need to step away for a moment." She sought a quiet place to gather her thoughts. Zhang Tian, with her mouth agape, questioned, "When were you infected?" "You were in the car the entire time, never once stepping out." "How could this happen?" After disembarking, she distinctly recalled no zombies approaching Pei Xiqing. Where had this infection come from? She wanted to stop Pei Xiqing, but hesitated to touch her, fearing an unexpected outbreak that could turn her into a threat. No one dared to approach. Everyone maintained their distance from Pei Xiqing. "Hurry and leave," someone shouted. "If you don't, we'll all be doomed." "My God, she's a zombie." "Sister Tian, get her away from us. If not, we'll be the ones who perish." The sight of a zombie sent the group into a frenzy. With families lost to the virus-infected undead, their animosity towards zombies was palpable, a desire to dismantle them piece by piece. Zhang Tian parted her lips, asking, "Where will you go?" "When Brother Duan returns, I'll speak to him about it. Perhaps he can help recover your body." "No need to rush. You still have your wits about you, don't you? Why not wait for him to come back? There may still be a solution." "Sister Tian, don't be foolish. Move away from her. Are you truly willing to risk your life? What is there to discuss with a zombie?" If you don't leave, we'll just shoot her down. Exactly. Any zombie must be exterminated. Several individuals stepped forward, pulling Zhang Tian back. She gazed at Pei Xiqing, her eyes filled with reluctance. Please, just wait a moment. Don't be too hasty. Sister Tian, you mustn't be naive. If you continue to be so, I will shoot her myself. Please, don't harm her. She means no ill will. Then get lost. You know you've turned into a zombie and still dare to linger among us. What are your intentions? This is not my intention, Pei Xiqing interjected. It is you who have been following us, preventing us from distancing ourselves. Who could fathom her ulterior motives? Zhang Tian quickly grasped the situation. Everyone, please quiet down. She hasn't lost her consciousness and has committed no wrongdoing. Gradually, the group fell silent, though their eyes remained wary, whispering to Zhang Tian. Zombies are nothing more than beasts. It is because of those infected that our world has descended into chaos. They have turned us into what we are today. We should eliminate any zombie we encounter to prevent further harm. Indeed, she is still waiting for someone to return. It's a delusion. That brother Duan wouldn't hesitate to execute, even our vice captain, if it came to it. Sister Tian, have you forgotten how our vice captain met his end? I have not forgotten. If that man discovers Pei Xiqing has become a zombie, he will be the first to kill her, especially with Zhao Shunyan's return. She would have nowhere to escape. She could very well end up as a barbecued zombie. Though her time with Pei Xiqing was short, she genuinely liked the girl and felt a pang of compassion that made it difficult for her to speak harshly. She could be ruthless with others, but not with her. A teammate who drove approached, speaking softly, Sister Tian, we understand your kindness. Leave this to us, we'll handle it. She must go. It's too dangerous to keep her around. Zhang Tian had no time to intervene as the tall teammate marched over. You need to leave now. Don't jeopardize us all. Pei Xiqing felt her vision blurring, shaking her head to dispel the heavy fog clouding her mind. Words eluded her. Initially, she had hoped to endure and push through, but now she knew she had to move away. If the man saw her in this state, he would surely kill her. Biting her lip until it bled, she regained a semblance of clarity, her mind fixated on the thought of escape. Zhang Tian attempted to pursue her, but was firmly held back by her companions. Forced to watch Pei Xiqing's frail figure fade from sight, her heart heavy. Traversing through the city, they encountered a vast expanse of homes ravaged by zombies. Continuing forward, they crossed a heavily polluted river, leading to a sparsely populated forest. The trees loomed in shades of gray and black, each appearing on the brink of death. This forest cast a shadow over a significant area, and to move ahead, one had to pass through it. After walking for over an hour, Pei Xiqing's legs ached, and upon glancing back, she realized she had only covered a minuscule distance. Fortunately, remnants of small hunting cabins from the pre-apocalypse remained in the woods. She entered one, only to find a few already decaying zombies inside. Covering her nose, she retreated, recognizing that rest was not an option. Suppressing a cough, she pressed on, determined not to let the pursuing abilities catch up. After all, humanity had built this world before the apocalypse. It took her over 3 hours to navigate through the forest, and upon emerging, she spotted another city across the river. Perhaps she could find temporary refuge there. Clutching the painful wound on her arm, she wandered aimlessly through the streets upon entering the city. This place lacked the vibrancy of the previous city she had visited. It resembled a small, obscure county town with few tall buildings, mostly consisting of 3 to 4-story residential blocks. After meandering through the county town, she noticed a rather large school ahead. Jian Middle School, she murmured, glancing at the playground filled with lifeless zombies and numerous decaying bodies. She bypassed the school and finally spotted a pharmacy at the intersection ahead. The shelves were long emptied, and Pei Xiqing, drained of energy, leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to sit. A bottle of vitamins fell at her feet. She reached for it, discovering it was still unexpired, likely left behind during the previous looting. With great effort, she twisted open the bottle and consumed one. The lemon-flavored vitamin was surprisingly pleasant. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, her breath labored. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her collar. Her body felt as though it were being torn apart. Her insides trembled. She lifted her sleeves and pant legs to inspect her skin. To her dismay, it had turned a ghastly green, tinged with a deathly gray. She was truly on the verge of becoming a zombie. Her breathing became erratic, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She incessantly reminded herself to remain calm, consuming more vitamins in a desperate attempt to stave off the inevitable. She hoped not to lose consciousness. She did not wish to be the collateral damage of the male and female leads. She longed to stroll through the streets, to capture a distant glimpse of the human base before her demise, perhaps even take a photo before she departed from this world. She pleaded silently, "Anything but becoming a monster. I refuse to turn into a mindless zombie." Crouched in a corner of the pharmacy, Pei Xiqing endured the agony second by second, ultimately reaching a point where the pain became unbearable. In desperation, she bashed her head against a nearby shelf, cracking her forehead and letting blood trickle down. At last, she regained a semblance of clarity, feeling the pain gradually subside. Yet, before she could even revel in her relief, she was startled by an odd, rustling sound. It resembled something crawling on the floor, accompanied by a squelching, wet noise. Raising her gaze, she beheld a zombie hanging upside down from the ceiling, its head tilted as it licked its tongue, its eyes bulging grotesquely. Pei Xiqing was genuinely terrified, leaning back and striking her head against the wall, the pain inducing a sharp intake of breath. "Get away!" she yelled, instinctively kicking out. To her astonishment, her foot connected with the zombie's head, sending it tumbling from the ceiling to the ground, where it emitted an excruciatingly shrill cry. Her heart raced. Grabbing anything within reach, she hurled it at its face. Just as she prepared to lift a chair to strike, the zombie retreated, rasping a series of incoherent sounds. Momentarily taken aback, she inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Instantly regretting her question, she observed the zombie emit another series of sounds, though less piercing. She paused, questioning whether it was pleading for mercy. Clumsily, the zombie nodded. Holding the chair aloft, she warned, "Then you must not bite me. Is that a promise?" The creature responded with a cacophony of shrieks, followed by a sound reminiscent of a blade's edge, yet it refrained from attacking her. After a prolonged silence, Pei Xiqing curiously asked, "Is that laughter?" The zombie swiftly rose, circling her while sniffing, revealing a row of blood-stained teeth before turning aside to continue gnawing on flesh. Its swift movements and unrelenting consumption splattered blood and gore across the floor. Pei Xiqing felt her vision darkening. In a single day, she had endured countless horrors. Zombies, once human, were now mere beasts, driven solely by the primal urge to consume flesh. No matter what stood before them, the virus had transformed them into ravenous predators, viewing even their kin as delectable prey. Holding her chest, Pei Xiqing was astonished when a zombie made room for her, tossing her a piece of meat. She nearly fainted. It was far from appetizing, and without a second thought, she fled, relieved that the zombie did not pursue her. This marked her second narrow escape. The first had occurred in the car with the zombies outside. Could it be that she had become one of them, thus earning their leniency? The night was pitch black, the air so frigid it felt as if it might congeal. In a desolate alley, a horde of ravenous zombies surrounded a fresh corpse, greedily tearing into it. These beings had devolved into mindless savages, their brutal instincts the only remnants of their humanity. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. Soon, another wave of them wandered the streets. Pei Xiqing covered her mouth and nose, cautiously navigating past the stench of decay that enveloped the undead. The odor was tenfold worse than rot. Had it not been for her resolve, she might have succumbed to nausea. One zombie crawled towards her, its head brushing against her shoe as it seized her ankle. Startled, she reflexively kicked out in panic. "Oh no," she thought, ready to flee. To her surprise, the zombie merely continued its crawl past her. After finishing its dinner, a group of zombies ambled by her, occasionally pausing to sniff her as if greeting a fellow creature. They lingered momentarily at her forehead's wound before moving on. Pei Xiqing finally exhaled in relief. Although her fortune had been grim, the zombies truly did not seem inclined to bite her. Satisfied, she brushed off her pant leg and felt a surge of determination. It was time to explore. Yet, her energy was waning. No longer cautious, she wandered the county, eventually discovering an undamaged hotel where she could rest. Exhausted, she found the accommodations decent, with clean clothes and towels available. However, the water was filthy, utilizing a filter and disinfectant left behind by previous occupants. She purified the water before boiling it for a shower. After bathing, Pei Xiqing donned her pajamas and sat on the bed, scrutinizing her arms and skin for any changes. One moment she felt fine, the next she was experiencing painful, itching sensations as if she were on the verge of transformation. Yet after 2 hours of bathing, her zombie symptoms began to wane. Could it be that the zombie virus was reversible for her? It was too soon to draw conclusions. But her current awareness was a promising sign. Pei Xiqing reclined on the bed, astonished that today had validated her suspicions. In an instant, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Should she seek out Duan Xiaolin? Rolling on the bed, she reached for her phone, fiddling with it for a while before realizing she had no contact information for any man. In this post-apocalyptic world, it seemed new technologies had emerged, rendering her phone obsolete. That man had been so indifferent. He might even feel relieved by her absence, especially as a member of the Franlin organization, known for its integrity despite the presence of villains. Returning could very well lead to her demise. Feeling trapped after a long day of arduous travel, her entire body ached. Forget it. I'll deal with it tomorrow, she decided. After all, she was a zombie, and zombies had their own ways of surviving. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, in another city, a brightly lit camp was bustling with activity. Chapter 15. Thin anger. Zhao Xuanyin's vehicle circled the camp before halting behind another car, encircling the area. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Despite the evening temperature being identical to that of the previous night, an ominous premonition of impending snow lingered in the air. Duan Xiaolin stood before several individuals, smoking a cigarette, his gaze shrouded in darkness. So, you just let her go? Zhang Tian sighed. We had no choice. I tried to keep her here, but she probably didn't want to put me in a difficult position, so she left. One person left? Yes, another person interjected hastily. She has already turned into a zombie. Her arms were covered in greenish-gray substances, symptoms unique to the undead. We couldn't possibly keep her. Duan, you previously stated that if it were a zombie, we would eliminate it without hesitation, correct? The man exhaled a plume of smoke, remaining silent, his dark aura dissuading anyone from approaching. The group was uncertain whether he was angry or simply dismissing the situation. Zhang Tian noticed Zhao Shunyan approaching and quickly relayed the events that had transpired. Zhao Shunyan reproached, even if she has turned into a zombie, hasn't she only partially transformed? With so many of you, are you truly frightened by a single girl? If she had become a zombie, we could have restrained her until our return. Now, allowing her to leave, I must ask, who among you witnessed her being bitten by a zombie? Who saw any wounds or blood on her? He glanced at Duan Xiaolin and added, perhaps she possesses some extraordinary ability that caused her to appear thus. Your fearfulness has led to the expulsion of Duan's friend, who was merely trying to assist us. His argument held merit. Zhang Tian's complexion paled slightly, revealing her frustration. If only she had taken a firmer stance. She should have ensured that Pei Xiqing remained, whether by binding or confining her. The priority should have been to keep her safe. Having shared a tent with Pei Xiqing, she reasoned that if the girl had indeed turned into a zombie, she would have attacked her long ago. Yet, the camp's inhabitants stubbornly insisted when encountering a zombie. How could we not eliminate it? The fact that we did not kill her on the spot was already showing mercy. Exactly. Had you seen her at that moment, you would have believed she was a zombie. Her eyes were red, her body had turned a sickly, greenish hue, and it appeared as though she might claw her own face off, with chunks of skin hanging loose. Zombies deserve to be shot. She had no grounds to argue. Captain, you've always been ruthless when dealing with zombies. Today, whether it be the base or the Franlin folks, our actions were justified. Zhao Shunyan sighed, Duan. There's little we can do now. If Miss Pei herself does not deny her transformation into a zombie, we cannot blame the team members. They acted out of necessity. After all, we both understand the abhorrence of zombies. Zhang Tian apologized. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not keeping a closer watch on her. Both Zhao Shunyan and Zhang Tian awaited the man's response, the latter feeling too ashamed to meet his gaze anxiety consuming her. In an unexpected gesture, Zhao Shunyan squeezed her hand, offering a reassuring look. Upon encountering them, it was unclear what relationship existed between the two, but over the past couple of days, it seemed their connection was merely utilitarian. As long as this individual remained capable of guiding them to safety, the loss of one woman felt inconsequential. Duan Xiaolin flicked the cigarette but aside, crushing it beneath his foot, and turned to enter his vehicle. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Shunyan, prompting him to chase after. Duan, what does this mean? It's late. Our camp is secure. The surrounding zombies have been cleared. It's safe here tonight. Where do you intend to go? That's none of your business. Duan, what are you implying? The man cast a sidelong glance. When did it become your place to interrupt my affairs? The night was already chilly. He hadn't even made a move. Yet his mere glance exerted a pressure that left Zhao Shunyan feeling utterly diminished. Even during the recent zombie purge, he had never felt such an overwhelming force. I apologize. Duan, if you're searching for someone, we can assist you. There's strength in numbers, and surely we can find her. That girl likely hasn't gone far. We've only been out for a few hours. She might still be in the city. Let us search together. We may find her swiftly. Duan Xiaolin replied curtly, no need. He rolled up the car window and revved the engine, beginning to drive away. Zhao Shunyan persisted. Duan, this isn't necessary. Upon hearing this, the man pointed the gun at his head, and Zhao Shunyan barely registered the rapidity of the motion before feeling an absolute sense of constraint. Let us converse amicably, Duan. I know you're not one to act impulsively. Is there not a way for us to discuss this rationally? Duan Xiaolin's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. Who informed you that I am such a person? Duan, venturing out now is unwise. At least wait until dawn. We have nothing further to discuss. The so-called collaboration ends here. His voice was calm, yet each word bore an undeniable weight, a challenge to intervene if one dared. Zhao Shunyan's expression hardened. Stop him. They could not allow him to depart so easily. Otherwise, they would fail to reach the base and gather further valuable intelligence. His subordinates rushed forward to block the vehicle. But to their shock, the man did not even tap the brakes, barreling forward and nearly colliding with them. The individuals barely managed to duck, avoiding being struck directly. With a composed expression, Zhao Shunyan stepped forward, channeling a surge of blue energy into his palm, directing it towards the approaching vehicle. Lightning crackled upon contact, causing the car to veer to the right, narrowly evading the assault. This man had not utilized any abilities during his encounters with zombies. Yet even this display failed to provoke a response. Zhao Shunyan rallied his team. Stop him. Otherwise, none of us will reach the base. We'll all perish here. They leapt onto the vehicle, with others driving forward to create a blockade, desperately attempting to halt its progress. Just as someone climbed atop the car, a bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing their ear, causing them to lose their balance and tumble off the roof. Clutching their bleeding ear, they stared wide-eyed in terror. Others attempting to obstruct the advance were similarly warned by the distant red dot of a sniper scope. Realizing the peril, they froze in place, aware that any movement could lead to their demise. Zhao Shunyan's chest glowed with a red light as he squinted towards the distance, spotting two armored vehicles approaching with blinding headlights. Ling Lang stood atop the windshield, assembling his weapon. Upon seeing them, he raised an eyebrow. What is going on here? Are you seeking death by daring to interfere with my brother's vehicle? Unhurriedly, he aimed his elongated weapon at one of them, recalling the last individual who had recklessly attempted to stop his brother's vehicle. They now languished in the base's water dungeon, enduring daily whippings and electrocution. What? Do the two of you wish to try your luck as well? General? Someone keenly observed his military attire, dropping to their knees in fear. No. We merely wanted to prevent Duan from leaving so soon. It's unsafe outside. Not only was Ling Lang clad in military garb, but the two vehicles behind him also carried 5 or 6 individuals, 2 of whom donned military combat uniforms, curiously peering through the windows at the scene. Their advanced weaponry and commanding presence left no doubt about their authority. This is undoubtedly a team of extraordinary individuals, equipped with formidable abilities and remarkable reflexes. This was the initial reaction of everyone present. Zhao Xunyan's expression shifted rapidly before he finally smiled and said, "Ah, you have returned. It was all a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding." In the next moment, Ling Lang aimed his gun at him and demanded, "Repeat what you just said." Zhao Xunyan's face stiffened. "Misunderstanding. I said it was all a misunderstanding. We certainly did not intend to show any disrespect towards Brother Duan. We were merely concerned about his safety, leaving the base alone at such a late hour. The night harbors too many uncertainties. He might encounter zombies out there." Ling Lang pressed on aggressively. "Do you think I'm blind? Or perhaps you are a bunch of fools who cannot even grasp the situation." Zhao Xunyan's face darkened as he secretly gathered his abilities in the palm of his hand. Yet, before he could unleash them, Long Yin seized his arm. Almost immediately, the overwhelming power of a higher-tier lightning ability consumed the energy he had gathered. He widened his eyes. "This is—" Long Yin chuckled. "Haven't you seen it before? The strength of a first-level lightning ability." The searing pain felt as though it would ignite his entire arm. The high-tier lightning ability seeped into his bloodstream, akin to countless insects gnawing at him in an instant. The areas touched by Long Yan's powers began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Xunyan gasped for air, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His eyes closed as he fainted. Ling Lang scoffed. "Long Yan, what are you doing? I hadn't finished teaching him a lesson before you knocked him out." "Oh well, enough of this nonsense. Let us check on Brother Duan." Ling Lang called out, "You lot. Stop spectating in the car and come over to round these individuals up to the center for judgment." "Understood." Several tall men descended from a vehicle. Two approached the large G-class vehicle and exclaimed, "Brother Duan, we certainly excelled in this task, completing it 2 hours ahead of schedule. Thankfully, we arrived early. Otherwise, these small fry would have caused a significant disaster." "Hey, why are you so eager for credit? Our captain hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already trying to leapfrog to our superior for accolades. You might not even see your name at the commendation ceremony." They were all elite abilities users, meticulously selected from the military, with 2 being dual abilities users, while the others were also among the top tier of their respective abilities. Each one, if singled out, would undoubtedly be a formidable force within their ability category. A man opened the car window and called for Ling Lang to approach. Chapter 16. Foolishness Captain. Brother Duan is calling for you. Ling Lang reprimanded a few individuals while making his way over with Long Yin. He cast a casual glance at the vehicle and, seemingly absent-mindedly, inquired, "That person, what is her name again?" "Ah, Pei Xiqing," Long Yin interjected. "All right, Pei Xiqing. Where is she? She has tea hidden out of fear, has she?" Ling Lang chuckled lightly. Duan Xiaolin instructed, "Activate the lighting system and have your team members disperse to search for her." "Wait, what?" Ling Lang was taken aback. "She has gone? She left 4 hours ago, heading southwest." "Is that so?" Ling Lang pondered, bewildered. "Do you really think she is invincible, unafraid of anything? What if she encounters other teams on the way? Wouldn't it be laughable if they shot her on sight?" Long Yin cleared her throat. "Why are you so agitated?" Brother Duan seemed panicking. There must be a reason she left. Perhaps she glanced back at the group of individuals secured by their team. Or maybe it's related to them. Ling Lang scanned the group, disdainfully exclaiming, "Oh, so it's them." He advanced, kicking one individual over and stepping on his chest, brandishing his gun at his head, demanding, "Where is she? Who frightened her away?" The individual trembled as he recounted the events. Ling Lang, in disbelief, muttered, "Fool." It was unclear whom he was scolding. He released his foot and promptly ordered his team to activate the search systems. "Fu Feng, Niebin, you two are in charge of searching the city. Lu Sudong, you and I, along with Brother, will head outside the city. Long Yin will stay here to guard the people." Long Yin nodded, shouldering her weapon. "Leave this to me. If you find her, bring her back quickly." They said Pei Xiqing was still conscious when she left, so she probably isn't truly infected. Just ensure she doesn't get killed by other ability users on the way. "Let us go," Ling Lang commanded. Everyone prepared to set off immediately. Nie Bin and Fu Feng were adjusting their positioning instruments. "Sister Long Yin, who is Pei Xiqing? I've never heard of her before. Is she a girl?" Long Yin affirmed. "Yes, she is just a little girl we found by the roadside." "Why are the captain and Brother Duan so eager to find her? Is she particularly powerful?" "No," Long Yin replied. she's just an unfortunate little zombie. Yet, remarkably, she hasn't died yet. Bringing her back could provide immense research value. Perhaps once we do, we won't have to fear being bitten by zombies anymore. Fascinating. We must find her quickly. The technological advancements developed at the base, from the positioning system to the lighting system, and even the comprehensive advanced search system, could render an entire city almost transparent. Ling Lang climbed into the SUV. Brother, let us search. Duan Xiaolin grasped the steering wheel and drove out of the city. With roads on both sides, Ling Lang hesitated, but the man chose the right path. Brother, how can you be so sure she went this way? Ling Lang queried. With her mindset, she's likely to have taken this route. You can actually discern her thoughts? The man retorted. Don't forget what I do for a living, he replied. Indeed, no one had ever resisted the interrogation once subjected to it. Ling Lang crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips. But it's already past midnight. She shouldn't be foolish enough to wander into other ability user teams. Besides, we observe the area on our way here, and currently, no other teams are executing missions nearby, except for one that is neither too close nor too far from us S1. They should also be in the vicinity, but they're still at a considerable distance. The chance of encountering them shortly is slim. As long as she doesn't foolishly freeze outside, there shouldn't be much danger. However, who knows if there might be a zombie lurking around some corner. Ling Lang felt restless, continuously scanning the roadside. After driving for several minutes, they encountered a patch of woods where the vehicle could not proceed. He and Duan Xiaolin exited the car and closed the door. Could she be inside? The man remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, It's possible. Does she dare to enter such a terrifying forest? Ling Lang questioned. Let's take a look. The two proceeded to walk into the woods together. The forest was quite convoluted, with a mountain looming above. Could she be hiding on the mountain? Should we split up? I'll go up to check, and brother, you continue forward. Duan Xiaolin nodded. The night was devoid of light, yet many awakened ability users possessed excellent vision. Ling Lang navigated through the trees, parting the underbrush, calling out, Pei Xiqing? He shouted upwards into the trees. What are you hiding for? Don't tell me you got scared because I scolded you. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolin had already traversed the woods and reached the outskirts of the county. Chapter 17. Can you afford it? Pei Xiqing found herself enveloped in a heavy slumber. Utterly exhausted, her eyelids weighted down, refusing to part. Her dreams were tumultuous. She was relentlessly pursued by zombies, fleeing in terror. In a moment of horror, she glanced down to find her hands and legs gruesomely severed. With great difficulty, she dragged her mangled body to the film set, where the director praised her exquisite zombie makeup and promptly cast her in the role of a zombie. The scene shifted, revealing her original character usurped by an upstart actress. Once obscure, but now basking in the limelight after winning the Best Newcomer award for a zombie film. Meanwhile, Pei Xiqing could only weep silently from the sidelines, her half-paralyzed form witnessing the grotesque flesh being devoured from her own leg. Suddenly, she jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, gasping for breath, her face a canvas of terror. As she surveyed the empty hotel room, her limbs intact and free of any bite marks, she wiped the sweat from her brow. The nightmare had startled her awake. Her aspirations of acting had been extinguished by an accident involving a harness. After crossing over, the original owner's life had ended tragically due to a zombie bite. Rubbing her aching temples, she prepared to rise and fetch a glass of water. However, as her foot grazed the frigid floor, she locked eyes with a pair of deep, eerie green orbs in the darkness. Startled, she tumbled to the ground. Who are you? The man sat leisurely in a chair across from her. The dim light of the moon filtering through the window, casting shadows across his features, half obscured. His eyes, lurking behind glasses, appeared calm, yet piercing, fixed upon her as if assessing something. Pei Xiqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was as if she had merely closed her eyes for a moment, only to find someone had appeared before her. The man, with a casual demeanor, crossed his legs and observed her intently. You have a knack for finding secluded places. Recognizing the familiar voice, she exhaled in relief, scrambling to her feet. Duange, what did you know I was here? She attempted to approach him, but her trembling legs betrayed her, and she knelt on the floor, her heart racing. Had she suffered from a heart condition, she might have fainted right then. Indeed, he replied. She had thought this place was well hidden, but to him, it appeared to be an effortless endeavor. Before she realized it, he had closed the distance, his gaze indifferent. Slowly, he crouched to meet her anxious eyes. You should remain in the city, not having turned into a zombie. I fear causing trouble for Duange. More than that, she longed to escape, lest she become a zombie and face death. Is that all? Yes. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she replied. I don't need you to worry about me. He countered, you hold significant research value for the base. You cannot simply run away. She obediently lowered her eyelashes. Research value? She had no desire to become a mere specimen on display for others to scrutinize. In a low, commanding voice, he instructed, lift your head. Pei Xiqing, confused, murmured, Duong Xiaolin scrutinized her, his expression a blend of innocence and seduction, and she felt the weight of those emotions shift in the air between them. He frowned. Are you unwilling? Who would wish to become such a thing? Pei Xiqing blinked slowly, her eyes filled with vulnerability. Really? Kneeling on the floor? She tilted her neck closer. Duange, must we go? What should I do if I don't wish to? Maintaining an almost imperceptible distance, her gaze lifted slightly. Is there no way to avoid it? Duong Xiaolin loomed above her. That is not for me to decide. What then? Wasn't he a member of the Falun? How could he not have a say in this matter? I do not know. His tone was devoid of any flexibility, as if he were an unyielding judge prepared to pass sentence upon her. Duong Xiaolin remained still, allowing her to inch closer, her heart racing as she approached him. Feeling the chill of her body contrasted with the warmth radiating from him. Uncertain of how he had arrived, yet aware he must have been there for some time, she noticed the dust on his tailored trousers, an embodiment of restrained power, like a beast ready to pounce. As she drew nearer, the faint scent of cedar wafted from him, and she involuntarily shivered. Pei Xiqing understood all too well that Duong Xiaolin was not the type of man she had previously encountered, those shallow creatures who thought only with their baser instincts. He was a mature man, possessing experiences and insights beyond her comprehension, a strength she could not fathom, coupled with an unyielding self-control. Her body weakened, and she sank back to the ground, appearing like a forlorn creature yearning for something unattainable, kneeling at his feet. Fate was always thus. She believed she could evade disaster, yet reality seldom aligned with her desires. The narrative of a cannon fodder supporting character transformed into an experimental subject, a plot she had never envisioned. She merely wished to lie low, to survive. If not, she preferred an early release from this torment. Yet, entering the laboratory would likely lead to a fate worse than death. How could she expect liberation? Just as she withdrew her gaze for a fleeting second, his long fingers lifted her chin with an undeniable force. His hand was firm, compelling, raising her face to meet his gaze once more. Duong Xiaolin appeared as a judge of life and death, surveying her from the abyss of darkness behind him. In that moment of connection, their breaths intertwined, their gazes entangled in an intimate dance, revealing an essence of desire and longing. It seemed as if something within his eyes began to fracture, hinting at a multifaceted identity beneath the surface. What? Pei Xiqing was slow to comprehend, belatedly realizing he was responding to her earlier question. Instinctively, she asked, other identities refer to. His fingertips brushed her delicate skin, leaving a trail of sensation that spread warmth through their contact. That hurts, she murmured, frowning. His grip was strong, and she found it difficult to bear. His deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, if you cannot endure this slight pain, how would you dare provoke me? Suddenly, Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in shock. He chuckled softly, do not be so surprised. I know what you desire. Pei Xiqing inhaled sharply as he declared, I can fulfill it. Her astonishment propelled her to lift her gaze. His lips parted. Then what I desire, can you afford it? Chapter 18. The necessity of commitment. Pei Xiqing felt her mind spinning, her vision blurred. She could not discern the eyes behind the glasses, yet inexplicably, she felt as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Some matters are far more complex than they appear, and this man was no exception. Her lips parted, and Pei Xiqing struggled to maintain her composure. If you don't speak, how can I know if I can afford it? The man's gaze was somber, perhaps mocking her ignorance or her naivety. After a moment, a deep, magnetic laugh filled the air, laced with a hint of seduction, sending a shiver through her body. You said it. Instinctively, Pei Xiqing recoiled slightly. Duan Xiaolin grasped her arm. Get up. She found her legs too weak to support her, and her entire body fell into his embrace as he lifted her and placed her gently onto the bed behind him. He was close enough that she felt his presence looming, yet he quickly withdrew, standing upright and instructing, "Put on your clothes." Still reeling from their previous exchange, she remained motionless for a moment. Had she truly lost all fear of the cold after becoming a zombie? Was she truly the one being foolish? No, it was he who was utterly thick-skinned. Flushing, Pei Xiqing hastily donned her clothes. Once properly dressed, she noticed the man standing by the door, and she approached him, whispering, "Now that I've turned into a zombie, will you still carry me like this?" The people from Franlan would never show mercy to a zombie. Won't they blame you? She yearned to understand whether all of this was merely due to her research value. Yet his gaze conveyed something deeper, revealing nothing. When a person possesses a unique significance, losing that value renders them worthless. If that were indeed the case, he walked ahead, slowly descending the stairs. I had no need to commit to you earlier. Can I trust your promise? Yes, came his firm reply. A sense of calm washed over Pei Xiqing inexplicably. Stealing a glance at him, she found his expression cold and stern, maintaining an air of seriousness as if every situation were within his control. She wondered if he would ever lose his temper and grip her throat, but such a scenario seemed unlikely. The more she pondered, the more her teeth itched with curiosity. Did this man truly fear her transformation into a zombie? Upon reaching the ground floor, she was startled by the sudden appearance of another. Confronted by Ling Lang's slightly impatient expression, she blinked in surprise. "Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be?" Ling Lang frowned. "You certainly can run, finding your way to such a luxury hotel for a nap. Truly indulgent of you. My brother and I searched for you all night, and you were here sleeping soundly. Aren't you afraid of zombies? What else can I do? Should I wander the streets?" Huddled in a corner, terrified and weeping? "Wasn't that exactly what you did before?" "I did not," Pei Xiqing retorted, annoyed. "That was an accident. I wasn't crying." Ling Lang scoffed. "Really? Is that so?" He leaned closer, scrutinizing her eyes before suddenly exclaiming, "Did you cry?" Pei Xiqing's cheeks were already delicate and pale, and even in the dim light of night, a supernatural being like Ling Lang could easily discern the subtle changes in her expression. His gaze gradually shifted from her brow to her lips. With her eyes slightly raised, her hair tousled, and her attire hastily put together, she resembled someone who had just awakened. "You fool! What's wrong with you? Suddenly insulting me. Your face is so red. Were you struck?" Instinctively, Pei Xiqing touched her cheek, feeling a lingering ache. She turned her head away, perhaps. "Just don't ask." Ling Lang leaned in too close, and she felt the urge to hide her previous actions upstairs. His curiosity was palpable, and he could not resist stealing another glance at her face. "You." Before he could finish, Duan Xiaolin had already entered the vehicle. "Let us go." Ling Lang complied. "On my way." He turned back to her. "Why are you still dawdling?" Pei Xiqing climbed into the car, avoiding the man's gaze and discreetly settling into the back seat, turning to observe the scenery outside. Ling Lang felt something was off, but could not pinpoint what it was. The car fell into silence, the only sound being the tires rolling over the pavement. Ling Lang felt somewhat vexed, glancing at the rearview mirror to find Pei Xiqing had already pulled her hat down to conceal her face, resting against the seat as she slept. He smirked slightly and pressed the accelerator. After over an hour, they finally returned to the camp, gradually slowing down as they approached. Pei Xiqing raised her hat and gazed out the window. Dawn was approaching, and the campfires had been extinguished. After an entire night of turmoil, she had only managed to sleep for 3 hours. Unable to suppress a yawn, she was startled when someone knocked on the car window. Seeing Long Yen's face outside, she exclaimed, "Sister Long Yen." Long Yen nodded. "Are you all right? You little girl, disappearing for a night is truly worrisome." "I am sorry." Long Yen replied, "Get out. I need to check your health." "Okay." She exited the car and followed Long Yen to a nearby tent. Ling Lang opened the car door and asked Duan Xiaolin, "Brother, How did you find her? He had searched the mountains for a long time and even scoured the nearby city, checking numerous places without any luck. He had only received a location message from his brother shortly after. Upon arriving at the hotel, he genuinely thought his brother had made a mistake. That hotel was remote and difficult to locate, making it nearly impossible to find someone without thorough searching. Luck, Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly. Ling Lang retorted, I'm not that lucky. He shot a glance at Ling Lang, choosing not to directly answer and instead focusing on organizing their schedule to avoid wasting time. I'll have them rest for an hour before we set off. He followed the man's lead, suddenly asking, Brother, what should we do about Pei Xiqing once we return to base? After all, she was still a zombie. As long as one was a zombie, the outcome would be fatal. Chapter 19. A coward Duan Xiaolin fell silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. Let's see how it goes. See how it goes. Indeed, the premise was that she needed to survive long enough to reach the base. The distance to the base was considerable, and whether she could make it there alive was a pressing concern. Her zombie symptoms fluctuated unpredictably, even if she reached the base. She would likely be captured as a monster. It seemed prudent to observe her condition a bit longer on the road. Ling Lang couldn't help but steal a glance at Duan Xiaolin. When the time came for Franlu, never mind. If Pei Xiqing remained as foolish as she was now, he would intervene to protect her. Pei Xiqing emerged from the tent, her cheeks flushed as she donned her clothes. Long Yin followed closely behind, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Your zombie symptoms seem to have improved, don't they? You look almost like a normal person, though the bite mark on your arm still hasn't healed. But yesterday, during my episode, my entire body turned a gray-green, and I felt as if I was on fire. Long Yin, you saw the wounds on my back earlier. Weren't they terrifying? Long Yin replied, just a few scratches, which you likely inflicted on yourself. They look quite serious. But I checked just now, and given your current condition, they should heal in 3 to 5 days. However, you must exercise caution. If this happens again, don't scratch. A careless moment could lead to severe decay. Extensive damage will be harder to recover from and detrimental to your skin. Pei Xiqing sighed, her expression filled with worry. How could she endure such an affliction? She feared becoming the first person to scratch herself to death. Take heart. You are fortunate in the midst of misfortune. You are genuinely lucky. Others, even those with abilities, can turn into mad monsters from a single zombie bite. Yet here you are, still alive and well. Don't fret too much. Thank you, Long Yin. As they conversed, they walked forward, only to be halted by a group of unfamiliar, tall men armed with guns standing not far away. Upon seeing them, Pei Xiqing paused, gripped by a wave of PTSD, fearing they might seize her. To her, these unfamiliar ability users were more frightening than zombies. Long Yin smiled and explained, those are other members of our team. You can go over and greet them. They're all good people. Oh, I see. Before Pei Xiqing could approach, the men came over on their own. Long Yin, one of them exclaimed. This is... Long Yin replied, yes, this is Pei Xiqing, our team's national treasure. Pei Xiqing blushed slightly and smiled shyly. Hello. Fu Feng and Nie Bin's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Wow, a stunning beauty. Hello. I'm Fu Feng. I'm Nie Bin. I'm Pei Xiqing. I'm sorry for causing you trouble last night. I ran off and kept you all awake. It's no big deal. Not your fault. Don't worry about it. Fu Feng responded. It was those fools who couldn't tell right from wrong and chase you away. Last night, they begged for your return, but to no avail. Though he spoke lightly, zombies remained a dire threat in this world, still reviled and hunted like rats in the street. Pei Xiqing braced herself for judgment, but their reaction surprised her. In these years of the apocalypse, Fu Feng and Nie Bin had endured much. Their experiences in brutal selections and battles had taught them that it mattered little whether one was human or monster, as long as they did not bring trouble upon themselves. They had reached a state of acceptance. Gather your things. We will be departing shortly, Long Yin instructed. We need to reach the base as soon as possible. At least there, we might find medicine that could help suppress your symptoms. Otherwise, who knows when you might injure yourself and become an unrecognizable monster. But if I go to the base, I will be captured for experimentation, won't I? That's for ordinary people. Duan is still here. Long Yin shot her a significant glance. The matter of experiments was but a word from him. When the time comes, Ling Lang and I will appeal to him on your behalf. He is aware of your situation and may provide you with an opportunity. As long as he speaks up, the people at the base won't dare to touch you. Pei Xiqing blinked, slightly stunned. All right. How far is it to the base, Long Yin? After a moment's thought, Long Yin replied, it's hard to say. In a straight line, it's about 100 kilometers more. However, conditions in the apocalypse change rapidly. Many roads are impassable, and zombies lurk everywhere. If we encounter them, it could delay us significantly. It might take 7 to 8 days to reach there. Okay, but don't worry. We are accustomed to outdoor combat. She had little to pack, but as she followed the team away, she glanced back at the other side of the camp and met a pair of worried eyes. Pei Xiqing tugged at Long Yan's sleeve. Long Yan, those people? In the apocalypse, such individuals are not uncommon. Ling Lang says to ignore them. We should just move on. There are many ways to die in the apocalypse. These individuals had not harmed them directly, yet everyone was aware of their intentions. They likely had taken supplies and life-saving resources from innocent passersby. Pei Xiqing had glanced at their supplies the night before. Many items were beyond what they could legitimately possess, whether they were scavenged or stolen. Only they and fate would know. To die along the road or survive to the base was a matter of luck for them. I'll go say a few words. Go ahead, but don't take too long. The vehicle is about to leave. All right. The group was confined to their large truck. Ling Lang and the others had not yet departed, and no one dared to emerge recklessly. Upon approaching, Pei Xiqing found Zhao Shunyan unconscious in Zhang Tian's arms, who also bore a troubled expression. Xiqing, I'm so sorry. It's fine. I've returned safely. That's all that matters. Sister Tian, you must survive to the base. She looked at the woman. Zhang Tian paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, dismissing the concern. It's simple. I will definitely make it to the base. If I could see you again when I arrive, that would be wonderful. You'll probably get there before I do. Maybe I'll have to ask you to look after me. If I'm there, I will certainly do so. Then I will definitely reach the base. Zhang Tian pushed the unconscious man away with mild disdain. You'd better hurry. Our team operates this way, so don't mind it. Goodbye. Zhang Tian watched her leave for a moment, then cast her gaze down at the useless man lying at her feet, a flash of murderous intent crossing her eyes. What a coward. Once Pei Xiqing boarded the vehicle, she realized it was just herself, Ling Lang, and Duan Xiaolin. She opened the window to glance back. 2 other vehicles followed them, with Long Yin smiling and waving, reassuring her to sit tight. Previously, she would have felt somewhat accustomed to the atmosphere of 3 people in one vehicle, but after the conversations with Duan Xiaolin the night before, she found herself unsure of how to face him. Seated in the back, Pei Xiqing decided to zip up her jacket and close her eyes to sleep. As she nestled back, Duan Xiaolin was just establishing contact with the base headquarters, mentioning a location before Ling Lang, and he got into the vehicle from either side, intending to scout ahead. If the information proved true, not a single creature on that land would be spared. Ling Lang donned his Bluetooth headset, his expression grave. What if there were still uninfected individuals? Should they request assistance from the rescue team to evacuate them? It was not impossible, albeit unlikely. The man closed the car door, his indifferent gaze locking onto the figure in the rearview mirror. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "Please close the rear window." Pei Xiqing lowered her eyelashes, revealing a hint of innocence. Oh, the wind outside was strong, yet she relished its embrace, though it was now causing her eyes to struggle to remain open. She rolled up the window, when unexpectedly, the man's deep, somewhat cold voice resonated once more. If there were any, they would have long been infected with the virus, albeit unknowingly. As for the zombies, those from Framlin would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, seeking to understand those attempting to exploit the chaos. Just as Pei Xiqing was about to close her eyes for a moment, she was jolted by his words, a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. There, she met the man's calm, yet serious gaze. She parted her lips, but no sound emerged, silently giving him the finger in her mind. Then why not just kill her? Ling Lang mused, stroking his chin. Framlin is becoming increasingly outrageous. Their authority has surpassed reasonable limits. Brother, are you not concerned? Why should I be? We are merely working for the base, came the dismissive reply. Ling Lang, undeterred, added, whether there is a problem or not, I believe it warrants some oversight, especially since you are a representative of Franlin. The man cast him a sidelong glance, causing Ling Lang to falter before he corrected himself. Representative. Pei Xiqing, intrigued, inquired, Representative? What kind of representative is Brother Duan? Chapter 20. Fool, the organization Francerin is home to the villainous boss, and Duan Xiaolin had previously mentioned encountering this formidable figure. She too harbored a desire to meet him. Moreover, a representative? What representative? She had never heard of such a thing. Pei Xiqing leaned over the back of Ling Lang's seat, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. May I know? Is this classified information within your base? As Ling Lang prepared to drive, their gazes met, and he cleared his throat, hastily diverting his attention back to the road ahead. Why are you so inquisitive? Because I wish to know more about Brother Duan. Ling Lang was incredulous. What did you just say? The man in the passenger seat momentarily paused his actions, his gaze flickering over to her, an expression of scrutiny mixed with curiosity. Pei Xiqing felt a pang of nervousness and quickly clarified. It's just that I find Francerin to be quite enigmatic, and since Brother Duan is associated with them, I wish to learn more. Ling Lang retorted, enough of that. Do you wish to know about Francerin's affairs? Are you intent on living dangerously? Heed my advice. Refrain from prying. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Pei Xiqing sighed in disappointment, settling back into her seat. The man in the passenger seat then spoke leisurely. I consider Francerin to be the representatives in negotiations and interrogations. What? Are you interested in that field? Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. No, I'm not interested. I was merely asking. Negotiations likely pertain to internal disputes within the base, which she could comprehend. However, the word interrogation, as it escaped his lips, sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to lean back and evade his gaze. Ling Lang chuckled lightly. You're frightened again. My brother mentioned that you tend to get scared easily. Truly a fool. Pei Xiqing whispered back. You're the one who is scared. You're the biggest fool here. Ling Lang started the engine, seemingly oblivious to her remarks. In an unseen moment, a smirk crept onto his lips. Buckle up. We're off. After shaking off the tail that had been following them for 2 days, they resumed their journey, which proved to be more arduous than anticipated. Numerous planned routes were rendered impassable. They had no choice but to either abandon their vehicles or take lengthy detours. Given the abundance of equipment and essential documents in the vehicles, abandoning them was a last resort, especially considering Pei Xiqing's presence. While the rest of the team, trained for prolonged physical exertion, could traverse for days without issue, she was not so fortunate. After 2 days of traversing between the city and desert, Pei Xiqing felt utterly exhausted, slumped in the back seat, lacking the strength to exit even when the vehicle came to a halt. She had never imagined that one could experience the hardships of a soldier without actually being one. Many roads lay in ruins, and they occasionally encountered zombies along the way, gnawing at the concrete out of desperation. The jolting ride was 10 times more jarring than the horse she had previously ridden while filming, nearly causing her stomach bile to erupt. She retched several times, while Ling Lang teased her and reduced their speed. During one of her miserable moments, she caught a glimpse of Duan Xiaolin in the vehicle. He was able to read, even under such pressing circumstances, occasionally attending to documents dispatched from headquarters. In contrast, she felt like a mere fledgling. At times, when her gaze lingered on him, he would lift his eyes, wearing a half-smile, and say, "Do you need to vomit again? Once you finish, we must continue. We need to reach the city within 3 days." Pei Xiqing felt as though the sky had fallen. After the vehicle halted, she was nearly on the verge of fainting from her sickness, while everyone else exited to set up tents and prepare food, leaving her motionless in the back seat with her eyes shut. In a daze, she sensed someone opening the door, a gust of cold wind sweeping in. She opened her eyes to find Long Yin grinning at her. Awake? Come, eat something. Everyone has gone out to scout the terrain and eliminate nearby zombies. You should join us for a meal and perhaps a shower. Pei Xiqing finally gathered her spirits. Can we really shower? Of course. While they're away, I've set up the shower tent. Hurry. Pei Xiqing sprang up. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to take a shower was a luxury. She had no idea how others fared, especially those in the base. But in the wilderness, such opportunities were rare. For the past few days, she had merely wiped herself down with water, as the team had been on a relentless march, often without even a moment to drink, let alone bathe. Long Yin handed her a set of new clothes, noting that most of the team's attire was male-oriented. I didn't bring many clothes with me. Where did you get that windbreaker? It was given by that team when you departed. No wonder, Long Yin remarked. I thought it looked increasingly like something taken by force. There was a delivery team recently. Pei Xiqing laughed. No worries, they robbed someone. Since they gave it to you, and you're aware of it, it's all good. However, if you encounter such teams in the future, it's best not to accept their gifts. Who knows if they've been eyeing your belongings, giving you something to lower your guard before revealing their true intentions. All right, I understand. In this new world, everyone fought for themselves. Kindness was merely a facade, and it was wise not to trust anyone. Pei Xiqing nodded obediently. Long Yin chuckled. It's new, though it might be a bit large for you, since it's men's. Just tie it with a belt and hand me your dirty clothes. I'll wash them and let Ling Lang dry them. Pei Xiqing inquired. Dry them? He can do that? Ling Lang is the captain. Can you guess what his special ability is? Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment, speculating. Fire? Correct. Once you've given the wash clothes, they'll be dry in minutes. Long Yin explained. But he possesses more than just fire. Dual abilities? How did you know? Pei Xiqing smiled. Just a guess. There's another ability you would never expect. What is it? Long Yin feigned mystery. That's his secret. When he chooses to share it, you will naturally find out. The abilities of dual talent individuals were often personal matters, only known to close companions or during combat scenarios. I see. Ling Lang was a rare genius among the bases, having awakened dual abilities at a young age, with a promising future ahead. Once they reached the base, she would witness how many girls secretly admired and pursued him. Long Yin winked at her, implying she should seize her opportunities. Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. What? Nothing, let us go shower together. Long Yin draped an arm around her shoulder and guided her into the tent. Speaking of dual ability users, the male lead, Xiao Yu, was also one of them. However, he seemed to have yet to return to the base, and the others were unaware of this fact. Inside the tent, there was hot water, and the temperature was quite pleasant. After Pei Xiqing and Long Yin finished showering, Long Yin stepped out first, lifting the curtain. Shall I help you wash? That windbreaker will be heavy once it gets wet. Long Yin stood outside, drying clothes as she spoke to Pei Xiqing, who was squatting by the water bucket in a men's shirt. Her legs bare. It's fine. I can wash it myself. You just focus on your own clothes. All right. If you need help, just say so. Okay. Indeed, Long Yin was correct. The windbreaker was lined with thick padding, and once soaked, it felt as heavy as a comforter. It was as if it weighed 5 or 6 pounds before washing and 50 afterwards. She toiled away, rubbing her hands together, sighed, and decided to wash the undergarments first, hanging them out to dry before returning to wrestle with the outerwear. After a lengthy struggle, she was relieved that the water had been filtered from the nearby river. Otherwise, she would have felt quite wasteful. While Pei Xiqing was halfway through her washing, she heard footsteps outside, followed by Ling Lang's voice. A wave of nervousness washed over her, prompting her to hasten her efforts, vigorously kneading and scrubbing the clothes. Just as she finished before they entered, she stood up only to collide directly with Ling Lang. Ling Lang had shed his outer jacket, clearly having just emerged from a battle, his black t-shirt drenched in sweat. He removed his mask and tousled his hair, lifting his eyelids to catch sight of the slender figure within the tent. Pei Xiqing was startled, momentarily mistaking him for someone else. Breathing a sigh of relief, she clutched the bucket and made her way outside. Ling Lang reached out to stop her, casting a downward glance. How can washing clothes take so long? It's heavy. You wouldn't believe it if you tried. He clicked his tongue, taking the bucket with one hand and tossing it lightly. Is it heavy? Pei Xiqing attempted to reclaim it, and Ling Lang inquired, Aren't you going to dry them? Yes. Then why are you trying to snatch it back? Pei Xiqing exclaimed with delight. Can I watch you dry them? Ling Lang replied. You ignorant fool. Will you suffocate if you refrain from insulting me? You might indeed. He placed the bucket on the table, retrieving the garments and flicking off the water, channeling a faint red energy from his palm onto the clothes. Within seconds, she felt the warmth radiating from them. Impressive, Pei Xiqing praised. Ling Lang dismissively huffed. Just a parlor trick. You haven't seen true prowess yet. I strive to live long enough to show you. Ling Lang's gaze remained fixed on her. Pei Xiqing blinked. What are you doing? You better live to see that day, he said, cautioning against falling short of reaching the base. Rest assured, as long as you don't kill me, I could turn into a zombie and still survive. You certainly know how to take advantage. Pei Xiqing's eyes crinkled with laughter as she reached out to touch the fabric of the clothes, seeking warmth. Yet, as she drew near, a surge of energy scorched her hand. Ow! She quickly withdrew her hand. Before she could assess the situation, Ling Lang seized her wrist. Frowning. Are you out of your mind? Those without abilities shouldn't touch the empowered carelessly. You could get burned. Ling Lang bent down to inspect her fingertip, asking, Has no one told you this? Pei Xiqing shook her head. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The books had not mentioned this, and the original owner's memories lacked any knowledge in this regard, as she had possessed no abilities herself. TSK. Ling Lang observed her pale fingertips, now reddened and swollen, and couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. I'll fetch you some medicine. There's no need, really, it's just a minor injury. It should heal soon. Abilities are not something to be trifled with. In that moment, Pei Xiqing felt the palpable disparity in their power, as well as the searing heat emanating from Ling Lang's palm, belonging to the fire element. She uneasily attempted to retract her hand, but Ling Lang held it firmly, granting her no opportunity for retreat. Reluctantly, she was pulled along outside, and just a few steps later, their gazes met that of Duan Xiaolin, who had entered by lifting the tent flap. Chapter 21. Unattainable, the man stood tall, his physique commanding and his presence formidable, nearly casting a shadow over the light that spilled from the tent. In his hand, he held a pristine paper report detailing the detection of zombie sources, its lengthened fibers devoid of any creases. His indifferent gaze slowly transitioned from the neatly organized data to Pei Xiqing. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, prompting Ling Lang, who stood behind her, to speak first. Brother, you're here. She just came into contact with some anomalous energy. I was about to take her to get some medication. Upon noticing what he held, he inquired, Is there any new information? Yes, Duan Xiaolin replied, handing the report to him. This is the latest update on the zombie source detection. You should take your team to investigate. Understood. Ling Lang turned to Pei Xiqing. Regarding your injury, My injury is fine. No need to worry. Just tell me where the medicine is, and I shall retrieve it myself, she interjected. It's in the trunk of the car. But, leave it to me. Duan Xiaolin interjected. I have already sent the specific location and data to the recorder. We must act swiftly. Failing to control the zombie source in time will lead to a significant increase in the zombie population. Ling Lang nodded gravely, swiftly examining the data on the recorder. His expression serious as he affirmed, Understood. I will strive to complete the task in the shortest time possible and eliminate this zombie source. The man watched as Ling Lang led his team away. Pei Xiqing remained lost in thought about the matter they had discussed a few days prior, concerning the zombie source, which seemed scarcely mentioned in the book, leaving her with a vague impression. The zombie source was the epicenter of the zombie virus outbreak in the narrative, known to regenerate continuously due to the gathering of zombies. It was far more terrifying than the zombie virus itself, containing highly infectious pathogens that constantly polluted the surrounding ecological environment and flora and fauna. However, she was uncertain about the specific countermeasures. As she pondered, the man's intense gaze bore into her. Just as she was about to speak, his attention shifted away as he coolly instructed, Come with me. Coming. She followed closely. Duan Xiaolin opened the trunk of the vehicle and retrieved a medical box filled with various medications she had never seen before. Before she could examine them closely, the man swiftly closed the box and seized her wrist, lifting it. Upon observing her burn wound, he furrowed his brow slightly and applied a bit of ointment. The sudden chill of the medication caused Pei Xiqing to instinctively retract her hand, yet his firm grip held her in place, unyielding. The ointment spread across the wound, offering a hint of coolness. She gazed at the injury on her fingertip, which seemed to be healing at a leisurely pace. Due to the zombie virus, her hand oscillated between recovery and becoming the Hulk, repeatedly reverting to its previous state. At this moment, it was slightly reddened from a recent wash. and the man's broad palm enveloped the tender area, leaving imprints behind. Her eyes traced the contours of his skin and the pronounced veins, causing her to swallow hard. Duan Xiaolin gently massaged her fingertips, ensuring the ointment permeated the damaged cellular tissue. When he lowered his eyes, Pei Xiqing's gaze caught him off guard. Pei Xiqing, he called softly. I'm here. She quickly lifted her head. What is it? Blinking, her vision cleared momentarily. Is it better now? He remained silent, merely observing her, until he finally spoke after a prolonged pause. Do you know why zombies are exterminated? Because they can no longer be considered humans, having lost their rationality and all semblance of human thought, leading them to attack indiscriminately? She proposed. Duan Xiaolin released her hand and returned the medication to its place. Research indicates that a human's consciousness is gradually eroded within 72 hours of becoming a zombie. However, this does not imply that they have entirely lost their awareness. During this period, the desires and greed that lie dormant within them are amplified by the negative energy transmitted through their senses. So, Brother Duan, do you mean that as long as there is desire, those infected will inevitably become zombies? Pei Xiqing found this notion amusing and leaned closer, nearly scrutinizing his brow and eyes. Then, Brother Duan, if bitten by a zombie, will one also unveil their innermost desires within 72 hours? His gaze remained fixed upon her, cold yet imbued with an unusual warmth that made her feel somewhat vulnerable. Instinctively, she turned her face away, only to hear him inquire. Which aspect do you refer to? She replied, of course, wealth and power. These I have already acquired. His demeanor remained unperturbed as he stated. Is there still a desire for that which you have obtained? True. Pei Xiqing leaned against the car, lazily contemplating, that pertains to what you have yet to acquire. Duan Xiaolin scrutinized her without revealing his thoughts, noting her thin attire. Pei Xiqing, feeling somewhat self-conscious, tugged at the hem of her clothing to cover her thighs, awkwardly explaining, This is clothing given to me by Sister Longyan. Quite good. Wear it, Duan Xiaolin replied. I'll wash it and return it once my clothes are dry. I doubt anyone will want it again. I assure you, I will clean it thoroughly. Pei Xiqing hastily defended herself, sniffing her own body, finding no trace of the foul stench of zombies. She had been particularly mindful of her hygiene these past few days, afraid that the scent of decay would betray her identity as a zombie. She had even confirmed with Longyan that she bore no unusual odors, especially since she had just bathed. Duan Xiaolin glanced at her, his gaze trailing from her exposed calves upward. I never implied your body was dirty, but rather that no one dares to wear it again. Pei Xiqing felt her cheeks flush, suspecting the underlying meaning in his words, and turned her face away in silence. With Ling Lang's team having departed, only she and Duan Xiaolin remained. She hung out the remaining articles of clothing to dry, unable to resist glancing at the man sitting beside her, calmly perusing documents. Even amid the apocalypse, there seemed to be an abundance of information to review. Curiosity piqued. She stealthily peered at the papers in his hands. To her astonishment, they were all stained with blood, containing confessions and testimonies of crimes, each marked with a red handprint. Her movement caught his attention. Interested in a look? No. She stammered, wondering about the origins of these documents and the circumstances under which they were signed. The realization that he was the interrogation and negotiation representative for Framlin sent chills down her spine. Duan Xiaolin remained seated. The secrets of Framlin are not for your eyes. I understand. Do not steal glances. Yes. Pei Xiqing maintained her distance, relieved that the temperature outside was not too low. She reclined in her chair, idly playing with the grass while contemplating her thoughts. When the man appeared unoccupied, she ventured to ask, Will Ling Lang and the others be all right while dealing with the zombie source? He lifted his eyelids, casually inquiring, Why the concern? Are you worried about him? Pei Xiqing answered earnestly, I have never encountered a zombie source. It sounds rather terrifying, and I am unsure if they can manage it well. Such places are likely swarming with zombies. Falling into one would be akin to a piece of meat tossed into a pack of wild dogs. Duan Xiaolin responded coolly. If such matters require concern, then the base has no need to support them. Listening to you feels remarkably liberating, doesn't it? The man furrowed his brow as he observed her legs swaying restlessly, saying, It's time to dress. The temperature is about to drop. Pei Xiqing, relishing an unusual sense of ease, found herself in solitude without the encumbrance of a bulky jacket. She squinted against the sun, leaning back in her chair. I'm not cold. I'll put on clothes later. Back in her days as a star, she often received invitations to various galas, where she donned an array of exquisite dresses, one for each day of the year, showcasing the splendor of femininity with flawless confidence. Now, in this apocalyptic world, even changing outfits felt like a luxury, let alone slipping into those elegant gowns again. Here, it seemed that merely wearing something would attract unwanted attention. Perhaps it was wiser to remain discreet for the time being. Pei Xiqing leaned back, continuing to bask in the sunlight. In her drowsy state, she seemed to drift into slumber, only to awaken feeling a chill that sent shivers down her spine. A warm coat, infused with human warmth, was draped over her. Pei Xiqing opened her eyes to find Duan Xiaolin withdrawing his hand, silently observing her as he remarked, "It's getting colder." "Thank you," she replied. The man returned to his seat, resuming his perusal of various confessions. His posture was immaculate, like a model of propriety, every movement methodical. Pei Xiqing squinted at him for a moment, clutching the coat that belonged to him more tightly. Duan Xiaolin had also changed his attire, now wearing a voluminous trench coat that enveloped her calves. She curled up slightly, seeking refuge beneath the fabric. The daylight had begun to fade. She gazed at him for a while before suggesting, "You have many insects fluttering about behind you. Perhaps you should join me? The light here is rather splendid." Occupying 3 or 4 chairs, Pei Xiqing was comfortably nestled. She sat up, clearing space for him. Initially, Duan Xiaolin seemed indifferent until she softly inquired, "Are you really not coming over?" With a thick stack of papers in hand, he moved to sit beside her. "It's too dim over there. If you wish to see, it's better to be here. The camp lights are right behind me. I wouldn't want you to strain your eyes." "Understood," he replied in a nonchalant manner. "You desire my company?" "I merely wish for you not to read in the dark," she countered, turning her head. "I promise I won't peek at your confidential documents." Once seated, he resumed his serious and silent engagement with several troublesome cases. Pei Xiqing felt the only sound was the rustling of papers, shifting slightly to avoid disturbing him. However, in an instant her body felt weightless. The coat slipped to the ground. Pei Xiqing stared at Duan Xiaolin in bewilderment as her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. He had lifted her effortlessly, moving her from her chair to his lap. With minimal clothing beneath, the movement nearly lifted her shirt, exposing a considerable expanse of her legs. Duan Xiaolin remained unperturbed, his papers untouched, while she felt a whirlwind of chaos within, her hair cascading over her neck, her features akin to a masterpiece. "What are you doing?" The man inquired calmly. "Is this how you behave with everyone?" Pei Xiqing, slightly dazed, responded, "What do you mean? Or is it only with me?" His questioning demeanor suggested he was not truly seeking her answer. "Isn't that right?" His underlying composure lent a chilling quality to his inquiry, his gaze penetrating as though it could see through to her very soul. In that moment of eye contact, her eardrums pulsed, and a tingling sensation coursed through her veins. As if electrified, their proximity was intoxicating. As she lowered her gaze, her lips inadvertently brushed against his nose. What began as an innocent misstep turned into a moment of courage, as she lingered close, nodding ever so gently. Upon gazing at him once more, she noticed a shift in his demeanor, the cool detachment in his eyes giving way to a hint of emotion. Chapter 22. The Consequences of Temptation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, and Pei Xiqing quickly dismounted from him, nervously donning her nearly dry jacket. The man leisurely picked up the trench coat that had fallen to the ground. Just then, Ling Lang returned with some people, and upon spotting the two of them, his gaze lingered on Pei Xiqing for half a second before he casually inquired, "Have you eaten?" Pei Xiqing shook her head. "There is plenty of food in the trunk. You can help yourself." "All right." He then asked, "How's your hand?" Pei Xiqing lifted her head, meeting his gaze beneath his white hair, and smiled, "Much better." At that moment, the man beside her cast a seemingly indifferent glance in her direction, causing Pei Xiqing's smile to falter. Realizing the implications of their earlier conversation, she thought, "Oh no." Ling Lang paused, sensing something amiss between her and his older brother. However, The matter regarding the zombie source took precedence. He then stated, "Brother, the team has made a discovery. You should come over." Duan Xiaolin stood up and followed him away. Pei Xiqing rummaged through the trunk, and Long Yin approached her, asking, "What do you want to eat? I'd like something light. How about some congee? There seems to be quite a bit of rice in the trunk. We can toss in some vegetables and meat to make it, especially since everyone just returned and must be thirsty. But congee won't be filling, right? Don't worry. They'll definitely pair with other meats," Long Yin said with a smile as she came over to help. Noticing the bloodstains on her sleeves, Pei Xiqing grew concerned. "Sister Long Yin, are you hurt?" "It's nothing. I just got splattered with some blood from a few infected humans earlier. Be careful. If you have any wounds on your arm, the blood could seep in and pose an infection risk." Long Yin laughed. "Are you worried about me? But thank you for your concern. I have no wounds, and I'm wearing my bulletproof combat suit. This little blood doesn't matter to an ability user. Then I'll rest easy. Let us get cooking." Pei Xiqing and Long Yin started a fire to prepare the meal, joined by Fu Feng and Yebin. As they worked, Long Yin remarked, "Everyone has worked hard today. Feel free to take whatever you want for dinner, but after eating, stay alert. Zombies might attack at any moment tonight." "Understood." Pei Xiqing squatted by the pot, poking at the dirt beneath her with a stick. "Sister Long Yin, has the zombie source been dealt with? That thing is difficult to resolve. It's like an endlessly reproducing rogue cell, continuously growing. For everyone we eliminate, another pops up as long as the zombies aren't completely eradicated. As long as those creatures exist, they will keep spreading the zombie virus, infecting more people." "That sounds tough. You've all worked hard." "It's nothing. It's the mission of ability users." Pei Xiqing noticed the iron pot starting to wobble and quickly exclaimed, "Put the meat in. The water is going to boil over." Long Yin and the others added the meat to the pot, while Pei Xiqing took a large iron spatula and began to stir vigorously. Before long, Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin finished their discussion and approached. Upon seeing the content of a large pot, Ling Lang burst out laughing. "What is this? A communal feast? How does it have everything?" "Indeed." Pei Xiqing clapped her hands as she stood up from the ground. Ling Lang sat down, reminiscent of the training days when he hadn't eaten in a while. "Have you tried it?" "I had it in the school cafeteria before," Pei Xiqing replied. "I didn't have much money back then. So I love going to the cafeteria for this kind of communal meal, mixing all sorts of dishes together, cheap and delicious." Before her rise to fame, she had lived quite frugally, earning her living expenses while in college. It was only after entering the entertainment industry and struggling from the bottom that she began to earn a slightly better income. Ling Lang teased, "You have this side to you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a pampered young lady. Are you mocking me or complimenting me?" "Guess." Pei Xiqing rolled her eyes, knowing it was a jab. "You guessed right." She chose to ignore him, leaning towards the man beside her, who handed her a bowl of steaming congee. She blinked in surprise and looked at Duan Xiaolin. "Is this for me?" He nodded. "Eat it while it's hot. The wind picks up at night, and it cooled down quickly." As his fingers brushed against her hand, a ripple of sensation coursed through her. Pei Xiqing instinctively lowered her gaze. "All right." She accepted the bowl, stirred it with a spoon, tasted a mouthful, and couldn't help but squint in delight. "It's so good. See? The communal meal has its own flavor," Long Yin added. "Yes, indeed." Pei Xiqing opened her eyes to find Duan Xiaolin had already averted his gaze. She swallowed the meat and congee, cautiously inching closer to him. His physique was perfect for blocking the wind. Otherwise, the sand would engulf her congee. Duan Xiaolin noticed her subtle movement, and the glint behind his glasses flickered momentarily. Pei Xiqing finished the small bowl of congee in just a few bites. Naturally, Duan Xiaolin took her bowl from her hands and filled it again before returning it to her. Ling Lang teased, "You actually had my brother serve you? He has a big shot in France. If word got out, it would be quite the joke." Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly, "Is that serving? It's merely a matter of convenience." Ling Lang scoffed, "How come I never get such convenient treatment? If I were to serve you, would you dare eat it?" The mention of France brought a grimace to Ling Lang's face, as he knew that the people there weren't known for kindness. It's either an abduction or a lifelong prison sentence. Pei Xiqing felt her ears warm slightly, the breeze intensifying their warmth. Fortunately, Long Yin soon approached, diverting her attention. "Did you put any medicinal herbs in there?" Yes, these are some of the latest research findings from the base, meant to strengthen the body. That SY detected a blend of meat aroma with herbal notes. Eat more. Okay. After 2 bowls of kanji, Pei Xiqing felt full. The others were still going strong, downing 5 or 6 bowls alongside chicken legs. She stood up to clean up her bowl and chopsticks, stretching her back as she said, "I'm going to sleep now. Go ahead. We'll be leaving soon. You should rest a bit. We'll be here for a while longer. These folks won't stop until the big pot is empty." Wrapping her coat tightly around herself, she walked towards the vehicle behind the tent. Just as she opened the car door and prepared to close it, someone stopped her. Surprised, she looked up to see Duan Xiaolin standing outside the door, his tall figure nearly blocking the entrance. At this hour, everyone else was still eating in front, and he had come alone. "Brother Duan?" He leaned down, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered, "I shielded you from a lot of sand. Don't you think a word of thanks is in order?" Pei Xiqing blinked, captivated by his close presence, enveloped by the powerful aura of an ability user, their breaths almost intertwining. A warm sensation began to rise within her. "Brother Duan, how would you like me to thank you?" Duan Xiaolin's glasses sparkled faintly, his expression unreadable, and he remained silent, merely gazing at her. Pei Xiqing could distinctly sense a shiver coursing up from her tailbone, instinctively drawing closer to bridge the last faint distance between them. She tilted her slightly flushed face upward, bestowing a gentle kiss at the corner of the man's lips. Their lips barely grazed his skin for less than half a second, not daring to linger for long. Duan Xiaolin appeared to smile, his gaze fixated on the fleeting shadow of darkness that flickered within her pale green eyes, deepening their hue and exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation, as if he were fixated on prey poised to be ensnared. His features were inherently cool and detached, and the dim light within the vehicle cast only a faint glow, with a sliver of moonlight streaming through the windshield. The high bridge of his nose cast a subtle shadow, while his profoundly cold eyes held an implacable depth, no matter the angle or the moment. There was no trace of tenderness to be found. The people of Framlin were notorious for their heartlessness, and this man was notorious even among them, capable of slaying his own mother, rendering the fates of criminals with a mere stroke of his pen. In tumultuous times, wielding power is no trivial matter. Framlin stands as both a savior and a target of scorn. Confronted with such a man, she dared not contemplate the consequences of her overtures being rebuffed. All she could summon was the audacity to attempt it, just this once. "Mm?" he inquired, his voice taking on a husky timbre. "What are you doing?" Pei Xiqing softly retorted, "You know full well what you're asking." Chapter 23. More than this, upon finishing his words, the man's arm pressed down on her waist, causing Pei Xiqing's back to lean against the cushion of the seat, nearly lying back in the rear compartment of the car. She reached out to brace herself against his chest, her eyelashes fluttering anxiously. "What are you doing? Isn't it obvious?" he inquired. "Do you not know what I wish to do?" Pei Xiqing could hardly bear to meet his gaze, yet as the man drew closer, their bodies inevitably touched. Beneath his shirt, the firmness of his muscles pressed against her palm, causing a slight sting. They should still be there. Perhaps they would arrive shortly. Duan Xiaolin stated, "Not so quickly." "Perhaps? Are you afraid of being discovered?" Pei Xiqing spoke nervously. "I am indeed afraid. If someone were to find out..." She feared Ling Lang would directly expel her from the group. Duan Xiaolin appeared akin to a brother to him, and she found herself entangled in unclear relations with him under the watchful eyes of others. Given Ling Lang's temperament, he might very well use her to feed zombies or confine her to a laboratory. Moreover, if the others in the group were to learn that he, a member of the Framlin, was associated with a zombie like this, who knows what rumors would circulate within the base, or how Framlin would punish him. "Are you not afraid?" "I'm half a zombie, you know," she said. "I might bite you inadvertently, and then the esteemed Framlin gentleman would also turn into a zombie. At that point, the base would treat you as an anomaly." Duan Xiaolin chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on her crystalline eyes. "Then you may try biting." Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. To make such a request of a zombie was either courting death or an overabundance of self-confidence. Seeing the man's hand extend towards her, Pei Xiqing initially resisted the urge to bite. However, upon glimpsing his palm, she found herself unable to suppress her salivation, swallowing repeatedly, and ultimately turned her face away, saying, "I won't bite. Once she did, it would truly be the end." "Are you trying to test me?" she declared resolutely. "I absolutely will not bite, not even as an exception." Even though this formidable ability user was undeniably tempting at this moment, she needed to uphold the final line of defense in her heart. Once she bit someone, how was she any different from those zombies? That would be a descent into depravity. "Are you certain you won't bite?" "I will not bite." To raise a non-biting little zombie. He smirked. What if being treated as an anomaly brings more amusement? Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed, and she turned her face away, struggling to rise from the seat. Just as she sat up, her legs still unsteady, she was abruptly pulled back by the man at the car door. His hand was wide and strong, more solid than steel, embodying the strength and immovability of an ability user. One hand grasped her waist while the other held her neck. Turning her averted face back towards him, his broad palm gradually sliding down to squeeze her nape, effortlessly subduing her. "The reward is insufficient," he stated. "What I desire is not merely this superficial interaction." Pei Xiqing had yet to fully comprehend the situation when his heated breath enveloped her neck. His gentle motion leaving a kiss. The kiss, placed upon her vulnerable neck, traveled up her snow-white cheek and landed forcefully on her lips. His movements were slow, each kiss sending shivers through her. Pei Xiqing found herself unable to escape, entirely caught in a blend of dominance and tenderness. His breath was scorching, wrapping around her, invading her little by little. What began as a mere taste transformed into an insatiable craving, akin to a bottomless pit. Duan Xiaolin's kiss intensified, claiming her lips and the red tip of her tongue, his towering form blocking all light from the car. Kissing her while his hand slipped beneath the loose coat she wore. Pei Xiqing, startled by the stimulation, instinctively attempted to struggle, but he pressed her nape, drawing her closer into his embrace, guiding her directly into the car and onto his lap. She was entirely passive, her position slightly elevated above Duan Xiaolin's. Her head bowed as she surrendered to the kiss. His hand, rough yet warm, held her nape while his fingertips caressed the delicate skin behind her ear, causing Pei Xiqing to break out in a thin sheen of sweat, her body turning soft and utterly devoid of strength. Somehow, her coat had come off, leaving her clad only in the man's shirt. She had no strength to resist, utterly dazed as he kissed her senseless. Time became a blur until Duan Xiaolin finally released her. Pei Xiqing's face was flushed, her eyes misty, and her lips swollen. She felt as though her very soul had been drained, her body limp against him. Duan Xiaolin grasped her wrist, pulling it behind her waist, adjusting his slightly askew glasses, peering at her through the lenses. "I truly hope you can provide." "What?" "Everything I desire." Pei Xiqing finally regained her composure, meeting his dark gaze, her heart racing. "What else do you want?" "You will know in due time." He let her go. The current circumstances were not suitable for further actions, and he was not prepared to proceed in such a place. Pei Xiqing felt a chill run down her spine. This man, appearing cultured and refined, like a gentleman of noble standing, exuding charm for the empire and humanity, he might harbor ulterior motives. She grasped the profound truth that she knew nothing of this man. He was not someone who would easily lose control, an enigma with a heart that remained resolutely hard. Duan Xiaolin's knuckles gently brushed her cheek, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. "Such a good girl. Someone will be arriving shortly. You must calm down." Pei Xiqing felt as though she were a pet, and he her master. Going mad, Pei Xiqing climbed down from him, retreating to a corner to take deep breaths. The man tidied his disheveled shirt, opened the car door, and stepped out. The car window rolled up, sealing off the heavy, dry scent of tobacco. Duan Xiaolin leaned against the door, biting his cigar and igniting it, the rich smoke wafting around him. He was not in the best of states, provoked to exhibit reactions typical of a normal person. After a few puffs, he managed to suppress it. Pei Xiqing curled up in the car, wishing to bury herself in her clothing. When Ling Lang approached, he saw Duan Xiaolin standing outside, curiously peering into the car. "Where's Pei Xiqing? She should be asleep." Then, in surprise, he exclaimed, "Brother, why are you smoking so fiercely? What troubles you?" Not knowing until he looked, he was completely taken aback. Normally, his brother smoked leisurely, The last time he had smoked like this was after capturing a large group of offending ability users. He had spent 3 consecutive nights interrogating them to extract the lists of smugglers and infected individuals. Duan Xiaolin did not respond directly, extinguishing the cigar stub and preparing to depart. "All right," Ling Lang instructed, "pack your things. We leave in half an hour." Afterward, he attempted to peer into the car again, but all he could see was a shadow, most of the light obscured by Duan Xiaolin. He asked, "Is she really asleep?" Pei Xiqing, covered by her coat, curled up and remained silent. Ling Lang remarked, "Asleep so soon? I hope nothing is wrong." Duan Xiaolin fixed his gaze upon him without a word. Ling Lang tapped on the car window. "Are you awake? Let me see your injury. I don't want you to be left with a scar." Pei Xiqing endured for a while, but seeing that he would not leave, she finally peeked out from her coat, speaking through the window. "No need. It's already healed." "Ah, you're awake. Enough chit-chat. Let me have a look." "No, really, it's not necessary," she insisted, fully aware that Duan Xiaolin was likely right beside her at that very moment. "What's with the sudden sulking? I merely want to take a glance. I haven't provoked you, have I?" "No," she replied. "Then be straightforward. I detest dilly-dallying." He rolled down the car window, pulling Pei Xiqing's arm outside for a moment, scrutinizing her fingertips. "Let's see if you dare to touch that ability again. It might just scorch your skin off." Pei Xiqing retracted her hand, her cheeks flushed, remaining silent. Just then, Ling Lang was called over by other teammates, and he couldn't help but glance back at her. It was utterly perplexing. Why did she always turn red whenever he spoke to her? He had done nothing out of the ordinary. What was with her shyness? As soon as he departed, Pei Xiqing promptly rolled up the window, bowing her head. Moments later, a knock echoed on the car door. She looked up. "Ling Lang, you truly are." But upon seeing Duan Xiaolin, she froze. The man gestured for her to roll down the window. Confused yet compliant, she did as he instructed. As soon as the window was lowered, a strong arm gripped the back of her neck, and he forcefully pressed his lips against hers. Ling Lang and the others were merely 10 meters away, and could glance over at any moment. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in shock. They will see us." He released her, his gaze darkening. "They won't. Why did you suddenly kiss me again?" she asked, her eyes brimming with a delicate vulnerability, covering her mouth as if to feign annoyance. It was such an unexpected and forceful kiss. "It's nothing," Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly, easing his grip on her, his gaze brushing against her lips as he chuckled lightly. "Close the window." With that, he turned to engage in conversation with Long Yin, who had just arrived. Pei Xiqing was left in a daze, unable to shake off the lingering sensation of his intense gaze. She resisted the urge to rub her temples. Recalling his look just now was an overwhelming thought. Getting entangled with him, was it a blessing or a misguided choice? Before long, other teammates began loading their belongings into the vehicle, and surprisingly, Long Yin joined them, sitting in the back with Pei Xiqing and chatting amiably. She contemplated pretending to sleep, but when Long Yin mentioned an emerging team of abilities ahead, her curiosity piqued, and she joined the conversation. "What team?" "Sister Long Yin, what did you see?" Long Yin explained. The detection system picked up a squad of abilities nearby, maintaining a consistent distance from us. The energy levels from that squad seem quite formidable. There's apparently a dual ability user among them. If we continue forward, we should encounter them. If they are indeed strong, that would be splendid. We could engage in a friendly spar. Moreover, they appear to be a legitimate team from the base, unlike the chaotic bunch we encountered previously. Meeting a base team might yield a wealth of materials and intelligence for exchange. A dual ability user? Such individuals are rare in this post-apocalyptic world. Could they be part of the protagonist group? Pei Xiqing felt an unsettling premonition. Just as she was about to ask if they could detour, Long Yin erupted in laughter, as if she had uncovered a new continent. "Xiqing, your lip is bleeding. What happened to you?" Chapter 24. No longer afraid? Pei Xiqing gently touched the corner of her lips, feeling a remnant trace of blood, which she hastily wiped away. Perhaps she had inadvertently bumped into something earlier. Long Yin, however, cast her a knowing glance, cautioning her to be more careful in the future. Her laughter drew the attention of the two individuals in front. Ling Lang, who was driving, momentarily oblivious to her injury, lazily remarked upon hearing Pei Xiqing's explanation, I never imagined you could hurt yourself even while sleeping in the car. I'm driving in front while you're snoozing behind, and, given the rough terrain ahead, do take care not to fall asleep again and injure yourself further. This time it was just a bump on the lip. Next time, you might even knock out a tooth if you're not careful. Pei Xiqing retorted. If you can't say anything constructive, perhaps you should keep quiet and focus on driving. Ling Lang chuckled. Only you could pull off something like this. Pei Xiqing insisted. It was an accident. The man in the passenger seat glanced over at her. Unfazed, Pei Xiqing reiterated, it was truly an accident. She pointed her lip, explaining, I bumped it while sleeping. It was entirely unintentional, and I was too groggy to notice sooner. Ling Lang replied, All right, I suggest you buckle up. We're approaching a perilous stretch. Pei Xiqing straightened herself, assuring him, I'm fine. You can drive without worry. Just remember, if I speed up, don't start looking for a place to be sick again. Rest assured that one T happened this time. Long Yin's gaze lingered on her with a depth of meaning, shifting from Ling Lang back to Pei Xiqing, who pretended not to notice and leaned against the window, observing the deteriorating road conditions ahead, littered with fallen rocks. The once well-maintained road was now riddled with potholes of varying sizes, and numerous zombies and corpses roamed freely. Despite their efforts to navigate around them, the vehicle continued to jolt. Ling Lang pressed the brakes, gradually decelerating. The bridge ahead appeared unstable. Long Yin exited the vehicle to inspect, feeling the bricks underfoot, and declared, It seems stable enough. It hasn't reached a critical point yet. After all, this bridge is our only route to the other side, and, as long as it holds, we can cross. The vehicles behind them also came to a halt, and everyone gazed at the dismal road conditions across the river. If not for dire necessity, traversing this path would be out of the question. Let us attempt to cross, but prepare for the possibility of failure, Long Yin instructed as she returned to the vehicle, asserting that if the bridge were to collapse, she would use her abilities to pull the car across. Fu Feng suggested, Why don't I go first? I can tie a rope to the car, and if the bridge does break, I can pull it across. Ling Lang countered, Let us lighten the load. Everyone should cross first while I and El Sudong stay behind to drive the cars over. That works. After some discussion, they began their trek toward the opposite bank. The bridge's condition, while not critical, seemed precarious under the weight of two vehicles laden with weapons. Everyone disembarked, one by one, crossing over the turbulent, contaminated waters below. Pei Xiqing and Long Yin reached the far side, followed safely by the others and the two vehicles. To their surprise, the town on this side was even more populated, with a view dominated by dilapidated, contaminated buildings. Where the previous side had offered some forestry, this area was starkly barren, the soil severely polluted, rendering it inhospitable for any plant life. Long Yin explained, This is the once thriving metropolis of City B before the apocalypse. Even the river behind us is part of City B's legacy. After crossing the bridge, there is essentially no turning back. We are now within the confines of City B. Ling Lang cautioned, We detected a large horde of zombies ahead. Proceed with caution. He glanced back at Pei Xiqing, who was crouched behind a rock. You should return to the car. Pei Xiqing replied defiantly, I'm not afraid of zombies. Oh, really? Ling Lang loaded his gun. Just don't become a nuisance. I don't want to manage you while also leading the team. Go ahead. I'll be fine, she responded, glancing back at Duan Xiaolin, who remained motionless in the car. Ling Lang lowered his voice. If zombies do approach, seek out my brother. But if you dare to bite him, you'll be in serious trouble. Understood. She watched as the others followed Ling Lang onward, noticing a team engaged in combat with the zombies. It appeared to be a squad dispatched from the base, and they moved to assist. After they left, Pei Xiqing sat on a rock, swinging her legs while secretly observing the man inside the car, who remained engrossed in his work. His expression was focused, undistracted by the chaos outside. The documents in his hands were likely the latest reports from the base, requiring immediate attention. Before long, Pei Xiqing spotted several zombies crawling into the car. Frowning, she crouched down to scrutinize one, locking eyes with it momentarily until it lunged forward, extending its bloodied claws toward her. Pei Xiqing remained still, and the zombie halted, tilting its head in an eerie manner as they stared at one another. Holding a stone, she waved it deliberately, and the zombies seemed to sense the energy emanating from the car, retreating clumsily. As soon as it left, the car window rolled down, revealing Duan Xiaolin's indifferent gaze. "What is the matter?" Pei Xiqing replied. "A few small zombies just fled." He glanced down, not scared anymore. Pei Xiqing shook her head. "Get in the car." Slightly apprehensive, she leaned against the window. "I just wanted some fresh air." "Duan Gu, please finish your work. I'll keep watch around here. If any zombies approach, I'll handle them." He chuckled lightly, turning the pages of his document. "Very well." He handed her a handkerchief, instructing, "Wipe the blood from your lips." "Huh?" Pei Xiqing quickly checked the rearview mirror, noticing the faint trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Blushing, she accepted the handkerchief and vigorously wiped her lips, unable to resist licking them afterward, feeling a slight sting, likely from their earlier kiss. Once she finished, a silence enveloped them. Most of the zombies had been repelled by Ling Lang and his team, leaving Pei Xiqing with little to do but wait, leaning against the car door and yawning. Suddenly, she heard Ling Lang's voice emanating from the vehicle's equipment. "Brother, the number of zombies ahead exceeds our estimates. In 10 minutes, they will surround the city." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. Having accompanied this team for so long, she had never encountered such a severe zombie crisis. Typically, they faced mere underlings that she could dispatch single-handedly or experience smooth sailing. Now, after successfully crossing the bridge, they were confronted with an impending siege of zombies. Moreover, this seemed tied to the plot of the story. City B served as a vital transportation hub, a focal point for every squad returning to the base. Thus, it attracted a massive horde of zombies. The sheer volume and variety of zombies suggested the presence of potentially advanced mutated types, which are notoriously difficult to contend with as depicted in the book. Yet, Pei Xiqing gazed back at the fallen city behind her. The protagonists would surely be present. They would ultimately vanquish this wave of zombies, and in the process, their relationship would deepen, leading to their rise to fame amidst the apocalypse. She recalled Long Yin's words from earlier in the car. A small squad had been maintaining a discreet distance from them. Pei Xiqing was acutely aware that, as a participant in this narrative, certain inevitabilities, though unwelcome, were unavoidable and would eventually have to be confronted. Chapter 25 Indeed. That enchanting being had long since perished in the eyes of the protagonist group. She was merely a disposable supporting character. There was no need for excessive concern. Having transformed into a zombie, what could possibly be worse? Should an encounter with the protagonist occur, one could simply adapt. Pei Xiqing, without lingering on her thoughts, leaned against the car window, gazing intently at the man. It was undeniable that although Duan Xiaolin exuded an air of coldness and mystery, he was undeniably handsome, a type that could easily claim the title of best actor in the entertainment industry. Duan Xiaolin was conversing with Ling Lang through the device when he sensed her gaze and lifted his eyes. Pei Xiqing blinked. Had anyone ever remarked on how striking Duan Gu was? Ling Lang. Pei Xiqing. What nonsense are you spouting? Pei Xiqing. I apologize. That was a slip of the tongue. The man appeared somewhat exasperated, his lips curving into a faint smile. She did not mean to. Ling Lang. I see you've lost your mind. Pei Xiqing. The man resumed his conversation with Ling Lang. Pei Xiqing, her cheeks flushed, quietly inquired, Are we preparing to flee? Duan Xiaolin closed a folder and raised an eyebrow. Don't you wish to witness this world you have finally arrived in, B City? Should we explore a bit? Pei Xiqing was taken aback, surprised that he remembered. At the time, she had been somewhat fanciful in her musings. Yet her curiosity about this world was genuine. She turned her gaze away. If these zombies pose too much of a challenge for you, you may go ahead. I've been observing all along. This place isn't so bad. However, during her time accompanying them, she had indeed encountered numerous novel experiences in this apocalyptic world, albeit most were rooted in the original urban tragedies. The more she witnessed, the more she began to understand the true horrors that accompany the apocalypse. In a genuine apocalypse, there is hardly time for frivolous thoughts. Everyone is consumed by the singular obsession of acquiring food to ensure their survival. B City was once the center of transportation and commerce before the apocalypse, its vibrancy tenfold compared to the cities they had traversed. Pei Xiqing's interest was piqued. Really? Yes, to the south lies B City, and to the north, a port, Both were thriving hubs of the world before the catastrophe. If the opportunity arises, you might also visit a port. Though it too has suffered significant pollution and devastation, a base has been established around it, diligently working to restore the town and revitalize a port's former glory. Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled. There were still so many uncharted territories in this world, and she earnestly wished to witness their untainted past. Duan Xiaolin continued his conversation with Ling Lang. You are the captain. The specific strategies and personnel allocations must be decreed by you. Ling Lang, brother, I am merely a member of your entourage, not involved in your discussions or combat decisions. Although they were nearing the base ahead, he often cautioned against unnecessary complications, yet she still yearned to make stand. I'm sorry, brother. You have the documents and our transaction items. Once this is resolved, I'll ensure you reach the base swiftly. Then go, Duan Xiaolin replied blandly. Since a choice has been made, there is no need to consult me further. You are the core of the team. Yes. The communication ended. Pei Xiqing, curious, asked, Duan Gu, is Ling Lang truly your biological brother? With one surname being Duan and the other, Ling, how could they be blood relatives? No, Duan Xiaolin replied. 5 years ago, after awakening my abilities, I happened to save him and have been looking after him since. No wonder, Pei Xiqing nodded. Yet she could not help but scrutinize the man. Having awakened his powers 5 years ago, and with the apocalypse lasting only 5 years, it seemed Duan Xiaolin had awakened quite early. She wondered what his abilities might be. To this day, she had never witnessed them in action. Are you curious about me? Duan Xiaolin inquired. A little. Pei Xiqing met his gaze. Could it be that Duan Ge was not curious about her? The man's lips parted slightly. Your abilities have already awakened. I am indeed curious. However, I find you even more intriguing. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. My abilities have awakened? One may attempt to perceive and discover them, but he scrutinized her. You're a zombie now. The use of your abilities may differ. Pei Xiqing smiled. Leaning closer to him, Duan Ge, just don't kill me. I'm a zombie with a brain. If I do possess abilities, I could protect you. Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering over her lips. First, ensure your own safety. Regardless of the type of zombie, he could dispatch them without mercy. He truly did not know how to handle her. To feel sympathy was a fatal flaw for him. Duan Xiaolin parked the vehicle behind a dilapidated building, which had become a ruin yet still offered some cover. The number of zombies here was relatively sparse. He swiftly dealt with 2 and resumed his work on the documents. These papers seemed crucial. Ling Lang had mentioned them earlier, and behind him lay a safe containing items from their initial encounter with Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang. Uncertain of the contents within, it appeared cold and precious, perhaps housing some advanced technological weaponry or the most vital assets of the base. Duan Xiaolin was indeed very busy, with the sounds of gunfire echoing from the battlefield behind him, where the flames turned the night into day, yet he remained composed. Pei Xiqing crouched beside him, cautiously illuminating his work with a flashlight. Noticing her actions, the man glanced down at her, prompting Pei Xiqing to hastily explain, I won't look, trust me. I promise I won't gaze at the contents of your documents. I'm merely concerned that you might not see clearly. Duan Xiaolin maintained a serious demeanor, quickly bending his head to continue his tasks. Pei Xiqing held the flashlight for an extended period, as time slipped by and the sounds of battle grew ever closer. Seemingly just a wall away, her arm began to ache, yet she persevered, noticing that he was nearing completion. However, when a clawing zombie crawled near her feet, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. By the time she regained her senses, the zombie was poised to bite her. Just as she prepared to kick it away, the creature suddenly disintegrated into dust before her eyes. Caught off guard, Pei Xiqing noticed as the man packed the documents into a secure case, and her keen eye caught sight of a neatly arranged row of reagent vials inside, alongside a dark object wrapped in cloth. Duan Xiaolin secured the case and turned to grasp her hand. Are you tired? He inquired. Pei Xiqing shook her head. Not really. He tenderly massaged her wrist. Acknowledging her efforts, let us find them and regroup. All right, she nodded, though her mind wandered back to the contents of the case. She recalled a mention in a book about a viral entity concealed beneath the black cloth, a presence that must never see the light of day. This substance was a weapon of the antagonist, capable of wreaking devastation for miles around, ensuring even the undead would not survive, let alone humans or even those with abilities. At this moment, she could not ascertain what lay within, but she suspected that if Duan Xiaolin had obtained it, it would surely be handed over to the primary villain. Upon exiting the derelict building, she unexpectedly encountered a squad led by Ling Lang shortly thereafter. A blue display screen appeared before Ling Lang, revealing that the zombies had been hiding in the city for too long, likely due to the dense population of City B, which had led to an overwhelming number of zombies converging towards their location. Other squads were also heading toward the center, and they would strategize their response upon regrouping. The other squad members nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Pei Xiqing and Duan Xiaolin, Ling Lang approached, lowering his weapon. I followed the vehicle's navigation. Are you both all right? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Duan Xiaolin asked, how many squads are in the city? Ling Lang replied, we received 3 signals, 3 squads of abilities, making a total of 4. Cooperation was rare among squads, but given the dire circumstances, it was their only means of survival. Long Yin turned to observe the street, exclaiming, they're coming. In an instant, 3 distinct squads of ability users appeared from the southeast and west. The first to arrive was a squad numbered A121243, dispatched from the 4th base, followed by another squad from the 5th base, whose name Pei Xiqing could not recall due to its length. Ling Lang mentioned another squad, still caught in the zombie tide, unable to escape. Long Yin beckoned to Pei Xiqing. Come here for a moment. Following her, Pei Xiqing asked, what is it, Sister Long Yin? There is someone in our squad who was injured, but they receive an injection of serum immediately. I want to show you how ability users react after receiving the serum and how they expel the zombie virus from their bodies. It was to be a demonstration. Pei Xiqing observed the man leaning against a stone, crouching beside Long Yin, to closely watch as the greenish-gray scales and rotting skin gradually receded. The once ravaged skin showed signs of healing, slowly vanishing under the combined effects of serum and abilities. Isn't it miraculous? Long Yin remarked. This is the fastest injection with the strongest recovery effect. The longer you wait, the less effective the serum becomes. Pei Xiqing recalled her own wounds and the symptoms of zombification, touching her arm through the tightly wrapped outer layer. It felt normal, yet something felt amiss. She had no time to ponder further, as she soon joined others in constructing a temporary camp. Ling Lang and the leaders of the 2 squads were deliberating over attack plans and strategies, with Duan Xiaolin listening intently, though most of the conversation was led by Ling Lang, who rarely interjected. However, Ling Lang's gaze frequently shifted toward Duan Xiaolin. Only upon receiving a nod from him did he proceed with further arrangements. Pei Xiqing discreetly asked Long Yin, has Ling Lang never experienced this kind of battle before? She recalled that he had been a captain for quite some time, undoubtedly seasoned in combat. Long Yin chuckled. In front of Brother Duan, he's like this, afraid of disappointing him, careful in every action. When Brother Duan isn't around, he transforms into a different person. In a way, Brother Duan is his mentor and the person he respects most, which makes him overthink. I think he's quite capable and shouldn't be overly concerned with others' opinions. Do you truly think so? Pei Xiqing dusted off her hands. Indeed. Then I should tell him that you're encouraging him. How touching. Oh, Sister Long Yin, there are pressing matters at hand. Please don't joke around. Pei Xiqing exclaimed, pulling her back. I beg you, don't be ridiculous. Yet Long Yin leaned closer, asking, what are you shy about? You've already kissed. What is there to hide? Just then, someone called for Long Yin, leaving Pei Xiqing with no time to respond before she vanished. Did Sister Long Yin misunderstand something? The camp was relocated a short distance to the right, closer to the entrance, facilitating the team's subsequent retreat. As Pei Xiqing bent down to move stones, a speeding off-road vehicle brushed past her back, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped her. What the heck? She waved her hand, covering her mouth and nose as she coughed, glancing back at the vehicles. As she focused her gaze, a large man leapt from one of the cars. Seizing her hand with fervor and devotion, Xiqing, it's really you. You're alive. I knew you wouldn't die. Chapter 26. Who can make her bite? Pei Xiqing regained her senses and pushed the man away, retreating with a wary gaze. Stay away from me. The man, perplexed, inquired, "Why didn't you come to find me if you're alive? Why didn't you tell me?" His excitement grew as he exclaimed, "Xiqing, it's me. Don't you remember? I'm your mango. You stayed by my side for over a month, claiming you would love only me forever and never leave. Have you really forgotten?" Pei Xiqing furrowed her brow as the pieces fell into place. She understood the man's identity, a figure from the original host's tumultuous past during her desperate flight for survival. There had been too many indistinct men in the years of the apocalypse, and she struggled to recall exactly which one he was among the throng of faceless encounters. The camp was nearly deserted. Everyone else was either in a meeting or preparing dinner, slicing beef, while the Ling Lang team was absent. She remained alone at the campsite, organizing her belongings. This isolation was disadvantageous, especially given her uncertainty about the man's volatile emotions. As she took 2 more steps back, he advanced, his gaze intense and fervent. "Xiqing, I knew you were angry when you left. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Come back with me, and I promise to treat you well. We could go back to how we were, never to part again." A shiver ran down Pei Xiqing's spine. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. "You are Meng Jiankai?" His face lit up with joy. "Yes, I knew you remembered me. I'm your Mengu." With a sigh, Pei Xiqing felt a sense of clarity wash over her. Meng Jiankai had been the first to offer the original host a semblance of protection. Early in the apocalypse, he had taken a liking to the then-university student who had gained some fame as a live streamer. When the world descended into chaos, she had no means of self-defense and had fled from a building teeming with zombies, only to encounter him, a man endowed with extraordinary abilities. In her need for security, she had feigned affection, remaining by his side for over a month. However, upon realizing his abilities paled in comparison to those of another team leader, she had swiftly abandoned him for a more capable ally. Yet Meng Jiankai was hardly a paragon of virtue. During their time together, he had treated her as an untouchable ideal while indulging in debauchery, entangled with numerous unsavory characters. It was fortunate that the original host had never taken him seriously, using him until she no longer needed him. Had she become attached, she might have vanished without a trace. Meng Jiankai continued his relentless stream of affection. "I swear, Xiqing, those other women meant nothing. We just chatted. You know how it is in the apocalypse. There are few ability users and many girls are as lost as you were. But in my eyes, you have always been my one and only." Pei Xiqing scoffed, shaking off his reaching hand. "Oh, I see your intent. So, dear brother, you simply have many sisters and want to provide a home for all the homeless ones." "No, Xiqing, that's not what I meant. You needn't explain further. Our ties severed the moment you chose to betray me." She retorted, "If you truly cared, you wouldn't have strayed. Wasn't it you who insisted on testing me? I've endured your trials long enough. Damn it, it's been so long, and I've searched for you every day. Are you still testing me?" "Testing?" He stammered. "Wasn't it you who said it was a test? As long as I didn't touch you, we could marry." Pei Xiqing laughed aloud, incredulous. How naive could he be to entertain thoughts of marriage in such a world? Those words were utterly absurd in an apocalypse. "What's your answer?" Meng Jiankai pressed, his gaze fixated on her, almost frenzied. "It's been 5 years. In that time, you've blossomed into a stunning beauty. I remember when we first met. You had just come of age. You wore heavy makeup as an internet celebrity, but it couldn't hide your allure. I fell for you instantly, and now, 5 years later, you become even more beautiful. I can scarcely look away." Pei Xiqing remained indifferent. "I have matters to attend to. I must leave." Yet he blocked her path, urgency flooding his voice. "I'm now the vice captain of 121243, and a zombie siege is imminent. This will be a fierce battle. You Haven-T even awakened your abilities. You 1T survive under these circumstances. If you were wise, you would return to my side, and I could ensure your safety within our team during the coming storm." He gazed at her earnestly. "Xiqing, I know you would want to, right? Just nod, and our team is the most powerful in the base." Pei Xiqing interrupted. "I'm a zombie." Meng Jiankai froze, staring at her in disbelief. "What did you say?" Pei Xiqing flashed a peculiar smile, her sharp canine teeth glinting menacingly. "I feel the urge to bite. You wouldn't mind being my next victim, would you?" "Ah." Meng Jiankai's eyes widened as he noticed the prominent green marks creeping up her neck. Startled, he stumbled backward, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. When Pei Xiqing opened her mouth, he fled in terror. Pei Xiqing smirked, finding his cowardice amusing. Yet it was effective. She inadvertently bit her lip, tracing her sharp teeth. When had those emerged? Simultaneously, a transformation coursed through her body, leaving her breathless, a mix of heat and chill enveloping her. The itch in her teeth intensified. The craving to bite grew stronger. Who could truly satisfy that urge? Chapter 27. Seeking a change of taste? Pei Xiqing once again suppressed the increasingly potent desire within her, readjusting the stones that held down one corner of the tent. A few vehicles passed by her, moving forward along the street. Turning her head, Pei Xiqing caught sight of a license plate that felt oddly familiar. Since the previous vehicle belonged to the team of Meng Jiankai, identified as a 121243, the one that had just passed must undoubtedly belong to the main cast. She crouched behind the tent, quietly observing. Aware that the situation was dire and that it was unwise to linger, she pondered a route for a hasty escape amidst the chaos when someone patted her shoulder. Startled, she instinctively prepared to retaliate, thinking it was Meng Jiankai returning, only to find it was Ling Lang, who had just returned from a meeting. Ling Lang's clothes were stained with blood, which he casually draped over his shoulder, wearing a white t-shirt underneath, a teasing expression on his face. "What are you doing? Do you know that being scratched by a zombie can lead to infection?" He grasped her wrist, examining the green spots on her skin. "What? Are you planning to go mad again?" Pei Xiqing coughed lightly, retracting her arm. "No, I thought it was some assailant that would retaliate." "Is that so?" Ling Lang chuckled. "So in your heart, I am the assailant? You think so? But I certainly do not. What are you squatting here for? Are you up to no good? I'm not doing anything wrong. Can't you see I'm moving stones?" She replied innocently. Ling Lang snorted, casually picking up a hefty stone and tossing it at her feet. "Is this heavy enough?" "That's sufficient. Culminates. Let us go have a feast. There's meat," he urged Pei Xiqing, who was slowly moving the large stone to the opposite corner of the tent. "If we're late, there won't even be bones left." Pei Xiqing remained crouched on ground. "I don't want to go." "Why not?" "I'm not hungry." "Would you prefer a change in taste to human flesh or brains?" Pei Xiqing sighed. "If I truly wanted to eat, I fear I wouldn't even know how I died under your noses." "Then what are you worried about? As long as you don't bite anyone, no one can harm you." Noticing her downcast gaze and listless demeanor, Ling Lang cleared his throat. "I'm telling you, my brother is from Franlin, and he hasn't spoken a word. What are you afraid of? No matter how many teams come, none would dare to touch you." Pei Xiqing lifted her eyes. "Thank you, Ling Lang." Ling Lang instinctively turned his head away. "You should have thanked me earlier. However, it's never too late. Yet I still don't want to go." "Then are you not hungry?" "I'm not hungry right now." "That won't do. It's rare to have such fresh meat available. They're cooking hot pot over there, and you must come." Ling Lang took her wrist firmly, pulling her up. "If you're afraid of being recognized, you needn't worry about that. Wear this." He handed her a sleek, high-tech mask made of black material, the same one he had worn when they first met, which had made him appear rather fearsome with his striking white hair, resembling a vampire. "What does this do?" Pei Xiqing inquired. Ling Lang explained as they walked. "This is a special mask. It not only blocks all toxic gases, but also purifies the air. Furthermore, it conceals your identity from enemies, so when you wear it, no one will see your face. Also," he paused, grasping her wrist to lift it, rolling her sleeve up. Just as he was about to zip up her jacket, Pei Xiqing took the initiative. Ling Lang's fingers lingered in midair for a moment before naturally retreating. "We've grown accustomed to the green spots on your skin and understand they're not your intention. However, others may still be frightened, so if you are concerned, adjust your clothing." "All right, let us go." After donning the mask, Pei Xiqing questioned, "What if I want to eat something later?" "Foolish. Our team is in a separate tent. We haven't seen you in there. You can just take it off, but be cautious. You'll encounter many ability user teams along the way, so be careful not to expose yourself." "Okay." Pei Xiqing obediently followed him, moving forward. She could faintly hear the conversations of ability users, hiding her face behind a mask, remaining silent and focused on her path. Several tall ability users approached, greeting Ling Lang as they passed. "Captain Ling Lang, you finally made it. We were just looking for you. Come quickly, the beef hot pot is ready." "Captain Ling Lang, Is this the female ability user from your team? Weavy, you never seen her before. Ling Lang bantered with them, deftly diverting the conversation. Just then, another individual approached, initiating a conversation with Ling Lang. He lowered his voice. I've heard that the noble from Fran Luan is also in your team. I wonder if I could be fortunate enough to meet him? As he spoke, he slipped something into Ling Lang's pocket. With a smile, he continued, I happen to have a matter I would like assistance with. Pei Xiqing discerned that the item being slipped into Ling Lang's pocket was a high-grade crystal core, a rare and valuable commodity in this post-apocalyptic world, sought after for its potential to nourish bases and enhance specific abilities. Ling Lang extracted the crystal core, scrutinizing it briefly before scoffing and tossing it back. You dare to bribe me with such garbage? Captain Ling Lang. Ling Lang continued walking, saying, Today, I've already been offered gifts 5 times. The quality of the crystal cores keeps increasing. I never imagined they would hoard high-grade cores without submitting them to the base. As a team of ability users, it's a serious offense to keep such treasures hidden. Once I return to the base, I'll report every single one. Pei Xiqing whispered, Aren't they allowed to keep such things? Lower and mid-grade cores can be freely allocated, but high-grade and exceptional ones are far more precious. Many teams are dispatched to search for these crystal cores, and hoarding them is a grave crime. Yet, many risk it all for greater rewards. He continued lazily. One such high-grade crystal core might elevate an ability or even awaken an ordinary person's latent powers. Is it truly that miraculous? Earlier, we only encountered low-grade cores. It wouldn't have made sense to tell you. You witnessed it earlier, so consider an eye-opener. Pei Xiqing pondered silently, only to inadvertently bump into a tall figure. The man was engaged in conversation, but upon lowering his gaze, he caught sight of her eyes beneath the mask, observing her with an enigmatic smile. Pei Xiqing leaned closer. Brother Duan. Duan Xiaolan's voice was magnetic and elegant. What is it? Pei Xiqing replied, I'm going inside to eat hot pot. Could you please move aside? The man chuckled softly, stepping aside to let her pass. Almost whispering in her ear, he said, Make sure to eat plenty. Pei Xiqing felt her cheeks flush. Just as she was about to enter the tent, a clear male voice called out from behind, Wait a moment. A fully armed man and woman approached briskly. Upon hearing that exceedingly familiar voice, Pei Xiqing shivered involuntarily. As they approached, the leading man urgently called out, Captain Ling Lang. Could you assist in locating someone? Ling Lang replied impatiently. Looking for someone? Are US-1 team members merely bored and seeking to trouble me? The man responded politely, This is a long story. But I've heard that the person I'm searching for seems to have appeared in the camp. I've scoured every other location without success, so I could only come to Captain Ling Lang in hopes of luck. Ling Lang asked, Who is it you seek? Chapter 28, You are not yet a trouble. A man lowered his voice and said, Captain Ling Lang, may I have a word? Ling Lang furrowed his brow, his patience wearing thin. Say it here. We're surrounded by my people. Why the need for secrecy? Is there something my teammates cannot hear? Xiaoyu cleared his throat and began, Captain Ling Lang. This is quite a lengthy tale. My girlfriend has a sister who has been missing for over 5 years. She vanished at the onset of the apocalypse, and for a long while, we could not find her. Recently, while we were clearing out zombies, we encountered her. However, certain events transpired that caused her to lose contact with our group. Xiaoyu paused before continuing. Just a moment ago, we heard news about her at our camp. Someone claimed to have seen her nearby. I have already consulted 2 other teams, and yours is the only one I have yet to approach. If it is not too much trouble, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Ling Lang scoffed, looking for someone? You think she could have made her way to our team? Do you have any idea who my team consists of and their identities? It is impossible for you to investigate. That is not my intention. I merely wish to confirm her presence. Yes, you. I will not inquire about identities, nor will I disclose any secrets of your team. Ling Lang scrutinized Xiaoyu. If I am not mistaken, there are rumors of dual ability users appearing in S1. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze. Yes. Is it you? There was no need for veiled words. Captain Ling Lang was straightforward. Xiaoyu retorted, You need not test me, Captain Ling Lang. I have always been a part of the base. He continued, Since the base saved all of us back then, I shall dedicate myself to serving it to the best of my abilities. Pei Xiqing, inside the tent, had been listening intently, her mask set aside. In front of her was a simple pot simmering over a fire, and as she ate, she glanced through the steam towards the tent entrance. Standing outside was Xiao Yu, nearly as tall as Ling Lang, his physique robust and well-proportioned. The memory of his face was striking, befitting the identity of a male lead, exuding a sense of future savior. This couple was notorious for their fierce opposition to evil. While they outwardly complied with the base's management, they were secretly plotting to overthrow the tyranny of the apocalypse and establish a new world. Pei Xiqing sipped her water, her expression neutral. Long Yin, beside her, observed her for a while before commenting, "You are speaking of him, aren't you?" Pei Xiqing nearly spat out her water. "Sister Long Yin." Long Yin laughed heartily. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." Pei Xiqing coughed softly, her voice muffled. "You scared me." Long Yin replied, "I know." S1 had promptly begun searching the camp, and there was no way it could escape my notice. She twirled her chopsticks leisurely, aware they were searching for someone, though uncertain of their sincerity, especially some individuals within S1 who seemed intent on skinning and stripping the flesh of their target upon discovery. Therefore, Ling Lang would not speak, nor would I, nor would anyone in our team divulge any information. Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words. Long Yin took a bite of beef and said, "Xiqing, while we may be unaware of your past experiences or why they seek you, I suspect it is because they know you have turned into a zombie and intend to take action against you. However, since you are unwilling to disclose, we will respect your choice. Regardless, whether you are a zombie or not, you will not harm us." Pei Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Thank you, Sister Long Yin. If I could guarantee with absolute certainty that I would not turn into a zombie." "Do not say such things. It is unnecessary. I am not interested in your past, just as I do not wish to share mine. In our team, I believe no one would want their friends to know their history. In this apocalyptic wasteland, the past holds little significance. What matters is survival." Long Yin patted her shoulder. "However, I must warn you, that scoundrel Ling Lang knows nothing of love." "All right, I understand." Pei Xiqing, who had just been moved, was now left dumbfounded. Long Yin winked at her, gently touching her face. "Take your time to eat. I must go set up the electric defense grid. The zombies are lurking outside, waiting. We cannot afford to wait until dawn. The outer defenses are likely to be breached soon." Pei Xiqing quickly grasped her arm. "Sister Long Yin, do not overexert yourself. If anything happens, retreat. This place will not fall. We will not be consumed by zombies." "I dare not say such things. How can you be so certain?" Long Yin, thinking she was worried for her safety, smiled and reassured her. "All right, I understand. I will not overexert myself. You need not worry. In this desolate world, there is nothing truly worth protecting. It is clear that zombies are the sole target of all ability users. Once encountered, there is no reason to retreat. The more that come, the more must be slain. If not exterminated now, who knows how they may evolve and mutate, endangering more lives." Long Yin departed shortly after, and the other members of the team inside the tent stood up. Fu Feng and Ye Bin remarked, "We should also take our leave. Time is of the essence, and the task is pressing." Yes, you two brothers, take care." Fu Feng and Ye Bin exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled. "It feels somewhat embarrassing, but I enjoy hearing that." With everyone gone, the tent felt empty. Pei Xiqing took a few more bites of beef. It was indeed delicious. Yet, reflecting on the imminent zombie siege crisis, she found herself unable to continue eating. The protagonists possess a halo of luck, able to survive dire situations, while others do not share such fortune. Previously, she believed herself detached from the main storyline and had no further ties to the male and female leads. However, she now realized that she had unwittingly become a part of the cannon fodder. Once ensnared in the narrative, everything around her was intricately linked to the unfolding events, and she could no longer afford to be careless, treating the plot as mere words to be glossed over. She genuinely worried for those caught up in this unexpected situation, devoid of the protagonist's shield. What would they do? After all, the strength of the zombies at this narrative juncture ranked among the top 3 in the text. Setting down her chopsticks, she could still hear Xiao Yu conversing with Ling Lang outside. However, the leaders of the other 2 teams had also arrived, each interjecting, leaving Xiao Yu with no opportunity to speak. "Captain Ling Lang, We are nearly ready for the upcoming defense battle, prepared for battle at any moment. Those zombies will not wait for dawn. It seems we have underestimated them. From my rough estimation, their numbers are terrifying. B-City is a transportation hub, and zombies from all directions converge here. Originally, this area had a large population, and in one night, it transformed into a city of zombies. Over the past 5 years, the base has dispatched more than 10 teams, yet they have not succeeded in clearing them out. If possible, we must eradicate them this time. Yes, let the base know that we have exceeded our mission. Perhaps everyone will be promoted. However, I never expected a team like S1 to be in this vicinity. Are you certain it is not because, Captain Ling Lang is here, and you are deliberately appearing? Xiao Yu's gaze turned icy, though his expression remained jovial. My team merely happened to pass by. The two team leaders snorted in unison. Passing by? I have heard that someone in Zhao's team has awakened dual abilities. Are you preparing for a promotion? I wonder if Captain Xiao can still maintain his position, or is he merely a useless captain relying on a woman to rise? Moreover, we have heard that Captain Xiao was entangled with another woman during that time, who even climbed into your bed. TSK. Captain Xiao truly has a share of romantic fortune. I have also heard that holding one in his arms is not enough for him. He seems to be eyeing others as well. TSK. Xiao Yu suppressed his inner fury, his face ashen as he bore with it. Captain Ling Lang, I hope you can reconsider what I just said. Suddenly, the other two captains noticed Duan Xiaolin standing beside Ling Lang and directly interrupted Xiao Yu. Captain Ling Lang, why don't you introduce us to this gentleman? Is he a new ability user in your team? I don't recall seeing him before. Earlier, I noticed someone coming over to greet him and shake hands. Yet now this man has fallen silent. Duan Xiaolin, smoking a cigarette and wearing glasses that obscured his eyes, let the smoke drift from his lips. He lifted his eyelids and stated, "No introduction is necessary. You will see me again in the future." Ling Lang added, "Captain Xiao, there is no need for me to consider the earlier matter. The person you're looking for is not in my team." But Ling Lang drew the gun from his waist, gazing at the ominous clouds ahead, leaving no time for further discussion. Everyone prepare. Follow me. The group lost all desire for playful banter and conversation, hastily rising from their seats, discarding their bowls and chopsticks, and seizing their weapons as they charged out. The camp soon buzzed with the urgency of battle preparations. Pei Xiqing, donning a mask, peeked out from the tent. Outside, several ability users were moving supplies and setting up artillery. No one noticed her. Just as she was about to step outside, someone seized her by the collar. Pei Xiqing jumped in surprise. Turning around, she saw Duan Xiaolin and sighed in relief. "Brother Duan," she murmured, sneaking about like a thief. "I was worried about causing trouble for everyone." "You're hardly a trouble." Duan Xiaolin released her. As he began to walk outside, Pei Xiqing followed suit without hesitation. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "I can do it right away." Duan Xiaolin ascended the crumbling building, stepping onto the debris of the top floor. From this vantage point, he could see a portion of the approaching horde of zombies. Although it was the entirety of the undead, the sheer number of them encroaching was daunting. Pei Xiqing believed she was mentally prepared, yet she was still taken aback. It was far denser than the fan meetings she had attended in the past. She vividly remembered being besieged by countless obsessive male fans in a hotel. Looking down from her room at that time revealed a similarly hair-raising scene. Everyone was desperately pushing forward, their eyes wild with fervor, devoid of any rational thought. Some were caught in the middle, unable to advance or retreat, their eyes bulging and faces pale as corpses, the chaos even more frenzied than before. The zombies relentlessly wailed, their nails scraping the ground, and the sounds of gnawing were excruciatingly piercing. The terrifying aspect of zombies in this apocalyptic world was vividly displayed at this moment. Duan Xiaolin inquired, "Are you afraid?" Pei Xiqing paused for 2 seconds before belatedly replying, "A little." 5 years ago, when the zombie outbreak first erupted, the number of zombies within the city was far greater, and only a scant few survived. He adjusted his glasses, squinting at the distant horde. Over 5 years, humanity has established bases, expending vast resources, while the number of zombies has surged dramatically. 5 years. Pei Xiqing clicked her tongue, pondering how many zombies that must have nurtured. It is important to note that zombies do not only infect the living, but also the dead. Moreover, during these 5 years, humanity has focused on constructing bases, implying that infections have occurred daily. The accumulation of numbers is not to be underestimated. The bases have provided the zombies with breathing room, and in turn, the zombies have contributed to the emergence of ability users. His tone was calm, as he had long since comprehended the apocalypse. There are indeed so many. Pei Xiqing couldn't help but exclaim. Reading about it in a book is one thing. Witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different experience. Seeing these zombies truly made her legs weak. Wasn't she supposed to help? Duan Xiaolin tapped her brow, suggesting that if she truly couldn't handle it, she should return to the vehicle. Pei Xiqing bit her lip, insisting, "It's fine, I'm not afraid of zombies. What do I have to fear? Especially with Ling Lang and the others in front?" Duan Xiaolin's eyes deepened. Indeed, however, they may not be able to hold their ground. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes. How is that possible? The main crew is also present. If you doubt it, we can wait a little longer. Wait for how long? 2 hours. So soon? Duan Xiaolin nodded, mimicking her tone. Therefore, it's time to prepare for a retreat. Pei Xiqing blushed and declared, "If I'm running, I'm taking Brother Duan with me." As she spoke, she boldly reached out to touch the man's palm. He showed no reaction, merely gazing at her quietly. Pei Xiqing then dared to press her hand against his broad palm, proclaiming, "I'll protect you. If a zombie comes, let bite me. It won't matter to me." Duan Xiaolin pressed his lips together and grasped her wrist in return, stating, "I look forward to it. However, I must admit, I'd be reluctant for you to be bitten by a zombie. Your skin may end up rotting away completely." He kissed the back of her hand and added, "I would prefer you to take care of yourself and avoid being bitten unless absolutely necessary." Pei Xiqing felt goosebumps rise all over her body and promptly shifted the topic. "By the way, I'm quite curious, Brother Duan. What is your ability?" She blinked. "May I know?" "Certainly. Has anyone else seen it?" "Yes," he replied. "Those who have seen it are all in prison." Pei Xiqing shivered. "Your ability. It wouldn't be related to interrogation, would it? Do you have to torture people?" Duan Xiaolin shook his head. "Before you guess my ability, why not let me see yours?" Chapter 29. The Push My Ability? Pei Xiqing found herself momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Don't change the subject. I was the one who asked first. How did this turn back on me?" Duan Xiaolin replied, "My ability is no longer usable." "Ah, is that true?" Pei Xiqing was bewildered. "What does that mean? Will you never be able to use it again?" He seemed utterly unconcerned that Pei Xiqing might view this as a vulnerability to be exploited, directly affirming, "Yes, but I can still sense the fluctuations of your ability." The keen sense of zombies allowed her to discern the strength of ability users, and she perceived Duan Xiaolin as a formidable force. "That is merely an illusion. Even you have been deceived, which indicates my performance was commendable." "Really? Are you disappointed?" "Perhaps a little. I had high hopes for your ability, but it doesn't matter. You have Ling Lang and many other powerful ability users by your side." Duan Xiaolin replied, somewhat indifferently, "Unfortunately, they are merely themselves." Pei Xiqing tilted her head slightly. "They are who they are, yet they are also your friends." He seemed to smile. "Do they know?" "They know. That's good. No one thinks they are unworthy of living without abilities." Pei Xiqing felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back. What a situation this is. Those unaware might assume there was discord between them. Yet, she understood the essence of Duan Xiaolin's words. In the apocalypse, one cannot rely on others. But she trusted him, just as she believed in Ling Lang. Duan Xiaolin said, "Now it's your turn. How do you want to see it?" Pei Xiqing was at a loss. How could he know about her ability when she herself was unsure of what it truly was? Unexpectedly, Duan Xiaolin pinched her chin, urging her to look up and meet his gaze. Instinctively, she complied. His eyes resembled ancient, frosty jade, deep and profound. Their close proximity made Pei Xiqing feel somewhat defeated. She wanted to avert her gaze, but before she could move, he turned her back. "Look at me for a while longer." Pei Xiqing, almost defiantly, continued to gaze into his eyes. Why? Because. He deliberately paused. "How long can you endure this?" "Ah." Pei Xiqing thought she misheard him. What was he babbling about? She pressed on. "What do you mean by endure?" Pei Xiqing scrutinized him. "Are you interrogating a criminal?" Duan Xiaolin remained silent, his long fingers tracing her wrist, the symptoms of the zombie affliction intensifying. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but it was futile. I know you're asking because you're concerned. I can leave any time, or perhaps you wonder if I will bite. I certainly believe in you. However, there is no need to endure in such a manner. His fingers gently held her cheek, urging her to relax her tongue and stop biting herself. I'm just a bit anxious. Pei Xiqing stumbled over her words. I was merely trying to alleviate that tension. And what is this? Duan Xiaolin rolled up her sleeve, revealing scars and scratches upon her arm. Didn't I think it had mostly healed? Pei Xiqing was taken aback. She had not realized she had unconsciously clawed at her arm during restless nights. After Duan Xiaolin pointed it out, she gasped, it hurts. Several of the scratches were fresh, while others had a few days' worth of age. But upon seeing the wounds, the pain she had been numb to returned with a vengeance. She clutched her arm. Why does it hurt so much? The previous scratch allowed your body to gradually adapt to masking the pain of the zombie transformation. Duan Xiaolin stated calmly. It also enables your body to develop immunity to such physical pain. By the looks of it, you still possess some sensation, which is not overly severe. Once Pei Xiqing processed this, she felt as though her arm was on the brink of collapse. Are you implying I still have a chance? None whatsoever. Oh, she exhaled in relief. The man looked puzzled. Do you genuinely wish to become a zombie? Of course. Pei Xiqing feigned reluctance. It's fate. Time is irreversible. To her surprise, he scrutinized her. Is that so? Pei Xiqing cleared her throat, preparing to speak. But the exposure of her wounds and the accompanying pain rendered her momentarily speechless. Her body lost strength as she leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing to her knees. Duan Xiaolin reached out to steady her. Can you no longer endure? Pei Xiqing stared at him intently. Her thoughts were consumed by the allure of ability users. The stronger they were, the more they radiated a unique aura, a source of sustenance more precious than water found after wandering in the desert for days. She felt an overwhelming urge to bite him, to consume his brain, to devour his flesh. She truly experienced the essence of a zombie. Pei Xiqing knelt on the ground, weakly leaning into his embrace while struggling to push him away. You should leave. Stay away from me. Duan Xiaolin remained unmoved, impervious to her attempts to dislodge him. Please just go, she urged. The man merely observed her, seemingly anticipating some unpredictable event. At that moment, Pei Xiqing felt her mind go blank, disbelief flooding her thoughts. How could this be? Duan Xiaolin belonged to the Franklin faction. If he were to witness her biting someone, no divine intervention could save her. After overcoming the zombie virus until now, would she ultimately perish by his hand? With all her strength, Pei Xiqing shoved him away and bolted. To her dismay, she collided head-on with a group of ability users returning from the front lines. She quickly donned her mask, lowered her head, and attempted to slip past them, only to overhear their frantic chatter. It's over. Our ammunition stock is depleted. We didn't bring much ammunition to begin with. But I distinctly remember checking, and there was plenty. Who stole our ammunition? This is absurd. The zombie horde is closing in, and just when we need it most, we're out of ammo. There are too many zombies. Even if we had ammunition, it would be useless. What about the other teams? They're too busy looking after themselves. Who cares about you? Damn it. Let us run. Are we all supposed to wait here to die? A flurry of activity ensued, their panic swiftly dismantling the team that had taken half a day to form. The so-called ammunition was likely a mere facade for evasion and retreat. Chaos was inevitable in the camp. Pei Xiqing glanced back at Duan Xiaolin. It hadn't even been 2 hours, perhaps not even one. This man seemed to have an uncanny ability to read people, navigating the complexities of human nature with ease. Pei Xiqing sighed. It appeared she truly needed to prepare for a hasty escape. Yet, her immediate concern was not this matter, but rather the unusual state of her own being. Intending to leave discreetly, avoiding any encounter with the group, she unexpectedly collided with a large, imposing figure. She crashed heavily to the ground and, upon looking up, saw Meng Jiankai clad in tactical gear, brandishing a weapon, glaring down at her with furrowed brows. A woman donned in a mask and dressed in ordinary attire stood before him. He bellowed, "Who on earth is so blind? Do you not realize I have matters to attend to? Damn it, where did this woman come from, impeding my affairs. How many lives do you possess that are sufficient to squander? Chapter 30. By him, Pei Xiqing's palms were scraped, and the pain made her want to unleash her fury upon him. Yet, at that moment, she could not voice her thoughts directly and could only glare at him fiercely. Fool! Oh, you dare to glare at me? Meng Jiankai, invigorated by the challenge, lifted his foot to kick her, holding a stone in her hand. Pei Xiqing was ready to retaliate, determined to smash his shoe if he dared to strike. However, before he could even touch her, an extraordinarily dazzling burst of elemental energy flung him away. Ling Lang, accompanied by his team as they withdrew, seized Meng Jiankai by the collar and executed a shoulder throw. How many lives do you think you have for me to extinguish? Meng Jiankai's eyes widened in alarm. Captain Ling, I'm sorry. It's all a misunderstanding. Ling Lang delivered a harsh kick to him. Get lost. Pei Xiqing managed to rise from the ground and dust off her palms. Thank you. How are you all faring? Ling Lang gritted his teeth. I've never fought alongside such cowards. This useless bunch, each more incompetent than the last. Everyone, gather your things and leave immediately. I will cover the rear. On the battlefield, he feared not death or defeat, but rather the cowardice of those around him. Being with them felt like a stroke of unimaginable misfortune. Understanding his foul mood, Pei Xiqing merely nodded. All right, Long Yin interjected. Let me stay back with you, Captain. Ling Lang instructed. The rest should leave first. Pei Xiqing let out a sigh, but was suddenly grasped by Long Yin. What is it, Sister Long Yin? Keep your distance from Brother Duan for now, until we return. Is something wrong? Long Yin shook her head. Just be careful not to provoke Brother Duan's ire. Understood. As Long Yin turned away, she couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Ling Lang. Just moments ago, when Pei Xiqing fell, had he not arrived in time, that ability user would have met a grim fate. The nature of that death would depend on the mood of the one upstairs. Even without abilities, she had heard of the means he possessed. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The look in Brother Duan's eyes was one she hadn't seen in a long time, especially regarding his abilities. Had Ling Lang not intervened promptly, the consequences could have been dire. Such a fate, though deserved, would be a grave sin among ability users within the base. No one wished to see Brother Duan stained with blood. Realizing this too late, Pei Xiqing also noticed Duan Xiaolin standing above, his gaze coolly fixed in their direction. At that moment, she cursed herself for being unable to reveal her identity and deliver a thorough beating to Meng Jiankai. She straightened her clothes and moved forward alongside Fu Feng and Yebin. Each step felt like torture to her. Yet the situation was dire. Everyone needed to retreat. Gritting her teeth, she climbed into the vehicle, fidgeting restlessly in the back seat, nearly ready to stab herself with a dagger. As everyone hurriedly evacuated, their collaborative plans seemed to mock her. The vehicle she occupied brushed past S1s, and her mind was consumed with battling the zombie virus. Completely oblivious to the woman in black-rimmed glasses in the other car who turned to glance at her, the vehicle drove to the city gates, where another horde of zombies awaited. Everyone else disembarked to fight, while Pei Xiqing felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles in the car, itching to tear her own skin off. In her anguish, she repeatedly slammed her head against the car door. On her next forceful impact, the door was suddenly swung open from the outside, and she collided directly into Duan Xiaolin's embrace. The man glanced down at her, his eyes glinting with a cold light beneath his lenses, and he reached out to lift her from the vehicle. Hold on tight to me. Pei Xiqing complied, nestled against him to evade the zombie's assault. When one lunged at her from the right, she instinctively swung at it with a metal rod she had picked up. Duan Xiaolin raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Of course. She asked, aren't we taking the vehicle anymore? Where are we headed? I'll lead you away first. There are too many zombies here, and the front is piled high with corpses. The vehicle cannot pass. All right. She had intended to be courteous, suggesting that he lacked abilities and she could manage on foot. After all, she had no fear of being bitten. However, to her surprise, Duan Xiaolin, cradling her, moved swiftly and steadily, showing no sign of urgency despite the surrounding zombie threat. Pei Xiqing tilted her head slightly, her gaze drawn to the man S. Adam's apple. Swallowing hard. Brother Duan, do you know what we resemble right now? What do we resemble? Duan Xiaolin asked as he traversed a street littered with zombie bodies. The city gates looming ahead. Prey being chased by a wolf. I am a prey. Just a metaphor. Duan Xiaolin remained unfazed, remarking, "It's the first time I've heard such a description of myself." Pei Xiqing teased him. "I'm the hunter, the one who desires to consume you." For her, fleeing was inconsequential. Yet, being carried away in such a manner during the tumultuous apocalypse was a rather pleasurable experience, especially with someone like Duan Xiaolin. Naturally, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek lightly pressed against his neck. The discomfort was overwhelming, to the point where she felt she might faint at any moment. She decided to abandon all thoughts and quietly rested her eyes against him. As Duan Xiaolin bore her out of the city gates and onto a side path, the relentless pursuit of zombies continued. He stole a glance at the unconscious girl in his arms. Gently, he tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Pei Xiqing?" No response came from her. He pried open her mouth, revealing a trace of blood. A small cut had formed on her tongue. His expression darkened as he continued onward, cradling her. Just as he repositioned her hand on his shoulder, her nose brushed against his neck. It seemed she was instinctively confirming something, but before he could react, she bit down on his neck without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 31. Punishment for mistakes. Duan Xiaolin possessed little sensitivity to pain. Her bite was not particularly forceful. Yet her unexpectedly sharp canine teeth punctured the skin at his neck. Blood flowed from the wound. The figure in his embrace ceased biting, instead extending her tongue to gently lick the small wound, her movements clumsy and inexperienced. She opened her eyes, yet there was little clarity within them. As she murmured in a daze, "Such bitter blood." Her vivid red eyes met the man's slightly pursed lips, which moved as she questioned, "Why? Can't you use your abilities?" She leaned in closer, nearly brushing her lips against his, voicing her confusion clearly. The blood of a supernatural being could not deceive. Blood imbued with ability was a delicacy for zombies, yet his blood tasted astonishingly bitter. He appeared to possess formidable powers. A flicker of astonishment crossed the depths of the man's pupils, his body stiffening for a moment. He pressed against her frail neck, his hand, which had intended to crush her throat, transformed into a gentle caress. "Let go." Pei Xiqing complied obediently, settling into his embrace, and soon her eyes fluttered shut again, succumbing to unconsciousness. Duan Xiaolin touched the now-stopped bleeding wound, his gaze fixed on her for 2 silent seconds before he lifted her in his arms. Striding away from the forest, he made his way to a small town outside City B. The number of zombies in the town was sparse, but they emerged from various corners upon sensing the presence of the living. The man, armed with a gun, dispatched them with precision. After clearing the area, he carried Pei Xiqing into an empty house. Just as he laid her on the bed, a sudden sharp pain pierced the wound on his neck. The virus began to spread from the injury. In mere moments, the skin on his neck had started to display a grisly gray-green hue. Having missed the window for administering the serum and lacking a protective ability, the virus proliferated rapidly, just as he had anticipated. Duan Xiaolin exited the room, retrieving his communicator. "I'm in Yunli town. Send a dose of serum." Pei Xiqing did not sleep soundly. Her body burned at the edges of extremity, racked with pain as she tossed and turned. Abruptly, she opened her eyes to find an unfamiliar ceiling above her, confusion washing over her. This was neither the camp nor the team's vehicle. As she turned her head, she spotted Duan Xiaolin seated in a chair, administering the serum with one hand. The man, shrouded in dim light, possessed an imposing presence as he removed his glasses and set them aside, his features in the shadows revealing a raw, predatory intensity. His coat lay discarded, exposing his pronounced chest muscles, while one sleeve was rolled up, revealing the gruesome gray-green infection that extended from the wound on his neck. More severe than her own, even causing his skin to begin to slough off. These viruses would have caused any other individual to collapse in despair. Yet he remained eerily calm, methodically carving away the dead flesh with a dagger. The blade scraped against his arm, each stroke eliciting a visceral reaction. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. "Brother Duan." She leapt from the bed, only to trip and crash to the floor. Beside the man stood an unfamiliar figure clad in a black mask. exuding a formidable aura. She wanted to rise, but he held a gun to her forehead. His voice was a rasp, reminiscent of a hellish specter. "You're the one who bit him, aren't you? Do you know who you've bitten?" The masked man nearly ground his teeth, cocking the gun and pressing it forcefully to her brow. "You truly seek death?" Fragments of memory surged through her mind. The moment Duan Xiaolin had carried her away, only for her to repay his kindness with a bite. Guilt washed over her. She stood, disregarding the gun poised for imminent discharge, and seized the dagger from the man's grip. "I'm sorry, Brother Duan." The man regarded her with tranquility. "Do you wish to assist me?" Pei Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded vigorously. "Then let us proceed." He grasped her hand tightly, the dagger firmly in her grasp. With the dead flesh still clinging to his neck that needed urgent attention before anyone else arrived. Pei Xiqing's fingers trembled as she clutched the dagger, striving to steady herself. Will the serum still be effective? She had been unconscious for an indeterminate period. The masked man replied coldly. "It was already late when I delivered it. Whether it works is up to fate." His gun remained steadfastly pointed at her, warning her against any tricks. Will removing this dead flesh enhance the serum's effectiveness? Duan Xiaolin shut his eyes. "It will. You will endure great pain, will you not?" "Not particularly." The casualness of his response struck Pei Xiqing with an inexplicable sorrow. She could not fathom the depths of Duan Xiaolin's past suffering, which allowed him to brush off such a brutal ordeal so nonchalantly. Taking deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure. This was not the time for outbursts or tears. She recalled that the method had been mentioned in books, albeit with only a 50-50 chance of success, requiring the serum to be administered first. Holding the dagger, she steadied her resolve, positioning herself behind him to tackle the infected flesh. Removing the dead flesh required no finesse. She would employ brute force, regardless of how crude or inexperienced her actions appeared. Pei Xiqing had never performed such a task before, and her anxiety was inevitable. She had repeatedly assured herself not to harm anyone in the team, yet in that moment, she could not comprehend her actions. By the time she realized what had transpired, the bloodied wound on Duan Xiaolin's neck served as a stark reminder of her grave error. "Why are you hesitating? Hurry up," the masked man urged. "Are you tempted again? Do you want me to blow your head off? Do not be anxious." Duan Xiaolin's tone remained gentle, devoid of reproach. "Given the circumstances, it is better to take a bold approach." "Understood." Pei Xiqing focused intently on the infected flesh on his back, tightening her grip on the dagger as she prepared to strike. Unbeknownst to the others present, the blood that had seeped from her finger, inadvertently cut by the dagger, mingled quietly with the blood of the man before her. As she made the incision, the scene turned gruesome. Normally, she would have become pale and wretched at the sight. Yet now, her focus was singular, driven solely by the urgency to save Duan Xiaolin. Half an hour later, the dead flesh had been temporarily removed. The serum's efficacy remained uncertain. Beads of cold sweat adorned Pei Xiqing's forehead as she cleared away the last remnants of infected tissue from his chest, collapsing in exhaustion before him. Duan Xiaolin gently squeezed the nape of her neck, lowering his head to meet her gaze. "If anyone asks, say I was bitten by another zombie." His voice was eternally calm and steady, as if no catastrophe was insurmountable in his eyes. "I'm so sorry." Pei Xiqing felt the urge to weep, her nose tingling with emotion. "I will bear the consequences of my actions. If you become a zombie because of me, I will not flee." The man appeared to smile, studying her with pure contemplation. Seeing her looking pitiful like a chastised puppy, resting beside his knee, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate brows slightly lowered. And perhaps due to her overwhelming anxiety, her complexion appeared even more pallid. Her silky, raven hair cascaded down, evoking an irresistible urge for destruction. Not one to shy away. He gently lifted her slender chin and softly inquired, "Do you know how I typically deal with those who err?" Chapter 32. Are you really going to punish me? Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly, her expression somewhat dazed. The man's emerald gaze presented a stark contrast between depth and shallowness, as if concealing profound desires. She swallowed hard, momentarily rendered speechless. Emerging from the encirclement of zombies had not frightened her. She felt she could overcome the experience of being stabbed for the first time in her life. Yet, being interrogated by Duan Xiaolin truly unsettled her. Pei Xiqing blinked, forcing out a couple of tears. Are you really going to punish me? Well, not for the time being, the man replied. You are, after all, somewhat different from the others. Pei Xiqing felt her tears teetering on the brink of falling. All right then. As she endured her torment, the man spoke leisurely. After you bit me, I discovered something intriguing during this time. What is it? Duan Xiaolin remained silent, merely gazing at her intently. She felt puzzled. Huh? How does your body feel? Me? Pei Xiqing had been preoccupied with his well-being, but now reflecting on her own condition, she shook her head. It's fine now. I don't feel as uncomfortable as before. Did I really turn into a zombie after I fainted? She paused, contemplating. Did I attack you in a terrifying manner? As long as she didn't drool and scream at him like a lunatic, clawing and crawling on the ground in aggression, she thought she would be fine. Duan Xiaolin replied. Perhaps you did. Why the perhaps? Because, to me, you are not frightening. Pei Xiqing blinked. Others would be afraid of me. Indeed, her ears turned slightly red. Then I shall be more cautious in the future. The man seemed to smile, retrieving his glasses from the table and putting them back on, concealing the emotion she had elicited from him, and in an instant, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Pei Xiqing awaited his explanation of what had just transpired, but after a considerable silence, she found herself staring expectantly. After a while, the masked man beside them cleared his throat, casually playing with his gun. The ones who dared to attack those from Frenluren are now in the water prison. If you're interested, you might get a chance to see it, along with a complimentary lifetime experience of the water prison. Pei Xiqing remarked, just from the name, it's clearly not a pleasant place. If I bite someone again, I might end up locked away there. Looks like you possess some self-awareness. The masked man scoffed. Pei Xiqing averted her gaze from the man, rising from the ground. I think I'll go outside and see if there are any zombies left. She prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, Duan Xiaolin grasped her wrist and whispered, Consider this a debt owed to me. We shall settle accounts in a few days. Feeling a pang of guilt, Pei Xiqing nodded and pushed the door open, fleeing outside. Inside the room, the masked man restrained his expression, removing his mask to reveal a scarred visage, addressing the man earnestly. Are you truly letting her go? Since she has uncontrollably bitten someone, she is no different from the other zombies. Should I bring her back? She could be an invaluable test subject. Duan Xiaolin leaned back in his chair. I believe there is a significant difference. The masked man paused. However, her existence will never be tolerated by Frenluren. There are regulations against showing any mercy toward zombies. Brother Duan Xiaolin picked up the dagger he had used earlier, wiping the blood from its blade. He raised his eyes to meet the masked man's gaze. You should know, he said, this time, I have no intention of adhering to the rules regarding this matter. In the apocalypse, there are many hypocrites who, in their pursuit of resources, resort to any means necessary. He has never considered himself a good person. There is no need to abide by those ethereal regulations. In this world, self-interest prevails, and human nature is inherently malevolent, especially now. His belief has always been to strike back against evil with evil. Yes, I understand. The masked man bowed his head in absolute obedience. Deliver this box to Marshal Bai. The masked man accepted the coded box, replying understood. After donning his mask once more, he inquisitively asked Brother Duan, the statement you made earlier, it wasn't a jest aimed at that girl, was it? It was not. What have you discovered? Beneath the dim light, the man slowly coalesced a deep green energy form, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, winding around his fingertips. The masked man gasped, Brother Duan, your abilities. The energy form condensed for merely 2 seconds before gradually dissipating. Duan Xiaolin's expression turned solemn. It is too early to draw any conclusions. I am uncertain of the specific reasons. We shall observe further. The masked man was filled with excitement. I heard from Xiao Zhao that your abilities vanished after that incident 5 years ago. We have sought numerous methods to no avail. This is the first time I have witnessed your energy form, Brother Duan. Though it was a mere flicker, he could sense the immense and unyielding power, making it hard to fathom what Brother Duan was like during his prime, leading everyone through the zombie outbreak with sheer force. In those days, his abilities were undoubtedly the strongest. Even now, no one has surpassed him, not even dual ability users. Had it not been for that accident, he would not have retreated to Frenluren, concealing himself behind the scenes. The masked man suppressed his excitement, retreating as he said, "I shall take my leave now. If you have any news, please inform me in a timely manner so I can relay it to Qiu Zhao." "Go ahead." "Understood." Pei Xiqing sat on a stone at the town's entrance, gazing into the distance. She languidly rested her chin on her hand, filled with confusion. When she fainted earlier, claiming to have no memory was not entirely true. Her mind was still cluttered with scattered fragments. She felt as if Duan Xiaolin was deliberately setting a trap for her. Yet she had no proof. Surely, she had gone mad and bitten someone. Moreover, what were her abilities? She still could not comprehend it, only feeling an exhilarating thrill when biting others. Especially with powerful ability users, the more she bit, the more satisfying it became. She extended her palm, opening it. The dark green energy pulsated within her palm, swirling with ambition and desire. It resembled someone she knew all too well. Chapter 33. Stubbornness. Pei Xiqing found herself enveloped in confusion, for the first time grasping the unfamiliar energy without knowing how to wield it. The energy in her palm radiated a stinging and burning sensation, and a moment's inattention could lead to burns on her skin. Misusing it could result in even graver consequences. Most troubling was her ignorance regarding the origin of this power. She felt a profound conviction that it did not belong to her, yet it manifested at her fingertips. Caution prevailed, and she resolved to wait until Long Yin and the others returned to discreetly inquire further. She retracted the energy and stared blankly at the desolate wilderness. Before long, she discerned several figures approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, she recognized a man at the forefront, Ling Lang, distinguished by his striking white hair. Following him were the other members of the team, all making their way toward her. Pei Xiqing rose and waved her hands energetically, exclaiming, "Over here!" Ling Lang had already spotted her. He strode over, seizing her arm and scrutinizing her intently. "Are you hurt?" Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. "I'm fine." His expression was grave, with remnants of the battle against the horde of zombies staining his clothes and a few gashes marring his handsome face. Blood trickling down, giving him the air of a frenzied young general. He must have endured a fierce conflict moments ago. She inquired, "Are you all right? Would you like me to tend to your wounds?" Ling Lang remained silent, turning his face aside as he released her arm. "As long as you're uninjured, that's all that matters. I would want you to become a burden later on. Besides, you're neither a doctor nor a healer. It's best you mind your own affairs and not complicate things for me." Pei Xiqing forced a smile, preparing to retort, when he suddenly grimaced, clutching his arm. Long Yin approached, delivering a firm slap to his back. "What with the bravado? You were the only one holding the line against that horde of zombies just now." She then turned to Pei Xiqing. "Our captain just fought his way through the thickest part of the zombie swarm, causing enough destruction to ravage half of City B. We could barely keep up with him. I wonder why he was in such a hurry, or perhaps, for whom?" Pei Xiqing sensed the implication in her words and could only chuckle awkwardly. Impressive, perhaps he was just looking for Duan Ge. Long Yin was about to elaborate when Ling Lang abruptly interrupted with a gruff tone. "All right, Long Yin, you take your team inside first." Long Yin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Sure." Pei Xiqing immediately interjected, "Duan Ge is injured. It's my fault. I accidentally—" Ling Lang. Duan Xiaolin appeared out of nowhere, bringing his team along. Ling Lang straightened his posture. Coming, he led the rest of the team inside. Long Yin remained rooted in place, narrowing her eyes in contemplation before turning back to Pei Xiqing. "Injured? You managed to hurt him?" She was incredulous. "Duan Ge is not someone easily approached." Pei Xiqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Long Yin seemed to grasp something. "Did you bite him?" Pei Xiqing replied, "Yes." Long Yin scrutinized her for a moment. "You're not hiding anything from me." Pei Xiqing confessed, "I didn't want to deceive you." Long Yin sighed. "Just speak the truth to me from now on. As for others, even Ling Lang, don't divulge anything. If they inquire, simply say you don't know. I'm indifferent because I believe you're not a bad person. Your actions must have a reason, and you are fundamentally different from the other zombies. But others might jump to conclusions. Do you understand? For what I saw of Duan Ge, He clearly wants to keep this under wraps. As long as he doesn't speak, and you don't either, no one will be the wiser. That foolish girl had inadvertently revealed so much. Moreover, Duangu's desire to hide the truth hinted at deeper concerns. She concluded, I didn't hear anything just now, and you didn't do anything. Pei Xiqing watched her retreating figure, her expression frozen in thought. Soon, Ling Lang emerged from the room, his countenance far from pleasant. Our vehicle has been abandoned in City B. The nearest base is still a considerable distance away. We'll have to travel on foot. Everyone needs to rest here for a day before we set out tomorrow. Fortunately, the town was relatively remote, and zombies would not reach this area swiftly. That evening, everyone gathered around a campfire, sharing food and warmth. With the loss of their vehicle, conditions would be arduous. Ling Lang remarked, you'll have to bear with it. When we had a vehicle, we could reach the base in half a day. Now it seems we'll be walking for a day or two. Just hang in there. Long Yin joined Pei Xiqing, offering her a bowl of hot porridge. If you can't manage, we have plenty of strong men in our team. They can carry you part of the way. Pei Xiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. No need for that. Why are you being polite? Ling Lang will be the first to carry you, she teased. Ling Lang, sitting opposite, retorted, who would carry her? After sipping his porridge, he added, if she requests my help, I might consider it. I'm quite willing to assist the weak. Pei Xiqing scoffed, who would ask you? Don't look down on people. All right? I'm not looking down on you, he shot back. I merely find your feeble constitution laughable. I simply lack professional training, she defended. Is that so? The apocalypse has lasted for 5 years. What have you been doing all this time? Some are eager to grow stronger, others to build bases. And you? I've been busy with important matters. What important matters? Pei Xiqing retorted coyly, I want to tell you. I'm not particularly interested in knowing, he replied, though his expression betrayed his curiosity. You clearly look curious, Pei Xiqing called him out. Ling Lang's face flushed suddenly. Thankfully, it was dark, and she could not discern it. He stubbornly claimed, impossible. As their banter continued, they found themselves incongruously squabbling once more. Long Yin observed from the side, chuckling, don't they resemble a couple of schoolchildren? Fu Feng commented, there are no schools now, but they do seem quite childish. Long Yin queried, do they match? Nibbin, munching on sunflower seeds, seriously proclaimed, they really might. Long Yin nodded in agreement. I think so too. After dinner, Pei Xiqing and Long Yin huddled together, preparing to quietly ask her something, when they heard a commotion outside. Long Yin sat upright. Something is happening. Let me check. Pei Xiqing sprang up, donning her jacket and grabbing a nearby shovel before rushing out. To their surprise, several abilities users were fleeing in panic, pointing behind them. Zombies! Captain, help us! Please save our captain and vice-captain. They're still trapped ahead. One of them collapsed mid-sentence, blood spewing from his mouth. Long Yin rushed forward to assess the situation. He hasn't been infected by zombie venom. It's merely the backlash from overexerting his abilities. Ling Lang crouched beside them, noticing their combat uniforms. S1, Chapter 34. The Enchantress of the Apocalypse. Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance at Pei Xiqing, the inquiry in his eyes unmistakable. It must be a member of S1, or should it be considered a certainty? Pei Xiqing focused intently. What surprise! Yet another individual with an ambiguous connection to the original owner. A gasp echoed from the side as another person, trembling, pointed at her, their face a portrait of shock. Weren't you supposed to be dead? It seemed that no matter where she went, she encountered these so-called old flames. She concealed her emotions, explaining that she had joined S1 too late and had only been there for a brief period. Thus she lacked comprehensive knowledge. However, the attire and equipment they bore were unmistakably those of S1. Ling Lang stood up, instructing, drag them inside. The rest of you come with me. It was impossible to collaborate with them in the city just now. Are you certain you want to approach now? Long Yin inquired when the incident occurred. Our collaboration with them had already concluded. Ling Lang, tucking his gun into the small of his back, asked, do you remember the leader of S1? Yes. You mean the one called Xiaoyu? I heard he is the captain of S1. He possesses valuable items. 100 high-grade crystals capable of advancing abilities, 2 special crystals, and a plethora of medications that could regenerate dead flesh. If we arrive late, I certainly do not wish for those to fall into the hands of others. And my brother is in dire need of such medicine. Long Yin raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? I noticed it when I saw him at the camp. Didn't you? I never spoke to him. Long Yin chuckled. You actually have your mindset on such things. Who wouldn't desire items that enhance abilities? I refuse to engage in unprofitable endeavors. Then you should go, Long Yin advised. That fellow possesses an abundance of valuable items. It seems he has considerable connections. So exercise caution. Understood. As Ling Lang turned to leave, he brushed past Pei Xiqing and lowered his voice. Why did the captain of S1 seek you out back at the camp? Did he fancy you? Pei Xiqing replied. You are overthinking. That's not the case. Ling Lang cast his gaze downward. Fine, I believe you. Just as he was about to depart, Pei Xiqing suddenly called out, Ling Lang. What is it? She said. I'll retrieve some of the items you desire. I will negotiate with them for my passage. Ling Lang did not agree. Do not jest with me. I'm not joking. Pei Xiqing insisted, gripping him tightly. You cannot go. No one can go but me. Xiao Yu and Pei Yanting are the protagonists. And anyone who targets the protagonist group will face dire consequences. All those who oppose the protagonist group will be labeled as villains or cannon fodder. She was already the malicious female antagonist within. So undertaking such actions bore no consequence for her. Ling Lang must not engage. Seeing her serious expression, Ling Lang wondered if something was amiss. There's nothing wrong. Let me go. I am not afraid of zombies and could rescue them from the horde without raising an alarm. Your presence would only attract attention, and that would lead to trouble. Long Yin interjected. That makes sense, but are you truly capable of doing this? I can. Pei Xiqing nodded. I will obtain those crystals and the medicine for Brother Duan. Ling Lang frowned. I will accompany you. No need. Your presence will only arouse suspicion. They will never entrust the items to you. She pushed Ling Lang back, insisting, let me handle this. Rest assured, I will return promptly. Without waiting for Ling Lang's response, she dashed toward the source of the commotion ahead. Ling Lang attempted to pursue her, but was restrained by Long Yin. Let her go. She might be trying to rectify some past regrets, and she is familiar with the S1 members. Isn't Pei Yanting her sister? When sisters meet, what danger could arise? Pei Xiqing sprinted ahead, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Before her lay an expanse of endless woods, and as she entered, several zombies fell from above, crashing to the ground. Just as they were about to attack her, they staggered away, seemingly confused. She pushed past the zombies blocking her path and followed the sounds for a considerable distance until she finally reached the valley where the protagonist group was still engaged in battle. Pushing aside the withered grass, Pei Xiqing crouched for a moment before climbing a tree to observe the protagonist group's struggle, lightly patting a crawling zombie at her feet. Just as she was about to engage it, she overheard someone nearby speaking about her. Damn it, if I had really encountered that Pei Xiqing wench back in City B, I would have certainly taken my pleasure before anything else. Now, I'm on the brink of death here without even having dealt with a woman. Don't mention it. Thinking of that wretched girl infuriates me. She played both ends against the middle while pretending to dote on me. Just the thought of that filthy woman disgusts me. Besides, she has long since turned into a zombie. Who knows what her skin is like now? How can you still harbor desires? Regardless of whether she is a zombie or not, didn't Xiao Gang mention that when he saw her, she still had good skin? Perhaps he's gone mad with desire and is seeing illusions. However, the thought of that woman turning into a zombie is somewhat entertaining. Just right. A bespectacled woman interrupted with a frown. Focus on dealing with the zombies. What is the point of discussing such trivial matters? It's frankly nauseating. Yes. Pei Jie is right. Who told your sister to be so useless? They began to exert all their strength in the struggle against the zombies. Damn it. Are there no reinforcements? Didn't Xiao Ge contact the base and say someone would come to rescue us? The zombie next to Pei Xiqing glared at her with bloodshot eyes, growing impatient as she remained inactive, letting out a growl. She hurriedly covered her ears and stuffed the foul-smelling mouth with nearby grass. Calm down. She patted the zombie's shoulder. The zombie continued its chaotic wailing. Suddenly, a mutated zombie dog appeared, joining in the cacophony. Pei Xiqing felt a strange urge to laugh as she lazily perched on the tree, glancing at the increasingly fatigued protagonist group. With a light snort, she beckoned the zombie dog with a finger. The little dog, now a zombie, seemed to possess a residual instinct for obedience, promptly leaping up the tree and circling her. She stroked the little dog's head. Although she touched the rigid bone, it was still a rare cutie in this apocalyptic world. During dinner the previous night, she had a leftover piece of flatbread, which she took out to feed the dog. To her surprise, it barked in disdain twice. "You're not allowed to eat human flesh." She patted the dog as hard head, noticing that its fur was still somewhat smooth, suggesting that this dog had only recently transformed into a zombie. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a husky. Pei Xiqing chuckled. No wonder it's so amusing. She took out her phone. "Come here. Let me take your picture." The little cutie seemed to understand her words, drawing closer and wagging its tail enthusiastically. Pei Xiqing snapped a selfie, capturing the moment and documenting the appearance of the mutated zombie dog. It was quite entertaining. While she continued to interact with the dog, a scream echoed from behind her, but she couldn't be bothered to glance back. Perhaps when they all perished, she could scavenge their gear. It wasn't long before an ability user spotted her, who was not attempting to conceal herself in the tree. "Ghost! Pei Xiqing has returned as a female ghost." Someone shouted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the big tree above. She is up there." "Ah, a female ghost. It must be a female ghost." Pei Xiqing, stroking the dog's head, gazed down from the tree, inadvertently locking eyes with their terrified expressions. Xiao Yu and Pei Yanting simultaneously lifted their gazes, and upon spotting Pei Xiqing perched in the tree, they were momentarily taken aback, especially upon noticing her flawless skin and the vibrant beauty of her features accentuated by the dappled shadows. Their eyes widened in astonishment. To call her a seductive specter would not be an exaggeration. In this post-apocalyptic world, who isn't disheveled, struggling to find nourishment, and lacking the spirit to adorn themselves? Yet here she was, clad in a specially designed jacket, composed and immaculate, with a complexion as fresh as a peach, her strands of hair impeccably clean. They had all gone nearly a month without bathing, while she was akin to a vision of ethereal beauty. Particularly alarming was the presence of a stiffened zombie dog by her side, its eyes grotesquely bulging in a menacing shade of red. Pei Yanting furrowed her brow and adjusted her glasses, seemingly confirming her suspicions. "No, she is a zombie." Chapter 35. The end. Pei Xiqing gently patted the dog's head, and it immediately understood, scampering away. She glanced down at the dazed crowd, remaining silent. Just a moment ago, they were engrossed in the spectacle. In the next heartbeat, a zombie had struck one of them down, lunging to bite. Amidst the chaos below, she remained unscathed. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, using his abilities to shove the zombie aside and assist the fallen individual. "Quickly, eliminate the zombies. If you can't flee, just hold on a little longer. Help will arrive soon." Everyone was preoccupied with saving their own lives, leaving no room for concern over Pei Xiqing. When Xiao Yu turned to look at her again, he hesitated, a mixture of guilt and concern clouding his gaze. It was the urgent cries of his teammates that snapped him back to reality. He grasped Pei Yanting's hand. "Ting Ting, you must leave now." Yet she refused, insisting they leave together. "I will not abandon you. Besides, my sister is still up there. There are questions I must clarify." She had been utterly devoted to Pei Xiqing, so why had she been betrayed? Everyone was trying to prevent her from entering S1. Yet she had persevered against all odds to gain entry, only for Pei Xiqing's subsequent actions to evoke such heartache and revulsion. "We can't hold out much longer. If you don't leave now, there will be no chance left." "Who says? I still have supplies that can last a while." "No." While they argued, Pei Xiqing descended from the tree, navigating through the relentless zombie onslaught. The men who had spoken too freely earlier, upon witnessing her fearless advance, fled in a panic without even glancing back. Truly useless. She had intended to settle the score with them, but they had scurried away faster than a frightened dog. Pei Xiqing continued to weave through the mass of zombies, only to encounter a few male zombies that sought to get closer. Disgusted, she quickly maneuvered to the other side, only to stumble upon a pile of discarded supplies from S1. She hurriedly began to rummage through the heap, yet arrived too late. Most items had already been ravaged by the zombies. She pulled a zombie that was still clinging to a chair aside and waved apologetically. "My apologies." The zombie emitted a sound of discontent, shaking its head before returning to gnawing on a corpse. Watching this scene, Pei Xiqing's smile faltered, and she forced herself to continue searching through the pile of corpses for useful items, crystal cores, medicine. After repeated searches, she found nothing of use. Kneeling on the ground, she scanned her surroundings. Xiaoyu was battling through the sea of zombies, a glowing object pulsating on his chest. The more blood he came into contact with, the brighter it shone. That must be it. Pei Xiqing zeroed in on her target. Xiaoyu kicked 2 zombies away. Ting Ting, listen to me. The supplies are running low, and I do not want you to perish here. We all witnessed your sister being bitten by a zombie. Now that she appears here, it could very well be a trap laid by those zombies. It's safer for you to leave. I will remain behind. If I can take her with me, all the better. Your condition is not yet healed, and you have already sacrificed so much for me and the team. I won't let you die here. Pei Xiqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, no, we leave together. Her gun, however, was now unresponsive, with only a single bullet remaining. Listen to me. I refuse. If I leave, you won't survive. Do you have any idea what it's like to become a zombie? I cannot allow you to turn. The woman finally broke down, shouting, once you become a zombie, all your efforts will be in vain. The world will cast you aside, and the base will consider you a thorn in their side. The people from Frauenrin will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. If I become a zombie, do not come looking for me. No, you mustn't become a zombie. He swiftly struck her neck with his hand, and Pei Xiqing collapsed into his arms. He entrusted her to his teammates. Ensure the safety of your vice captain. I will handle things here. Protect her at all costs. The other teammates immediately lifted Pei Xiqing. Yes, Captain, we will complete our mission. Although the vice captain appeared frail, her contributions to the team were undeniable. Not to mention, she was a brilliant mathematician. Without her precise calculations and methods to assist her teammates, they would not have persevered this far. As the group hurriedly escorted Pei Xiqing away, Xiaoyu stood firm, wielding 2 powers, ready to confront the vast horde of zombies that swarmed like ants. Pei Xiqing stood at a distance behind him, her expression grave as she observed the scene. Everyone was cautiously trying to avoid becoming zombies. Even at the cost of their lives, she had nearly turned Duan Xiaolin, who belonged to Frauenrin, into a zombie. As long as she remained in that small team, she would always be an unpredictable factor. Moreover, she herself was uncertain when the virus might strike. Duan Xiaolin had survived by sacrificing his flesh. What would happen next? She did not wish to harm anyone, neither Ling Lang, Long Yin, Fu Feng, Nie Bin, nor any of her other teammates. Furthermore, they were nearing the base. Having a zombie accompany them would inevitably endanger them all. The base strictly prohibited any zombies from approaching, and Frauenrin had decreed that anyone harboring a zombie would face dire consequences. The male and female protagonists possessed a halo of luck, while her companions did not, yet they were the finest allies she had encountered in this apocalypse. Whether in her past life or after crossing into this narrative, Pei Xiqing had become one with the original character. She was accustomed to solitude, having ascended from an extra to a leading role in the production, and had long since learned to endure loneliness. The original character had fared even better, surviving alone in the apocalypse for 5 years without suffering significant loss. Compared to traveling in a group, her current identity seemed more fitting for solitary existence. Thoughts clashed in her mind, wrestling with the words spoken by Ling Lang and Long Yin. Ultimately, she was left with Duan Xiaolin's cold and restrained demeanor. His calm, inscrutable eyes seemed to conceal untold secrets, deeply sorrowful yet powerful, filled with substance. She raised her arm, observing the increasingly heavy green spots spreading uncontrollably across her skin. In an instant, her body had transformed into a deathly gray-green, blending seamlessly with the surrounding zombies. Yet she still remembered, she must not bite, must not harm anyone from that small team. Xiaoyu stood right ahead. Summoning her strength, she smashed a stone against her arm, blood gushing forth, enabling her to suppress the urge to bite. The blood on her body even began to take on a green hue. With Xiaoyu radiating his protagonist's aura, Pei Xiqing knelt on the ground, aware that he was likely to encounter extraordinary fortune next. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. I have a proposition. I wonder if you would care to listen. If you choose not to listen, my sister and everyone in your team will perish imminently. Daybreak arrived. Due to the town's geographic features, dawn broke earlier than in other areas. As the sky began to pale in the distance, Ling Lang and the others had not slept all night. He abruptly stood, declaring, "I will go find her." His teammates eagerly agreed, "Yes, we have waited all night. Even if Pei Xiqing is unafraid of zombies, she should have returned by now. Something may have happened. I told you we should go find her. The sooner, the better. Even if the target is large, we can eliminate them all. No matter how many zombies there are, we cannot let a girl take risks for us." "Exactly. Let us go. Captain, we will follow you." Fu Feng and Nie Bin quickly joined forces as well. Ling Lang held back Long Yen. "Duan is still unconscious since last night. You stay here to watch over him. If he wakes, do not mention that Pei Xiqing has gone out." After his brother cautioned him about certain matters last night, he succumbed to a coma due to the injuries he sustained. This urgency propelled him to seek out medicine. Throughout the night, he endured the pain without disturbing anyone. The severity of his injuries was undeniable. No one could possibly survive the ordeal of flesh being stripped from their body without any form of medication, especially considering that his brother lacked any supernatural abilities. Long Yin nodded, "Yet I fear I may not be able to conceal this for much longer." Just as those words escaped his lips, the door behind him swung open. A man brushed past him, his tone chillingly icy. "How long has she been gone?" Chapter 36. A sudden decision at precisely 3 hours and 18 minutes. Ling Lang reported the time with a grave expression. "I will go find her," he declared. Long Yin interjected. "According to the data from the search system, a horde of zombies will soon be approaching this area. Our team must be prepared to evacuate at any moment." "Then you all should leave first," Ling Lang replied. Long Yin grasped his arm. "I have no objections to saving her, but we are all part of the same team. There is no leaving first or staying behind. As long as we devise the best plan, we will all strive together. Her departure is for the benefit of us all. It is unreasonable for any single person to bear the burden alone." Ling Lang nodded. "I understand." He turned to look in the direction where Pei Xiqing had left, determined to bring her back at any cost. Duan Xiaolin's face, usually stoic, now bore a rare pallor. He asked indifferently, "What makes her worth such a sacrifice?" Ling Lang instinctively lowered his gaze, replying, "Just feel it is worth it." Regardless of the consequences, he was resolute in his quest to find her. Even if he were to lose everything, he would still seek Pei Xiqing. "Brother, you have spent some time with her? Haven't you? You should know her better than I do." The man merely cast him a sidelong glance, commandingly stating, "Find her." Suddenly, a group of masked individuals emerged overhead, eerily reminiscent of shadows from the past. Ling Lang exclaimed, "Brother, are those people from Fa Lan Luan?" Duan Xiaolin responded, "Yes. Fa Lan Luan was supposed to be at the base. How could they have appeared here?" Ling Lang was bewildered. Although Fa Lan Luan was under his brother's command, their people never strayed far from the base. He exchanged a glance with Long Yen, who shook his head in confusion, equally unaware of the situation. However, it was not entirely surprising for Fa Lan Luan's people to appear here, considering his brother was their overseer, the one whom all within the base revered and feared. Long Yen remarked, "With Fa Lan Luan's assistance, our task will be much easier. Let us proceed and hasten our search for her. If we cannot find her soon." She paused, contemplating her fears. She was unafraid of zombies, as they posed no threat to her. Her safety could be assured, but she worried that Pei Xiqing might lose her way or that the small team would trouble her. Moreover, if she truly became lost in such a place, even without the threat of zombies, she could perish from hunger. Long Yin crouched down, carving a mark into a tree to guide Pei Xiqing back to them if she were to lose her way. "All right," Ling Lang said, as he too began leaving markers along the path. Yet, they had not ventured far when a man emerged into view, covered in grime and blood. Xiao Yu limped towards them, clutching his chest. His combat uniform was tattered, but his face remained resolute. Ling Lang frowned and hurried to him. "Where's Pei Xiqing? Why are you alone?" Xiao Yu spat out blood and collapsed before him, barely managing to prop himself up with his gun. "I don't know. She told me to give you this, and then she left." As he spoke, he retrieved a box containing pills, along with several high-grade crystal cores and 2 special-grade cores, nearly exhausting his supply. Ling Lang's gaze darkened as he tossed the items aside, extracting the medication. Take this to my brother. He then seized Xiao Yu by the collar. Which direction did she go? Take me to the place where you separated. Xiao Yu lowered his head. Long Yin halted Ling Lang. He is in no condition to continue. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, it will be too late. Ling Lang forcefully shook him off and turned to plunge into the depths of the woods. However, he soon spotted a familiar figure emerging from behind the trees. Pei Xiqing approached, exclaiming, Didn't you just eat me? Why are you still hungry? You refuse to leave? Huh? Come on, get up. You're heavy. Though she scolded him, her tone was playful, devoid of any real reproach. Everyone was perplexed. Was she talking to someone? Ling Lang quickly rushed to her side, eager to see who else was present. He noticed a rope in her hand, and beside her leg, a dog that had long since undergone the transformation into a zombie. Ling Lang was momentarily speechless, as were the others. Long Yin chuckled. Where did you find that? Pei Xiqing replied, I picked it up along the way. Strangely enough, it seemed to follow her without aggression. Long Yin knelt to pet the dog's head, reminiscing about the days before the apocalypse when such creatures were common. Now, seeing one felt refreshingly quaint, right? I thought it wouldn't bite, so I brought it back with me, Pei Xiqing said, having tested the dog several times before confirming its harmlessness. Perhaps its breed, even in a zombified state, retained a non-aggressive nature. The little dog circled around the group, wagging its tail excitedly. Ling Lang fixed his gaze on her. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. I told you, I'm not afraid of zombies. They really won't bite me. She huffed. I thought you ran off. Ling Lang sighed in relief and turned to the group. Pack your belongings. Prepare to depart. We must take this person with us. As Pei Xiqing walked ahead with the little dog, she caught Duan Xiaolin's gaze and paused, inquiring, Brother Duan, have you taken your medication? I have. That is good to hear. She smiled. I was worried I might slow you down, almost causing you to turn into a zombie. With that, Pei Xiqing slightly raised her chin, her clothes dusty and her beautiful eyes dimmed. I've been contemplating whether I should leave. I am a zombie, different from you all. You belong to Fa Lan Luan, and my presence cannot be tolerated. My being here is merely a fleeting whim. You do not lack for someone like me. Leaving would be beneficial for both of us. Yet, she did not wish to depart without explanation, leaving them to worry about her absence. I wanted to inform you first. The man's eyes, cold behind his glasses, were shadowed by the light, their depths reminiscent of ink, dangerous and unsettling. A fleeting whim? He asked. Is that what you truly believe? Chapter 37. Anger. It stands to reason that you do not seem to be lacking in female companionship, and perhaps neither of us can sustain this fleeting novelty. Upon returning to the base, I find it impossible to be with you. Pei Xiqing should have felt guilty and sought to evade the truth. Yet she did not. Instead, she gazed calmly at the man and expressed her innermost thoughts in a composed tone. I am a zombie, incapable of truly coexisting with humans. She continued, I would rather not find myself in a position where, for various reasons, you're caught in the middle, ultimately compelled to choose to end my life. It is better for me to leave now, before we reach the base. She understood that a lasting relationship with Duan Xiaolin was unattainable, constrained by external circumstances, personal limitations, and perceptions. It is only natural for the weak to seek refuge. She felt no remorse for her past actions. Clinging to something without resolution was the true folly. This world is inherently cruel, and among humanity there exists a hierarchy, particularly in Franlin. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, she could discern echoes of Franlin's nefarious demeanor within Duan Xiaolin. Those in his circle likely exuded an air of cold detachment, enigmatic and difficult to comprehend. Such a person, once returned to the power center akin to Franlin, would undoubtedly be swayed by immediate gains. At that juncture, she would be at a loss regarding her own direction. The struggles between human bases have been mentioned repeatedly in literature, proving to be no less terrifying than the undead outside. The protagonist group continually navigated these treacherous waters, mercilessly confronting adversaries to defend their sovereignty. Having endured in this apocalyptic realm for some time, Pei Xiqing transitioned from initial despair to a gradual acclimatization to her surroundings. As a zombie, she found herself growing accustomed to the gruesome sights that once repulsed her. However, The thought of returning to a base populated solely by humans left her with an unsettling sense of disorientation. As she concluded her statement, her gaze fell to the ground, and the atmosphere around them seemed to momentarily freeze. Fortunately, others were preoccupied with packing up, believing their conversation to be merely ordinary, oblivious to the tension that hung in the air. Her heartbeat quickened, and she inhaled deeply, bracing herself for the man's inquiries or wrath. Yet after a while, she heard him emit what seemed to be a light chuckle. Pei Xiqing looked up in surprise. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Xiaolan's eyes, elongated and penetrating, settled on the delicate expanse of her exposed neck, as tender as a lotus carved from jade. The beauty of her form possessed a fragile allure. "Nothing," he replied, lifting her chin gently, his fingers brushing against her hair before resting at the nape of her neck, applying just the right amount of pressure to convey a sense of authority. He leaned in closer, his voice low and restrained. "There is no turning back now." Yet the thought of returning to the base. Duan Xiaolan interrupted her train of thought. "Do you not like the base?" "No, that is not what I meant." As she met his earnest gaze, a sudden feeling of suffocation enveloped her. His eyes were chillingly devoid of emotion, hinting at a latent menace, filled with aggression and intimidation. She sensed that if she acquiesced, he might act inappropriately. In his view, the base appeared to be nothing more than an inconsequential ant. Pei Xiqing instinctively retreated, but he pursued her, cornering her into a room. Once the door closed, it severed all external light. He spoke softly. "You need not worry about matters concerning the base. Since I have made my promise, I hope you will trust me." Pei Xiqing, belatedly realizing her own folly, felt as though she had undermined him. He had indeed made a promise before. However, how long could a man's fleeting assurances truly last? Now possessing the ability to protect herself, she no longer required the man's vows. She lifted her face. "I am sorry. Consider my words a betrayal. Your promise has been fulfilled, and from now on." The man tightened his grip on her cheek, his fingertips pressing down with sudden intensity, finally stirring the still waters of her composure, revealing a hint of suppressed anger. "Enough. If you continue, I will become angry." His kiss was both restrained and fleeting, landing softly at the corner of her eye. Pei Xiqing's eyelids fluttered. It was not an exaggeration to say that such an action, seemingly superficial, was imbued with a raw sense of invasion in Duan Xiaolan's gaze. Pei Xiqing took a half-step back, instinctively swallowing hard. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to grasp his arm. "Duan Ge, am I not correct? Or do you merely require a pretty vase to be by your side when needed, only to be discarded at your convenience?" Duan Xiaolan narrowed his eyes at her. Beneath the thin lenses, his gaze was devoid of warmth, his lips pressed tightly together. The thought that he was angry consumed Pei Xiqing's mind. Chapter 38. Aside from tears, the man's gaze remained tranquil as he looked at her. The more composed he appeared, the more she sensed the terrifying repression of his emotions, even to the extent that his anger intensified with his calm demeanor. Lowering her head, she dared not meet his eyes again. Her mind was a chaotic whirl. Duan Xiaolan had not wronged her in any way. Rather, it was she who had first distrusted him. She felt quite shameless, just because she found it hard to trust other men and question his feelings, which echoed those in the book. Yet, she had no other recourse. Her avoidance, though disgraceful, was effective. She simply did not wish to go to the base, and there were no other alternatives. Fidgeting with her fingers, she found herself at a loss for words in front of the man. In truth, she had not anticipated that Duan Xiaolan would be this angry. She genuinely believed their relationship was merely a casual entanglement, reminiscent of her university days, where such flings were not uncommon. Even after entering the entertainment industry, various men often sought her out, attempting to ensnare her. She had been propositioned for financial support, and the numerous messages on various platforms offering to support her were a daily occurrence. Over time, she had developed a stereotypical view of many, and had grown weary of such thoughts, focusing solely on acting and earning money. Upon arriving here, she initially thought she was doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, Duan Xiaolan had rescued her. She had not suffered greatly nor encountered real danger, and now she was uttering words that provoked his ire. Pei Xiqing hesitated, feeling guilty, and softly said, "Brother Duan, Please don't be angry. Let me think it over. Though she did not voice it, her heart was already wavering. She was unsure if she could trust Duan Xiaolin, but at that moment, she wished to trust herself. She held fast to her own logic and was willing to believe in Duan Xiaolin just this once. If things went awry, she could always flee. After all, she was curious about the true nature of the power she possessed. If she truly left, she would encounter few living souls who could explain how her abilities worked, how they could be enhanced, and the origins of her powers. After speaking, the man advanced a few steps, cornering her against the slightly dilapidated wall of the house. Tilting her head back slightly, she asked, "What do you want?" I said I would think it over. You're not still angry, are you? Intentionally leaning closer, she added, "Brother Duan, please don't be upset. I was wrong, and that's why didn't he leave? I still can't let go of you." In the dim light, his pupils were nearly indiscernible, shrouded in deep shadows. His towering frame exuded an oppressive aura, and as he inched closer, she felt the air around her being gradually siphoned away. Someone had just mentioned a sudden whim, he retorted. Pei Xiqing's eyes darted away, her cheeks flushing slightly. I said that, but it was merely a figure of speech considering our current relationship, which is, after all, nothing. Is it not? Do you desire to define our relationship? Pei Xiqing's face turned crimson. Before she could articulate her thoughts, he seized her arm and began to pull her outside. Wait, Brother Duan, she called out, trying to reclaim her arm, but his hold was too firm. She was nearly breathless, barely able to stand as he continued. I had intended to wait a little longer, to find a better opportunity to discuss this with you before announcing it at the base. Since you are in such a rush, I have no objections. That is not it, Pei Xiqing exclaimed, urgently clinging to his arm, exerting all her strength to keep him from leaving. In that moment, she resembled a koala clinging to a tree. Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze. What are you doing now? Don't go, not now. Why not? She bit her lip. Because I'm timid. Please don't frighten me. Is this what frightens you? Pei Xiqing nodded vigorously, inching closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, carefully leaning against the uninjured part of him. I'm particularly afraid, especially when you're silent. It makes me anxious. Is that so? Yes, Brother Duan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things earlier. Even if I doubt you, I could wait until we reach the base to discuss it. By then, I trust you won't force me to stay. Oh, who granted you such confidence? Did I ever say I wouldn't keep you? Please stop teasing me. Pei Xiqing's ears flushed red. You are a person of Franlin. You must adhere to the rules and lead by example. Duan Xiaolin was unhurried to extricate her from his grasp, silently observing her fluctuating expressions, momentarily at a loss. He genuinely did not know how to handle Pei Xiqing. After a while, she grew so anxious that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, still attempting to placate him intermittently. He sighed, lifting her and placing her on the nearby table, remarking, "You are quite the handful." Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed, and she eased her grip on his neck. Are you no longer angry? Duan Xiaolin remained silent, unzipping her clothing, revealing her neck and a portion of her shirt. His gaze roamed over her skin, and a kiss landed on the corner of her lips, followed by her chin, and finally, he lingered on her neck, sucking deeply. As she attempted to move, his slender fingers pressed against her lips, his expression impassive, yet desire burned vividly in his eyes. Pei Xiqing's heart raced deafeningly, and instead of fear, she felt exhilaration. The man, despite his injuries, was an indomitable presence, casting a shadow over her, his muscles accentuated and undeniable. The tabletop was small and aged, causing her to feel unsteady, as if she might topple off if he did not support her. In a hushed murmur, she cautioned, "Don't lean too close. I'm afraid the table will collapse." Duan Xiaolin grasped the back of her head, leaning down to lightly bite the spot where he had just kissed. Pei Xiqing immediately clutched her neck. What are you doing? That hurts. I didn't bite hard, and it hurts? Why are you biting me? To return the virus to you. Pei Xiqing chuckled. So you can be childish as well? Duan Xiaolin's large hand supported her waist, sliding down her slender back. Pei Xiqing's reaction shifted immediately, pushing against his chest. There are still people outside. He languidly replied, I know. Please don't. Her words were silenced as the man pressed against her, overwhelming her completely. The table beneath them wobbled as he applied weight to one side, producing a significant noise. Her fingers clutched his sleeve tightly, her delicate neck held in his grasp, while he kissed her with a fervor that was both restrained and forceful. Like a beast roaring in a forest at night, he was relentless, revealing his claws only in the darkness. Pei Xiqing trembled uncontrollably, attempting to evade him, her voice quivering. Wait a moment. She was utterly defenseless, forced to accept the kiss, unsure if her neck had been pierced. It hurt immensely. She genuinely felt that Duan Xiaolin might snap her neck, especially with his hand gripping her. Even without applying strength, she could not break free, feeling on the verge of asphyxiation. She had never seen this side of Duan Xiaolin. Compared to his previous demeanor, he now exuded an underlying ferocity that belied his earlier calmness. Gripping her neck, he distinctly felt each inch of her skin and its pulse beneath his palm, the bite marks oozing blood, glaring and seemingly fissured. He tightened his grip, relishing the sight of her completely under his control. Pei Xiqing felt her vision blurring, almost expending her last ounce of strength to push him away. As the force around her neck dissipated, Pei Xiqing suddenly coughed twice, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding an irresistible charm. "Please, don't do this. I'm feeling a bit frightened." The man stepped back, leaning against a wooden pillar, his gaze deep and unsettling. The crimson hue tainted his otherwise indifferent eyes with a hint of murkiness. He seemed to linger on the moment, inquiring softly, "If I say not to be afraid, will that ease your distress?" "The effect may be minimal," he replied nonchalantly. "This table looks like it's on the verge of collapsing." He continued, "It's not convenient to conduct matters here, yet I remember every debt you owe." Pei Xiqing comprehended his insinuation, leaping down only to falter and fall to the ground. Duan Xiaolin crouched beside her, gently stroking her hair, gazing at her disheveled appearance, her enchanting eyes reflecting disarray. He sighed lightly. "Many already fear me. You are not the exception." Pei Xiqing remained silent, clutching his hand with a pitiful expression. "Please, don't act like this." She felt as though she was on the brink of disaster. "What has happened to me?" he asked with keen interest. "It seems I have yet to do anything to you. Why are you afraid? Or perhaps your mind is occupied with other thoughts." "I'm not thinking of anything chaotic." "I do have thoughts," he said, his palm enclosing both of her wrists effortlessly, candidly stating, "If there were a sturdy bed behind you, it would be quite perfect." He intended to render her incapable of uttering anything but tears. Chapter 39. Fear. Pei Xiqing felt a cold sweat trickling from her palms, unable to move. She could only watch him anxiously. "It hurts." The man eased his grip, lowering his head to her neck, softly licking the pulsating veins on her skin. His deep-set eyes seemed to devour her whole. Beneath her pale skin, traces of blood seeped through. He stared at the blood for a brief moment, then lightly brushed his fingertip across it, collecting a smear of crimson. He softly inquired, "Do you realize our blood shares a certain resemblance?" "What do you mean?" "After you bit me." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly. "What?" She was astonished. "After I bit you, weren't you saved? Could you possibly turn into a zombie?" "That is not what I meant," he pondered. "I'm not entirely certain, but our blood's compatibility appears to be quite high." "Then do you feel like you are becoming a zombie?" "No." Pei Xiqing sighed in relief, only to be unexpectedly licked on the side of her neck again. The warm, wet sensation made her body tense, and the touched spots itched uncontrollably. She tilted her head, but the man perceptibly sensed the change in her body, chuckling softly. "It seems I'm not the only one with wandering thoughts." Pei Xiqing's face flushed, her eyes widening in protest as she attempted to push him away. "I didn't." However, he was as solid as a block of iron, and her efforts were futile. He seized her wrist. His large, sturdy hand felt powerful, and having supported her body more than once, the fabric between them only heightened her sense of invasion. If, as he stated, that was indeed a bed, then it was likely that those hands had roamed across her entire body, finally encircling her ankle, rendering her entirely under his control. Due to his injury, his clothing was somewhat thin, with faint traces of blood on his shoulder. Yet, the masculine traits were undeniably evident, causing her to blush profusely. Pei Xiqing dared not move recklessly. She continued to explain, "Your reaction is far more intense than mine." A man's typical response was understandable, and her gaze inadvertently dropped. Swallowing hard, This man before her instilled a fear deeper than any she had encountered, particularly in bed. She recalled the settings from her readings. It seemed that those with abilities in this world experienced enhancements in various aspects. She was unaware of whether he had undergone any changes in that regard. As she realized her thoughts, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Duan Xiaolin tilted her chin, planting a kiss upon it, then gazed at her flushed lips, his eyes descending as he murmured, "You need not adhere to rules with me, nor when we return to the base." Conveniently, I am not one to abide by conventions either. She met his gaze, but before she could utter a word, he kissed her again. Pei Xiqing's breath quickened, particularly recalling that near-asphyxiating kiss. Her eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably. Her face radiated a deep crimson hue. Yet regarding the base, she thought to herself, "I will reconsider and perhaps visit. If I find it unappealing, I wish to leave. Surely Brother Duan would not make it difficult for me." In response, the man let out a subtle, cold laugh. He lifted her and placed her on a chair, saying nothing. The answer was self-evident. Sounds emanated from outside. Duan Xiaolin adjusted his glasses, assuming the demeanor of the typically aloof figure from Franlon. Though she had yet to meet others from Franlon, she knew that he was a figure of great significance, representing the organization simply by his presence. Cold, ruthless, and utterly inscrutable, adept at concealing his emotions. Yet the evidence of that passionate kiss lingered on her lips. When faced with him again, the sound of her heartbeat echoed clearly in her ears. He meticulously straightened his clothes, leaving no visible trace, while Pei Xiqing appeared disheveled. Her hair cascaded down to her waist, her jacket crumpled, exposing her delicate shoulder, and the color of her lips hinted at more than mere innocence. Her clear eyes shimmering with desire, shy yet alluring. Pei Xiqing felt utterly embarrassed. She covered her face, rummaging through her pockets for a mask. Just as she retrieved it, the man knocked it from her grasp with an undeniable force. It wasn't heavy, but she had not held it securely, and it fell to the ground. She gazed at him in astonishment. Duan Xiaolin, unfazed, remarked it fell. "Then let's discard it." He helped her into her jacket, seemingly indifferent to the item on the floor. Was he doing this on purpose? Pei Xiqing puffed out her cheeks, picking up the mask and dusting it off. Such a fine item should not be so easily discarded. He merely cast her a cool glance before stepping through the door. Pei Xiqing muttered to herself, "I really don't understand how one can be at odds with a mask." This mask had been given to her by Ling Lang. If she truly went to the base, it might prove useful. As the door swung open, she promptly concealed the mask, lingering in the room for a while before summoning the courage to step outside. Upon emerging, she found everyone busy tending to wounds and organizing supplies, leaving no one the time to scrutinize her. Pei Xiqing felt relieved and quickly joined in, assisting with the tidying up. There were quite a few items, many of which had been taken from the vehicle. With the vehicle now abandoned in City B, everything had to be carried manually, especially the crucial documents from the base that needed to be transported entirely. Pei Xiqing crouched down, sorting through a pile of papers, placing them into a nearby safe. As she tidied, a sheet slipped from the stack. Picking it up, she recognized the signature and realized it was a request for personnel transfer from Franlon, signed by Duan Xiaolin. His handwriting mirrored his persona, cold and imposing. However, this document seemed to require the signature of Franlin's overall leader. How could Duan Xiaolin's signature be present? Before she could ponder further, Long Yin approached, carrying a stack of papers, which he discarded onto the ground. The dust raised by the impact made her cough involuntarily. "So many? Do we need to take them all?" "No." Long Yin pulled out a lighter, preparing to incinerate everything, ensuring not a trace remained. "Are they no longer useful? Or are they confidential?" "They cannot be taken," she replied. "You should sit aside. Many of these documents you won't comprehend. I will handle the cleaning, and anything unnecessary will be burned." "All right." Long Yin crouched down to begin sorting. She worked swiftly, reading rapidly, and within 10 minutes had cleared the bottom stack. Finally, she set fire to the documents at her feet, leaving them entirely consumed. Pei Xiqing felt puzzled. They seemed to be concealing something, yet she could not fathom it and decided not to speculate further. It was likely related to the various factions within the base and their conflicts with Franlon. Pei Xiqing moved aside to assist with the medical supplies, only to lift her gaze and spot Xiao Yu, who had fainted, his scarred face devoid of color. He lay on the wooden board, appearing as though he had just emerged from a mass grave. Yet he was still breathing. Had he truly separated from the female protagonist? At that moment in the woods, when he urged her to leave, the protagonist and her group hadn't ventured towards this direction. What would unfold in the ensuing plot? The protagonist group escaping the zombie-infested City B, yet becoming separated from one another. It seemed to align, albeit tenuously. Then what happened next? It seems that the protagonists began to engage in their own forms of retribution amidst the apocalypse, encountering various fortuitous events that would grant them distinct advantages, enhancing their supernatural abilities, ultimately reuniting at a base. However, after their separation, the male lead faced numerous challenges reminiscent of the trials faced by Xuanzang in his quest for Buddhist scriptures, with many female characters, akin to the enchanting female demons who encountered Tang Sung, eager to cling to him for support. Reflecting on her own situation, it appears she too shares a similar inclination. Why does it feel as though Pei Xiqing has become either a stepping stone or an obstacle in the male lead's path to growth? Is this the fate of female characters, always entwined in such a manner? She has no desire to be involved. Having organized her medicine kit, Pei Xiqing hastily exited, only to be called back by Xiao Yu, who lay on the wooden bed. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Xiqing, wait a moment. Pei Xiqing paused. Is there something you need? Yes. Xiao Yu managed to sit up with some effort, his pale face betraying his condition. Has the transaction you mentioned been completed? It has. She observed that Duan Xiaolan's injuries appeared to have stabilized, and she trusted that time would suffice for his recovery, hoping he would not succumb to infection. That's good to hear. He inquired, is that man someone new you had taken an interest in? Why would you go to such lengths to save him? Cough, cough, cough. What happened before was not your fault. During this time, Tingting has been quite worried about you. I do not understand how you became entangled with that group. As your brother-in-law, I must advise you to sever ties with them, especially with that Long Yin and the injured man. They are not good people. Pei Xiqing replied, what a coincidence, I'm not a good person either. She retorted, otherwise, how could I end up in my brother-in-law's bed? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yu's demeanor grew serious, lacking the ability to jest or appreciate humor. His thoughts often remained rigid. Do not speak such words. It does not bode well for a young lady's reputation. Moreover, as your brother-in-law, if you were to simply acknowledge your mistake, I could treat it as if nothing occurred. Pei Xiqing, unwilling to continue the conversation, pushed the door open to leave. Just as she stepped outside, she was met with a stunned Long Yin, her mouth agape in shock. She hesitated. Sister Long Yin. Long Yin stepped back. It's nothing. I didn't hear anything. You didn't say anything. Let's leave it at that. Pei Xiqing felt immensely awkward. No, Sister Long Yin. It's not what you think. You don't need to explain. I understand you. Women, I understand all too well. Ling Lang approached, carrying a barrel of gunpowder. Do you two still have time to chat? What are you discussing? Can I listen? Long Yin pushed him aside. You cannot. Pei Xiqing added, you cannot. Ling Lang scoffed. I have no desire to listen. He then turned to Pei Xiqing. Why is your face red again? You blush so easily. Are you certain there is nothing amiss? You are the one with a problem. Are you blushing because of someone? Pei Xiqing, feeling guilty, retorted, mind your own business. TSK. Ling Lang glanced behind her. Captain Xiao. Xiao Yu emerged, his complexion pale. Thank you for saving my life. I wonder if Captain Ling Lang has seen any of my other teammates? Not all. Then I shall search for them. However, he had barely taken a few steps before the pain overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Ling Lang offered no assistance. Sister Long Yin, please summon LV Sudong. You two are in charge of him. It's your decision whether to bring him back or leave him behind. Understood. Long Yin crouched to check Xiao Yu's breath. Being the captain of S1, it would not be wise to abandon him here. He seemed to possess numerous valuable items, including a high-quality firearm and various equipment. Is this truly the standard for S1? She squinted and smiled. His abilities are quite impressive. Whether he is friend or foe remains uncertain. If he proves unhelpful, we can always eliminate him later. Pei Xiqing cleared her throat. Let us not kill him just yet. We still do not know the source of his equipment. Perhaps we could extract some information from him. If all else fails, we might as well leave him be. They could provoke unforeseen dangers if they targeted the male lead. Indeed, Long Yin replied, her smile widening. We want to kill him, but we must save him. She emphasized the last two words with intent. Pei Xiqing subtly gestured to her. Do not say anything. Long Yin flashed an understanding expression, patting her shoulder. Do not worry. I shall spare his life. However, his condition is critical. We lack adequate medical resources. We must reach the base swiftly. Ling Lang remarked, we are close. We only need to cross this mountain and walk for another 2 hours. Once we clear the front base line, we will arrive. That is excellent news. Long Yin exerted herself, dragging Xiao Yu by the legs. Prepare yourselves. We shall set off shortly. Pei Xiqing felt a touch of anxiety. Only a final stretch remained before reaching the human base. She instinctively glanced back. Duan Xiaolin was approaching her, lowering his voice. Let's go. Pei Xiqing inhaled deeply, hesitating for a moment before following him. The group resumed their journey, traversing for most of the day. After scaling a high mountain, Pei Xiqing began with enthusiasm but soon found herself exhausted. Awakening to discover she was being carried on Ling Lang's back. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. Wasn't Sister Long Yin the one carrying me? Ling Lang explained as he walked. You fell asleep, calling for me to carry you. How is that possible? Why wouldn't it be? Everyone heard you, Ling Lang teased. Pei Xiqing felt embarrassed, attempting to struggle down, just as Duan Xiaolin, dressed impeccably in a suit, passed by, fastening the last button on his cuff. Take her to the north courtyard first. I have a meeting to attend. I shall arrive later. Pei Xiqing looked up abruptly, gazing at a majestic and imposing skyscraper that loomed before her, surrounded by towering walls that reached hundreds of meters high, creating a commanding and awe-inspiring presence. Perfectly encircled by hundreds of unmanned combat drones, Ling Lang deliberately jostled her, teasing, we have arrived at the base. Are you afraid? Chapter 40. The abyss. Pei Xiqing suppressed her sense of awe in the presence of the colossal structure before her, striving to calm herself. It's all right. This edifice bore little resemblance to anything from the 21st century, far surpassing the technological advancements of her own world. Given that 5 years had passed since the apocalypse, it was evident that even 5 years ago, this world was a distant future compared to her own. Ling Lang chuckled, then let us proceed to have a full-body examination. What's the point of that? Even if I were to have a trace of the zombie virus on me, the instruments would detect it. Would you like to test that? Aren't you concerned that the device might explode when I approach? Pei Xiqing patted his shoulder, urging, put me down. You asked me to carry you, and now that we've arrived, you wish to unload your burdens? Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Long Yin approached with a smile. Ling Lang enjoys teasing you. When we were climbing the mountain, you fell asleep on the rocks. Initially, I intended to carry you, but I had to keep an eye on Xiao Yu. So it was Brother Duan who shouldered you. His injury has nearly healed, so carrying you is no issue. However, when we were near the base and going through the checkpoint, he had to leave to attend a meeting in Franlin. She gestured in the direction of his departure. Ling Lang volunteered to carry you after that. She was grateful that Long Yin provided an explanation. Otherwise, she might have doubted herself. Ling Lang snorted. Brother has matters to attend to. I'll take you to the north yard. Just follow me. Long Yin nodded. Go with him. I have some matters to handle as well, so I won't accompany you. I'll find you later. Pei Xiqing felt her cheeks warm. I didn't mean to trouble you all by falling asleep on the mountain. It's nothing. The mist on that mountain was peculiar. It was related to your drowsiness. No one blames you, so don't take it to heart. Pei Xiqing watched as she and the others departed. Ling Lang waited ahead, and as she approached, she said, Please don't make such jokes with me again. Can't I tease you a little? Is that so petty? Pei Xiqing shook her head, speaking earnestly. It's not that. I simply don't want to misunderstand Brother Duan, nor do I want you to think of me in that light. Ling Lang interjected. What kind of person do you think I am? Am I not aware? Pei Xiqing looked up. Perhaps in the future, when you hear some gossip, you might regret it. I might not be the virtuous person you think. Am I so easily swayed? Do you think I lack discernment? Not at all. I'm merely suggesting that your understanding of me might be incomplete. What about my brother? Does he have a complete understanding? His gaze is intense. Does he carry a desire for you? Or does he know you too well? Pei Xiqing blinked. What if that were the case? Then so be it. My brother has never been involved with anyone in the base, yet many women are fond of him, though it's more accurate to say they admire his power. Ling Lang replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean by that? If it were genuine affection, then it is what it is. It's not a grave matter. Much like my feelings for you, I've never regarded it as significant." Pei Xiqing widened her eyes. "What did you just say?" Ling Lang observed her reaction. Bursting into laughter, "You really are naive. I said it casually. Did you actually believe me? No way. You can't be serious, right? Or perhaps, do you actually harbor feelings for me? You're quite shameless, speaking such nonsense. And you're rather foolish for not realizing I'm teasing you." Pei Xiqing was left speechless. Ling Lang averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he recalled the look his brother had given him earlier. "All right, I understand now. I apologize for what happened earlier. We should hurry. Everyone will be quite busy upon returning to the base. You should settle in and rest well, or you'll waste my time." With that, he hurriedly walked away. Ling Lang was a person of conviction and independent thought, proud yet carefree. Perhaps he truly believed, as he claimed, that nothing held any significance. Pei Xiqing sighed and quickened her pace to match his. They had now entered the precincts of the base. Ahead stood a fully armed sentry post, where soldiers, clearly formidable abilities, stood vigilant. The surrounding walls were heavily fortified, with at least 1,000 personnel ensuring no intruders could enter, not even a fly, especially since this was the third defensive line. She turned back to see layers of stringent checkpoints behind her. Numerous individuals, much like herself, appeared to have come from the outside, seeking entry into the base. Some were transporting goods, and all were subjected to thorough inspections through infrared scanning corridors. Those who merely brushed against a zombie or rifled through a corpse for items were subjected to rigorous searches. Standing mere steps from the inner city of the base, Pei Xiqing felt as if she were in a dream. "Ling Lang, what are you dawdling for? If you don't hurry, I want to wait for you. I'm coming." The checkpoint ahead was guarded, and Ling Lang conversed with them briefly. They asked Pei Xiqing only for her name and age before allowing her to pass. A sense of unease lingered within her. She felt guilty and as if she were trespassing. How could she, a mere zombie, have infiltrated such a formidable base? However, that thought dissipated when she glimpsed the other zombies within the inner city. In a fleeting moment, she met the vacant gaze of several zombies through the bars of their cages, and a profound sense of despair and sorrow enveloped her heart. Their eyes held no semblance of humanity. Every inch of their bodies was ensnared by specially designed iron chains, firmly tethered within their confines. They would open their mouths to bite at the sight of a person, yet the chains would pull at their decaying flesh, forcing them into a state of enforced silence. Pei Xiqing stood frozen, unable to move. Perhaps some of their blood coursed through her veins, as her body turned icy, resonating with their plight. Her face drained of color, feeling as though her own skin was being relentlessly tugged. Ling Lang frowned and approached her, gently pulling her away. "Don't look. These creatures are no longer human. Not even zombies. Why? They were once living test subjects in the base, recently infected zombies, used for research and drug trials. As more individuals became infected, some within the base began to develop twisted psyches." He scoffed. Most of them were powerful individuals, their hands stained with too much blood. Some merely collected, while others, unable to bear the pressure of the apocalypse, resorted to digging up those closest to them who had already transformed into zombies. Initially, they framed it as mourning, but when they could no longer control the mutated zombies, they shackled them with these special chains, condemning them to a life in cages, eventually labeling them as pets. Pei Xiqing was astonished. And now, they're just discarded on the streets? It's akin to the wares displayed in the marketplace, utterly devoid of privacy and dignity. Exactly as you imagined. Ling Lang explained that the arrangement of the merchandise was a consequence of the creatures being tamed, once the iron chains were placed upon them. Their fate was sealed. He refrained from elaborating further. Yet Pei Xiqing could surmise that this situation likely stemmed from a complex web of transactions and complicity, cultivated over the span of 5 years, leading to the emergence of such a dark industry. Without lingering, Pei Xiqing was pulled away by Ling Lang, casting a glance back filled with resignation. The streets were almost devoid of vendors, lined instead with cages. Along the thoroughfare, there were at least hundreds of them, each containing a zombie, trapped and desperate, unable to escape life or death. It was no wonder that the base forbade the entry of any zombies. For once a zombie crossed that threshold, their identity would be stripped away. She had once believed the base to be humanity's salvation, yet where there are humans, there exist greed and desire, which give rise to myriad forms of exploitation. Pei Xiqing followed Ling Lang to the north yard, a term that seemed to encompass the northern section of the base. The streets she had traversed earlier bore no resemblance to this area. They were entirely different in character, surrounding the military installation at the center. While the southwestern section featured sprawling communal structures, this region was characterized by towering edifices, a world apart from the central base. She pondered whether every base was similar to this one, musing to herself, "Which base is this?" Ling Lang unlocked a large iron door and ushered her inside, remarking, "This is the third base. I seldom visit. I either lead teams at the first base or work on infrastructure at the fifth base. This is only my second time here." "So the infrastructure here is merely of average quality?" she inquired. "One could say that," he replied nonchalantly. "I don't feel much difference. It doesn't matter where I am as long as I can accept missions. However, I haven't paid much attention to these details. When you have time, feel free to explore and compare with the other bases." In truth, her interest had waned. The larger the base, the greater the number of those monsters reminiscent of the streets outside. The apocalypse had left profound psychological scars and traumas on humanity, yet this was no justification for their cruelty. Sometimes she felt grateful that the original character in the book had no ties to human bases. Entanglements with men were inconsequential. But entering such predatory environments could very well have led to a lifetime of suffering in a cage. She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if the men she had previously entangled with were to see her. She could hardly fathom the extent to which she might be sold from one hand to another. Pei Xiqing felt a chill. Surely, there was no one in this base who had ever crossed paths with the original character. She rubbed her arms, feeling the goosebumps, and discreetly glanced around. Good, there was no one familiar. The faces she had seen along the way seemed to belong to strangers, and with her mask on and her body tightly wrapped, it should be difficult for anyone to recognize her. Just as she began to relax, a voice behind her exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Miss Pei?" "Oh my, it truly is. What brings you back here?" Chapter 41. A refreshing touch. Pei Xiqing felt a stiffening in her spine as she turned around. Disbelief etched across her face as she confronted a few slightly aged faces. "Who are you? Could it be that Miss Pei has forgotten us so soon?" Behind her stood several women carrying baskets, their eyes crinkled with age, casting her a scrutinizing glance. "Miss Pei, why are you wearing a mask? We can recognize your figure at a glance. Who would have thought that after just a few days, you'd become shy? You previously refused to marry my son, insisting on pursuing a career alongside that so-called captain in the apocalypse. And now, just a few days later, you've returned, tail between your legs? In my opinion, matters of slaying zombies should be left to the men. What sense does it make for women to venture out to fight? It's far better to stay home, do the laundry and cook, and wait for them to return laden with spoils. That Captain Shao of yours? He doesn't seem like a trustworthy sort. My son is far more reliable, serving in the base's guard unit with a promising future ahead." Pei Xiqing understood. These women mistook her for the original owner, Pei Xiqing. She lowered her voice. "You have mistaken me for someone else." "Impossible. We remember your figure clearly. Don't pretend you don't know us. My son has no shortage of women. Offering you a marriage proposal was a courtesy. Many have sought to marry him, but we turned them all away, only coming to you because we saw your potential. You truly have the wrong person. If you continue with these nonsensical claims, I shall call for help." Ling Lang approached. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Ling Lang, the women froze momentarily. How come there is a new captain again? Goodness, Miss Pei is indeed extraordinary. Surrounded by one man after another, just like her shameless sister. Enough. Didn't we see that Miss Pei was a bit thinner before? One woman, noticing Ling Lang's unusual gaze, hurriedly interrupted. "I recall the previous Miss Pei was skin and bones. She looked almost emaciated, unlike this lady with her alluring figure." They exchanged glances, confirming their mistake. "Indeed, we mistook you. We simply thought your silhouette resembled hers." Apologies, Captain. Pei Xiqing watched as they hurriedly departed, deep in thought. Had Pei Xiqing visited this base before? What connection did she have with these women? It seemed reminiscent of a plot line from the book. Events that unfolded during the 5 years of the apocalypse when the original owner was entangled with several men, entirely oblivious and devoid of any memory. Clearly, over the past 5 years, Pei Xiqing had traveled to many places before ultimately choosing to leave with Xiaoyu. Ling Lang inquired, "Are we not leaving?" "Coming. Do you know them?" "I do not." "Why does it seem they recognize you?" "The sister of the Pei Xiqing they mentioned is indeed me." Ling Lang nodded. Having anticipated this, then why the inquiry? "Just testing to see if you would deceive me." The buildings here were independent, featuring high rises, yet the residential area resembled a vast courtyard, with each household filled to the brim with residents. Upon their arrival, numerous gossipers peeked out, curiously observing. Who is that? The woman wearing a mask. Does she hide her face due to shame? Who knows, perhaps another man from the team has brought home a woman. TSK, TSK. It appears we shall have new neighbors. But wait, why are they heading toward the front houses? That seems to be the residence of a high-ranking official. My goodness, what is her background? When there is time, I shall greet this newcomer and see what merits she possesses to reside in such a fine place. By the way, do you know who the high-ranking official is at that location? Uncertain. I overheard my man mention that it is someone referred to as that esteemed person in the base, charging quite the fee. Why they choose not to go to the first base and come here instead is beyond me. Well, my man returns tonight. I must discuss it with him and suggest he bring a gift. Pei Xiqing followed Ling Lang until they halted before a tightly shut door. The house was simply designed, embodying a minimalist wasteland style, with a large banyan tree extending toward the small window on the second floor. The surrounding houses were fully occupied, and the branches reaching toward them had been severed. Ling Lang stated the command to open the main door was 3A11, common among residents. Now, you may set the command for this door. Am I allowed to? Certainly. Pei Xiqing created the simplest command. Ling Lang crossed his arms. Oh, isn't it easy to remember? Indeed. Nowadays, people's brains are underdeveloped. They would likely take a while to decipher your code, though they can still open it. Pei Xiqing remarked, then I shall reverse it. 951413. The reverse is pi. My decimal point will undoubtedly baffle them. Just ensure you remember it. Ling Lang sighed, I'm off. Pei Xiqing called after him. Wait a moment. What else? If I wish to find Brother Duan or Sister Longyan, how should I go about it? Ling Lang replied, why not seek me out instead? Though honestly, even if you did, I would have little time to attend to you. He shrugged, gesturing toward the imposing base building ahead. Do you see that? It houses the core of the base. It's a battleship capable of instant deployment and flight. Everything around it is ancillary, and within lies the military stronghold of the base. To find us, you must enter there. I should not be permitted entry. With the right command, you may. Oh, what kind? Ling Lang explained. To find my brother, no command is necessary since he is rarely seen by the public. To find me, simply provide the reverse pi you just created. As for Sister Longyan, wait until later. She will reach out to you herself. Thank you. If you need me, seek me out. Otherwise, if you input random commands, prepare for a scolding. Understood. Once Ling Lang departed, Pei Xiqing opened the door and stepped inside, only to be ambushed by a dark shadow. Startled, she realized a husky was about to lick her. She quickly raised her hand to stop it. Xiaobai, how did this silly dog end up here? She had brought it back the previous day, intending to feed it a bit before letting it go. Never expecting to find it here, Xiaobai circled around her, sporting clothing that somewhat concealed its identity as a mutated dog. Pei Xiqing stroked its head. Did Brother Duan bring you here? Xiaobai spun around once more. It seemed quite settled. Pei Xiqing led it further inside. The room was tidy, with a simple layout, one bedroom and one living room, the arrangement of items orderly. Yet, it was evident that it had been uninhabited for quite some time, a thin layer of dust coating the surfaces. Pei Xiqing opened the bedroom door and made the bed, then played with Xiaobai in the living room while tidying up. Exhausted and unwilling to move further, she lazily sank onto the sofa, stroking the dog's head. Perhaps it's time for a bath. You're filthy, and your fur could use a wash. Xiaobai whimpered, and Pei Xiqing dragged it into the bathroom. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded in washing the dog. Once dried, she ran her hands through its fur, which had become quite soft. Since you are not a biter, we shall be companions from now on. Let us coexist amicably. She was also damp, having just emerged from a shower. With no one having returned yet, Pei Xiqing languidly reclined on the sofa, idly playing with the dog while resting her eyes. Before she realized it, consciousness slipped away from her. When she opened her eyes again, a soft yellow lamp illuminated the living room, and Duan Xiaolin, impeccably attired in a suit, sat nearby, diligently reviewing documents. As she turned over, the blanket slipped from her, revealing the loose shirt she had carelessly donned after her bath. The man's brow quirked slightly as he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes settling on her delicate shoulders. "Awake?" he inquired. Chapter 42. What to do? Pei Xiqing rubbed her eyes, shivering slightly as she sat up and hurriedly retrieved the fallen blanket, draping it back over herself as she nestled into the sofa. What time is it? It was nearly 2 in the morning. If her memory served her correctly, after giving Xiaobai a bath, she had also bathed and emerged around 8 o'clock. She had inadvertently fallen asleep. During the day, she had been carried around, feeling dazed and having slept for quite a while. Perhaps it was related to the mist that Dragon Yin had mentioned entering the body. Even now, she felt a persistent headache, her mind heavy and lethargic. She shook her head, her vision slightly blurred. Before she could make any movements, a pair of cool fingers pressed against her temples. Pei Xiqing opened her eyes in surprise as the man softly instructed, "Don't move." He sat closer, wrapping her in his arms. The gentle massage on her temples eased her dizziness considerably, prompting her to close her eyes and indulge in the sensation. The cool scent of the man enveloped her, and his broad, solid chest behind her offered a reassuring presence. Leaning back slightly, she rested against his shoulder, noticing the weariness etched between his brows. Just as she raised her hand to touch him, he seized her wrist. That forest was merely a dead end they had traversed as a shortcut. Most would succumb to the mist, becoming disoriented and unable to escape. Why were they unharmed? It varies from person to person. That forest acts as a shield for our base, preventing many outsiders from approaching. We have been undergoing special training at the base for 5 years, rendering us immune to such mists. Now I understand why I was the only one lost in a daze, my head still aching. Duan Xiaolin continued to massage her for a while longer, his touch perfectly measured and meticulous. Pei Xiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to voice her desire to stop when the man tugged at the collar of her shirt, pulling it down to her arms, exposing a broad expanse of her fair skin. Unfortunately, on her back, faint greenish spots marred the beauty of her butterfly bones, scattered, not extensive, yet unmistakable evidence of a zombie's bite. Pei Xiqing could not see her back, but she had noticed similar marks on her arms and thighs while bathing before sleeping, leading her to a disconcerting realization. She instinctively tried to evade his touch, but he firmly held her shoulder from behind. Feeling his proximity intensify, she became increasingly tense, her breath almost stalling as a soft kiss landed on her neck. Her ears flushed crimson as he murmured from behind, "Do these things ever cause you discomfort?" "Sometimes, especially in the presence of zombies. When there are many, my skin itches, as though I am about to be infected and compelled to bite." She had observed that the discomfort often subsided on its own, but whenever zombies were nearby, her entire body would itch, urging her to grind her teeth against something. Once the zombies departed, her skin would revert to normal, those unsightly spots fading away. Perhaps a little experiment is in order? The man's suggestion made her widen her eyes. An experiment? "I'll take you to the base center in a few days." Pei Xiqing replied, "All right." Then, she busied herself searching for her dead phone. During this period, she had been exceedingly frugal with her phone's battery, yet it had ultimately succumbed and shut down a few days prior. "What are you planning to do?" he inquired. "Do you have a charger? I want to accompany you and perhaps check in while I'm at it. I promise, if there are areas I cannot photograph or any confidential matters, I will absolutely not pry and will fully comply with Lord Framlin's arrangements. I merely wish to explore." Having already infiltrated a human base, she had a reasonable grasp of the capabilities of the man before her and Ling Lang's team. If he could bring her in, there was no need to overthink it. Now that she was here, why not take a look around? As she gazed at the towering center base from the outside, She was struck with both awe and curiosity about the advancements in future technology and the internal structure. Duan Xiaolin replied, "Anything that can be shown can be photographed. Anything that cannot will not be revealed to you. That's fine. I'm not here to be a spy. Just clocking in will suffice," she smiled. "Very well. I shall take you." She cleared her throat, feeling his arms encircle her from behind, her shirt slipping perilously low, exposing her skin against his chest. She could distinctly feel the texture of his suit and the placement of his buttons. The cold fabric felt slightly prickly against her, prompting her to shift, yet she sensed his gaze lingering on her back. The sensation was like being pricked by needles, both electrifying and disconcerting. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to have him redirect her attention. "Pei Xiqing." "Yes?" His sudden call startled her, causing her to stiffen. "What is it? Can we continue to undress?" Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying?" "I said to take off your clothes." Pei Xiqing could not turn a glance back. She could only fixate on the immaculate bookshelf before her, her mind swirling. Why on earth? She nearly stumbled over her words, finally regaining composure. "Duan Ge, can I see you instead? I'm a bit nervous and unsure of your intentions. It will be best if you do not see me right now." He glanced at her nearly flushed skin, feigning calmness, while she appeared delicate and shy, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. He could easily imagine the wistful expression in her eyes at that moment. Rarely interested in a woman, he was unwilling to reveal his other side to her. Pei Xiqing sensed the danger, remaining still as she softly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much." His tone was almost soothing. "Just leave it to me." Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, feeling the bony tips of his fingers gliding along her spine and skin. Within a few breaths, the blanket and her shirt fell away. She was already wearing shorts meant for sleep, barely reaching her knees, and he grasped her long legs, causing her to lightly squirm, her body flushed as if scalded. "Do you want to take off your pants too?" "No need. But would you like to?" His gaze traveled from her ankles to her calves, and further up. Pei Xiqing's cheeks burned a fiery hue, and she finally lifted her gaze to meet his, asking, "What do you wish to do?" He raised his hand to caress her face. "I want to do everything. However, before that, I need to confirm one thing." Pei Xiqing, still bewildered, asked, "What is it?" Duan Xiaolin grasped her wrist, his eyes fixed upon her chest. When did this serpent mark appear? Chapter 43. The allure of guidance beneath her snow-white skin. Dark tresses cascaded down her back, and as she blinked her long lashes, she exuded a captivating beauty, radiating an innate innocence and purity. Duan Xiaolin chuckled. "Did you not notice?" Pei Xiqing, her mind nearly muddled, snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice, glancing down at her chest. A mark? Could it be the serpent? How was she unaware of it? Indeed, close to her heart, a dark green, serpent-shaped pattern boldly manifested in her line of sight. The serpent even flickered in response to the flow of her blood and her breath, as if it had become one with her. Pei Xiqing's eyes brimmed with confusion. "I had no idea. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. I didn't even notice it while bathing just now." It seemed to have appeared all of a sudden, perhaps related to Duan Xiaolin. She regarded him curiously. "Do you know something?" "I'm not entirely sure," he replied, gently placing his palm upon her. Clad only in her undergarments, she felt the calluses of his hand, trembling uncontrollably, grasping his hand, her voice quavering. "And then what?" Now he was certain. Certain of what? Of your extraordinary abilities. Were they? One is a form of mental manipulation, and the other is an enhancement ability. Am I a dual ability wielder? Pei Xiqing inquired. No, he answered, they are essentially one ability. At present, they are not, but they may become so in the future. Pei Xiqing found herself at a loss for emotions. She was a zombie. How could she possibly be a dual ability wielder? It made her feel increasingly like a monster, a rare and absurd creature. So, am I formidable? That depends on your choices. What do you mean? I don't quite understand, she asked, sneezing suddenly. Duan Xiaolin draped a blanket over her shoulders again, explaining, it depends on how you interpret your talents and where your limits lie. It will take time for you to seek out the answers on your own, to feel them. Somewhat comprehending yet still perplexed, she resolved to give it a try. Clutching the blanket, she rubbed her slightly reddened nose. With this, no one would dare bully her anymore. If zombies harassed her, she would use her abilities. And if ability wielders troubled her, she would simply bite them. Though it was somewhat unexpected, she felt a sense of relief in not fearing anyone anymore. Even without abilities, her very being would likely deter most from provoking her for fear of becoming a zombie. In contrast, Duan Xiaolin seemed to be endlessly explaining, gentle and patient, as if the recent intimacy was merely a means to confirm his suspicions. She noticed the meticulous creases in his attire, as if he were slowly revealing the depths of his inner world, peeling away the layers of a long-hidden facade. She yearned to sit upon him, to kiss the cold indifference of his brows behind his glasses. Pei Xiqing swallowed hard, and while he continued his discourse, she propped herself on her knees. Half kneeling on the carpet, tilting her neck, Duan Ge. He responded, Is there something you do not understand? She reached out, tugging at the sleeve of his suit. Is there nothing else you wish to share with me? Duan Xiaolin looked down at her, smiling. What would you like me to say? For instance, do you not wish to kiss me? The depths of his gaze darkened. Nothing could be more impactful than her uttering such words in this manner. Despite having encountered countless women in the apocalypse, he had never felt this way before. Where shall I kiss you? On the lips. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, begging for a kiss. Please, kiss me. He raised an eyebrow, fingers brushing through a strand of her soft hair. I desire to kiss more than just your lips. His eyes, shadowy as ink, captured her chin, and Duan Xiaolin fulfilled her wish, bestowing a tender kiss, his lips caressing hers. The cold air around them seeped into the blanket, the chill sending shivers through her, yet it was far more than his presence that stirred her. Pei Xiqing blushed furiously from the kiss. By the time she regained her senses, she had audaciously wrapped her arms around his neck, climbing from the carpet onto his shoulders. They continued their kiss, and inexplicably, she felt her strength waning, as if surrendering. He made no move to assist her. The carpet beneath was somewhat hard, ill-suited for sitting. Her knees began to redden, yet there was no time to dwell on it, for his kiss followed her downwards. Her glasses were nudged, obstructing their movements. Yet Duan Xiaolin did not remove them. She instinctively extended her tongue, teasingly flicking it, only to be firmly captured by him, intensifying the kiss. She realized then that his gentleness was merely a facade. His true nature was one of ferocity and dominion. They succumbed to the intoxicating allure of each other's warmth, caught in a tender entanglement. One a tentative explorer, cautious yet audacious. The other, indulgent and guiding, patient in his seduction. Except for the untimely interruption of a communication device. Clearly, at that moment, within the central base, Long Yin and others were embroiled in a critical discussion, unaware that their presiding judge was lost in the embrace of a woman. Amidst their heated argument, if you ask me, just drop a bomb on them. I disagree. There must be survivors inside. Who do you think you are? To suggest dropping a bomb? I am one of the Frenluren. Who do you think I am? Are you aware that there are also many ability wielders in the recent bases who refuse to submit to authority? Their actions have shown blatant disregard for the base, smuggling, selling internal blueprints, and developing various weapon schematics, involving several high-ranking officials. This matter can only be resolved when the presiding judge arrives. Be quiet. I'm trying to contact Duan Ge. Please do not disrupt me, Long Yin interjected. However, typically, a single attempt to contact would yield a timely connection, yet this time, there was no response. A member of Frenluren frowned. Could the presiding judge be occupied with other matters? I shall try again, Long Yin replied, and the items that were sent back can only proceed upon his directive. Pei Xiqing, hearing the voice, initially thought it was a figment of her imagination. It was only when the device on Duan Xiaolin's chest vibrated again that she pushed him away. Duan Ge, your device is ringing. Is someone looking for you? Her breath was shaky, fingers trembling, unable to maintain her kneeling position. The man paused, extending an arm for her to lean against, the muscular contours of his arm evident in this moment. She cautiously embraced it, observing his movements. The communication device was a chip embedded in his equipment. Once activated, the video feed projected into the air. Without a glance, he abruptly terminated the video, retaining only the audio. His voice was hoarse, resonating with gravity. What is it? Chapter 44. Mastery inside the conference room. The attendees gazed at the fleeting video footage, unable to discern any clarity before it was abruptly reduced to mere audio, leaving them in a perplexed state. What is the presiding judge up to? Is he preoccupied with matters of urgency? Ordinarily, in such instances, a direct video confirmation would ensue, followed by the transmission of signed documents from his end. Some matters even necessitate his personal verification through facial recognition and fingerprint authentication. Especially now, as they were about to connect with high-ranking officials from the headquarters and various senior managers from Franlin. It was unprecedented for the presiding judge to remain unseen. However, the two Franlin members who had just engaged in a heated dispute let out a sigh of relief. They had only heard about the presiding judge's presence at headquarters, and though both held significant positions there, their recent assignments at the third base had yielded considerable achievements. Yet, it had been over a year since they had last encountered the presiding judge. The sudden news of his arrival filled them with trepidation. Franlin members, being astute individuals, believed they had mastered the operations of the third base, yet the mere sight of the presiding judge instilled a formidable pressure. With his absence from a screen, they found themselves somewhat at ease. Long Yin was also taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Brother Duan, two members from Franlin are here, and the base director is expected to bring a document requiring the presiding judge's signature shortly. Are you currently occupied? The man seemed to ponder for 2 seconds before responding. Is it urgent? Yes, indeed. In 2 minutes, we are scheduled to communicate with the headquarters commander in Franlin. This timing was set by you. If we were to cancel last minute, the marshal and Xiu Zhao would. I understand. Long Yin inquired Brother Duan. When might you be able to join us? Or will it be like this? The man hesitated for a brief moment, faint sounds echoing in the background. Just as Long Yin was about to inquire whether he had unfinished business, he observed the man's figure gradually materializing on the blue screen above. Duan Xiaolin, dressed impeccably in a suit, subtly adjusted his tie, his expression indifferent, eyes icy, and his jawline taut, exuding an air of unyielding seriousness. Long Yin let out a sigh of relief. Brother Duan, I have gathered a portion of new information, which I will send to you immediately. In a minute, we will initiate the call, and the marshal wishes to discuss several significant cases with you. Send it to me. The man leaned back against the sofa, his long legs slightly apart, glancing down at the woman languidly sprawled beside him, her head resting on his knee. In his deep-set eyes, desires were restrained, revealing nothing, save for the subtle shift in atmosphere that only Pei Xiqing, who was in close proximity, could detect. She gazed up at the flawless line of his jaw and sneakily glanced at the holographic projection above. In an area obscured from the projection, she gently hooked her finger around his pinky. Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze, seemingly inquiring. Pei Xiqing grinned mischievously, mouthing the words, lower a bit more. The man complied. Pei Xiqing leaned up to place a kiss upon his pronounced Adam's apple. Duan Xiaolin paused momentarily, his large hand firmly grasping the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Losing control for a moment, she flinched in pain and pulled back, a faint trace of blood appearing at the corner of her alluring lips. Her heart raced as Duan Xiaolin's fingertips caressed the wound at the corner of her delicate lips, his narrowed eyes revealing a dangerous glint. Before she could react, he tightened his grip on her wrist, a slight pain accompanying an overwhelming pressure. She widened her eyes in surprise at the black ties that had inexplicably appeared around her wrists. The projection now showed only an empty space, and Pei Xiqing, emboldened by his apparent preoccupation, had dared to tease him. Little did she know, he had casually discarded the projection chip onto the coffee table, casting the image against a blank wall. Pei Xiqing knelt at his feet, the once impeccably arranged tie now entwined around her wrists, held taut by his long fingers. Her arms felt suddenly powerless, her body devoid of strength, and the blanket draped over her felt as if it might slip away, leaving her feeling as though she were clad in nothing at all. The meeting had already connected with headquarters, and she intermittently caught snippets of various men's voices. Glancing up, she noted the video divided into multiple sections, each revealing different figures. One man appeared in the lower right corner, his attire disheveled, exposing a broad expanse of chest, embracing a long-haired woman with a mocking glint in his eyes. After discussing a few pressing matters, he seemed to find something amusing. Where's Brother Duan? Why do we hear his voice, but not see him? Duan Xiaolin held Pei Xiqing's chin, kissing along the wound on her lips, his invasion relentless. Pei Xiqing found herself utterly overwhelmed, realizing that Duan Xiaolin had been deliberately holding back. This kiss rendered her voiceless, yet filled with a sense of suffocating pressure that compelled her to tilt her head back. His fingers wove through her hair, asserting control over every inch of her. As for the Framlin case files you sent, I have reviewed them and will discuss specific handling methods with you separately. We must consider the leverage held by the individuals involved. Regarding the issue you mentioned earlier, it is not uncommon at the third base. I will initiate an investigation from this end, and have already drafted a preliminary personnel list. Duan Xiaolin's presence remained absent from the screen, yet his voice resonated with calm authority. Have you compiled the personnel list? Someone queried from the projection. Yes, I can provide it at any time. No, keep it. The bases are unstable, and leaking the list would not bode well. Understood. Presiding Judge. There has been recent progress regarding the explosion incident at the western suburbs of headquarters last month, along with several heinous robbery and murder cases. Our suspicions were correct. A new strain of virus has been developed, and experiments are being conducted using zombies and various human abilities. Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze, tucking Pei Xiqing's hair behind her ear, revealing her flushed face. His expression turned serious. I have a lead. The latest drug trials have been sent back to headquarters. You are to continue monitoring. Understood. He issued commands with an air of calm, yet his actions belied a stark contrast to his nonchalance. Pei Xiqing's ears buzzed, drowning out the specifics of his words, leaving her in a daze as she caught glimpses of his lips moving, his demeanor unflappable. She could not fathom how he managed to address such serious matters while simultaneously rendering her breathless. Yet, she intermittently heard mentions of a nefarious antagonist, but was too overwhelmed to contemplate it, unable to resist or fight back. As he pressed forward, she finally succumbed, letting out a whimper, tears flowing as she clung to his neck in a plea for mercy. Meanwhile, discussions continued on the projection, filled with terms and cases she couldn't comprehend, while Duan Xiaolin remained silent, his grip tightening around her waist as he drew her closer into his embrace. She lost track of how long she had endured this torment, until the sound of the communication dropping finally echoed in her ears. One by one, the individuals in the conference room began to depart. Yet, the call still lingered on, with a familiar voice emerging from the figure on the screen. The man who had been embracing a woman in full view of the audience. His tone was rather irreverent as he jested. Hey, you lot, especially you Long Yin. You were once one of my soldiers, so why are you suddenly turning against me? Why are you so concerned about the women in my life? As long as it doesn't interfere with our business, it should be of no consequence. Instead, you ought to focus more on when your leader might find a partner. His languid manner conveyed a sense of levity. Brother Duan was already in his 30s. If he delayed any longer, he would have even less time to seek companionship. If you ask me, the woman who brushed against his coat last time seemed to be a rather young major, or perhaps a lieutenant general. I believe she would be quite suitable for him, as she is rather charming. Chapter 45. Methods. Long Yin chuckled. Come on. That major general clearly has ulterior motives and has been approaching us intentionally. Haven't we seen enough of that over the years? Have you seen how Brother Duan has handled it? She was still downplaying the situation. If it were the Brother Duan with abilities from before, it would likely have been far more than just facing punishment. Ling Lang also laughed. Qiu Zhao, you can advise him, but I cannot persuade my brother. Why hasn't he even shown his face? Where has he gone? I don't know. Ling Lang shrugged. Long Yin remarked, Qiu Zhao, we recently encountered a particularly interesting girl. I'll have the opportunity to introduce her to you, and I am certain you will take a liking to her. The man in the video patted the shoulder of the woman beside him, urging her to step aside, and asked with great interest, Oh, are you sure she'll appeal to me? That's not what I meant. I mean a purely platonic affection. I quite like her myself. Long Yin continued, her identity is somewhat special, so I will need your assistance later. Assistance? What does Brother Duan say? If he doesn't agree, it will be difficult for me to act. Rest assured, he is in agreement. Oh, then if the opportunity arises, I must meet her. Qiu Zhao half-jokingly inquired. How many of you in the team have feelings for her? Long Yin replied, I'm not sure. There might be several. I count myself as one. Qiu Zhao retorted, That's not the kind of affection I meant. He glanced at Ling Lang through the lens and playfully scolded, You little rascal. Ling Lang leaned back. What are you doing? Who allowed you to call me that besides my brother? Hearing them discuss her, Pei Xiqing felt utterly breathless under the man's advances, a wave of shame washing over her. She pushed against his shoulders, but he was immovable, forcing her to draw closer and plead in a whisper. With tear-filled eyes and a face flushed with embarrassment, she murmured, Duan Xiaolin, stop. Like a small creature being bullied, she bit her lip, allowing only faint sounds to escape. She had even directly called his name. It seemed he would soon be reaching out to tease her. The man swallowed hard, completely severing their communication. Leaning close to her ear, he kissed her slightly damp cheek, lifting her effortlessly and pressing her onto the sofa, continuing with insatiable desire. This demeanor always incited a longing to dominate. The tears she shed did not evoke disdain, but rather a peculiar fascination. He believed he had comprehended every form of life in the world. Regrettably, he still lacked a true understanding of her. Alas, her courage was insufficient to endure until the end. As expected, he merely employed slight tactics. Yet even that was enough to elicit cries of pain from her, her body trembling uncontrollably in panic. Bold enough to entice me, yet lacking the resolve to continue? He questioned with a smile. Pei Xiqing feigned strength, her attempts at calmness rendered futile. Every emotion and thought was laid bare upon her face. Wait, you must have other matters to attend to. Look. Your communicator is vibrating again. The man turned his head. Indeed, the items on the coffee table were stirring once more. He scoffed, adjusted his glasses, and wiped the moisture from the lenses, casting her a meaningful glance. That person just now was Qiu Zhao, the deputy judge of Franlin. Strange occurrences have been happening in several bases recently, so you should be cautious. What odd occurrences? Pei Xiqing asked, her cheeks flushed as she wished to bury her head in a pillow. Continuing, I didn't quite catch what you were discussing earlier. For instance, headless corpses. Just a few days ago, an ability user appeared at the base, only to be discovered later in the putrid waters, transformed into a monstrosity. Or the underground auction that is about to commence at the third base. He posed a question. Are you curious about the intriguing items that will be up for bid? Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. Is it true that the people in this apocalypse have all turned utterly insane? Have they been driven mad by the zombies? I can some imagine, she replied. I saw those zombies on the streets. Yes, those are remnants from 3 or 4 years ago. Why are they still not satisfied? In this apocalypse, survival is paramount. And with the protection of a base, why pursue such actions? Because of greed and desire. Once stability is achieved and life is secured, many find themselves restless, seeking new thrills and curiosities in this world of chaos. He caressed Pei Xiqing's cheek. I have indeed been preoccupied lately. I thought I could spend quality time with you upon reaching the base, but Franlin has tasked me with numerous responsibilities that require my personal presence. I understand. It's all right. She finally exhaled in relief. Torn between fear and a flicker of anticipation, her feelings were conflicted, embodying the essence of someone who outwardly complains yet internally yearns. Setting aside those thoughts, if this place were truly as terrifying and dark as suggested, she would have no desire to linger. She would be preoccupied with the notion of escape. Moreover, she had to consider the implications of the additional tattoos on her body. If she were to be intimate with Duan Xiaolin, would there be repercussions? Could the virus transmit? Such concerns loomed heavily. The man seemed to sense her inner turmoil. Why do you appear so despondent? I am not. Your body is unique, he remarked. Acting too rashly might cause you to lose this rare quality. Are you worried I might lose this ability? Pei Xiqing inquired. Who knows? Perhaps you will transform into a human with my essence within you. Or I might become a zombie. Pei Xiqing was taken aback, pushing him away. Stop saying that. He chuckled softly, readjusting his glasses. But it won't be long before we find out. Huh? I am indifferent to this matter. I fear only that someone may end up weeping over it. Pei Xiqing glared at him. He merely cast a glance before leaning closer, whispering that they still had some time left. Eventually, Pei Xiqing succumbed to exhaustion. Utterly unaware of how she was carried back to her room and tucked under the covers, her mind fixated on a singular thought. Men should never be trifled with, especially not Duan Xiaolin. Upon awakening at dawn, the incessant sound of alarms outside roused her from her slumber. She sat up and noticed faint marks on her wrist. the timing of which she could not recall. Recalling the events of the previous night, her entire body felt ablaze with embarrassment. He had only stayed until around 3 before leaving. Pei Xiqing rose, her stomach growling as she rummaged through the room for something to eat. But unfortunately, the place had been uninhabited for a long time, devoid of any provisions. Having been too tired the previous night to have any appetite, she now felt on the verge of starvation. Before she could find anything, a knock echoed from outside. Long Yin entered with a lunchbox. "Ah, you're awake. I came by this morning, but when I knocked, there was no response, so I figured you were still asleep. I've been busy for a bit, and since Ling Lang went to eat, Brother Duan is also here, so he got a portion for you. Thank you, Sister Long Yin, love you. And please extend my gratitude to Ling Lang. You're welcome. We have quite a bit to handle. Here is something for you." She handed Pei Xiqing a card. "This is my card. There's food and clothing on a street in the base. Feel free to check it out. You can use the money on it without hesitation." No, I'm not in need of anything. Go buy yourself a couple of new outfits and some toiletries. We'll be staying at the 3rd base for a while. Also, our vehicle has been readied. Please help us replenish some supplies with the money on this card. It will make our journey much easier. Is that so? All right then. She accepted the card. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. Okay. Pei Xiqing waved her hand. Turning her head, she spotted the frail little by lying on the ground, too weak from hunger to move. Upon opening the lunchbox, she couldn't help but marvel at Ling Lang's culinary prowess. The box was brimming with food, leaving no space to spare: 5 chicken legs, a generous piece of steak, several chunks of lamb, and a heap of unidentified vegetables and mushrooms. "Little Bai, come here," she called, sharing the meal with her companion. Once they had finished eating, Pei Xiqing recalled Long Yan's words and began to assess her own attire. It was indeed time to purchase some new clothes. Otherwise, her current outdoor gear and the outfit she had exchanged for, along with a men's shirt given by Long Yan, would soon become moldy due to neglect in washing and drying. After tidying up for a while and washing her face, she patted Little Bai's head. Noticing the dog following her closely, she couldn't help but admonish, "No, Little Bai, you mustn't go out." Although Little Bai's coat was clean and donned a dog outfit, its presence in a post-apocalyptic base felt somewhat incongruous. Exercising caution, she decided to observe the situation outside first. After all, she was dressed quite securely. Aside from the zombie stains on her back, everything else appeared normal. No one would tear her clothes to investigate. Reassuring Little Bai, she pushed the door open, only to come face to face with a masked figure. "You're the one from last time," she began, recalling the masked man who had appeared beside Duan Xiaolin to deliver serum when he was injured, intimidating and not easily approachable. "Yes, it's me. Just remember that," he replied, leaning against the wall, lazily playing with his gun. "The boss instructed me to follow you. You can go wherever you wish." Pei Xiqing smiled. How wonderful. I truly needed a bodyguard. Now she could venture forth without fear. "You may proceed first. I will shadow you from the shadows." "I merely came to greet you," he said. "All right, thank you." With that, he turned and vanished from her sight. As she walked a distance outside, she unexpectedly collided with the group of mistaken identity women from last time. They didn't notice Pei Xiqing at all, as her androgynous, loose-fitting attire and cap concealed her identity, making her unrecognizable. The women, dressed somewhat extravagantly, surely belonged to prominent families given their residence in the North Courtyard. Pei Xiqing initially intended to avoid any interaction with them. However, as they brushed past each other, she overheard their incessant chatter. "Oh, how dreadful! My heavens! Did you see that prominent figure over in the South Courtyard? The Lord of Framlin, no less. I saw him too. My son's position pales in comparison to his. He was publicly executing criminals. What immense power must that require? He showed no mercy, even to the nobility. The scene was utterly gruesome. How terrifying! How could such a hellish creature exist? Who would dare to marry him? Please, Framlin is merely an enforcement agency. How formidable can they truly be? I believe they can only manage the ability users. If zombies were to attack, they might be exceedingly cowardly." Pei Xiqing halted in her tracks. She recalled hearing about that figure last night during the communication, the Chief Justice. Wasn't he the primary antagonist? Unfortunately, due to her distraction caused by Duan Xiaolin, She had missed crucial details and failed to grasp the situation clearly. She turned in a different direction. Public execution. Was it? Chapter 46. Like those in the cage from the very beginning, she had been intrigued by the antagonist, the formidable boss of Falunlun, a powerful entity within the narrative. Had it not been for the forced reduction of intelligence in the latter part of the story, the protagonist group would have been no match for him. She yearned to meet this grand villain and uncover the nature of his relationship with Duan Xiaolin. During last night's conversation, she felt intentionally targeted by the man, only managing to catch a few words while the rest eluded her, her mind consumed by his every action. However, she sensed that Duan Xiaolin was not merely a member of Falunlun. His status within the organization was undoubtedly significant. Even within the base, he wielded a degree of influence. This only deepened her curiosity regarding the connection between the villain and him. Now, upon overhearing others speak of it in close proximity, she decided to join the fray. Yet, she was somewhat unfamiliar with the layout. The base was far larger than she had anticipated, filled with alleys and streets that intertwined like a labyrinth. Especially after departing from the North Yard, she seemed to have stumbled into a bustling marketplace, teeming with people, carts, and the sounds of haggling. One could easily mistake it for the era before she had entered the story. The sole distinction, however, was the sight of zombies confined in cages, their bodies secured with iron locks, visible on either side of the street. It felt as though one could encounter a new one every few steps, with at least 300 to 500 scattered throughout a single street. For someone from the modern world, the impact of such a scene was considerable, and she was halted by several zombies crying out in desperation. Stopping before a cage, she could only perceive their futile attempts at communication. They could hardly be called zombies anymore, rendering any exchange between them impossible. Yet, she could vaguely discern that, at this moment, they likely yearned for liberation through death. Pei Xiqing crouched down, locking eyes with the lifeless gaze of one within the cage. Before she could utter a word, she was noticed by the abilities user assigned to guard them. The group, numerous and scrutinizing, issued a warning. Hey girl, these are our boss's possessions. If you're interested, you'll need to pay. How many crystal cores do you have? These creatures are slaves that our boss has put considerable effort into taming. Can you afford them? Look at you. It's evident you have nothing to offer. Just a girl who doesn't belong here. Move along. Go see what's ahead. Fine, she replied. The group brushed past her, offering a friendly reminder. Don't gaze too long at things you shouldn't see, or these beasts might take a bite. And then you'll end up just like them. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, several gazes fell upon her, only to withdraw with disinterest upon noticing her loose-fitting coat. Pei Xiqing was unfazed by their veiled threats and intimidation. She straightened her posture and quietly watched their departing figures while surveying the countless zombies treated as commodities around her. It was merely a facade of prosperity and coexistence. Completely lost in the marketplace, she sought directions from passers-by, only to be met with complex expressions as they glanced at her attire and shook their heads. She sighed in exasperation. Was her outfit truly that shabby? Wasn't it just normal clothing? However, in comparison to those around her, she did stand out rather awkwardly. Conditions in the third base were generally above average. Those who resided there typically had a family member with abilities or were family members of those within the base's military, receiving preferential treatment under the base's policies. Therefore, attire and appearance held significance, with nearly everyone placing importance on their outward presentation. She felt slightly out of place. Fortunately, Pei Xiqing preferred simplicity. After wandering for what felt like ages, she finally located an elderly woman selling vegetables who was willing to direct her. Dear girl, you're headed to the South Yard? That's where the base's water prison is located, where only criminals go. I've heard there are quite a few serious offenders there. What do you, a young lady, want to go there for? Water prison? Pei Xiqing echoed, realizing this was the very place Ling Lang and the others had mentioned. Yes, indeed, the water prison. Each base has one, though these facilities were non-existent before. However, in recent years, as the apocalypse has calmed somewhat, more individuals have begun to commit crimes. Murder and arson are now common. What else do you know? She inquired. If you ask others, they'll likely want to know as much as I do. My son works at the water prison. He asked the captain of the patrol team there. He has told me more than once about the South Yard water prison, which is divided into 3 levels. The first 2 levels house relatively minor offenders, but the third level is truly terrifying. The old woman glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was listening before leaning in to whisper. It's full of powerful abilities, users who have committed crimes. These days, many abuse their powers without restraint. Thankfully, there are those who can keep them in check, like Falun Lun. Otherwise, the base would descend into chaos. Why do you say that? Isn't it simple? When a person grows stronger, their desires and needs increase as well. With the rising number of abilities users in the base, those who refuse to be disciplined are bound to multiply. Before Falun Lun emerged, we ordinary folks without abilities were living in dire conditions, something you've likely never experienced. As the elderly woman spoke, her dull gray eyes gazed into the distance, and she sighed. Without order, we'd all be like those in cages. Once Pei Xiqing understood the way, she thanked the woman and proceeded alone toward the south yard. To her surprise, following the route took her over an hour to reach. This only emphasized the complexity and vastness of the base. Curiosity piqued. She originally thought that since it was a water prison, as an outsider, she could merely observe from outside. However, upon arriving, she found a throng of people gathered in one area, creating an impenetrable crowd that made passage nearly impossible. Initially reluctant to join in, she was gradually swept into the tide of humanity as the crowd thickened around her. As she was carried along, she felt an increasing number of gazes upon her. Pulling up the zipper of her windbreaker to cover her face except for her eyes, she managed to shield herself from the curious stares. Nearby, people began to murmur, and Pei Xiqing found herself caught in the midst of their conversation. Falun Lun is truly omnipotent. They just executed those individuals right in front of everyone. I heard they were quite influential abilities users, yet Falun Lun killed them without a second thought. Such swift execution brings relief. They didn't even consider what those individuals had done. With external enemies still unsteady, our base is infested with so many parasites. If we don't eliminate them promptly to prevent future troubles, we all might become their puppets. Falun Lun's methods remain as ruthless as ever. They show no mercy. Did you see the blood ahead? It was as if they were skinned alive. Even those with abilities couldn't resist. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The blood is pooling at my feet. Pei Xiqing looked down and indeed saw blood staining her shoes. She quickly maneuvered through the throng, striving to discern the situation ahead, but the crowd was far too dense. It seemed Falun Lun had deliberately summoned such a multitude to instill fear, and she found herself unable to break through. Why are you pushing? Excuse me, I just want to see what's ahead. She murmured apologetically as she squeezed through, only to be halted just in time to witness the blood-soaked ground. Chapter 47. Later, she was stopped wearing a mask that concealed his cold, ruthless gaze beneath, advised, I suggest you refrain from going over there. Pei Xiqing replied, I merely wish to take a look. Upon his appearance, the crowd around had noticeably thinned. The manner of death that awaited those above might surpass your comprehension. If you wish to avoid a bout of uncontrollable nausea, it would be wise to keep your distance. Pei Xiqing rose onto her toes, catching only a faint glimpse of a group of supernatural beings stationed nearby at the execution ground. It seemed the individual she sought was absent. The closer she drew, the more the nauseating stench intensified, an amalgamation of not just the metallic scent of blood, but also a foul, decaying odor that seemed to materialize and engulf her. Some nearby had already begun retching, bent over and expelling their insides, while others, having merely stolen a glance, fled in haste, never to glance back. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Oppression, disgust, and despair permeated the senses of all present. Pei Xiqing had encountered her fair share of zombies. Yet standing before them now, her complexion slightly waned, she pressed forward. She cast her gaze upon the vast execution site, where the ground was stained with blood and littered with the grotesque remains of flayed corpses. Indeed, a shocking sight. Her pupils constricted slightly, yet she maintained her composure, feeling only a mild discomfort in her stomach, as if something was incessantly churning within. A bit taken aback by her reaction, explained, those individuals were the masterminds behind the smuggling case, punished with 100 lashes, their skin flayed, and their powers stripped from them. This is merely a small measure of retribution. What kind of case was this? In brief, they had conspired to smuggle arms, human organs, and attractive women. In continued, France had pursued them thrice. Yet they managed to evade capture each time. In a mere 6 months, the lives they claimed had exceeded 10,000. How could there be so many? Because many were like you once, homeless, without a base to shelter them, and devoid of any powers. They seized the opportunity created by the exodus from the base to hunt zombies, clandestinely abducting vulnerable and destitute humans over the past 6 months. They did not spare even many supernatural beings, particularly those from marginalized groups. Women, regardless of the era, possess utilitarian value. Once exploited by those with ulterior motives, the consequences are unimaginable. He further elucidated, as for the organ trade, the depths of this abyss are profound. Research indicates that human mutations leading to superpowers are often linked to the heart and the brain's neural pathways. Thus, there are those who specialize in studying these aspects to enhance their powers. Or worse, they extract the hearts and brains of living supernatural beings, meticulously unraveling the essence of their abilities to implant within themselves. Pei Xiqing hardly noticed when she exited the crowd, standing silently beside a trash bin as she retched violently. Only when her stomach was emptied of its contents did she find a semblance of calm. Ing chose not to elaborate further. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her side. Even at a distance from the execution site, the repugnant odor lingered in the air. Yet at this moment, she craved solitude. She found a concrete bench to sit upon, staring blankly into the distance. This was not her first encounter with this world. Yet many things still surpassed her understanding and tolerance. She longed to revert to a zombie. Yet who could guarantee that, should she become one, she wouldn't be captured and imprisoned once more? Pei Xiqing believed that without a profoundly resilient spirit or extensive experience, her previous life was spent in relentless striving, enduring the most challenging days when funds ran dry, shamelessly traversing Hongyan to seek opportunities as an extra, facing rejection and belittlement time and again. These were challenges she had overcome. What once seemed insurmountable now felt trivial, hardly worthy of mention. This world was terrifying. It was no wonder the protagonists needed their band of heroes to dismantle and rebuild it. As she sat under the eaves, propping her chin on her hand, the sun began to set. It was only then that she remembered she had intended to purchase items with the card given by Long Yen. Lost in her thoughts, she had forgotten entirely. Oh no, oh no. She sprang to her feet, hastily making her way toward the commercial street. So focused on her hurried steps, she failed to notice the shadowy, damp cell across the way, where Duan Xiaolin stood at the threshold between light and darkness, methodically wiping blood from the muzzle of his gun. 2 men in distinctive masks followed closely behind, reporting to him. With downcast eyes, he executed a close-range shot, blood trickling slowly down the cold barrel as he wore a mask of indifference, exuding an aura of intimidation, his deep-set eyes piercing. He kicked aside a body that had attempted to flee, kneeling in desperate supplication, commanding, "Drag it away." The body was removed, leaving a trail of crimson stains on the floor of the water prison. As Duan Xiaolin exited the cell, he caught sight of a hurried figure fleeing in the distance and squinted. Ing materialized beside him. She didn't see it, but she witnessed the scene at the execution site and has been retching for quite some time. From now on, stop her. Understood. I will follow her. You return first. Pei Xiqing hurried toward the commercial street, glancing at her phone to check the time. She had intended to clock in, yet lost in her reverie all afternoon. Her mind consumed by the plot, she hadn't captured a single photo. Time was running out. In her haste, Pei Xiqing collided with someone unexpectedly. It was the elderly woman who had directed her earlier that afternoon. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, crouching to help gather the vegetables that had spilled from the old woman's basket. "You bought all of these?" The elderly woman quickly replied, "No need. It's no trouble at all. Dear girl, don't take it to heart. I'm perfectly fine. These are all my favorites. I'm just about to go home and cook." "Is that so?" The old woman nodded. "Yes, cooking is good. But who are you that you're out buying vegetables so late? Your man might scold you for it." Pei Xiqing was somewhat perplexed. "I think it'll be fine. I want to be scolded. That's good to hear. I need to hurry home to prepare dinner. Otherwise, my husband and son will get irritable." But since I've sold out all the vegetables today, they shouldn't complain. Thank you, dear. Take care, Grandma. While searching for a card, she continued to gather the vegetables when a slender hand reached over and took some of the produce. She looked up. Duan Go. Duan Xiao inquired, do you wish to have these vegetables? Pack them up. The old woman turned pale upon seeing him, her lips quivering as she hesitated to speak. Duan Xiaolin produced a crystal core and offered it to her. The old woman remained motionless, as if turned to wood. It was Pei Xiqing who reached out to take it, handing it over. Only then did the old woman regain her composure slightly, trembling as she accepted the crystal core, nodding appreciatively before departing without a backward glance. Pei Xiqing questioned, what is wrong with her? Perhaps she is just in a hurry to prepare dinner. Is it that frightening to be late cooking at the base? Indeed it is. She frowned slightly. The man removed his blood-stained coat, holding it in his hands. Gently lifting the bag, he gazed at her profile. While most would do so, not everyone would. Chapter 48. Don't take it seriously. Pei Xiqing did not notice his gaze. She was focused on the path ahead, walking and speaking. It is rather astonishing and utterly incomprehensible. In a world where technology and equipment far surpass those of my modern era, it is quite baffling to encounter such antiquated and absurd customs, which are laughable at best. However, this may be related to the disproportionate awakening of abilities among men and women in this apocalyptic era. If I recall correctly, the ratio of male to female ability awakenings is severely skewed, reaching as high as 50 to 1. For every 50 men who awaken abilities, only one woman does. This has led to a gradual shift towards a male-dominated society. As she pondered, she became aware that the man was watching her with a half-smile. Pei Xiqing inquired, what is the matter? Nothing, just that I find what you said intriguing, he replied. What did you just say? She had been lost in thought and could only recall that Duan Xiaolin had mentioned something earlier, but she could not remember the specifics. Duan Xiaolin responded, I said nothing. Let us go. Pei Xiqing curiously asked, Brother Duan, what brings you here? The surroundings were filled with elderly people shopping, resembling another market within the base. Just taking care of some matters, he said. Not far behind us is the base's water prison. Were you there earlier? Yes, he replied, his pace steady as he acknowledged the water prison. Ah, she could guess. Since the execution ground was overseen by Franlin, he would undoubtedly be present. Pei Xiqing glanced behind him. What are you looking at? He asked. Pei Xiqing answered, I was checking to see if anyone was following us. Is there anyone? Duan Xiaolin took her hand to prevent her from bumping into a cart behind them. No. Who do you wish to see? He discerned her thoughts. Possibly regarding Franlin's people. Pei Xiqing, feeling a twinge of guilt, withdrew her gaze and said, No, it doesn't matter. I suppose I lack the fortune to encounter them. What is important now is to procure the items our team needs and return home with you for dinner. She grasped the man's hand and urged him to walk in another direction. Hurry, Sister Longyan has asked me to buy supplies, and I haven't done that yet. Come with me. Duan Xiaolin allowed her to lead him, his gaze discreetly resting on her hand. What are we buying? They said we would stay here for a while, but we will leave soon. I need to prepare some daily necessities to load into the vehicle. She pulled him along, recalling that their previous vehicles had all been left in City B. Let us go, he said, guiding her back as she began to drift off course. This way is correct, he directed. Pei Xiqing, confused, asked, Huh? The street ahead appeared bustling, with numerous vendors, so why not head that way? It seemed more prosperous. That area is the black market. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. There is a black market within the base? Yes, he confirmed. It's officially prohibited, yet it thrives discreetly. The black market mainly deals in items scavenged from the deceased by ability users. The network involved is too extensive for the base to manage at the moment. Or, do you wish to go? Perhaps you could find something valuable. What might be found there? Jewelry, rare antiques, and some precious medicinal herbs. All items once used by the departed. The thought of profiting from the possessions of the deceased made her uneasy. It seemed akin to grave robbing. She was not interested. Pei Xiqing glanced back at the street marked by black cloth and chose to leave. If you want to go, you can, the man offered. No, thank you. She shook her head. I feel it might shorten my lifespan. Duan Xiaolin squeezed her hand and chuckled. I'll pay. The cost will be taken from my lifespan. That makes it even less appealing, she replied earnestly. I was merely joking. Don't take it to heart. Besides, I'm genuinely uninterested in those items. Duan Xiaolin nodded. All right. Together, they proceeded to a nearby commercial street. This area differed significantly from where they had just come, with its labyrinthine streets and shops showcasing the variety of resources available in this post-apocalyptic world. It resembled a military factory. Inside, the numerous shops offered a plethora of items, even the simplest dagger available in dozens of variations. Pass by and don't miss out. Our new stock is the most comprehensive and cutting-edge in the entire base. Opportunities like this come but once. Come see us. We offer a 10-year warranty. If it breaks, you can return it any time. For equipment, choose us. We provide a 20-year warranty. Absolutely reliable. Pei Xiqing, hearing the vendor's shouts, discreetly tugged at the man's sleeve. 20-year warranty? Is that for real? After 20 years. Even if it doesn't break, it will at least rust and dull, right? That's quite an exaggeration. Are these weapons made from special materials? Pretty much, Duan Xiaolin said, casually pulling out a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly. Weapons made from a blend of crystal cores and iron indeed last longer than ordinary ones. But 20 years is a stretch. Around 10 years is more realistic. That is still quite impressive. The commercial street was bustling with people, mostly ability users replenishing their gear. And soon the shops were crowded. Pei Xiqing was merely browsing and had no intention of purchasing, when the enthusiastic shopkeeper, upon seeing her and Duan Xiaolin, rushed over. Well, have we two esteemed guests in my humble shop? Please, feel free to browse. Don't hold back. I have everything available in the base, and then some. Pei Xiqing shook her head. No, thank you. She had no interest in weapons. She wouldn't know how to use them, especially cold weapons. In danger, it was far easier to shout than to wield a weapon. Miss, we have the latest models, including the trendy amaze sword and the heavy machine gun J01389. These two are quite popular among the girls in the base. For close combat, use the sword, and for ranged attacks, pull out this gun. Whatever zombies come, they'll fall. Pei Xiqing smiled lightly. A sword? Chapter 49. Greed. She found it somewhat peculiar. With technology having advanced to such heights, how could swords still be in use? Did it not seem rather simplistic compared to the myriad of high-tech alternatives? A sword was merely a primitive tool. Miss, it appears you are relatively new here. This sword is the latest model developed by the base. It is not an ordinary sword, but one that can accommodate crystal cores, harnessing their energy. As long as you possess a high-grade crystal core, simply insert it, and the system will automatically channel the energy contained within. Many girls enjoy asking their boyfriends to procure crystal cores for them, inserting them effortlessly, rendering zombies utterly trivial. Pei Xiqing remarked, Boss, your description grows increasingly fantastical. I see this item as merely useful for chopping down trees. If zombies were indeed so easily dispatched, why would these weapons be so unsold? Furthermore, judging by the material, it seems only suitable for the most basic crystal cores. Chopping trees would likely be somewhat laborious. The boss chuckled awkwardly, realizing she was an astute young lady. My apologies. Let us instead examine the firearms we discussed earlier. Pei Xiqing shook her head, for she was well aware of the narrative within the book. She would not fall for such toys designed to deceive naive girls. She turned to the man and winked. Boss, never mind. We came to look at other supplies. We don't need these weapons for now. Ling Lang's team comprised base personnel outfitted with top-tier weaponry, rendering any additional purchases unnecessary. The boss paused as for other supplies. I have an abundance. Anything you desire is available. From combat gear for missions to various functional clothing, tents, water bottles, everything for living you shall find here. Pei Xiqing selected equipment suitable for prolonged outdoor operations, such as clothing and footwear for replacements. The quality was undeniably superior, clearly designed to withstand winds, rain, and rugged terrain. After completing her purchase, she was about to leave when Duan Xiaolin retracted the card and handed it to her. Take this. Pei Xiqing accepted it, and before she could utter a word, the man lifted the gear and placed it in the vehicle parked outside. Long Yin opened the window and waved. Hi, I'm here. Pei Xiqing assisted in loading the equipment. Sister Long Yin, I purchased everything in larger sizes, but I'm unsure if they will fit. The boss said we could return them if they don't. She insisted on the largest sizes. Otherwise, the team would struggle to fit into them. Thank you, Xiqing. You can keep the card. Use the remaining funds to buy something for yourself. Long Yin gestured ahead. Crossing this street leads to a shopping paradise for girls. Don't waste time here in a supply store. Go get something feminine and pick up a couple of outfits for me. One long black dress and another casual set. I trust your taste. Please help me choose. Pei Xiqing inquired, but I don't know your size. Large L, wait a moment. I have things to do. Why is Brother Duan here too? How peculiar. I'll talk to you later. I must head to the lab now. Bye. The vehicle swiftly departed with the supplies. Pei Xiqing turned to the nearby street, adjusting her coat. Duan Xiaolin asked in surprise, Aren't you coming? Pei Xiqing shook her head. I will, but I wish to shop here. Though the adjacent area might be filled with clothes favored by girls, she was not yet able to wear them. Let's choose for Sister Longyan. Duan Xiaolin understood her concerns and chose to honor her wishes. All right. Ultimately, Pei Xiqing selected a long, elegant black floral dress and a sporty casual outfit for Longyan. For herself, she opted for 2 casual outerwear sets and long pants, along with 2 sets of undergarments. After all, she needed to replace nearly everything she wore. Once the purchases were complete, night had fully fallen. As Pei Xiqing and Duan Xiaolin returned, they could not help but attract the curiosity of the neighbors in the courtyard. My heavens, have they just moved in? They seem to reside in that prominent single-family home. Goodness, what is their background? In the dim evening light, the onlookers likely could not discern much. Pei Xiqing ignored them and entered her home. Upon opening the door, Xiaobai rushed towards her with fervor, nearly overwhelming her, forcing Pei Xiqing to retreat until her back pressed against the man's chest. His muscular form was solid, causing her discomfort, and she quickly patted Xiaobai. That's enough. If this continues, we will both be toppled over. Sensing the warning from her and the man behind her, Xiaobai finally settled down. She turned on the light and began preparing to cook. The man remarked, There should be some meat delivered at the door. Bring it inside. Meat, she exclaimed. Indeed, just delivered. Great. Pei Xiqing responded excitedly, rushing out with Xiaobai. At the entrance, they found a bag of fresh beef hanging. She affectionately patted the dog's head. We have meat to eat. Starved for quite some time. She was about to take charge in the kitchen when the knife landed in the man's hands. With practiced grace, he swiftly chopped the vegetables, categorizing and arranging them with meticulous precision. Such was his nature, meticulous and efficient. The warm light of the kitchen softened the severity of his features, concealing any coldness within his gaze. As he focused intently, Pei Xiqing found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing uncontrollably. He had never been like this before. Typically, he emanated an air of distance, making it difficult to perceive him as a regular human being filled with emotion. Rather, he appeared as a cold, unfeeling machine. Pei Xiqing watched him for a while, the aroma of cooking wafting through the air, prompting her to draw nearer. Duan Xiaolin, diligently preparing another ingredient, noticed her gaze and lifted his eyes. I can cook too. Would you like to taste my cooking? Next time, today I will handle it. Pei Xiqing chuckled, all right. She considered inviting others over for a meal together. Others? Duan Xiaolin inquired, including whom? Certainly Long Yin and Ling Lang. Just as she was about to mention Fu Feng and Nie Bin, she felt the man's inscrutable expression upon her. Pei Xiqing's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Duan Xiaolin was particularly concerned about Ling Lang. Was it due to their brotherly connection? I will strive to avoid disputes with Ling Lang. He merely moved his lips, his tone calm. I am indifferent to that. Pei Xiqing then realized he did not harbor feelings for her, nor did she for him. Her affections were solely for Duan Xiaolin. The longer she spent with him, the less fearful she became, even adapting to the dynamic, playfully urging, hurry and cook. I am truly famished. Duan Xiaolin remained still, silently observing her, the shadows concealing his inner desire and possessiveness, his gaze traveling from her clear brows to her lips, then to her delicate chin, ultimately resting on her slender neck, fixated on the veins pulsing beneath her soft skin. Very well. Chapter 50. I can accept it. Once the meal was served, Pei Xiqing eagerly took a taste. Duan Xiaolin's culinary skills surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin, perfectly accommodating her modern palate. As she savored her food, she observed the man beside her. Duan Xiaolin retrieved a porcelain soup spoon, poured half a bowl of soup for her, and inquired softly, Is it to your liking? Absolutely, she replied. His dishes were not overly bland, nor excessively rich. They bore the comforting essence of home-cooked meals that she had longed for during her school days. She sipped the soup and added, "I really enjoy it." After a brief pause, she continued, "When I was busy before, I craved meals like this. Even as a child in school, I yearned for such flavors. And I never imagined I would find them here." Initially, she had intended to lament her arduous life of playing minor roles in college and the grueling existence post-graduation. However, upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the man silently observing her, an unsettling feeling washing over her. "I don't believe I've shared my past with you, have I?" She was certain she had not. He likely only knew some details about her time at S1, but the intricacies of her former life were beyond his grasp. The man nodded. "No, I only know that you left S1, and the specific reasons seem to involve other men." Pei Xiqing felt a pang of guilt. It was impossible to explain to anyone that she was not the original her, and the actions of her predecessor were not her own intentions. She feared that no one would believe her if she spoke out. Taking a large bite of rice, she swallowed before saying, "Well, that's the case. But I want to tell you something." After much hesitation, she decided to give him a gentle warning. She didn't want him to feel deceived if complications arose. "Go ahead. I'm listening," he said, pulling a chair beside her. Pei Xiqing took a moment to collect her thoughts. "I didn't get expelled from S1 solely due to my entanglements with a man. In fact, before entering S1, I had several grievances with various individuals." With that, she turned to gauge his reaction. Duan Xiaolin's expression remained calm and composed, yet she sought to discern a different emotion in his eyes. Instead, he merely smiled knowingly. "Yes, I understand." Her mouth fell slightly agape, piecing together the implications of his words. He continued, "For a girl to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, it is comparatively more challenging than for men." As he spoke, he deliberately served her more vegetables, a routine act that seemed instinctive. It appeared that many things did not require her to voice them. He already possessed a degree of understanding. Pei Xiqing heaved a sigh of relief, thankful that she had not misled him all along. He added, "I realize this is a matter of personal privacy. If you choose not to share, I will not pry further." "Thank you," she murmured softly. "The reason I didn't tell you before was that I was wary of trusting others." "Now you trust me?" "Somewhat," she admitted. He chuckled lightly. "Don't laugh. I'm being serious." "Indeed, it's quite remarkable to find someone to trust in this world," she replied, a hint of sincerity in her tone. It seemed she had more work to do to earn that trust. As he looked at her, she sensed a strong, possessive desire simmering beneath his calm demeanor. Her heart raced uncontrollably in response to his gaze. "I'm sharing this with you to make you aware that I will do whatever it takes to survive, utilizing everything at my disposal. I am not an innocent soul, nor as pure as you might imagine. There is no shame in confronting one's desires and ambitions as an ordinary human, striving to achieve them, and seeking alternative methods if initial efforts fail." Having navigated the treacherous depths of the entertainment industry in her past life, she had witnessed the complexities of human relationships. To survive, one must adapt to the rules of the social circle. His darkened gaze remained fixed on her. "I can accept you, regardless of who you are." Pei Xiqing smiled, her eyes curving with delight. "It seems many here would obey you unconditionally. Laurent is perceived as the one who establishes rules and maintains order. Quite impressive." The man raised an eyebrow, continuing to serve her food. "Laurent is neither good nor bad. I understand, yet they consistently do what is right. Although their methods may seem extreme, I find it commendable." "And what do you think of me?" "Indefinable," she replied. "From different perspectives arise various cognitions and reflections, leading to entirely distinct behaviors. People need not be strictly black or white." He smirked. "Let us eat." By the end of the meal, Pei Xiqing's stomach was pleasantly full. Glancing down, she noticed Xiaobai still engaged in a battle with a beef bone at her feet. She poured a bowl of water for Xiaobai, whispering, "Finish your meal and sleep. Don't make a fuss." Although the apartment consisted of only one bedroom and a living room, the front courtyard and balcony were spacious, clearly designed for those within the base who possess strong vehicles. Xiaobai seemed to understand, wagging its tail while continuing to gnaw on the bone. After spending some time with it, Pei Xiqing felt her food had settled, and she made her way inside. Just then, Duan Xiaolin emerged from the bathroom, and their eyes met. The man, clad in loungewear, revealed a well-defined chest beneath an open collar, causing her gaze to linger uncontrollably. Pei Xiqing quickly turned to let him pass. As they brushed shoulders, he tightened his grip around her wrist. "What's wrong?" she asked, perplexed. "Are you going to wash up?" "Yes, all right. There's only one room. You sleep inside. What about you?" "I'll take the sofa. Is there an extra blanket?" "There should be. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Okay." Pei Xiqing nodded, taking her clothes and heading into the bathroom. The lingering warmth enveloped her as she closed the door, staring at her flushed yet blurred reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. After washing for about 10 minutes, she donned a new set of light moon-white pajamas, walking barefoot on the carpet. She had also changed into fresh underwear, having washed it before drying it with the room's dryer. The simple yet modest long-sleeve top and pants were made from a silky fabric that felt as soft as satin against her skin. With the slightest movement, her curves were subtly accentuated. She had deliberated for quite some time between this set and a darker pair of pajamas, ultimately opting for the former based on Duan Xiaolin's recommendation. It was indeed a wise choice, although the other set had its merits as well. Pei Xiqing stuffed her wash clothes back into the dryer and proceeded to brush her teeth at the sink. Once she had sorted everything out, she exited the bathroom to find the man seated on the sofa, sipping tea while a stack of case files lay beside him. As she emerged, he remained focused on the documents, his expression calm and distant. It was only when she turned to head toward the bedroom that he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes lingering on the droplets of water glistening in her slightly tousled hair. The droplets cascaded down her cheeks, collarbone, and chest, dampening her clothes. His gaze traced every inch of her, and he reached for the cigarette at his side. Chapter 51. Innocence and guilt. The bed in the room had been made, adorned with new blankets and sheets that enveloped her in a soft, warm embrace. She could not help but sway upon it, feeling the contrast after having grown accustomed to the rigid back seat of a car and the unforgiving surface of a tent. Lying upon such a plush bed felt oddly foreign to her. Pei Xiqing, drying her hair, eagerly sank into the mattress, rolling over as if transported back to the moment she first purchased her home before her journey into this narrative. A pang of regret washed over her. The thought of returning felt utterly hopeless. Even if she could go back, she could hardly bear the thought of her likely disabled body. After a brief respite, drowsiness overtook her. Her eyes gradually closed, and she slipped into unconsciousness without realizing when she succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, she was roused by a disturbance beside her. In her dream, she believed herself to be in the wilderness, where Long Yin had come to warn her of an impending zombie horde, urging her to flee swiftly. Pei Xiqing's eyes shot open, meeting the pale, white visage of Xiao Bai, causing her to startle and instinctively swat at it. Xiao Bai promptly collapsed onto the floor, appearing utterly dejected, as if on the verge of despair. Pei Xiqing patted her chest and inquired, "Xiao Bai, what are you doing here?" Xiao Bai whimpered softly, exuding an air of profound grievance. Pei Xiqing lifted the covers to offer comfort. "I'm sorry, I thought you were a zombie. It doesn't hurt." Yet Xiao Bai remained on the floor, warily gazing towards the outside. Pei Xiqing peered out, noting that it was already 2 in the morning, and Duan Xiaolin was still attending to affairs. The living room window stood ajar, allowing the faint scent of lingering smoke to waft in. Was he seeking her out because he knew she was too afraid to sleep? Xiao Bai let out a pitiful whimper once more. Pei Xiqing surmised that Xiao Bai was somewhat intimidated by him and opened the balcony door. "You can go outside." Beyond the balcony lay a small room housing a dryer, washing machine, and an array of electronic devices. Once Xiao Bai scurried out, Pei Xiqing donned a coat and made her way to the living room. The man lifted his gaze from a heap of documents, a half-burnt cigarette perched between his left fingers. As their eyes met, she noticed the bloodshot hue in his irises. "Did I wake you?" "No," Pei Xiqing replied, settling beside him. "Why aren't you resting?" "I must complete these tasks tonight. They are due by morning." "Then let me keep you company for a while." She yawned, inching closer until her arm brushed against his. "I promise not to peek at any classified information." He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. "Just don't tell me if you see anything." Pei Xiqing chuckled. "You wouldn't even know if I did." "Indeed, I wouldn't," he replied. Leaning against his shoulder, she languidly remarked, "You're working so hard. How about a 10-minute break?" Sensing his body lacked warmth, she pressed his hand down and nestled into his coat. "Close your eyes." Duan Xiaolin tightened his embrace around her waist, gently bouncing her upon his knee. "All right." As she felt her soft fingers rhythmically pressing against his temples, he allowed himself a rare moment of tranquility, adjusting to the soothing rhythm of her touch. Pei Xiqing caressed his brow, her gaze lingering on him through the lenses of her glasses. Since their arrival at the base, it seemed he had scarcely rested. While she drifted into slumber, Duan Xiaolin had been deprived of even a moment's reprieve. After about 10 minutes of her ministrations, Pei Xiqing's fingers grew weary. Just as he opened his eyes, playfully pinching her lower back, eliciting a ticklish response. She cupped his face and asked, "What are you doing?" "Let us rest a little longer." His imposing figure enveloped her entirely as he leaned his head against her neck. "Wake me in 10 minutes. "All right." Those 10 minutes felt interminable for her, the cadence of his slow breaths resonating in her ears, their hearts beating in synchrony. The surrounding silence was palpable, devoid of even the faintest sounds of nocturnal creatures, while the moonlight cascaded upon them. Gradually, Pei Xiqing too found solace, surrendering to the slow passage of time. Unbeknownst to her, she fell asleep in his embrace. Duan Xiaolin, noticing her slumber, gently brushed his cool fingers against her cheek before carrying her into the bedroom. As he tucked her into the blankets, he observed the greenish spots on her arm, remnants of her earlier encounter with Xiao Bai, and his expression darkened. The perpetrator, Xiao Bai, squatted at the door, bearing an expression of innocence and guilt. Duan Xiaolin rose to close the door, ignoring its imploring gaze and leaving it outside. The sun had long since risen, warming her face, and Pei Xiqing awoke with a start. The sunlight was a tad blinding. She shielded her eyes and turned over in the cozy bed, glancing at the time, 10 o'clock. After a yawn, she sluggishly rose, only to find Xiao Bai in a pitiful crouch at the door. Pei Xiqing scratched her arm and declared, "Let us go prepare something delicious for you." While washing up, she discovered the green spots on her arm, itching unbearably. After enduring the discomfort for some time, she resisted the urge to scratch further, knowing that yielding would lead to permanent damage to her skin. In the morning, she used the remaining ingredients from yesterday to prepare a simple meal for Xiao Bai and herself, allowing the day to pass in quietude. However, while enjoying her breakfast, she received a call from Duan Xiaolin. "Come to the base center tonight." She had expressed her desire to visit before, but she hadn't expected it to be arranged so swiftly. "All right, what time should I arrive?" "Whenever you wish, I will be here." On the other end, he continued, "Also, we'll need to draw some blood for a health check regarding the zombie marks on your body. We need to find a way to suppress them." Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolin continued to sift through the documents before him. Just as he completed a stack, another thick bundle of photographs and forms was presented to him. "Chief Justice, these are the latest developments and evidence for ongoing cases. Kindly review them." When Ling Lang pushed the door open, he chanced upon his brother, still engrossed in work. Nonchalantly, he snatched a document, casually reclining in a chair. These folks are merely selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. They think they can fool us with 1 or 2 pieces of evidence. It's all clearly fabricated." Tossing aside the paper, he remarked, "No need to bother with such nonsense. Brother, your workload seems to be growing exponentially. Weren't these from yesterday?" "Yesterday's tasks remain unfinished, and now they've sent even more today." "Do they think you're a robot?" "Yesterday I expected to complete everything, but there were some unexpected incidents. The fault lies with him," he added, recalling how he had lost focus, unable to concentrate. Despite only requiring a brief respite, he had procrastinated, failing to quiet his mind. "What incidents? You probably wouldn't want to know." Ling Lang raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Why wouldn't I want to know? After everything we've been through, what could possibly be so significant that I wish to remain ignorant?" Duan Xiaolin adjusted his glasses, his gaze steady. "It concerns Pei Xiqing." Ling Lang retracted his previously relaxed posture. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Oh, it had been several days since he last saw her. However, he decided to set that aside for now. The matter at hand was far more pressing." Ling Lang fiddled with the gun beside him, his tone betraying a hint of indifference. yet his body remained tense. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head, his gaze piercing. "Brother, are you serious?" Chapter 52. Family Duan Xiaolan's gaze fell upon the evidence photograph in his hand, where he marked several points of suspicion. Finally, he inscribed a few words on the confession document and handed it to him. "Take this to Officer Zhang at the base and have him bring people to see me in half an hour." Ling Lang accepted the document, his fingers gripping it as if he had pondered for a while before speaking again. "Brother, you rescued me from the apocalypse right from start. Without you 5 years ago, I wouldn't be who I am today." He had always held great respect for Duan Xiaolan, who had remained solitary over the years. Even when others sought to draw near him, he remained indifferent. Many had begun establishing families and living domestic lives in the base, yet he felt no envy, only concern for his brother. Pei Xiqing was an unexpected twist for everyone. To him, she was not merely a surprise, but a delightful one. He could not articulate the emotions that surged within him when he heard his brother admit this. Ling Lang tightened his grip on the document and turned to exit. As his palm brushed against the doorknob, the man behind him spoke gently, "Ling Lang." He halted his movements. "Brother," Duan Xiaolan spoke slowly, "you need only observe my actions. There is no need to inquire excessively." "Understood." Ling Lang paused momentarily before continuing. "Brother, do you think I am rather disagreeable?" He chuckled to himself, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. "Before the apocalypse, I was just a neglected child. No one would have liked me. After the world fell apart, I was always at odds with others in the base, and compared to you I seem rather unsuccessful." The man fell silent for a few moments, then responded earnestly. "Do you truly mean that? Did you not wish for the people at the base to dislike you?" Ling Lang hesitated, offering a carefree smile. "Brother, you know me best." Duan Xiaolan replied coolly, "Sometimes understanding one's own heart is not a shameful thing." Ling Lang appeared carefree and indifferent to everything. Yet beneath that faade lay a meticulous mind, discerning the truth in all things, a complexity concealed by his seemingly simple exterior. He shrugged. That was simply who he was. What was sincerity? It held little significance for him. He abandoned the self-pity from earlier, adopting a rebellious stance, no longer resembling the pitiful puppy before Duan Xiaolan, but a wolf instead. "Brother, I'm off." He opened the door, pressing his palm against it, but not forgetting to glance back, his tone casual. "However, brother, I think that fool isn't so easily capable of loving someone. Why don't we wait and see?" Duan Xiaolan seemed to recall something, a light chuckle escaping him. "Perhaps. You are indeed correct." Ling Lang departed. The man took a few seconds before raising his head, gazing in the direction of his retreating figure. He adjusted the pen in his hand. Ling Lang was indeed far more enviable than he. Pei Xiqing spent the afternoon lounging in the yard with Xiao Bai, basking in the sun while swaying in her chair, thoroughly content. The front yard was spacious without any parked vehicles, and she initially played frisbee with Xiao Bai. After tiring, she dozed off briefly. It was only when her alarm rang that she yawned and rose from her seat. After feeding Xiao Bai, she tidied herself up, preparing to head to the central building of the base to find Duan Xiaolan. Xiao Bai was often very well behaved. Aside from the nights when it would timidly seek her out after being frightened by Duan Xiaolan, it remained quiet and calm by her side. When she left, Xiao Bai would curl up in their room, resembling a withdrawn child, slightly fearful of the sunlight outside. Just as she was about to step out, Xiao Bai lay pitifully on the ground, motionless. Pei Xiqing contemplated for a moment and took out her phone to message Duan Xiaolan. She guessed he was likely in a meeting, having mentioned earlier that he would have meetings all day, so she hesitated to send a message. "Ding, is it all right if I arrive half an hour late? I want to take Xiao Bai for a walk nearby. It seems to be getting a bit depressed." She thought she would have to wait a long time for a reply, but unexpectedly, it came quickly. "You can bring it directly." Pei Xiqing hurriedly typed back. "Is that appropriate? Although it has been bathed and looks fluffy, won't it be instantly recognized at the base?" The response suddenly ceased. Pei Xiqing felt a hint of unease. Xiao Bai whimpered pitifully by her feet. Huskies are known for their boundless energy. Previously in the wild, Xiao Bai had likely reveled in freedom, but now confined within the house, it could not expend its vigor. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, startling her. Realizing it was a call from Duan Xiaolan, she answered. The line was quiet, almost allowing her to hear the man's breathing. "Aren't you busy? Why did you suddenly call me? Dress Xiao Bai and bring it along. No one will stop you. Will it be required for the health check?" "Yes." "All right. I'll prepare to head over immediately." After hanging up, Pei Xiqing excitedly rushed to find clothes for Xiao Bai. Once dressed, Xiao Bai seemed to sense it was going out, jumping up eagerly and trying to cling to her. Pei Xiqing quickly patted its head. All right. We're going out for a stroll to ease your boredom." After being bathed, Xiao Bai was hardly recognizable. Previously, it had been caked in blood and grime, resembling a zombie dog frozen for centuries. Now clean and dressed, complete with a hat, it was utterly adorable. Initially, she worried that passers-by might find her and Xiao Bai out of place. But to her surprise, after walking for about 10 minutes, people seemed indifferent to their presence. Pei Xiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, there were others in the base who owned dogs, and Xiao Bai was not an anomaly. As soon as Xiao Bai was outside, it was like a tiger returning to the wild, sniffing everything in sight and soon darting about. Had it not been for the leash in Pei Xiqing's hand, controlling it would have been a challenge. Fortunately, as soon as she spoke, Xiao Bai would calm down. After allowing it to frolic, when they reached the base's central building, it had become much more obedient, quietly following her side. Before Pei Xiqing could approach the building, she noticed the layers of security that were even stricter than entering the base itself. At every entrance stood rows of extraordinary ability-wielding soldiers. Behind them loomed the central building of the base, rising majestically like a fantastical metropolis, seemingly reaching the clouds. Inside, one could only imagine the advanced technology, and the individuals entering and exiting were likely high-ranking officials or the affluent. Several vehicles were parked at the entrance, and those disembarking were dressed in impeccable formal attire or exuded extreme luxury. Standing outside with one dog certainly drew attention, especially as Pei Xiqing wore the casual jacket she had purchased just the day before. Remembering Duan Xiaolin's words earlier, she took a deep breath and boldly walked forward with Xiao Bai. However, just as they neared the entrance, someone swiftly passed through the soldiers' inspection ahead of them. The other party appeared to have submitted some instructions, and after a successful verification, glanced fleetingly at Pei Xiqing before casting a brief look at the dog at her feet. "Bringing a dog to the base center? Which officer's family member are you?" Chapter 53. Little Love, the guard at the entrance, noticed her and inquired, "Who are you? Please state your purpose." Pei Xiqing could only recall Ling Lang's instructions, but she was not here to seek him out. She had no knowledge of whether Ling Lang was present or had gone on a mission. After a brief pause, the individual who had spoken earlier turned around. She was a short-haired woman, poised and striking, clad in a neatly tailored military uniform and wearing a military cap. Was she not a family member? Was she here for inspection? Did she have an appointment with the laboratory and the attending physician? Pei Xiqing struggled to comprehend her words, and before she could respond, a door on the other side swung open, revealing Ying standing at the entrance. "This is Miss Pei. She's a guest. Please allow her to enter." The guards bowed their heads in unison, yes. The short-haired woman appeared somewhat astonished to have Ying, an officer directly under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Judge of Franlin, personally intervene. This woman must possess significant influence. Pei Xiqing was granted passage without delay. The short-haired woman, striding in her high boots, seemed to be accompanying her and asked, "I am Xia Jingyu, a major general stationed at the base. May I know your name?" "Pei Xiqing," she replied with poise. "Hello." Xia Jingyu nodded, and upon entering the elevator, inquired again, "Are you a family member of a Franlin member?" Pei Xiqing smiled and evasively responded, while sort of half. Xia Jingyu seemed perplexed by her hesitation, but was no stranger to the presence of dogs within the base. This piqued Pei Xiqing's curiosity. "You don't seem surprised at all that I brought a dog." Not only her, but even the soldiers outside had refrained from questioning it excessively. Xia Jingyu explained, "Do you see that building behind us?" The elevator ascended rapidly, yet those within felt no pressure or dizziness. The elevator itself was transparent and blue, offering a view of the internal workings of the building as well as the outside world. "I see," Pei Xiqing acknowledged. Xia Jingyu continued, "That area is where the privileged and high-ranking officials of the base enjoy leisure. Many executives bring their families, who are accommodated there for dining and recreation, and some even bring pet dogs. I've even seen a few with pet zombies. Pei Xiqing's lips curled slightly. So that's how it was. Xia Jingyu's gaze lingered on her face. You seem quite attractive, don't you think? Not particularly, Pei Xiqing replied. All right, I see now. It seems I misjudged you. Not a misjudgment. Are you a staff member here? Xia Jingyu paused, then broke into a smile. Not quite. More like half. Pei Xiqing remarked, Why are you mimicking me? Why not? You seem rather mischievous. I didn't expect you to enjoy deceiving. There were indeed matters she could not elucidate clearly. The term family member felt overly formal, as if elevating their relationship to a higher status. She and Duan Xiaolin had not yet reached that level, so she amended her phrasing. We are more like a couple. How forthright, Xia Jingyu responded as the elevator stopped on one of the floors. She adjusted her cap and suddenly reached out to straighten Pei Xiqing's slightly disheveled collar. Little love, may our paths cross again. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Pei Xiqing blinked in surprise. What did this sister just call her? Xia Jingyu glanced back, a knowing smile gracing her lips, before turning to exit the elevator. The doors closed once more, leaving Pei Xiqing momentarily stunned. Ying leaned against the wall and remarked coolly, Do you know who she is? Pei Xiqing tugged at the dog leash. I don't, but she bore no malice. I could sense that. Do you know her, brothering? Why are you calling me that? Do you greet everyone as brother? Is that inappropriate? It's a sign of respect. Pei Xiqing replied with a wink. Should I address you by your name? That feels a bit too forward. Ying's expression behind the mask momentarily faltered. Suit yourself, he muttered. No wonder. Pei Xiqing did not catch his words and turned her attention to the interior of the base. Each floor seemed to be illuminated with transparency, allowing for a clear view of the various workspaces within the elevator. The entire environment radiated an aura of science fiction and advancement. She asked Ying, was it truly possible to construct such a vast project in just 5 years? Not even 5. In 2 years, Base 3 was completed. So swiftly? Not particularly fast. But do not underestimate the capabilities of humanity's resurgence following the apocalypse. Ying continued, the woman you just encountered is a major general at the base headquarters, here to oversee operations. She holds the authority to use this elevator, which is typically reserved for internal inspectors. She has another identity at headquarters. Oh, what is it? The Marshal's daughter. Impressive. Is this character mentioned in the storyline? She is a rare female general at the base. Pei Xiqing had no recollection of her. You might not grasp the significance, but once I mention her actions, you should recall. What do you mean? Ying stated. Did Long Yin not tell you about a woman who once touched Duan Xiaolin's military uniform? Is it her? Pei Xiqing recalled Long Yin mentioning a woman who had touched Duan Xiaolin's clothing, which he subsequently burned to ashes. Indeed, it is her. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. The sister she had just encountered seemed far removed from someone capable of such audacity. Just then, the elevator arrived at its destination. As the doors opened, the scenery captivated Pei Xiqing's attention. She took a few steps forward and leaned against the railing to gaze into the distance. They stood at the pinnacle of the base, affording a panoramic view of the entire facility, even revealing the mountains she had previously traversed and other scattered remnants of cities and the apocalyptic surface. For the first time, she vividly perceived the stark contrast between the revitalized land of the post-apocalypse and the tainted earth. After a moment, Ying called out, Miss Pei, Duan Xiaolin is waiting inside for your health examination. I must take this dog with me as well. Pei Xiqing inquired, will the examination harm Xiaobai? Ying chuckled. Duan Xiaolin only mentioned that he cannot harm you. As for the dog, I cannot say. As she spoke, Pei Xiqing finally noticed that despite the towering heights and the breathtaking view, the adjacent spaces were all soundproof laboratories made of some transparent material. A glance revealed countless zombies and experimental subjects writhing in agony, their mouths emitting silent moans. Chapter 54. The search. Pei Xiqing traversed through numerous laboratories, ultimately halting before a room devoid of warmth. The door and windows were tightly sealed, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. The air was thick with the pungent scent of chemicals, and upon opening the door, she was momentarily overwhelmed by the acrid odor. From her vantage point, she could glimpse the adjacent room where zombies were imprisoned in experimental chambers, their anguished howls echoing ominously. She could faintly sense the depths of their despair and fury. Xiao Bai, her loyal companion, paced anxiously at her side, adamantly refusing to step any further inside. Ying opened the door, exhaling a resigned sigh as he approached the doctor within. Be gentle with this dog, he instructed. While an examination was necessary, he was uncertain how to manage the canine. The doctor, with a gentle demeanor, regarded the trembling dog for several moments. The infection in this animal is quite severe and entirely beyond salvation. Keeping it close poses a significant risk. I recommend immediate injection of a sedative and confinement in a cage, an ideal specimen for experimentation, he proposed, crouching down. In fact, I would consider dissecting it. I believe it could yield valuable insights. Pei Xiqing retorted coolly, why not dissect me instead? At that moment, Xiaobai began to bark furiously at Ying and the doctor, as if preparing to attack. Pei Xiqing quickly calmed her, causing the dog to cease its outburst. The doctor blinked in surprise. You. He hurriedly turned to Ying. Dissection? Wasn't that the chief judge's directive? He certainly did not have the authority to perform such an operation. Even a routine physical examination and blood analysis were daunting tasks. Ying cleared his throat. Let us not engage in that line of conversation. This is not your specimen. The doctor chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, I've let my professional curiosity get the better of me. However, this dog does merit further study. Pei Xiqing knelt down, stroking Xiao Bai's anxious form, and softly stated, if that is the case, then there is no need for an examination. May I leave directly? She inquired of Ying. He nodded in affirmation, not insisting on her remaining for the examination. Rising to her feet, she took hold of the leash. Let us go. Xiao Bai obediently followed her. Ying, arms crossed, watched her retreating figure, shook his head. Miss Pei, please wait in the elevator for a moment. Brother Duan will arrive in 15 minutes. You could discuss matters with him then. Just then, she caught the doctor's inquisitive gaze, which seemed to bore into her. You really should learn to communicate better, rather than relying on your master's teachings, he remarked. Jean scratched his head. My master Chiu is at headquarters. I would like to meet him, but alas, he is elusive and often ventures into the zombie hordes. By the way, who was that young lady? One of the officers asked. She certainly does not resemble a zombie. Why did the chief judge send me, personally, to conduct an examination? In all my experiments, I have never encountered one infected who could articulate thoughts as coherently as she did. Ying retorted bluntly, Fool, after all these years with your master, you remain as dim-witted as ever. Zhanda, taken aback, responded, Why the sudden insult? Well, what do you think? Ying replied. Zhanda's eyes widened in realization. Could it be? The chief judge's direct involvement must indicate a significant connection. Ying regarded him as if he were simple-minded. If you scare her away, you will bear full responsibility when the chief inquires. Come on, Ying, at least say a few words on my behalf. My master is a close associate of the chief judge. This is rather heartless of you. Had you spoken earlier, I would not have made such an error. Hey, Ying, brother. Ying had just instructed her to wait. Pei Xiqing spent considerable time deciphering how to operate the elevator, mimicking Ying's earlier actions to input commands. However, the elevator seemed unresponsive, ascending without her control. This high-tech contraption was bewildering. She could comprehend its usage, yet controlling it remained an enigma, particularly with a multitude of buttons resembling a small control panel. With Xiao Bai in tow, a sense of trepidation washed over her as the elevator came to a halt. She hoped not to inadvertently enter a restricted area, which would certainly lead to an awkward situation. As the elevator doors creaked open, a group of officers in pristine uniforms exchanged bewildered glances with her. Who are you? They inquired, their expressions reflecting confusion. Pei Xiqing, along with Xiao Bai, shifted slightly within the confines of the elevator. Would you like to squeeze in? She offered. A few officers, caught off guard by her gaze, felt their cheeks flush and instinctively adjusted their hats. We can fit, they replied, stepping inside. The group of 7 or 8 officers filled the elevator, providing ample space. Though Pei Xiqing found herself cornered. Xiao Bai nearly erupted into barking again at the unfamiliar faces, but Pei Xiqing swiftly restrained him, preventing an embarrassing scene. Perhaps Xiao Bai was anxious and fearful, instinctively wanting to protect her. Despite previous friendliness towards the team in the wilderness, this behavior was unexpected. The officers began discussing the details of an upcoming meeting, their conversation laden with the base's future development and pressing matters at hand. Eventually, one mentioned a familiar name. It seems the chief judge has been exceedingly busy today, hardly pausing since morning. Before the meeting, he was buried in paperwork, and midway through, he even stepped out to take a call. Who could warrant such attention from him? Perhaps it was the marshal from headquarters, or young Master Chiao. Who knows? Let us not speculate. We have outsiders present. Mind your words, another officer cautioned. All right. One officer glanced at Pei Xiqing, who was crouched down petting her dog. You must be a family member of one of the officers. Are you aware this elevator is reserved for prosecutors? It's strictly confidential here. How did you manage to come to such a place? I am aware. Then how did you? I took a wrong turn. The officer snorted dismissively. Really? A wrong turn led you here? You must be a spy attempting to steal secrets. Perhaps we should detain you for a few days in the water prison. That might coax the truth from you. Pei Xiqing whispered to Xiao Bai. If he dares to make a move, bite his hand off. Xiao Bai wagged its tail excitedly, fixating its gaze intently on the officer's arm. The officer raised an eyebrow. You. Another officer cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Miss, perhaps I should escort you back later. There's no need for that. Thank you. Pei Xiqing declined. Regardless of their intentions, be they kind or ulterior, she required neither. Where did this wild girl come from? One officer muttered. Let it go. There's no need to pick on a young girl. She must have some standing to gain access here. No need to worry. They returned to discussing the case the chief judge had mentioned earlier. If they failed to unravel it, they might find themselves as guests in the water prison. That case was precarious, and they had little knowledge of the chief judge, other than whispers of his ruthless reputation at headquarters, where those in his charge endured unspeakable hardships. Just days ago, he had executed a group of individuals within the water prison, conducting public executions, and now, arriving at Base 3, they could only speculate what fate awaited them. To speak rather unflatteringly, this man, surnamed Duan, is a ruthless tyrant who kills without a flicker of hesitation. Though he appears genteel and refined, his methods are exceedingly cruel. Have you heard? When he executed several supernatural beings before, there was clearly a chance for their salvation, yet he chose to slay them in public. Alas, this job is already burdensome, and with such a terrifying superior, today I finally laid eyes on him in person. He spoke a single sentence to me, and I felt as though I had been imprisoned in a water dungeon. It seems the presiding judge is currently in that very water dungeon. Time is of the essence, and the task is pressing. That man must be interrogated without delay. We should hasten forth, or will indeed be our undoing. The elevator halted once more. In a relatively confined space, the officers who had previously engaged in lofty discussions swiftly composed themselves and exited the elevator. At the moment the doors of the elevator closed, Pei Xiqing reached out to press the control panel switch. She leaned her head out of the elevator and tapped a few times on the control panel. If memory serves, this was the procedure the shadowy figure had followed. They too, the surroundings were devoid of others, likely because no one else had the authority to access this elevator. After studying the control panel for a moment, a multitude of documents and codes suddenly sprang forth in the air, continuously scrolling before her. Blue and white lights flickered in her eyes. Yet none of it was what she sought. Chapter 55. The identity of the villain. The elevator possessed extensive authority, revealing the internal surveillance footage of the base. She located the IP address of the water prison and entered the only command she knew, establishing a connection to the water prison's visuals. The term water prison is quite literal, representing a convergence of all things dark and vile. Pei Xiqing was indeed heading towards the water prison. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, she had an instinctual feeling. The presiding judge, the villain of the narrative, was someone she not only recognized but had encountered numerous times. Despite the risk of being wrongly accused, she was determined to uncover the truth. Regardless of the potential consequences, she was prepared to accept her fate. In the depths of the underground's third level, in the darkest and dampest confines, an ability user was bound by iron chains, impaled upon a crucifix. His clothing was thoroughly drenched in blood. Several sharp iron hooks had pierced his chest, rusted and stained with blood. He hung his head low, hearing the approaching footsteps. The sound of polished leather shoes echoed as someone halted before him. He scoffed coldly, "I will never divulge anything." Consider it wise to sever this line of inquiry. Otherwise, you pitiful fools of the third base might not even comprehend how you met your demise. It would be futile to replace him. If one sought to discover the connections and contacts of the underground black market, he advised them to abandon their hopes. A thin layer of ash fell upon the immaculate leather shoes, and Yikue finally sensed something amiss. Slowly enduring the excruciating pain, he lifted his head, his gaze locking with the cold eyes behind the man's glasses, causing his pupils to widen in shock. "You, who are you?" Du Nxiol, and lit a cigarette, placing it to his lips. After a moment's hesitation, Yikue accepted it. The cigarette was ignited by the man, and as Yikue bit down on it, his words came out slurred yet discernible. "Who are you?" "From the Franlin organization." He chuckled softly. "Oh, Franlin. Those self-serving individuals cloaked in righteousness? I've heard they oversee all bases and execute tasks beyond the reach of ordinary folk." "Indeed. While others from Franlin may not be remarkable, I've heard that one officer Chiu is exceptionally skilled." "Is that you?" "Not I." Yikue pressed further. "Aside from Chiu Zhao, who else from Franlin holds such power?" "The infamous presiding judge. Where is he?" As he spoke, a violent cough erupted from him, his eyes reflecting disdain. It was said that the presiding judge could solve any case. Why not summon him? Yet, it was rumored that the leader of Franlin seemed devoid of abilities, with no one ever witnessing him wielding any. In a world devoid of powers, do you know what fate awaits? Ha ha ha, what a waste. Yikue inhaled deeply from the cigarette, and then flicked the butt to the ground, exclaiming, "Isn't it peculiar how someone without abilities could ascend to such a position?" The man remained silent, only asking, "Do you have any further questions?" "You belong to Franlin. What are your abilities?" "I possess many. Which one do you inquire about?" The chains binding Yikue emitted a grating sound as he pressed his tongue against his cheek, smirking. "Too bad your leader is a powerless fool. Perhaps you should let him come see me. I'd enlighten him on what abilities truly are." With that, his muscles surged, shattering the chains, binding him, and forcefully extracting the hooks from his chest. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. Yikue's laughter became increasingly exaggerated. "You cannot confine me. Franlin cannot control me." The man opposite him glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. The powers of electrical and gravitational control surged toward him. "You have delayed me by 5 minutes. What is the matter? In a hurry to find a woman?" The man retrieved a pristine set of iron chains from the torture rack, running his fingers over the terrifying patterns and grooves while disregarding the electrical currents surrounding Yikue. He mercilessly pierced the chains through Yikue's flesh again, ruthlessly shattering his bones. Yikue emitted a horrific scream, enduring unimaginable agony as his muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. "Do you wish for me to speak?" The man, now devoid of patience, queried. "Not inclined to share?" The other slowly crouched down, tugging at the iron chains, causing every muscle in Yikue to tear. His expression remained impassive. "In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, I have afforded you an opportunity. I seek the presiding judge of Franlin. Where is he?" The man's fingertips glimmered with barely visible energy, akin to green scales glowing softly in the darkness. After a moment, he chuckled lightly. "Right before you." Simultaneously, the footage of the water prison within the elevator was abruptly severed, and the system emitted alarms. "Unauthorized command access detected. Captain Ling Lang has not authorized this directive. Command error. Warning. Your facial recognition, fingerprints, and all features have been recorded. Alert activated. The entire base has been notified of a third-party intrusion. Awaiting prosecutor review. A comprehensive pursuit will commence in 10 seconds. Pei Xiqing took a step back, nearly colliding with the small white figure at her feet. With no time for contemplation, she hastily pressed the elevator button, grasping the small figure's hand, urging, "Let's depart swiftly." Chapter 56. Reluctance, uncertain whether it was a mere illusion born of her anxious state. The interior of the central base began to exhibit subtle signs of unrest. As she made her way out, she traversed a corridor accessible only to those permitted to use the elevator, encountering little resistance. However, Pei Xiqing sensed that the eyes of those she passed were scrutinizing her, filled with suspicion or perhaps ill intent. Yet, they remained inactive, leaving her to wonder if her perceptions were merely exaggerated. Holding on to Xiao Bai, she was on the verge of exiting the building when the soldiers stationed at the entrance immediately shifted into a state of alert. They sealed off the entrance, and moments later, dozens of ability users entered the building to conduct searches. Pei Xiqing halted in her tracks, hastily retreating a few steps. A throng of individuals rushed in, indiscriminately inspecting passers-by, sparing none. Seeing them approach, Pei Xiqing quickly pulled Xiao Bai back, who was still confused, spinning in circles, only to be yanked into the stairwell. The stairwell was sparsely populated, primarily occupied by those taking the elevator. Pei Xiqing donned the hat she had retrieved from her pocket, carefully concealing her face. She cautiously navigated the stairwell and various floors, the place vast and expansive, leaving her uncertain of her exact location. One thing was clear. She could no longer use the elevator. Knowing that the stairwell was likely under surveillance, she understood that the ability users would soon be on her trail. One thought dominated her mind. She could not be captured. If caught, it would spell her doom. Both she and Xiao Bai would become caged monstrosities, shackled in chains, imprisoned by these individuals, destined to become mere commodities on the streets. Urgently climbing, the height of the building was unimaginable, and she lost count of the stair steps she ascended, ultimately relying on Xiao Bai's strength to pull her upward. Exhaustion enveloped her. The stairwell seemed endless, an insurmountable ascent. Despair settled in as she gasped for breath, leaning against the railing, while Xiao Bai, sensing danger, tugged insistently at the rope, urging her to continue. Pei Xiqing felt utterly spent, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. At this rate, she risked fainting from the exertion of climbing. As she raised her gaze, she spotted Ling Lang leaning against the stairwell, casually assembling a firearm with practiced precision. After several days apart, he had traded his usual combat attire for more relaxed clothing resembling a neat training outfit. His white hair was partially obscured by a cap, with a few strands falling across his forehead. He had likely noticed her arrival long before, and after securing the weapon in his boot, his gaze turned teasing. Engaging in thievery? He whistled. Pei Xiqing jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Ling Lang straightened, stretching casually. Just here to handle some matters. Those old codgers love to argue with me. I was assembling a gun in the stairwell, and if anyone displeases me later, I'll just point it at their forehead. But can someone explain why I find a certain someone looking guilty, as if they've stolen something or offended someone? Not at all, she replied. Really? He scrutinized her. Absolutely not. That's good to hear. I was worried there might be some fool in the base who would pick a fight with you, and you'd end up crying somewhere private. That won't happen. Pei Xiqing whispered. You genuinely startled me. Are you really planning to confront them after assembling that gun? Of course. Ling Lang shrugged. Only those with guilty consciences get spooked. Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment. You've been here all day? Just returned from a mission in the field. But it's been unusually quiet lately. He regarded her, deliberately attempting to instill fear. Beneath this calm, a major conspiracy is brewing. Something significant is bound to happen at the base soon. Do you believe it? Pei Xiqing hesitated. What do you mean? It's complicated, involving some under-the-table dealings, quite troublesome. In any case, it would be wise to avoid going out for a while. You might not even realize how you met your end. As for walking your dog, it's best left to someone else. Is there a service for that at the base? She queried. What? I mean, I doubt anyone would volunteer to walk Xiao Bai. After all, it's a zombie like me, and many would be frightened. Ling Lang fell silent for a few moments before breaking into laughter. Am I not human? Pei Xiqing was taken aback. You have time to walk dogs? I thought the captain was exceedingly busy. I don't have time. But walking a dog is much like training. Take it out for a run of several kilometers, and it will settle down. Pei Xiqing pursed her lips. That makes sense. Exhausting a dog's energy leads to long hours of deep slumber upon returning. Ling Lang crossed his arms. Honestly, these days, refrain from venturing out too often. There are many unstable factors at play. If something were to occur, I wouldn't have the capacity to assist you. Understood, Pei Xiqing muttered, recalling the chilling images she had seen in the elevator moments ago. The criminal, pierced through the chest by iron chains, and the man confronting him with poise sent shivers down her spine. Are there any witnesses or evidence? She inquired. Of course, I was with Fu Feng and Yabin. Why do you ask? Just curious. As long as there are witnesses, if something goes awry and I'm held accountable, it wouldn't matter much. Pei Xiqing felt a twinge of guilt in Ling Lang's presence. Earlier, while operating the console in the elevator, she had entered the command for her home, only to later remember that Ling Lang had used the same command. As she contemplated continuing her ascent, Ling Lang leisurely followed her, questioning her sudden change in demeanor. "You're not usually like this when you see me." Seeing her struggle to maintain her balance while wanting to climb further, he frowned slightly and grasped her arm. "Where are you headed?" Pei Xiqing replied, "There's no time to explain. It's best you keep your distance." "What is the matter?" He tightened his grip, concerned. "What's going on?" "I can help you. The sky is falling." Ling Lang chuckled. "How can the sky fall? Your world must be too fragile if it collapses so easily." Pei Xiqing struggled. "I truly cannot explain right now. Either come with me to find a hiding spot, or keep your distance." Ling Lang asked, "Do you even know what floor we're on?" "I don't know. The 28th floor. My office is on the 30th. Would you like to hide there first?" Noticing her urgent demeanor, he decided against pressing further and released her. "If you want to come, hurry up." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. "No, we can't go to Brother Duan's office." But then she reconsidered. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Gritting her teeth, she followed him, determined to shake off the ability users pursuing her. Accompanying Ling Lang, they navigated unobstructed to the upper floors, where not a soul was in sight. Upon opening the door, Pei Xiqing ushered Xiaobai inside and urged Ling Lang to enter swiftly. The office was adorned in a futuristic style, filled with high-tech electronic devices, spacious and serene. Upon entering, she began to search for a suitable hiding spot for herself and Xiaobai. Ling Lang sat casually at the table, his legs draped carelessly as he watched her frantically rummaging through the drawers. "That was my brother's locked box, containing crucial documents. That was my arsenal. Opening it would trigger an explosion. That was the central control panel of the base. If you dare to touch it, you would be globally wanted within 2 seconds." Pei Xiqing turned around, unable to suppress a glare directed at him. "If you're truly incapable, just leave. I wouldn't want to drag you down with me." Ling Lang raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "You're truly a thief now, yet you fear you might burden me? Indeed, I am about to become a significant criminal of the base. Then I'm somewhat curious whether my brother would truly allow you to languish in the water prison." Chapter 57. What are you afraid of? Pei Xiqing paused, lowering her gaze into silence. Ling Lang approached with his hands in his pockets. "No matter what trouble you've stirred up, as long as it's not murder, arson, or moral decay, my brother hasn't shown any signs of disapproval. Why are you in such a panic? Even if something were to happen, both my brother and I would look after you. Don't act so pitiful. One might think I'm bullying you." Indeed, Duan Xiaolin had yet to utter a word. There was no need for her to become flustered. Even if there were issues, they were already set in stone, unchangeable. Ling Lang sensed an odd tension. "Why does it feel like every encounter with you leads to a pitfall? Are you setting me up?" Pei Xiqing replied, "Yes." "Well, it doesn't matter. If you're worried, I'll go check for you and see what I can glean from my brother." Ling Lang continued, "You stay here, even if someone comes." They won't dare to enter casually. With that, he departed. Seated in the chair, Pei Xiqing stroked the soft fur of Xiaobai, her palm propping up her cheek. Filled with anxiety, Duan Xiaolin was the chief judge, embodying the dark and brooding antagonist of a novel. Cruel in his methods, profoundly calculating, and perpetually at odds with the protagonists. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Her feelings toward Duan Xiaolin were not merely one of anger and resistance born from deceit, but rather a genuine sense of dread and uncertainty about how to proceed. Even if Duan Xiaolin bore her no ill will, she had triggered the system as pursuit, and the base might no longer be able to harbor her. Should the secrets of the base be exposed to an outsider, many would face consequences. If she were captured by those at the base, escape would be nigh impossible. Here, amidst the zombies, was an unending hell. Even with Duan Xiaolin by her side, she had always been an outlier, an anomaly that society could never accept. Pei Xiqing gazed at the still door, softly murmuring, "Zombies and humans cannot coexist, can they?" Xiaobai, unable to comprehend, remained quietly by her side. She caressed the creature. It was her only companion. Traversing this alien world, Her vastly different identity and circumstances had repeatedly instilled a sense of insecurity within her. Perhaps solitude and silence were the paths she was destined to tread. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolin in the water prison received a warning directive from the system. Initially, he paid it no mind, pressing on with his interrogation of Yi Kuei. However, when Yi Kuei, in anguish, revealed a name, the communicator buzzed simultaneously with the transmission from the base, a capture order. The man wiped the blood-stained fingers with a handkerchief, his eyes narrowing with interest as he opened the detailed capture order. He recognized a familiar, beautiful face. How intriguing. When did this occur? A subordinate whispered 10 minutes ago. Should we proceed with the capture? The higher-ups have already initiated operations. Duan Xiaolin discarded the handkerchief, a faint smile gracing his lips. Where is she now? She seems to be in the building, likely wandering around, and is currently in your office. His gaze deepened as he turned to leave. He stepped into the elevator, ascending swiftly. The third floor of the water prison was interconnected with the base building, and the elevator soon halted at the 30th floor. Duan Xiaolin arrived, finding the base's leader accompanied by a group of psychics approaching. The leader wore a troubled expression, muttering curses, yet showed respect upon seeing him. Chief Judge, Duan Xiaolin inquired. Looking for someone? We have a traitor in the base. We're executing a complete lockdown and search. She is an audacious woman who somehow infiltrated our ranks and is capable of manipulating our internal elevators, not to mention how many documents she might have stolen. But rest assured, Chief Judge, we will apprehend her swiftly. If she manages to blend into the core of the base, she must be a formidable character. Should she prove obstinate, we may need your assistance in extracting information from her. Duan Xiaolin's expression remained inscrutable, revealing little of his thoughts. When the topic turned to interrogation, his forte, he remained unfazed. The base leader, feeling apprehensive, fell silent, deciding to lead his team away. I won't delay further. I'll take my squad to search. As they prepared to depart, the man spoke slowly, canceled the pursuit. The leader was taken aback. Why? That woman's origins are unclear. She likely aims for the base's secrets. She's in my custody. What? I will personally interrogate her. Very well. I trust that the chief judge will provide us with a fair outcome. Duan Xiaolin remained non-committal, soon leading his team inside. Standing before the office door, he pressed his hand against it, finding it unyielding. Open the door. Pei Xiqing, lost in thought on the sofa, was startled by the voice and instinctively retreated with Xiao Bai. Hearing the door creak open, she found herself unable to escape, colliding directly with Duan Xiaolin. The man's sleeves were stained with blood, and his expression was one of dark menace, the very image of a sinister antagonist. Noticing her gaze, he carelessly rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards her, step by step. Pei Xiqing, at a loss for words, instinctively took a step back, avoiding contact with his bloodied hand. Duan Xiaolin's demeanor darkened slightly, his gaze beneath the lenses icy and mocking. What are you avoiding? Or rather, what are you truly afraid of? Chapter 58. Did I frighten you? Pei Xiqing leaned against the office desk, forced back by the man until she took 2 steps away. The cool surface of the desk made her flinch as her palm made contact, and she struggled to suppress the chilling pressure emanating from his gaze. Just as she was about to speak, he encircled her waist and drew her onto his desk. Are you afraid of me? Duan Xiaolin lowered his eyes, his expression darkening. His towering frame pressed into the space between her knees, blocking all avenues of retreat. She felt utterly restrained, unable to move an inch. Pei Xiqing paused for a moment. The grip around her waist tightened, and she tilted her head slightly to meet his piercing gaze. I merely find it somewhat surprising. Why? I never imagined you would be that esteemed figure from Franlen. Is it my fault for not telling you sooner? Pei Xiqing's body tensed, a myriad of emotions flickering in her eyes. But resentment was not among them. No, it's my oversight. In hindsight, there were indeed many clues, yet I chose not to pursue that line of thought. I had mentioned before that I was quite interested in Franlen and wished to meet that esteemed individual. You never hinted at it. So you are he. She murmured, realization dawning upon her. It was something she should have deduced earlier. Duan Xiaolin had always been associated with Franlen, regardless of his ties to the antagonist. The identity of Franlen would inevitably lead him down a similar path as the villain. In a sense, the outcome would likely be the same. Pei Xiqing blinked, summoning her courage to look at him, her eyes betraying a mix of regret and shyness. Duan, if you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have had to take such risks. If only she had known he was the antagonist, she wouldn't have had to guess so wildly. In fact, she felt a growing anticipation towards the villain, especially when she learned that he could hold his own against both male and female leads. She became increasingly eager to meet him, to understand the depth of his character and the experiences that endowed him with such formidable capabilities and a rich inner world. She was also curious about why he would later be forcibly made to appear less intelligent, and how the true ending would unfold. However, if he did not reveal it, she would not have thought to pursue that line of questioning, and it was the words of those individuals in the elevator that had sparked her doubts. Duan Xiaolin inquired, "Then why did you run?" "I was afraid they would capture us. If they do, it will be disastrous for both me and Xiaobai," she replied. "Am I about to become notorious around the base?" "Indeed," Duan Xiaolin stated. "They assume you're a spy infiltrating, mistaking you for someone involved in the black market and underground dealings." Pei Xiqing instinctively clutched the hem of his garment, her knuckles turning pale. "Ah, a spy? What nonsense!" Xiaobai was nearby, pitifully calling out, seemingly expressing its grievances. Duan Xiaolin remained silent, his gaze fixed on her face, noticing the bloodstains on her delicate fingers clutching his sleeve. He grasped her wrist firmly. "Let go." Pei Xiqing thought he disapproved and quickly released her grip, though she felt unsteady and had to steady herself against the desk. Duan Xiaolin removed his coat and tossed it aside, closing in on her once more. Had he seen everything just now? She had indeed been somewhat intimidated by the scene. After a few seconds of hesitation, she shook her head, then nodded. "Sometimes I'm unafraid, but at times, I admit, I still feel a bit frightened." Duan Xiaolin took a deep breath. "When are you unafraid?" Pei Xiqing met his gaze, her beautiful eyes clearly reflecting his handsome face. She extended a hand, slowly caressing his cheek. "When you are in front of me, I'm not afraid." He paused. Like now, she continued. She was unafraid of his blood-stained clothes or his darker, more ominous side. Astonishment overshadowed her fear. "Did you think I would be frightened of you and flee?" "I was merely reacting instinctively. Please don't take it to heart." Duan Xiaolin seemed to relax, turning his head to press his lips against her delicate palm. "Did I frighten you?" Pei Xiqing felt as if she had been scalded, wanting to withdraw, but caught firmly in his grasp. She could only muster the courage to nod. "A little, but I can understand. Without rules, one cannot create a square. If one must always be gentle with ruthless criminals, then Framland would serve no purpose. There would be no one to curb the crime, and no one would fear punishment. If you do not appear fierce, you will be bullied." She lifted her chin, her heart aching. What crime did that person commit? Why do they act so aggressively when they are clearly in the wrong? It's excessive, wanting to use abilities to harm you. In that moment, while observing Duan Xiaolin, she was worried he might be in danger, and that was what had truly frightened her. Duan Xiaolin's cold demeanor gradually softened, the sharpness and chill dissipating, leaving only gentleness and indulgence. One of the informants in the organ trafficking organization. No wonder he had been reluctant to reveal the mastermind behind it all. "Indeed, I believe what you did earlier was not wrong. I just struggled to bear such scenes." She spoke with lingering trepidation. "I am gradually coming to terms with the cruelty and horror of this world, as well as the dark base you described. But I am not someone who can remain unaffected by such brutality. It was unavoidable. Compared to their lives, most modern people focus on the mundane, monotonous existence, tormented daily by the trivialities of life. Despite being a star, she could not escape the burdens of existence. She could accept it, yet that didn't mean her heart remained unperturbed. I was indeed surprised at first, but once I thought of your identity, it all seemed normal. Those people deserve their fate. What they do is utterly intolerable. Why can't you adapt?" He queried. "Those who have survived for 5 years have managed." Pei Xiqing hesitated to disclose the matter of her transmigration, instead recounting her previous experiences. This was the first time she had initiated such a conversation, and the man listened patiently. He wished to assure Pei Xiqing that she need not force herself to acclimate while beside him. Yet the stubbornness in her eyes made him smile and amend his words. "You are not the only one who cannot adapt." "What do you mean?" I too." did not become so composed overnight, navigating the depths of the water prison, facing criminals with equanimity. I've had my moments of anxiety. 5 years ago, I was just like you. I would lie awake at night, haunted by dreams of innocent blood on my hands. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. How did you adapt? Those who are unworthy of being called human in this apocalypse have no right to instill fear. I understand now. Pei Xiqing no longer dwelled on it. She resolved to continue striving to adapt, for she was a zombie. No matter what happened in the future, she would ensure her own safety. Regardless of the present or the future, one thing she would never forget was that nothing mattered more than escaping with Xiaobai. She turned to the man, puzzled. How did you know I was having nightmares? Duan Xiaolin remained silent. He followed her fingertip, kissing a trail to the corner of her lips. The kiss came swiftly. Pei Xiqing barely had time to react, her fingers gripping his shirt tightly to keep herself from collapsing. She knew it well. Duan Xiaolin could indeed be soothed, and far more easily than she had anticipated. Even the words she had long suppressed were finally expressed to him, alleviating the tension that had enveloped her. She no longer shied away from the kiss, closing her eyes until her body could no longer sustain itself, and she fell backward, her spine meeting the cold surface of the table. It was then that she realized her coat had been lifted without her noticing. Her entire back was exposed to the air, and upon contact with the exquisitely cold tabletop, she involuntarily shivered, clutching at the man's collar, murmuring in protest, "It's so cold." The temperature indoors was not low, yet the tabletop was undeniably frigid. "I should have told you earlier to spare you this frantic escapade," Duan Xiaolin conceded, loosening his grip slightly. "It's my fault." Pei Xiqing wrapped her arms around his neck, softly admitting, "Well, I share some blame too." "Oh, do tell." "What?" She was taken aback by his seriousness. She had merely been polite. Unable to restrain herself, Pei Xiqing playfully punched him, exclaiming, "How absurd! I was not at fault at all." Duan Xiaolin's dark pupils glinted with a deeper meaning. "You changed your stance so swiftly? Had it not been for my accidental intervention, you would still be deceiving me, wouldn't you?" His words, 9 out of 10, were laden with traps. "I had already informed you." Chapter 59. The Fairy. How could I be unaware? Pei Xiqing cast a fleeting glance and noticed the signature beneath several documents on the table. The section requiring the presiding judge's personal signature boldly bore the name Duan Xiaolin. On multiple documents that Duan Xiaolin had previously taken home for processing, it was explicitly addressed to the esteemed presiding judge. Had she merely glanced at the documents at that time, the current predicament could have been averted. Pei Xiqing felt her ears flush. It was said to be confidential, which sufficiently attested to the fact that I truly did not pry into the documents in your possession. Duan Xiaolin chuckled. Pei Xiqing struggled to free herself, pushing against his chest. Yet, before her toes could even touch the ground, the man swept her up again. He stated, "You have yet to admit your mistake. I stand tall and fear not the shadows. I dare to take responsibility, yet you do not commend me. You still wish for me to concede my error?" Pei Xiqing bit her lip. "You are simply..." "Simply what?" He raised an eyebrow. "Simply bullying me." Duan Xiaolin, clearly in good spirits, pinned her onto the table, gently pinching her cheeks, showering her with kisses, his movements tender. However, before long, his innate tendencies could no longer be concealed. He stood at the edge of the table, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his hands roamed with reckless abandon, gliding from her delicate skin downwards, slipping beneath her loose outer garment, parting the inner straps, caressing every inch of her body. Pei Xiqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Each time, he delighted in teasing her, particularly in such circumstances. Breathless from his kisses, she couldn't help but bite him. The strength of her bite seemed to awaken something within him, and she found herself ensnared by his soft tongue, nearly gasping for air. "You have committed a grave error." In the pause, the man maintained a calm demeanor, his voice a whisper by her ear. "What?" He replied, "No matter how significant the calamity, you may always seek me." Once more, he pressed his lips against the corner of hers. The man with a cold demeanor uttered a tender phrase, "Have a little faith in me, darling." She jolted awake, her eyes widening. Duan Xiaolin was calmly refastening her loose straps. His glasses remained perfectly positioned on his face. Not a single hair out of place from their earlier entanglement. His movements were meticulous, yet he had inadvertently torn the strap of her undergarment, leaving it so loose that it threatened to reveal more than intended. Though gentle, his technique lacked finesse. After 5 minutes of effort, he merely managed to tie a couple more knots in her shoulder straps. His fingers brushed against her skin, slow and deliberate. She began to suspect that Duan Xiaolin might be intentionally tormenting her. Having just been kissed senseless, the sensation of his hands on her sensitive skin rendered her nearly breathless, igniting a yearning for more of his touch. She quickly grasped his hand. "Let me do it myself." Duan Xiaolin's eyes darkened, and as he withdrew his hand, his gaze grew heavier. "All right." Yet, just as she managed to fasten her undergarment, he seized her arm, pinning it behind her back, leaning closer. "You haven't secured it properly." "I have." "No." His fingertips flicked, and it slid down again. With one hand holding her arm firmly behind her, his other hand moved closer, his breath cascading down her collarbone, each kiss intensifying. Pei Xiqing instantly comprehended his intentions. He wished to kiss her unreservedly, summoning an uncharacteristic courage. She withdrew her hand and grasped his shin. "Wait a moment." Duan Xiaolin allowed her to turn his face, merely asking, "Do you desire me in more places?" Was this question a bit excessive? Pei Xiqing deliberately curved her eyes, her fingertip tracing his throat, descending further. "Should I still admit my error?" Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. No need. Though he claimed she lacked understanding of love between men and women, her gaze was at times innocent, at times alluring, resembling a naive fairy. He stated, "Are you certain you wish to continue this game with me?" Pei Xiqing's fingers twitched. Oh no, she had touched a sensitive nerve. Yet, she felt no trepidation. Her heart raced, quickening with each beat. Duan Xiaolin's sensitive spot was indeed accessible, albeit with corresponding consequences. As for what those consequences entailed, she chose not to contemplate at present. "Do not be angry, dear brother." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "There are many outside who wish to seize me. Brand me a spy. I feel a bit anxious. I fear that if we only get halfway, they might burst in to capture me. Would that not leave you with a psychological scar, affecting you adversely in matters concerning men?" Duan Xiaolin cupped her chin. "Who taught you to speak in such a manner?" Pei Xiqing replied, "Do you not wish to engage in such activities with me?" The man's face remained cold. "But you clearly enjoy it," she added. Her words struck a heavy chord within him. Duan Xiaolin had long lost count of how many times a woman had ensnared him thus. Yet he knew each instance was due to her. Chapter 60. Do not touch me recklessly. As Ling Lang approached, the search team at the base was conducting thorough inspections on every floor. The guards at the entrance recognized him and stepped forward to block his path. "Captain, routine check," they stated. Unfazed, he raised his arm, saying, "Go ahead." After a brief inspection, the soldiers stepped aside, allowing him to pass. "What have you found?" Ling Lang inquired. "Nothing yet, but we have apprehended a spy in the presiding judge's office. We are currently investigating for any accomplices, ensuring no second spy has infiltrated." "The judge's office?" Ling Lang echoed. "And then?" "The judge should be interrogating the suspect now. The spy will likely confess soon." He scoffed. A spy? Clearly just a bumbling fool in a panic. Understanding the situation, he couldn't help but admire Pei Xiqing's audacity and intelligence, managing to comprehend how to operate the base S control panel. Ling Lang took the elevator upstairs. Upon arrival, he noticed the office door was tightly shut. He hesitated, hand poised to push it open, then paused. Leaning against the wall, he became lost in thought, irritably raking his fingers through his hair, a visage of agitation and gloom. Under normal circumstances, he could barge in and take someone away, but the person inside was the one he respected most. With a sigh, his inner turmoil became increasingly apparent, and his expression darkened. Just then, the door swung open. Duan Xiaolin was adjusting his cuffs and glanced at him. "You're here?" Ling Lang straightened up. "Brother, you're not really going to interrogate her, are you?" "I can vouch for her. She is not a spy, just lost her way." The man replied calmly. "I know. That's good. I've already arranged for her facial recognition record to be deleted. I just spoke with Sister Long Yin to ensure the records were wiped." "All right. Come find me later. I have a task for you." "Sure, where is she?" As Ling Lang spoke, he couldn't help but notice a conspicuous hickey on his brother's throat, quickly concealed by his collar. He barely registered his brother's subsequent words, his mind swirling. It wasn't he until someone waved in front of him that he snapped back to reality. Pei Xiqing, holding Xiao Bai, looked at him with confusion. What are you dazed about? Ling Lang collected himself, observing the blushing woman petting the dog, chuckling softly. Oh, nothing, just feeling a bit irked by you. Is that so? She replied, I heard everything you said to Brother Duan. Mentioning this, she lowered her eyes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Earlier in the office, she had almost put herself in danger. But luckily, she had managed to charm him into redirecting his focus to those who were apprehending the supposed spies, eventually persuading him to temporarily let her go. Ling Lang paused. What a nuisance. Pei Xiqing stroked the dog's head. When will you change this habit of saying one thing and meaning another? Who is being insincere? You. I'm not. He retorted. If it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't even bother with you. Pei Xiqing smiled gently. Ling Lang was stubborn, but had a good heart. Although she didn't understand why Duan Xiaolin cared about her feelings towards him. She saw their relationship as purely a friendship. She wished to interact with Ling Lang as if they were ordinary friends, without any unnecessary barriers due to convoluted reasons. She treated him the same as before, and besides, Ling Lang hadn't said anything. Perhaps he was merely helping out for Duan Xiaolin's sake. If she were to act ungratefully, she would be the one with a heart of stone. Xiao Bai seems to like you a lot. Would you like to pet it? Didn't you say you'd help me walk my dog? Ling Lang hesitated for a few seconds before crouching down, extending his hand to tentatively touch Xiao Bai. The dog eagerly leaned against him. Ling Lang froze momentarily before gently stroking its fur. All right, I understand. Sorry for making you come here for nothing. I want to hold it against you. Yes, yes. Pei Xiqing playfully bumped him with her shoulder. Captain Ling, be magnanimous and don't hold a grudge against me. Ling Lang, startled by her touch, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, You, don't touch me recklessly. What's wrong? Are you hurt? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She stammered, flustered. Ling Lang gazed at her, his expression suddenly turning somber, and he turned to leave, appearing somewhat flustered. Pei Xiqing watched, puzzled. Are you hurt or not? As Ling Lang walked halfway, he turned back. What did my brother just say? Pei Xiqing pointed upstairs, looking bewildered. He seemed to say to go upstairs. There's a case for you to handle, and he wants you to gather your teammates. Didn't you hear? Ling Lang averted his gaze. It's all your dog's fault for barking incessantly. Starting tomorrow, I'll personally take it out for military training. Pei Xiqing looked down at Xiao Bai, who seemed to understand and lay down pitifully. She laughed. At last, there's a way to expend your energy. Ling Lang asked, What about you? Do you need me to take you home? No need, she replied. I'll stay here. After all, I am still a spy. Although the accusation is rather absurd, it's somewhat believable. Who would have thought I could actually manage the base's control panel? Not even I expected that. An unfounded accusation. You can leave whenever you wish. No, you go ahead and handle your business. Part of her reasoned reluctance stemmed from Duan Xiaolin's earlier explicit instruction to wait for him to return after handling his matters, making it clear he intended to come back personally with her. As for everything else, she dared not think too deeply. Chapter 61 Retribution will come eventually in the conference room. The atmosphere was solemn, and the temperature dropped to freezing point with the utterance of a single phrase by the man in the main seat. Duan Xiaolin threw the forged documents onto the faces of several individuals, coldly scoffing. Is this the result you present to me? The man's expression stiffened, and he forced himself to respond. Chief Judge, this is entirely outside your jurisdiction. Must you delve so deeply into this matter before making such statements? One would do well to understand the essence of the situation. After a brief pause, he continued, However, the base has always revered the strong. The potency of abilities defines everything. What humanity urgently requires is the power to annihilate the zombies, not to become mired in trivialities. Are you being overly pedantic? Zombies and the apocalypse are the challenges we must conquer. They are our most daunting dilemmas. Chief Judge, some matters should be let go in this apocalypse. Who doesn't wish to acquire some crystal cores to enhance their abilities? Only those without powers would focus on inconsequential lives and human trafficking. Those few civilians sold are inconsequential. Our primary objective must be to rally the powerful abilities within this world. Indeed, Chief Judge, not long ago, while leading a mission, I encountered a team, possibly called S1. The captain and a woman within it are undeniably exceptional talents, dual ability users, geniuses. If we could recruit them, they would undoubtedly become key assets for the base. Precisely, dual abilities are exceedingly rare. Your focus should shift toward that. Many attendees at the meeting nodded in agreement. Their gazes toward Duan Xiaolin, laced with doubt and reproach. A loud crash echoed through the room, startling everyone. Ling Lang kicked over a chair, standing on it with one foot, glaring at the man who spoke. He leaned in slowly. Say that again? The man, overwhelmed by Ling Lang's dual abilities, could utter not a word and hastily retreated, ultimately collapsing to the ground in fright. Ling Lang disdainfully snorted. You who indulge in luxury here. How many tame zombies do you harbor at home? Do you require me to expose this? Or shall I take a team to unearth your monsters one by one, clarifying their identities and origins before you cease your sardonic remarks? Officer Chun, you have 8 at home, right? Major Lin, let me see. Ling Lang took the list from Duan Xiaolin's hand and displayed it on the monitor. Oh, Major Lin, you have over 20 in your dungeon, several of whom were once living individuals transformed into monsters by your drugs. And Officer Tang, you're home. Tang's team leader abruptly coughed, softly tapping the table. That's enough, Captain Ling Lang. I grasp your meaning. Those in our care are merely unfortunate souls. Without our shelter, they would not have survived to this day. We have done them service. You're talking nonsense. Ling Lang seized his collar, ready to strike. A noble act indeed. 4 or 5 years, the base has approached stability. Yet human hearts are filthy, rife with schemes. If no one curbs these actions, eventually, only those in power will survive. Ultimately, the disparity in status will become increasingly pronounced, with the upper echelon devouring the lower, leaving only a pile of bones and those striving to ascend. No ordinary person will endure to the end. What good are abilities then? The paramount issue is corruption. In this post-apocalyptic era, as stability approaches, the human heart is 1,000-fold more terrifying than the zombies. Captain Ling Lang, are you prepared to lay hands on me? The chief judge has yet to speak. Do you comprehend what you are doing? You are overstepping your bounds. This is a provocation against the base S authority, and I could easily report your actions. You have severely invaded my privacy. This data sheet is utterly ridiculous. Duan Xiaolin interjected calmly. Ling Lang. Ling Lang turned to face him. Duan Xiaolin continued. Release Officer Tang. Ling Lang inhaled deeply and let him go. Thank you, Chief Judge. The man began to express his gratitude, only to have his face brutally struck, sending him crashing against the wall. Ying appeared seemingly out of nowhere, wearing the distinctive mask of the Franlin members. He slowly approached, dragging the man before Duan Xiaolin. The man, struggling, raised his head, only to find Ying's gun pressed against his forehead. Franlin holds the authority to execute anyone, whether they be high-ranking officials or formidable ability users. Ying spoke with an unsettling calmness. Captain Ling Lang is not a member of Franlin and cannot act. However, I can execute you on behalf of the chief judge. With that, Ying pulled the trigger. Blood splattered on the mask, obscuring his vision. Emotionless, he turned away. Chief Judge, shall we continue? Everyone knew that the Chief Judge of Franlin possessed no abilities, and even more so, they were well aware of the perilous nature of this man during the first year of the apocalypse. Franlin was not an organization to be trifled with. Any one of its members could be a ruthless character. The conference room descended into an icy silence, blood trickling down, accompanied by an eerie chill. All present held their breath, gazing at the man's cold, impassive visage, feeling as though they could scarcely breathe. Duan Xiaolin had yet to utter a word, his gaze fixed calmly on the bloodied documents in his hands, instilling fear in every heart present. The few individuals collapsed to their knees, trembling. Chief Judge, we were wrong. We will return and immediately rectify the situation with those monsters. We assure you, there will be no further incidents, absolutely. After a prolonged silence, as beads of sweat began to fall from their foreheads, the man in the main seat spoke slowly. Now, I believe we can have a proper discussion. Certainly, we can converse. I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Yes, Chief Judge. We will comply without fail. Ling Lang kicked the man aside and took his seat, listening intently. Yes, yes. The group obediently returned to their chairs, eyes wide with terror and anxiety. Yet the hatred simmering within them grew ever more pronounced. Pei Xiqing had nearly dozed off while waiting in Duan Xiaolan's office, jolted awake by Xiao Bai's pawing just as someone knocked at the door. Xiao Bai fixed a wary gaze on the entrance, clearly sensing the presence of a stranger. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 8 in the evening. The knocking persisted for several seconds before gradually fading, as if the visitor had departed. Through the partially opened window, she caught snippets of disgruntled voices. A few individuals appeared visibly shaken, continuously wiping the sweat from their brows in a secluded corner. Damn it, if it weren't for the support from Framlin and headquarters, what would those without abilities amount to? I doubt we could even fend off one of our subordinates. Indeed, who dares to investigate so deeply? Let me be frank. Even if the king himself came, he would not unearth the truth. His arrogance and cruelty would inevitably lead to retribution. Just wait and see. Furthermore, wasn't he had said that he had a beautiful woman by his side? Humph, I thought he was truly principled, but it seems otherwise. Do you have any news? Come here, I need to speak with you. Pei Xiqing cautiously approached the window. They had already distanced themselves, their voices fading until they were inaudible. Her expression was grave. No abilities? Who was she referring to? Duan Xiaolan or? She ground her teeth, unable to restrain herself, the urge to bite rising within her once more. Chapter 62. Is it enough? Something was stirring at her feet, and the strange sensation of tugging finally jolted Pei Xiqing back to reality. She glanced down at the small white dog, which was looking up at her with an anxious expression, its tail drooping and its teeth gripping her pant leg. It only released its hold when it saw her respond. As she crouched down to reach for it, she noticed her hand had transformed into a pale green hue. Rolling up her sleeve, she was horrified to see green zombie-like spots spreading across her entire arm, even creeping up to her neck and chest. Although the color was not yet deep, an uncontrollable itch had begun to consume her. As she stood up, she leaned against the sofa, enduring the relentless onslaught of itching and pain, silently striving for calm. She had not caught the details of their earlier conversation. The words had drifted too far away, but she was certain it was not a pleasant topic. Duan Xiaolan had mentioned a meeting he was going to attend, which certainly wouldn't be smooth sailing. After all, those people would recognize each other as members of the base and would not have uttered such words lightly. For reasons unknown, the voices she heard left her with an unsettling sense of losing control. By the time she regained her composure, her condition had worsened. Could it be that the spread of the zombie virus was somehow linked to her emotions? With this thought, Pei Xiqing attempted to steady herself. But just as she took a deep breath, the sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance. It was not the routine sound of a door being unlocked, but rather the jangle of a key. Realizing it might not be Duan Xiaolan, she quickly crouched down and hid behind the sofa. The small white dog followed suit, and the air in the office became palpable with tension. If an outsider were to enter, they must not see her in such a state. Before she could contemplate any further possibilities, a somewhat familiar female voice reached her ears. Xia Jingyu stood just outside the office, peering into the empty room. Pressing her earpiece, she spoke. He is not here, and I can't retrieve the documents. You'll have to find another way. After hearing a reply she could not discern, she turned away with a disinterested demeanor. Come on, do you really think I'm a spy? Just my being here is already suspicious. I can't get the items. You'll need to find someone else. With that, she abruptly ended the communication. Xia Jingyu cast a glance at the closed door, having exhausted all possibilities to enter. It was indeed vexing. Once she departed, Pei Xiqing cautiously peeked out from behind the sofa, her gaze fixated on Xia Jingyu's retreating figure, her brows knitting together slightly. Wasn't he this the person mentioned by Ying? What was her purpose for being here? Who had she been conversing with? And what was she attempting to acquire from Duan Xiaolan? With a soft hiss of frustration, Pei Xiqing, overwhelmed by the urge to scratch at her itching skin, pressed her hand down firmly. Within moments, beads of sweat began to dampen her hair. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she quietly gasped for breath, sliding down to the floor beside the small white dog, silently enduring the virus' onslaught. Time passed, Each second felt excruciating. When the small white dog stirred again, she opened her eyes, groggy, only to see a familiar figure striding toward her. She attempted to speak, but the effort overwhelmed her, and she collapsed. She had not completely lost consciousness. She simply lacked the strength to lift even her arms. As Duan Xiaolin grasped her arm and lifted her, reality dawned on her. Blood. The floor was stained with her blood. Somehow, she had cut her arm with a shard of glass from the cup, and she had no recollection of the event. Duan Xiaolin immediately called for a doctor, staunchly applying pressure to her bleeding wound with improvised bandages. The blood flowed so profusely that it seemed impossible to stem. Pei Xiqing, half-lidded, whispered, "Don't stop the bleeding just yet." It was the only way to find some relief. At last, the pain from the virus within her body began to subside. Duan Xiaolin pressed his lips together, silently insisting on stopping the blood flow. An hour later, the doctor she had seen earlier, Zhanda, treated Pei Xiqing's wound, drawing a sample of her blood to place in a preservation box. He then stood and said, "Your Honor, this young lady's blood requires further study, and it may take some time before we have results. Please be patient and prevent her from experiencing any emotional fluctuations or contact with high mutant zombies." He glanced at the dog in the corner, adding, "I conducted a preliminary examination on it as well. The zombie virus it carries is relatively mild, as long as proper precautions are taken post-contact. It should not experience the intense itching it did before. Her condition is quite peculiar, and I will need to consult my mentor. I cannot unravel this alone. It is simply too unique." Fortunately, Miss Pei's situation is not overly critical. Although the injected serum was ineffective, the bleeding has been staunched. If it had continued any longer, she could have faced a risk of fainting from blood loss. Pei Xiqing absorbed his fragmented words. If her earlier itching was due to contact with the small white dog and the lingering zombie virus, then what could have caused this recent episode? Could emotional fluctuations truly serve as a reference point? Her mind was in disarray, and she was unaware of when the doctor had left. Once she regained her composure, only she and Duan Xiaolin remained in the office, along with a zombie and a zombie dog. Pei Xiqing inquired, Brother Duan, did the doctor mention what might happen to the small white dog?" She recalled him saying that the dog would be treated as a test subject. The man sat in silence, sorting through documents on the desk. She pressed her hand against her injured arm and approached the desk, but before she could take 2 steps, Duan Xiaolin commanded, "Sit." The building remained brightly lit, revealing numerous work areas still bustling with activity. It seemed the base operated around the clock, with personnel rotating shifts at all hours. She asked, "What is going on? Didn't we agree to go home together? Aren't you done yet?" "Almost." "All right then, I'll just wait for you." Pei Xiqing settled back down, though her eyes occasionally darted towards him. Duan Xiaolin's expression was impassive, revealing nothing of his emotions. When she finally took hold of the small white dog and prepared to follow him home, she noticed he remained silent, walking behind her. It dawned on her that he might be upset. Throughout their journey, Duan Xiaolin had not uttered a single word, his demeanor cold. His expression conveyed a clear message of do not approach, deterring anyone nearby from daring to come closer. As they neared their home, a group of gossiping older women blocked their path. She swiftly maneuvered past them. Just as she spotted their front door not far ahead, she deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for him to catch up, and then, seizing the moment, grasped his hand. Duan Xiaolin glanced down him. "Please don't be angry," she pleaded. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen. When I heard those people talking, I just lost control. I promise I'll learn to manage myself better in the future." She surmised that Duan Xiaolin was likely upset about her cutting her arm in the office and her refusal to stop the bleeding. However, at that moment, she truly had no other option. The pain had to be quelled to alleviate the physical torment. She recounted everything she had witnessed in the office, including Xia Jingyu's arrival, sharing it all with him. The man's reaction was predictably subdued, as if everything had been anticipated. Pei Xiqing gently squeezed his palm, sensing that they were likely preparing some sort of scheme. "You must be exceedingly cautious," she advised, tugging at his sleeve with a hint of vulnerability in her tone. "Yet, I fear I may lose control of myself. If, one day, I truly cannot restrain myself and transform into a monster, what would you do?" Duan Xiaolin suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, pushing open the door and pulling her inside. He lowered his voice, asking, "What do you think?" "You would probably think of me from time to time," she replied with a blink. "That would suffice." Chapter 63. Come to me, if such a day were to come. She would only think of him occasionally. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, there would always be a chasm between zombies and humans. She understood this well and did not harbor excessively lofty hopes regarding romance. Sometimes it was enough to merely enjoy the moment, relishing the present. No one is irreplaceable. In the next instant, Pei Xiqing found herself swept into the arms of the man, her back colliding with the door, causing a twinge of pain. However, one of his hands pressed against the surface behind her, cushioning the impact. The jolt was considerable, leaving her momentarily stunned, and she instinctively clung to his neck, murmuring, "Brother Duan." His gaze, veiled behind his glasses, was somber. Through the thin lenses, she found it difficult to penetrate his thoughts. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she softly spoke. "Is it not so? If I were to lose consciousness and transform into a monster, having shared this memory with you would already feel like a gain. After all, a supporting character who should have perished long ago had miraculously survived, far exceeding her expectations. It felt like a profit. If she could steal more moments with Duan Xiaolin, it would be a form of indulgence. Compared to those protagonists who endured trials and tribulations together, or couples who had to face countless hardships to achieve their happiness, she preferred the forthrightness of mutual attraction. And it was evident that Duan Xiaolin shared this sentiment. Allowing love to serve her was far more fulfilling than sacrificing everything for love. Pei Xiqing, meeting his slightly irate eyes through his glasses, asked, "Brother Duan, do you not think so?" She continued, "Life is exceedingly long, as is that of a zombie. Where will I go in the future, and what will I become? No one knows. If we can savor these days together, would that not be a boon for both of us?" Duan Xiaolin remained silent. After a few moments, he suddenly smiled. Yet, a chill crept down her spine. What was meant to be a hopeful and bright future appeared, in his eyes, somewhat naive. Her fingers trembled as she instinctively tightened her grip on the fabric of his shirt, wrinkling it beyond aesthetic appeal. Duan Xiaolin's long, cold fingers gently caressed her cheek, akin to a frigid serpent. He said, "Your condition today is unusual. You must explain it to me in detail later. For now, go take a shower, but avoid the wound." Pei Xiqing was carried into the room, his movements gentle, his tone devoid of any trace of anger. It seemed all emotions were solely in his control. A sense of unease lingered within her, persisting even after she showered. Dressed in her nightwear, with her hair tucked behind her ears, she emerged from the bathroom expecting to see Duan Xiaolin seated on the sofa, awaiting her. However, he was indeed waiting, but outside in the yard. Shadow and two others donned in identical masks were also present. They were members of the Franlin group. Upon noticing her, Shadow lowered his gaze and addressed the man. "Judgment, I shall take my leave now." The man nodded and turned away. "It is getting late. Rest well. Did you not wish to speak of what transpired earlier?" "There is no rush," he replied. "We still have time to discuss it leisurely." The final two words were spoken with a delicate emphasis. Pei Xiqing felt hesitant to meet his gaze, assuming Shadow had come to convey something of great importance, hinting at his impending busyness. Nodding obediently, she retreated to her room. The wound on her hand still ached, and though the zombie virus was no longer as irritating, her skin bore visible scratches from her uncontrollable scratching. As the zombie's mottled skin began to fade with time, she lay on her bed, listening to the sound of the man showering, yet sleep eluded her. After an indeterminate time, she succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was the chaotic events of the day that weighed heavily on her. She initially felt anxious, but soon drifted into a foggy sleep, oblivious to the happenings outside. She slept soundly, unaware of the duration, only to find her eyes stubbornly refusing to open, trapped in a nightmarish dream. Once again, she found herself in a dreamscape, encountering the Pei Xiqing of this world. She had long since transformed into a zombie, her face smeared with filth, her body covered in festering sores and decaying flesh. In the midst of the apocalypse, the protagonist group ventured ahead, and she yearned to catch up. One step, two steps. Just as she was about to reach the shimmering protagonist group, her body felt unbearably heavy, as though ensnared. Looking down, she saw her lower body bound in a grotesque connection. her organs spilling onto the ground, a horrifying sight. In this dire state, iron chains encircled her neck and limbs, the kind found in the base. She was a mere spectacle for the base's inhabitants, a cruelly crafted human vase. Suddenly, Pei Xiqing jolted awake, sitting upright on her soft bed, chilled to the bone. Beneath the covers, she felt no warmth. The room was empty. Duan Xiaolin was nowhere to be found. Panting, she clutched her chest, struggling to breathe as the vivid terror of her dream lingered. She threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, slipping on her slippers while glancing at her phone. To her astonishment, she had slept for an entire day and night. The clock now read nearly 10 o'clock on the second evening. In a hurry, she flung open the door. The man stood in the courtyard just as he had before she fell asleep. The night was profoundly dark, the courtyard unlit, his tall figure resembling a ghostly apparition. Pei Xiqing bit her lip and cautiously approached him, but as she opened the door, she heard a sticky liquid and a heavy, slithering sound from the ground. Peering down, she saw nothing but emptiness. Her throat went dry as she stepped forward to speak with the man, only to catch a glimpse of a pair of pale, blood-stained feet being dragged away from the corner, pierced by chains. Pei Xiqing's mind reeled, her complexion growing pale. Brother Duan, who is it? Was crawling in the yard. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood tall, a faint trace of dark blood splattered on his coat. In his hand, he held a new black chain, thicker than her wrist, a portion of it trailing on the ground, producing a sharp sound. His gaze fell upon her as he lowered his eyes, commanding, "Come to me." Chapter 64. Does brother really dare to treat me this way? Pei Xiqing shivered slightly. When she raised her eyes to gaze at the man, her body trembled involuntarily as she approached him. Her voice quivered as she asked, "I've slept for so long. Why didn't you wake me?" The man replied, "Resting longer is beneficial for your recovery." "Is it the medication that Dr. Zhanda administered when I was injured?" "Yes." Pei Xiqing rubbed her temples. She had wondered why she had suddenly slept for such an extended period, repeatedly trapped in nightmares, as if she could never wake up. The details of her dreams had begun to fade, yet she retained the memory of the original owner's tragic fate. The imagery was indeed rather gruesome. With a sigh, she noticed that the wound on her arm had nearly healed, and the greenish discoloration had significantly diminished. It appeared that this deep slumber, combined with the medication in her system, had indeed aided her recovery. However, she felt a twinge of curiosity about the nature of the drug that Dr. Zhanda had used on her, a mere zombie, yet it had proven effective. It seemed that the base was home to many remarkable individuals. At that time, they had said that her condition merely required guidance from master. She found herself pondering the origins of the doctor Dr. Zhanda had mentioned. As her thoughts wandered, Pei Xiqing was jolted back to reality by the crisp sound of a phone ringing. Someone was calling Duan Xiaolin. The phone rang incessantly, but he paid it no mind. Pei Xiqing refrained from speaking up, sensing that he had his reasons for ignoring it. Her attention was drawn to the chains he held. Those chains resembled those found in the water prison and the cages along the street. Yet upon closer inspection, they differed in certain respects. This set was new and devoid of sharp, poisonous hooks. Compared to what she had seen before, they were not exactly gentle, but they were somewhat less terrifying. Feeling a bit anxious, she bit her lip and hesitated before asking, "Brother Duan, what are you holding?" The man raised his gaze. "I specifically sought out new ones." "And then? Do you like them?" Pei Xiqing was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. "What?" He stared at her, silently advancing, the chains in his hand scraping against the ground as she retreated until there was nowhere left to go. "What do you intend to do?" She stammered, her tongue tangling. The man lowered his gaze, continuing to inquire, "Do you like them?" Pei Xiqing replied, "I do not." He appeared contemplative. "I thought you might like them. If you do not, then they need not stay." He tossed the chains onto the ground, just as Pei Xiqing was about to breathe a sigh of relief. He changed the subject abruptly. "Then what do you like?" "I have many types. Perhaps I should bring them all for you to choose from. Once you've made your selection, we can begin." Pei Xiqing's heart raced, her eyelids trembling. "Brother Duan, please do not jest with me." He chuckled lightly. "I'm not joking." Pei Xiqing's expression stiffened. Her lips moved, but before she could utter a word, a knock sounded at the door. The voice was unfamiliar, yet upon closer listening, she could discern keywords such as help, spare us, and death penalty. Pei Xiqing perked up her ears and listened intently. It seemed there were several individuals outside, pleading for mercy on behalf of a few officials within the base. There were the sounds of women weeping and children crying. A truly harrowing scene. The man they were beseeching stood calmly in the courtyard, methodically selecting chains of varying sizes, meticulously disinfecting each one with a handkerchief. "Please, sir, spare my husband. He was merely momentarily bewitched. He never intended to harm you. My husband has been misled and deceived. He has always been loyal to you." A cold, emotionless voice soon echoed from outside the door. They had violated numerous base rules, their hands stained with blood, and had participated in the underground auction. Any one of those offenses was a death sentence. The presiding judge had shown them mercy by allowing them to live. They had already been released. You may search for them wherever you like. Those people seemed to have received some tremendous news, rushing out with enthusiasm. Yet Pei Xiqing understood clearly the implications of that voice. It was far from promising. She cautiously looked up at Duan Xiaolin. This man remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to how he would deal with those people. They must have been the ones she overheard in the office previously. Since yesterday, she had been in a deep slumber, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The fleeting glimpse she had caught earlier was truly chilling. The cries and voices gradually faded away, and the courtyard once again fell silent. Though the wound on Pei Xiqing's arm healed faster than a typical injury, the deep cut she had sustained yesterday still ached faintly. She could hear her own shallow breaths, striving to blend into the air. However, while this method might allow her to evade detection temporarily, it could not shield her indefinitely. The courtyard grew increasingly quiet, the night deepening, the wind lifting her garments and hair. The man approached slowly. "Shall I let you choose? Or would you prefer I select for you?" Pei Xiqing rose on her tiptoes, clinging to his shoulder, and pouted, "I don't want to choose. Must I? I'm afraid." Duan Xiaolin firmly supported her, cradling her in his arms. "Indeed. Why? I am obedient. I do not wish to choose these things." "Are you truly obedient?" Pei Xiqing nodded vigorously. "I am truly obedient." Duan Xiaolin carried her to a chest behind him, one arm holding her while the other rummaged through it. Upon glancing inside, Pei Xiqing's face paled, and she shut her eyes tightly. It was filled with a dazzling array of chains, just as he had described, numerous styles and types, an overwhelming selection. Realizing she could not escape, Pei Xiqing opened her eyes as he casually selected chain. She reached in and felt for the thinnest, shortest one, smooth to the touch and rather pleasant. Embarrassed, she said, "Let us go with this one. Please don't bring out any more. They're quite frightening." Duan Xiaolin closed the chest. "I prepared this specially for you. You may use it slowly in the future." Pei Xiqing hurriedly covered his mouth, her face flushed, her ears burning. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Duan Xiaolin replied, "Rest assured, it won't hurt too much. What kind of pain could it be?" The thought alone made her head throb. Simultaneously, a hidden, shameful anticipation stirred deep within her. Pei Xiqing's face was flushed with indignation. "Does brother truly dare to treat me this way? Do you truly dare to speak such words to me?" Chapter 65, Willingness. This man, indeed, he still broods over the events of last night. The words she spoke were undeniably reasonable. Why does he cling to them so tenaciously? Logically, he should possess far greater insight and foresight than she does. After all, he is a super boss whose intelligence and power could easily overshadow that of the protagonist group. Pei Xiqing pouted. "That's different. I merely spoke in jest, but you are clearly taking this seriously." Duan Xiaolin carried her into the room, pushed the door open, and placed her on the nearby table, his hand resting on her slender waist. "I think it is the same. In fact, your heart is even more ruthless." Pei Xiqing clung to him, unwilling to let go, deliberately raising her voice. "Unjust. Oh, Your Honor, how could I dare to treat you that way? I clearly adore you. I can hardly bear to see you hurt." The man's brow twitched slightly. "Is that so? Then let me see how you express this concern for me." Pei Xiqing pouted and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Those people deserve their fate. They brought it upon themselves. If not for their own misdeeds, how could they be punished by you? Wouldn't you agree?" She spoke with righteous indignation, her hands stained with so much blood, believing in the principle of blood for blood. "You should not concern yourself with this," he stated. Power and politics, greed and restraint are inherently at odds. They cannot believe that someone without special abilities can truly affect change. It is the same everywhere. But last time I saw you deal with that criminal in the water prison, you clearly possess special abilities. What kind of special abilities? Not special abilities? You have never witnessed true special abilities. I indeed have not. The descriptions of true special abilities in books portray individuals capable of carving a path through a war against zombies. As the protagonist, Xiaoyu is later referred to as a god for such prowess. However, since my arrival here, I have faced countless zombie viruses. Merely preserving my own life is a feat. And as for killing zombies, there are Ling Lang and others for that. The most I have seen is Ling Lang using his abilities to dry my clothes. I had not seen more than that. Pei Xiqing's fingers twirled in the man's hair. What were you like when you still had your abilities? It's a pity I did not see it. I truly wish you could return to how you once were. If you do not know what I was like before, why say such things? I am merely guessing, she replied earnestly. Regardless of whether you possess abilities, I believe you are inherently remarkable, emotionally stable, and capable of instilling hope in others. The position of your honor is not one that just anyone can occupy. Hope. Duan Xiaolin mused over the word. How novel. It was the first time he had heard someone describe him in such a manner. Typically, he was met with a plethora of scorn, and everyone feared him. Although Pei Xiqing's words contained a hint of flattery, he genuinely appreciated them. Duan Xiaolin pressed his lips against hers. I hope to witness that day. Your words imply there is hope for the restoration of your abilities? I do not know. Duan Xiaolin had already removed her nightgown. A damp kiss fell upon her chest, where the snake tattoo resided. If there truly were miracles. The sentence remained unfinished, leaving the true meaning of his words shrouded in ambiguity. Pei Xiqing trembled at the sudden chill in the air. Iron chains coiled around her smooth arms, resembling serpents slithering. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. She pushed the man away gently. Duan Xiaolin grasped her wrist, saying, "It does not hurt. It will only bring you joy." Pei Xiqing's eyes reddened. Really? The man's hand slipped downward, gripping her calf and lifting it. Pei Xiqing found herself precariously balanced on the table. The chains were gradually sliding off her wrists. Pei Xiqing innocently inquired, "You do not intend to bind me? Or perhaps, you..." His gaze shifted downward. "Do you wish to be bound? Do you long for punishment?" Pei Xiqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her throat constricted, unable to articulate anything. Her face flushed, vibrant and alluring. "All right, I apologize. I should not have spoken out of turn. Punishment? How would it be administered? And where?" Her eyes trailed along the man's defined knuckles, slowly rising to his austere, indifferent face. Pei Xiqing could hardly fathom the sight of him wielding the chains as a weapon. The man keenly detected the nuance in her gaze. Duan Xiaolin raised an eyebrow, leaning down towards her. "What are you pondering?" Pei Xiqing blinked rapidly, chiding herself for her errant thoughts. Duan Xiaolin's hand glided along her back, gripping the nape of her neck and pressing her closer to him. "Steady yourself. Keep your arms firm." Pei Xiqing's body stiffened. Within 5 seconds, she felt the urge to retreat. Her mind buzzed with confusion. She could barely sustain the position. It was far more taxing than a plank, and the embarrassment was paramount. To fall would mean additional punishment. Whether she could endure it, she would have to weigh the consequences. The peculiar, icy sensation against her skin gradually morphed into a searing heat, ready to erupt. Just as her anxiety peaked, 2 sharp slaps landed upon her backside. Pei Xiqing nearly gasped aloud, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. The man scoffed. "Is this too much for you?" Pei Xiqing was overwhelmed with shame, her breath quickening as she trembled to maintain her position. She closed her eyes, fingers curling into fists, her complexion flushed. Hearing him say softly, "Last night in the office, recount everything that transpired. I want every detail without omission." "Omissions? I can hardly recall everything myself." "How could you know?" Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, a soft light glimmering behind his glasses. "I know." This implied she could not speak falsely. A single misstep would double her punishment. Pei Xiqing took a deep breath, articulating every detail of the events, only to receive no response. Cautiously, she grasped the man's sleeve. "I was wrong. I will never again harm myself over others' careless words. If there is a next time, I am willing to accept tenfold punishment. Duan Xiaolin finally appeared satisfied as he grasped her chin. Consider this a lesson. I want you to understand that I am not a heartless or untrustworthy person. I can be indifferent to others, but you must remain within my sight. There is no way I will let you go. Pei Xiqing's gaze was timid, a picture of vulnerability. Her delicate skin had turned crimson in an instant. He continued, there are no exceptions, nor is there any chance. Pei Xiqing swallowed her tears of grievance. Understood. What if someone bullies me? She asked. The man inquired. Who? Pei Xiqing opened her mouth and playfully bit down on his palm, feigning ferocity. You beast. Chapter 66. Just a girlfriend. Pei Xiqing, having just scolded him, suddenly discovered a slender chain binding her ankle. It was not painful, but it felt unsettlingly cold, especially with two small bells attached that rang with the slightest movement. Anxiously, she attempted to remove it, but it was as if it were locked on. What had appeared to be merely a thin chain of 20 to 30 centimeters held a hidden complexity. After futile efforts, all she succeeded in doing was making the bells jingle louder. Upon raising her gaze, she met the man's deep, dangerous stare. Biting her lip, she refrained from further insults, fearing that a harsher consequence would be beyond her endurance. He asked, shall we continue? Pei Xiqing was in considerable pain, especially in her backside, which felt as though it had been bruised. She dare not sit with force, and quickly shook her head. No more. Duan Xiaolin appeared somewhat unsatisfied, as if someone had yet to learn their lesson. Now I understand, she thought. She grasped his hand, lacking strength but yearning to hold on, and with a pleading expression, she said, trust me. Duan Xiaolin paused, his jade-like eyes leisurely appraising her. Very well, I trust you. However, Pei Xiqing blinked rapidly and swiftly pressed her lips against his, silencing any words he might utter. Duan Xiaolin's palm encircled her waist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he deepened kiss. For 3 consecutive nights, Pei Xiqing struggled to find rest, haunted by the nightmare she had previously encountered. The original owner's fate clinging to her consciousness, refusing to dissipate. Each night, she sought refuge in Duan Xiaolin's embrace, and he was invariably present. Yet, she could sense that after she fell asleep, he would leave to attend to his affairs. One afternoon, awakening to find only Xiao by at her side, she noticed the little dog wagging its tail with excitement, eager to lick her face. However, it was startled when she sneezed. Perhaps I have a bit of rhinitis? She mused, stroking its head. I'll take a shower. Xiaobai followed her in circles. After feeding it some food, she left it to eat while she ventured onto the balcony to find a set of dried clothes and took a shower. It had been several days since she had stepped outside. She recalled Ling Lang advising her not to venture out during this period. Playing in the yard with Xiaobai was pleasant and comfortable, especially for the little dog who had been taken from military training by Ling Lang early each morning, returning exhausted each day. However, since yesterday, she had begun to feel unwell, a damp sensation indicating that her period was approaching. Rubbing her brow, she undressed for her shower, feeling uncomfortable with the sticky sensation of her underwear. During her previous menstruation, Long Yin had always been by her side, even in the wilderness. She had managed well with Long Yan's support. Now, back at the base, she had not seen her for quite some time, likely due to her busy schedule, leaving Pei Xiqing to navigate some matters on her own. She was not one to frequently venture out in such circumstances, especially in her past life, when she could easily stay at home for a month without stepping outside. Whenever she did, she would be pursued by paparazzi, who would fabricate stories from the photos they took. She was timid and preferred to avoid going out whenever possible. Duan Xiaolin indulged her, allowing her to come and go as she pleased without restrictions as long as she informed him. It had been nearly a week since her last outing, resulting in her now needing to go out, utterly oblivious to the happenings at the base during these days. As she walked with Xiaobai through the chaotic streets, a sense of disorientation and confusion washed over her. The once orderly market had halved in vendors, and many vehicles were haphazardly parked, obstructing the sidewalks. Some cars had even crashed into residential buildings, breaking walls and destroying several homes. Scattered around were a few elderly and children, left homeless. The number of zombies caged on either side had increased fivefold compared to what she had previously witnessed. The air was filled with the sounds of zombie shrieks and children's cries, painting a grim picture. Yet, most others appeared normal, going about their business, indifferent to their surroundings, as if the chaos were merely a figment of her imagination. This inexplicable sense of discord made Pei Xiqing almost question whether she had arrived at the correct location. Was this still the orderly third base she had visited before? She donned a hat, pulling the wide brim down, and after walking Xiao by for half an hour until the little dog was tired, she led it to the base's supply store to purchase sanitary pads and a few sets of new undergarments. To her surprise, the sanitary pads for women here were much like those from her past life, and she even spotted some nearing their expiration date. This made her wonder if the packages she held were also 5 years old, but simply had not expired yet. Despite the advancement of technology, it seemed these products had not evolved alongside it. With little of interest on the way, Pei Xiqing chose not to linger and headed home. The sky was still bright when she noticed a vegetable vendor on the street, planning to buy some fresh produce to cook. As she selected a few items, she suddenly recalled something and asked the vendor what happened to the elderly lady selling vegetables next door. The one who helped me find my way to the execution ground last time? The vendor's expression shifted upon hearing her inquiry. He quickly packed her vegetables and muttered, "Half a low-grade crystal core. Miss, some questions are best left unasked. There are ears everywhere on this street. Is it that serious?" She wondered. The soldiers and officers at the base have been busy capturing spies these days. You wouldn't believe the chaos that ensued. The vendor fell silent abruptly. Pei Xiqing handed him the crystal core and, seeing his reluctance to elaborate, turned to leave. Yet, he called after her. "What is your relationship with the elderly Wang next door?" "Nothing special. I just bought some vegetable from her before. I found them quite tasty." "Miss, it's better to return home early. The base isn't safe at night, nor is it particularly peaceful lately. It's wise for girls to stay indoors." "Thank you for the warning. Old Wang's son has gotten into trouble. He is likely at home, trying to figure things out," the vendor continued. "But honestly, with that ungrateful son and his wife, it wouldn't matter if they were left to their own devices. Most women at the base rely on men, especially those who can serve in the military. It's true that one person's success can elevate the entire household." "What happened?" Pei Xiqing inquired. "Oh, it's the incident from a few days ago." The vendor scrutinized her skeptically. "You're not a spy sent by the base, are you? You certainly don't look like a woman who toils under male oppression. Yet here you are buying my vegetables. How could a woman beaten down by men have such delicate and beautiful features?" Just moments ago, when she handed over the crystal core, he observed with clarity that her fingers were entirely unaccustomed to hard labor. Pei Xiqing smiled slightly, saying, "I am merely the girlfriend of an officer. He holds me in great esteem, and I reciprocate that respect. I am more than willing to prepare meals for him when he is too busy to eat." The boss clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Is that true? Which officer?" Chapter 67. Teach me. It is rather inconvenient for me to disclose that information. You need not share it. I could easily investigate on my own. However, I assure you, I am not one of those individuals dispatched by the base. The proprietor sighed with relief. "Very well. Since you do not appear to be a malevolent person and seem genuinely concerned for that elderly lady, I shall tell you. Her son was originally the captain of the patrol team at the water prison, but a few days ago he was led astray and engaged in smuggling, even bringing home a woman transformed into a zombie to care for. After the incident, he was apprehended and taken away. It has now been 3 or 4 days since he has returned, and it is highly likely that his fate is dire. In such a place as the water prison, entering is akin to sealing one's own death. Even if one were to escape, they would emerge as a mere shadow of their former self." Pei Xiqing inquired softly, "What transpired a few days ago? You are aware that high-ranking officials from the headquarters arrived, correct?" "I am. A few days ago, the base was engulfed in rain, washing away nearly all traces of blood from the ground. Had you come a couple of days earlier, you might have witnessed the terrifying bloodstains on the streets." The proprietor's expression turned grave. That night, all the officers at the base underwent a drastic change, and I mean this in the most literal sense. "Are you suggesting they perished?" "If only that were the case," the proprietor whispered. "They were tortured beyond recognition. I did not witness the scene myself, But a friend who did has been unable to sleep soundly ever since, plagued by nightmares day and night. Those officials' families even sought them out, only to return in a state of utter shock. That night, they were rumored to be plotting something against someone. However, their cleverness ultimately led to their downfall. Before they could even implement their plan, they were caught, and the consequences were all but predictable. Pei Xiqing pondered whether those individuals she overheard discussing matters outside the office a few days prior were involved. As her thoughts drifted, the proprietor interjected, "They are coming. The patrol team from a base. Do not mention what I just told you. Also, regarding that old lady next door, if possible, you should visit her. She is quite elderly, and her situation is indeed precarious. That poor woman has not been seen for several days and has no means to retrieve her son. If she cannot manage it, her husband may very well succumb to his drinking and harm her." He felt a sense of helplessness for this young lady, who was the only person to express concern for the elderly woman in recent days. If she could assist, it would be a noble deed. If not, fate would have to take its course. Having said this, the proprietor began to pack up his remaining goods and hurriedly pushed his cart away. Numerous vendors and shopkeepers, upon noticing the arrival of the patrol team, swiftly closed their doors. Pei Xiqing adjusted her hat and, leading Xiao Bai, blended into the crowd. The patrol team conducted a sweep, inexplicably commencing a search for something undisclosed. Observing this, she swiftly made her escape. The officer leading the patrol noticed someone slipping away in the corner and halted his subordinate, who was about to pursue. "Leave it." The subordinate scratched his head in confusion. "Why not? Did you forget what Brothering said?" Yes, I almost overlooked that. He mentioned seeing a woman walking a dog clad in clothing, so do not interfere." The officer nodded. That woman must be the one with the dressed-up fool at her side. Pei Xiqing returned home, placing the vegetables and meat into the kitchen. The dusk was fast approaching. She was preoccupied with thoughts of the elderly lady, causing her to cook at a leisurely pace. It was not until she heard the sound of the door opening that she realized, Brother Duan, I have not finished cooking. You are back early today." In a flurry, she set about preparing the second dish, but the man entered, unbuttoning his cuffs, and took over the half-finished meal. "No worries. I returned early today, specifically to take charge of the kitchen, only to find you had beaten me to it." Pei Xiqing washed her hands and offered him a taste of the braised ribs she had just prepared. "Then I suppose I shall have no opportunity to showcase my culinary skills." Duan Xiaolin bit into the rib, his expression reflecting satisfaction. "What score do I receive?" 10 points. Pei Xiqing chuckled. "Then the remaining dishes are in your capable hands." The man, adeptly moving about the kitchen, began to prepare the next meal. Pei Xiqing leaned against the refrigerator, overhearing him casually inquire, "Where did you go today?" "I went shopping." "What did you purchase?" "Items for women," she replied, "sanitary pads." Duan Xiaolin paused. "When did your period start this month?" "Today. It commenced right after I returned." He turned to her. "How are you feeling?" "Not too bad," she replied. "But that is not the main point. The crux is I wish to discuss something with you." "Go ahead." Pei Xiqing recounted the matter concerning the elderly lady, omitting the proprietor's involvement, and tentatively asked, "I do not wish to meddle in her son's affairs, but I've heard her husband is not kind to her. I fear for her safety and wish to check on her." Duan Xiaolin calmly continued chopping vegetables. "All right, I will arrange it." Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? It is not a significant matter. She is likely injured. You can accompany her to the hospital and perhaps visit a few nearby churches while you are at it." Pei Xiqing responded, "Is that so? Then I shall gladly comply." After completing the last dish, Duan Xiaolin lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the adjacent counter, casually asking, "I have yet to experience what to do when a girlfriend is on her period. Would you care to enlighten me on the appropriate course of action?" Chapter 68. Duan Xiaolin's jealousy. Pei Xiqing whispered a few words in his ear, her earlobes tinged with a faint blush. "Do you remember?" Duan Xiaolin replied with a subtle smile. "I remember." She wrapped her arms around him, but she had a question. Pei Xiqing hesitated for a moment before continuing. Reflecting on their previous time in the wilderness, she recalled that her menstrual symptoms had not been particularly pronounced, with only a small amount of bleeding that lasted a couple of days, hardly troublesome. She had attributed this to her body's transformation into a zombie. But just moments ago in the restroom, She had lost track of time, and upon entering the bathroom, felt a sudden rush, staining her underwear significantly. It was the first time she felt a semblance of normalcy since her previous life. Noticing that he was watching her intently, she blinked and playfully remarked, "It's nothing. I'll go find Sister Long Yen. Matters between women are something you wouldn't understand." After saying this, she suddenly realized, "Wait a moment, Duan-go, what did you just say? Which statement are you referring to?" She continued, "You mentioned a girlfriend. Who is your girlfriend? Is someone playing a riddle with me?" Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh dear, it's quite rare to hear you address me in such a manner. It's truly a delight." Duan Xiaolin pinched her cheek gently and carried her to the dining table. "Let's eat first." After finishing her meal, Little Bai approached her with a pitiful look. Rubbing against her leg, she patted Little Bai's head, saying, "Let's walk in the yard for half an hour, and then I need to sleep. You must also behave and rest." Little Bai's drooping tail perked up immediately. She loosened the leash and walked with Little Bai for a while until she felt sufficiently digested. She then retrieved a new outfit to take a shower. As she emerged with her hair towel dried, she saw Duan Xiaolin entering, holding a bag. "What's this?" she inquired. He opened the bag, revealing new sanitary pads. "New?" Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you get these?" He walked over to the cabinet, examined the packs she had bought earlier, and remarked, "These few were barely used. The expiration date has been tampered with." "Are they expired?" "They should still be fine, but they're close. You can use these." "You haven't answered me. How did you acquire them?" She inspected the pads in his bag, noting not only the freshness of the production date, but also that their quality surpassed what she had purchased. He remained unfazed. "The researchers at the base have access to better supplies. You went to the central building, didn't you? Did they ask you anything when you took these?" "They did." Pei Xiqing heard him say, "They asked who was using them." "And then? What did you say?" He narrowed his eyes, a hint of mischief present. "Curious to find out?" "Forget it." Sensing his ulterior motives, Pei Xiqing rationally chose to maintain her intrigue, retreating into the bedroom with her belongings, disregarding him. In the dead of night, she awoke, unable to move, as she felt the dampness beneath her. Upon checking the sheets, she was alarmed to find them soaked with warm blood. Instantly alert, she scrambled up to deal with it, only to have her hand restrained. Duan Xiaolin had somehow taken a seat at the edge of the bed. Or perhaps he had been there all along. He pursed his lips slightly, asking what's wrong. Pei Xiqing hurriedly replied, "It leaked." Feeling embarrassed, she added, "I need to go to the bathroom." "All right." He released her and carried her into the bathroom. "Let me know if you feel unwell." "Okay." She closed the door, beginning to address the bloodstains on her pants. After a lengthy cleanup, she changed her pants, washed them, and hung them out to dry on a balcony. When she returned, she was astonished to find that he had already changed the bed linens and tidied up the bed. Duan Xiaolin entered with a cup of hot water and placed it beside the bedside table. Pei Xiqing couldn't help but imagine how he had managed the mess on the bed. Climbing back under the covers, she pulled the blanket close and patted the empty space beside her. "It's nearly 3. Do you want to come over and rest for a bit?" Duan Xiaolin replied, "You sleep first. I don't want to disturb you." "It's fine. I'm already awake." She figured she wouldn't have a peaceful night anyway. She'd wrapped herself tightly in the bathroom, unwilling to risk another leak. After a moment of hesitation, he began to unfasten his coat buttons. Pei Xiqing burrowed deeper into the blanket, her cheeks warming as she turned away, only to be encircled by him from behind moments later. His firm chest pressed against her. Cold as ice, she instinctively leaned closer, whispering, "You're so cold." Wondering what he was doing sitting on the edge of the bed at this hour, she tightened her embrace around his sturdy waist, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "You shouldn't stay up late at 30. If you don't take care of yourself, wrinkles will soon appear." "Do you think I'm old at 30? Pei Xiqing chuckled with her eyes closed. "I never said that. You said it yourself." Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, she remained in her early 20s, with only Ling Lang being close to her age in the team. She hadn't anticipated that Ling Lang would reach the level of dual abilities like the protagonist Xiao Yu at such a young age. If he continued to work hard, a bright future surely awaited him. "Were you thinking about Ling Lang?" The unexpected question jolted Pei Xiqing into disbelief, her eyes flying open. She quickly dismissed it. "What? How could that be? Don't speak nonsense. I wasn't thinking about anything." He countered, What changes do you think men undergo after 30? Pei Xiqing stumbled over her words. I think there shouldn't be much change, maybe just a bit more mature. Is that so? He leaned closer, but your eyes don't convey that. My eyes? Duan Xiaolin scrutinized her. Pei Xiqing casually turned her gaze to the ceiling and window, deliberately avoiding his. It was said that men began to decline in various aspects after 25. Her friends had repeatedly advised her to seek younger partners, suggesting that 18 was the ideal age. They claimed that as men aged, their stamina diminished, and many neglected physical fitness and routines, becoming too weak to even lift a woman. While she once found this reasoning valid, her views had begun to waver. Turning back, she found him staring at her intently. Pei Xiqing offered an awkward smile. Duan Gu, you're the best. You want to hold it against me, will you? Duan Xiaolin caressed her soft hair, lying beside her, observing her failed attempts to conceal her feelings. How many days does a typical menstrual period last? Normally, 5 to 6 days, or it could extend a day or two longer. But it varies from person to person. I can't provide an exact answer. Understood. He pressed her down gently. Time for sleep. Pei Xiqing anxiously awaited any further words, but, upon hearing none, she sighed in relief, shutting her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Her mind occupied with a single thought. Duan Xiaolin could be remarkably petty at times. Chapter 69. He is indeed impressive once again. She slept soundly until past 10 o'clock. Pei Xiqing yawned, having had a restless night. After catching a few more moments of sleep in the morning, the first thing she did upon waking was to check if the bed was soiled. Finding no traces, she tidied up and headed for a shower. Once dressed, she felt refreshed. While feeding Xiao by in the courtyard, there came a sudden knock at the door. To her surprise, it was Long Yin. Long Yin was dressed in casual training attire, her hair neatly tied back behind her ears, exuding an air of competence. She pushed the door open and glanced around the courtyard before reaching out to pat Xiao Bai. I've been in the lab these past few days and haven't had time to visit you. But seeing you here, living quite comfortably, puts my mind at ease. Long Yin, would you like some tea? Pei Xiqing asked as she poured a cup of hot tea. Long Yin took it and savored a sip. This tastes delightful. Pei Xiqing then retrieved a bag of newly purchased clothes from her bedroom. Here are the dress and casual outfit I got for you last time. Long Yin opened the bag and nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly what I wanted. You found them perfectly for me. I just wasn't sure of your exact size. I was afraid I might buy something too large or too small for you. She gestured at her own figure. Long Yin was slightly taller than Pei Xiqing and possessed a physique that many in the entertainment industry envied, showcasing an enviable waistline. If Pei Xiqing could wear it, Long Yin certainly could as well. I can wear it. Size L should fit me. What would be too big for you? With your figure, it would be a shame not to wear something beautiful. Pei Xiqing chuckled in response. It doesn't matter. In this post-apocalyptic world, I'm not too concerned about such things. Indeed, your beauty speaks for itself, Long Yin teased, adding, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry you in the future. Pei Xiqing smiled shyly. Long Yin then brought up a topic that piqued Pei Xiqing's interest. Speaking of which, some friend in my lab mentioned that a remarkable woman, a mathematician renowned before the apocalypse, came to the third base recently. She was quite the genius in mathematics and physics. And then? Pei Xiqing inquired, intrigued. Well, Long Yin continued, this woman bears a slight resemblance to you, though she wears glasses and is considerably thinner. I've seen her photograph. It appears she's been so engrossed in her research that her cheekbones are quite pronounced. That must be my sister, Pei Yanting, Pei Xiqing replied. Ah, I see, Long Yin acknowledged. She is indeed impressive. She has solved numerous challenging problems at the base, and several proposals were only feasible due to her assistance. After observing Pei Xiqing's calm demeanor, Long Yin felt relieved to see no signs of jealousy. She jested. I thought you might despise her. There were some things I hesitated to share with you. Why would I? Pei Xiqing asked, puzzled. Long Yin lowered her voice conspiratorially. I can guess a bit about what happened at S1. You and your sister fell for the same man, didn't you? You didn't manage to win him over and resorted to some tactics, only to be discovered and expelled? Pei Xiqing almost choked on her tea. Cough, cough. Just don't let Ling Lang find out about this, Long Yin advised. Why not? Pei Xiqing queried. I fear he might confront the captain of S1. That captain just regained consciousness a few days ago. You won't believe it. If it weren't for her reminder, Pei Xiqing might have forgotten that Xiaoyu was separated from Pei Yanting due to the zombie tide in City B, suffering severe injuries that led him to the base for treatment. And now he is awake? She asked. Yes, Long Yin confirmed. I've been busy these past few days. Partly due to him. His physical condition is quite unique, and he is a dual ability user. His powers exceed what any of us could imagine. I worry that if Ling Lang goes after him, he might not stand a chance. She continued, aside from your own abilities, I've never encountered anyone with such exceptional traits. If he could harness his powers effectively, I can't fathom how much it would enhance our team's strength. Pei Xiqing, however, was unfazed. She took a sip of her tea and remarked, he is indeed extraordinary. The male protagonist is the chosen one, already making his mark. He will undoubtedly become the strongest in this apocalypse, a true dual ability user. Best to keep him in the dark. That temper of his could lead him to confront Xiaoyu, Long Yin advised. He wants to find out, Pei Xiqing reassured her. Currently, you're the only one who knows. What about Brother Duan? He might know, perhaps. Long Yin teased. Pei Xiqing laughed lightly. Long Yin looked at her earnestly. I can't help but feel that more than one person has an interest in you. Really? Pei Xiqing responded, intrigued. Long Yin merely smiled in silence. Xiaoyu, that foolish boy, had not chosen Pei Xiqing. If it were her, she would undoubtedly choose Pei Xiqing. Pei Xiqing poured more tea for Long Yin, who then began discussing the matter of visiting Grandma Wang. Pei Xiqing nodded. Yes, I do want to go see her. Then let us head over after this. If we go to the hospital, Xiaoyu will be there too. Speaking of which, he mentioned he wanted to see you after waking up. I wonder what he wishes to discuss. Yes, looking for me? Are you certain it's not about my sister? Pei Xiqing asked. It's definitely you. Long Yin replied. I'm not particularly eager to see him, Pei Xiqing admitted. Then don't meet him, Long Yin said. Come on, get ready. I'll take you to visit Grandma Wang and see how she is doing. Oh, all right. Thank you, Long Yin, Pei Xiqing replied, heading inside to change her clothes. Just as she raised her hand to remove her sleepwear, Long Yin appeared at the door, offering her 2 crystal cores. She inadvertently caught sight of the kiss mark on Pei Xiqing's neck, along with several noticeable red marks along her slender waist. The red marks trailed down her waistline, extending towards her hips, looking less like scratches and more like imprints left by something. Long Yin raised an eyebrow. Does it hurt? Hurt? What does it hurt? Pei Xiqing replied, puzzled. Long Yin chuckled. You can't feel any pain? It seems your partner has quite the skill. Pei Xiqing, unable to see the situation behind her, was left bewildered. What do you mean? Long Yin appeared to recall something, smiling knowingly at her. Nothing much. Young people have their fun, I understand. You needn't worry. I will ensure that your entanglements with those men from S1 remain a secret. Feeling a bit guilty, Pei Xiqing said, thank you, Long Yin. Once Pei Xiqing finished changing, Long Yin wrapped an arm around her shoulder. But be careful. Entangling with so many men could lead to complications. You don't want to find yourself unable to escape if things get messy. Feigning seriousness, she added, I have a friend who managed to charm everyone from the base commander down to the squad leaders. Want to know how that turned out? Chapter 70. Too many men I've flirted with. Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment, recalling that even in the original work, Long Yin seldom mentioned her friends, let alone this particular one. She shook her head in honesty. I'm not quite sure, but from what you say, she sounds remarkable, fearlessly defying gossip and wielding power, daring to engage in actions that others deem scandalous. Remarkable? Long Yin chuckled, clearly pleased that Pei Xiqing understood her. My friend endured quite a bit of suffering back then, but eventually, she escaped and is likely enjoying herself outside the base now. She continued at that time. Several high-ranking officials and even formidable squad leaders from various bases were seething with resentment towards her, yet they were utterly powerless. By the time those men figured things out, she had already slipped away. Nevertheless, they were truly pathetic. Who told them they were so easily deceived? These men are all creatures driven by their baser instincts. A mere glance is enough to make them start wavering, rushing to seek her out. Pei Xiqing chuckled lightly. Long Yin, as she walked, added, however, she did suffer significantly at that time. The people at the base wanted her dead, and she had no place to escape, nearly failing to get away. and she almost perished in flames set by those within the base. The more perilous the situation, the greater the price one must pay. Pei Xiqing regarded her. And now? Is she well? Is she in any danger? She is an ability user, and previously she was on the same team as me, so she's not easily endangered. Long Yin replied. However, in this world where manipulating men's hearts is concerned, no one is more adept than she. Who says women must spend their lives trailing after men, cooking and raising children? She's a prime example. Relying on men is not shameful. It is the only reliance on men that is. Having ulterior motives towards men to achieve one's goals is the true wisdom. What does enduring a bit of hardship matter? In an era where playboys and heartless women abound, it's merely moral decay. In this world of the weak devouring the strong, what need is there for morality? It is far better to ensnare a few men and gain some benefits than to be burdened by empty promises. Upon finishing her statement, Long Yin suddenly realized something and quickly turned to her. Wait, you must understand this better than I do. When you have time, do share your insights with me. Although I may not apply them, I can't help but feel envious of your experiences. Pei Xiqing couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean I understand better? Long Yin, don't speak nonsense. You, my dear, are definitely hiding even more secrets. Don't think that just because I didn't know you before. I can't guess. Pei Xiqing lightly cleared her throat. Let us move on. In truth, to label her as remarkable would be less accurate than to acknowledge that the original character possessed an innate foresight in this regard. Perhaps it was related to her work and life experiences prior to the apocalypse. As a popular online broadcaster, especially in a state of financial destitution, the original character faced a myriad of individuals daily. Each time she opened her phone or back-end messages, she was bombarded with flirtations and indecent proposals, subjected to various forms of discourse, all while having to flatter for income through live streaming. Though this was a path chosen by the original character, it also afforded her a clear perspective on men, prompting her to pursue them relentlessly in the post-apocalyptic world, ensnaring one after another, only to switch them out when the time came. She lowered her gaze. The original character's situation was also influenced by her family environment. After all, who would suspect that the sister, a renowned math prodigy lavished with affection, had a sibling who merely sought attention as an online celebrity? Long Yin solemnly advised, Xiqing, do exercise caution. My friend has flirted with too many men and harbors some regrets. She has entangled herself with quite a few useless individuals, who later became stumbling blocks in her path. I merely wish to remind you to choose wisely. As she spoke, she playfully nudged Pei Xiqing's shoulder. Do not be so foolish as to fall prey to unscrupulous men. One crucial point, she said sternly, is to treat all those past events as if they never occurred. Though my friend appears carefree, she has endured far too much suffering. If your affairs were to be exposed, I fear you might not escape unscathed. Pei Xiqing touched her nose. Yes, I understand. Long Yin pulled her into the car. I have already located the elderly lady's residence. We're setting off immediately. Her son is imprisoned in the water dungeon. Do you wish to see him? She added. As for her son's punishment, he deserves at least a taste of suffering. When she mentioned suffering, it was in the most literal sense. To dare conspire with those beasts, the water dungeon would surely impart to him the meaning of consequences. Pei Xiqing leaned against the car window. Then there's no need to visit. It's better not to go. I fear you might be sickened by the sight. Pei Xiqing turned back. Isn't he unkind to his mother? Unkind? It's beyond that, Long Yin scoffed. He is hardly human. Long Yin drove in circles around the base before entering a narrow street. Both sides of the street were lined with homeless individuals huddling together in dark, damp corners, most appearing emaciated, scantily clad, and their complexions a deep shade of black and yellow, clearly malnourished. Pei Xiqing glanced at them, and Long Yin explained, this is unavoidable. Every base is like this. Even without the apocalypse, there will still be those who suffer. Pei Xiqing nodded gently. As the car drove in, the people by the roadside quickly made way, instinctively keeping their distance upon seeing the vehicle's insignia. Some were so terrified they hid in the ruins, trembling with fear. Long Yin pressed the brake, stopping the car. She jumped out and walked around the old courtyard, swiftly locating the small house mentioned in the investigation. It should be over there. She pointed to the right. Let us go take a look. Chapter 71. The Wicked Woman Who Snatches Men as Pei Xiqing approached. She had yet to knock on the door when a sudden thud resonated from the other side, as if a heavy object had struck against it. She exchanged a glance with Long Yin, who remarked, "It's a person." With a forceful elbow, she shattered the window, clambering through and pointing at the elderly man inside who was attacking another with a kettle, shouting, "Put her down." Pei Xiqing also leaned through the window to observe. Granny Wang lay sprawled on the ground, having been kicked down by the old man, her body contorted and her forehead drenched in blood. She had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Who the hell are you? I'm teaching this old hag a lesson. I advise you to mind your own business, or I'll take you down with her." Long Yin fired her gun, the bullet piercing the man's hand as he continued his assault. Watching him clutch his injured hand and wail, she sneered, "Who do you think you are?" After delivering the unconscious old lady to a nearby hospital, Pei Xiqing attended to her bedside all morning. Only after hearing the doctor declare her out of critical danger did she nod in acknowledgement. "Thank you." The doctor informed her that Granny Wang would need to stay hospitalized for about a week. "Are you a family member?" "I am not. This lady has no family left. Her family has passed away." "One could say that." "Then please come and fill out the necessary paperwork. There will be staff assigned to care for her. Once her treatment is complete, she will be transferred to a nursing home. You need not worry about the conditions there. Many caregivers will be present." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, but it will be best to inquire about her wishes. If she is unwilling, we have no recourse." Just as the doctor finished speaking, the elderly woman opened her eyes, grasping Pei Xiqing's hand and whispering, "Good child. Granny is going. You go handle the paperwork. Granny no longer wishes to return." Pei Xiqing nodded. "All right." Granny Wang tightened her grip, her voice barely audible. "Child, I never imagined I would see you again. Be cautious of that man you came with last time to buy vegetables. He is not a good person. Granny is worried you might be deceived." Suffering, as I have, for a lifetime, seeing her in distress, Pei Xiqing hurried to comfort her. Although she did not understand the old woman's animosity towards Duan Xiaolin, she could only focus on calming her for the moment. After completing the necessary paperwork, ensuring that no relatives would come after her, she finally entrusted the old lady to the hospital staff. This place had been recommended by Duan Xiaolin, likely arranged in advance, as the area was surrounded by tight security measures and various patrols. She could freely enter and exit, even taking photos of the nearby churches that bore the marks of a post-apocalyptic world. Long Yin had already returned, leaving Pei Xiqing to walk alone along the forest path. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself standing before a church. Outside, a monument stood, inscribed with the history of the past 5 years of the apocalypse, the establishment of the third base, its growth, the promotion and relocation of various leaders, and the casualties sustained in the significant battles against the zombies. Inside the church, many relics of martyrs were displayed. The people milling about were clad in finery, some accompanied by pets, perhaps the families of the military officers that Xia Jingyu had mentioned days prior. She joined the throng, accepting a candle and crucifix from a server, and slowly made her way into the main hall. The architecture within was indeed worthy of admiration, resembling a vampire-esque castle at night, yet also reminiscent of a tower of redemption. The church was lofty and spacious. Pei Xiqing strolled, pausing to marvel at many representative artifacts from the apocalypse. There was even a museum showcasing the weapons and early blood serum samples from these 5 tumultuous years. In an adjacent loft, several noble women adorned in elegant attire sat, chatting over tea. Initially oblivious, engrossed in her photo-taking, Pei Xiqing was suddenly called out. "Xiao Qinga." Turning around, she met the smiling eyes of Xia Jingyu. Stunned, she responded, "What are you doing here?" "Those are the wives of several officers from the base. This is a prime spot for the elite women of the base to socialize. I came to mingle and gather some information." "What brings you here? Are you secretly taking photos or gathering intelligence?" Pei Xiqing clarified, "Just taking pictures." "Oh, I thought you might be here for espionage." Xia Jingyu chuckled, crossing her arms. "Just a joke. Don't take it to heart." "Understood." Xia Jingyu inquired further. "Are you here alone?" "Yes." "Do you need me to accompany you?" "There's no need to trouble yourself." Xia Jingyu raised an eyebrow. "Why do I feel you're rather guarded around me? You seem far from the innocent girl I met in the elevator." Pei Xiqing pressed her lips together. She had overheard Xia Jingyu communicating with someone outside Duan Xiaolin's office, presumably seeking something from within. It was difficult to remain unguarded around such a person. Until everything was clarified, she felt it prudent to maintain her distance. Xia Jingyu shrugged. Suit yourself. The church is quite large. Just don't get lost. Pei Xiqing watched her blend back into the crowd of noble women. She recalled that Xia Jingyu was the daughter of a marshal, a general among the elite, which seemed fitting. She adjusted her hat and turned to continue her exploration. As much of this post-apocalyptic world was novel to her. From noon until past 6 in the evening, she immersed herself in the history of this world, realizing that it existed beyond her previous comprehension. 5 years ago, before the apocalypse struck, technology had already advanced to a level far beyond her era. After finishing the exhibits, she felt as if she had just read a captivating science fiction novel. As she exited the church, she found herself once more in the presence of those noble ladies. Xia Jingyu, amidst the crowd, glanced her way and offered a subtle nod. They brushed past each other. Pei Xiqing was about to head back when her gaze caught sight of a figure at the end of the church corridor, Xiaoyu. He was wrapped in bandages, his forehead similarly swathed, resembling a large dumpling. Leaning on a cane, he walked with a slight wobble. Pei Xiqing furrowed her brow. Why was this male protagonist so fixated on her? She was merely an annoying supporting character. Sighing, she approached him. Xiaoyu regarded her. Where's your sister? I don't know. Weren't you the one who said that by trading medicine and cores, I could protect your sister? When did I ever say that? Pei Xiqing replied, perplexed. I merely mentioned a trade. You weren't dead at the time. Who could have anticipated the subsequent events? Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the cane. Your sister and my team members have gone missing. They might be together. However, the outside world is almost entirely overrun by zombies. How can one possibly survive the next wave if they are still wandering out there? With that thought, he grasped her wrist firmly. Gulme, let's venture outside to find your sister. Pei Xiqing truly believed that this man was somewhat unhinged. She had intended to seduce him, competing with her sister for a man, yet he insisted on physical contact despite being fully aware of her intentions. She was merely sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. If you were to apologize, Yanting would undoubtedly forgive you. Even though Xiaoyu was injured, his grip remained remarkably strong, a testament to the resilience of those with special abilities. Pei Xiqing found herself unable to break free. She struggled fiercely, but Xiaoyu held on tightly. Was there truly nothing that the sisters could not discuss? Do you remember? Our team, S1, still has people you care for, although there is more than one. I respect your choices. Since you are still alive, come back with me to see them. Let go. Pei Xiqing exclaimed. Yet Xiaoyu replied, I only learned recently, after your departure, that before you joined S1, you had entangled yourself with numerous influential figures. Remaining here is fraught with danger. It would be wiser to leave with me to avoid any repercussions should they come looking for you. Chapter 72. Did I let you down? Pei Xiqing was perplexed by the sudden declaration. What did it mean to say that staying here posed risks? And what are the so-called powerful and influential? What was that about? Before she could ponder further, her body was uncontrollably pulled forward by Xiaoyu, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Xiaoyu was consumed by the urgency of finding someone, desperately seeking Pei Yanting as he hurriedly adjusted the bandages on his body, his strides long and brisk. He was oblivious to the force he exerted, only realizing something amiss when he finally halted. He had almost forgotten that Pei Xiqing possessed no special abilities. His grip was simply too tight for her. Even many men without abilities would find it painful. Pei Xiqing twisted her ankle due to his rapid pace and the fact that he had stepped on a stone. He walked with utter disregard for the well-being of others. Pei Xiqing lowered her gaze, her complexion pale, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Xiaoyu paused. Are you all right? I'm worried about your sister. Don't you care? She is still out there. Let go. Pei Xiqing interrupted coldly. If you don't, you might end up facing charges of kidnapping and harassment. Xiaoyu released her, but continued earnestly. Time is of the essence. The sooner we act, the less danger she faces. You must understand, despite the conflict between you and your sister, her life hangs in the balance. How can you remain at ease? Pei Xiqing felt a laugh bubbling up. He was quite amusing. Xiaoyu pressed his lips together and said seriously, I'm being sincere. Why do you insist on staying here? If you remain, I cannot guarantee your safety. Guarantee my safety? She retorted. You failed to do so back at S1. Why should I trust someone who cast me out of the group? He argued that it had been a necessity, that he had no choice when she was bitten by zombie. Now that she was uninfected and alive, the team would accept her again, including her sister, as long as she apologized. Fearing she might not believe him, he continued to plead. What happened back then was not your intention. Let us consider it a misunderstanding. I will vouch for you, saying you ended up in my room simply because you were perhaps intoxicated or frightened and lost your way. Pei Xiqing smirked slightly. This male lead was undoubtedly lacking in some aspect. The protagonists in stories were often embodiments of justice, yet he was just a stubborn fool. How could such a convoluted excuse come from his lips? Did he not fear that the female lead would be infuriated by his words? Pei Xiqing was reluctant to engage further, wishing to waste no more time with him and seizing any chance to escape. Xiaoyu quickly caught up, saying, Don't let my current injury deceive you. Subduing you is still within my capability. I earnestly advise you not to linger here. The consequences could be dire. Pei Xiqing had reached her limit. When he forcibly grasped her wrist, she kicked him fiercely. Xiaoyu seemed taken aback by the unexpected retaliation. Instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it. Pei Xiqing, how dare you kick me? He had never experienced such treatment from a woman before. That kick had nearly struck a vital area. Still not letting go, Pei Xiqing gritted her teeth. Unbeknownst to her, the serpent tattoo on her chest began to heat up, a faint green energy coiling around her fingertips. Her eyes briefly glimmered with a green hue. Xiaoyu, with his dual abilities and heightened alertness, sensed something unusual about her. Before he could comprehend what it was, he was struck by a radiant burst of energy from her. Kick if you must, Xia Jingyu interjected, her eyes icy. Who do you think you are? Laying hands on a girl in the base? Xiaoyu instinctively released her, avoiding the attack, which was no challenge for him. He looked up at the newcomer. Who are you? Xia Jingyu narrowed her eyes. Someone who cannot abide your presence. Xiaoyu replied, This matter does not concern you. I hope you will not meddle. Xia Jingyu retorted mockingly, I will meddle. And what will you do about it? The faint glow radiating from her was formidable, rivaling that of Xiaoyu. A dual ability wielder. Would you like to experience the power of light? Xiaoyu was not one to provoke trouble. He preferred to blend into the crowd, concealing his prowess. Being overshadowed by Xia Jingyu's energy was something he had grown accustomed to. He pressed his lips together, stating, This is an internal matter of S1. I hope you will refrain from interference. My intentions were genuinely for her benefit. He had already discerned that this woman knew Pei Xiqing. Otherwise, she would not have approached so directly. Xia Jingyu was unimpressed, asserting that if he truly cared for her, he should respect her choices. She detested hypocrites who, under the guise of goodwill, impose their will on others, disrespecting their autonomy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, acting like a father figure. You. Xiaoyu's face turned crimson, momentarily rendered speechless by her rebuttal. Xia Jingyu took Pei Xiqing's arm. Let us go. Xiaoyu began to cough violently, watching them depart. A surge of anger rose within him, and he tasted blood as he spat it out. As Pei Xiqing was led away by Xia Jingyu, she quietly observed her companion's retreating figure. Once they reached a more populated area, Xia Jingyu advised, Stop dawdling, it's getting late. The base isn't particularly safe at night. You should head home quickly. She then inquired, Would you like me to escort you? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Thank you. But no. Xia Jingyu released her. All right, then be careful on your way back. Pei Xiqing looked at her. I truly appreciate your help just now. Not at all, she replied with a smile. I derive great joy from helping others. Pei Xiqing hesitated for a moment, then leaned in slightly, whispering, Sister, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, the woman replied, her eyes sparkling. I shall answer any question you pose. Are you a spy? Xia Jingyu chuckled, a spy? Not quite, though I am an inspector sent from headquarters. Then why was I surprised to find you lurking outside Judge Duan's office a few days ago? Xia Jingyu stroked her chin. Someone asked me for assistance in retrieving something, but I cannot divulge specifics. I can only share that I'm from headquarters. There is no need for espionage, and my gains are minimal. She then seemed to have an epiphany, smiling brightly at Pei Xiqing. So that is why you were so wary of me in the church earlier. Pei Xiqing smiled back. I simply couldn't comprehend your true identity and purpose for being here. You are quite forthright, coming to inquire without hesitation, Xiaojing Yu remarked. Did my answer meet your expectations? It did, she replied sincerely. Pei Xiqing felt reassured. As the daughter of a marshal from headquarters, there was no need for her to engage in espionage. Most spy information would be sold on the black market, and with her status, that was unnecessary. Very well, then. In the future, you need not hide from me. Xiaojing Yu tilted her chin. However, my dear, I overheard the conversation you had with that man just now. I am curious. How many men have you been involved with? Pei Xiqing opened her lips, letting out a dry chuckle. Chapter 73. The brother's all right. I understand. Personal privacy. It's fine. If anything truly happens, you can always seek me out. Okay. Xiaojing Yu smiled again, but I still wish to say something to you. What is it? Be cautious. Men are inherently unreliable, regardless of who they may be. Pei Xiqing nodded earnestly. Half an hour later, she bought some groceries and leisurely returned home. Ling Lang happened to be leading Xiao Bai back from the training camp, and, upon seeing her at the door, inquired, "Where have you been?" "I went to the church to check in. I noticed the lights were on inside, so I guess Duan Xiaolin had returned." "Have you eaten?" "No, not yet." "Then let's eat together. Brother Duan is probably already inside cooking. You've been busy outside every day. How long has it been since you shared a meal with him?" Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I remember you used to always eat together." Ling Lang paused, his posture stiffening slightly. "He has been busier lately. I'll go in and help." "Sounds good." Pei Xiqing took Xiao Bai from him, stroking its head. "Go fetch your bowl from inside. We'll eat together." Upon reflection, it had indeed been quite a while since Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin had dined together. Previously, they would share meals in the wild, chatting as they ate from a communal pot. Now that they had returned to the base, everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, often with little time to eat, let alone share a meal. As Pei Xiqing entered, she saw Duan Xiaolin emerging from the kitchen with a plate of dishes, while Ling Lang was busy chopping vegetables inside. She winked at the man and gestured towards the kitchen. He smiled and leaned over to caress her cheek. Pei Xiqing beamed, holding his hand against her face. Though neither spoke, the tenderness in their eyes seemed almost palpable. After a while, the meal was served, 4 dishes and a soup. As Ling Lang sat down, he felt an unusual sense of shyness. This was the first time he and Duan Xiaolin were dining together at home. Usually, it was either outdoors or in the cafeteria. However, being naturally sociable, he soon relaxed, interacting with Duan Xiaolin just as before, with the same brashness and arrogance. He recounted several incidents from the past few days, including the capture of a few criminals. With his legs crossed and a charming arch in his brow, he remarked, "Hard-headed? I haven't encountered many real tough nuts. No matter what they say, a good beating usually makes them compliant." Duan Xiaolin chuckled. "Violence." Pei Xiqing chimed in softly, rude. "Then what else?" He replied, "But I like it." She added, "Such methods are suited for those deranged individuals. A gentle approach, simply one tea suffice." Suddenly, Ling Lang's brow furrowed. "Could you please focus on your meal? Stop interrupting." "Why not? Are you forbidding me to speak?" "Not that." He rubbed his brow. "It's just that when you speak, I forget what I was about to say. You disrupt my train of thought." "Is that so?" Pei Xiqing shrugged innocently. "Perhaps it's your own memory that's lacking. You're still young. How could you have such a flaw?" "Be quiet," Ling Lang muttered, taking a large bite of food and lowering his head to remain silent. Just moments ago, everything was fine, but upon her speaking, he genuinely found himself at a loss for words, his mind filled with thoughts of her. Realizing what he was thinking, Ling Lang hurriedly coughed, wolfed down a few more bites, and stood up, saying, "I still have to go on duty tonight. You two enjoy your meal. I'll be leaving first." Pei Xiqing, chewing on beef, had not yet processed his departure when he had already vanished. Bewildered, she turned to the man. "Is he really that busy?" Duan Xiaolin, with a solemn gaze, wiped the corner of her mouth. "Perhaps." Pei Xiqing felt as though she had said something amiss. However, upon reflection, she realized that she and Ling Lang had always had this dynamic, quickly spiraling into disagreements after just a few exchanges. "Never mind," she thought. "I'm used to it. Did you enjoy yourself today?" The man handed her a bowl of hot soup. "Yes, indeed. I saw many things I had never encountered before and took a lot of pictures." She eagerly pulled out her phone to share her photos with him. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, Duan Xiaolin patiently explained each detail. Her enthusiasm only grew, and even as night fell and she prepared for bed, she continued to bombard him with questions. Duan Xiaolin embraced her, his large palm resting on her lower abdomen. With his eyes closed, he murmured, "Yes, 5 years ago, we had the technology to colonize other planets. However, after a long search, we couldn't find a habitable planet and ultimately decided to remain on Earth. Unfortunately, that was when the zombie crisis erupted. Is that so?" Pei Xiqing listened with rapt attention, not feeling the slightest bit tired as bedtime approached. It was only when Duan Xiaolin covered her eyes that she finally quieted down and fell into a deep sleep. Yet, once he was fast asleep, he finally tugged at her sleeve, his gaze falling upon a red mark on her arm, his expression growing cold. The next day, Pei Xiqing awoke to a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She hurried to the bathroom to deal with the aftermath of her menstrual cycle. After tidying up, she sat in the yard, feeding the dog, her complexion pale and listless. Before long, the weather turned gloomy, as if it were about to rain. She busied herself gathering clothes from the balcony and tidying Xiao Bai's belongings in the yard. Just as she stepped outside to sweep away the fallen leaves and the dirt Xiao Bai played in, she saw a car approaching in the distance, heading straight for her home. As she squinted to see who it was, the car came to a halt right before her. Long Yin rolled down the window, exclaiming, "Hey, Xiqing, get in the car. What's going on? Come and see. It's a sensational news story." "Huh?" Before she could fully comprehend, Long Yin yanked her into the car. "You'll understand once we get there. It's absolutely explosive gossip. If we arrive late, we'll miss out." "Wait, Long Yin. At least tell me what this explosive gossip is." She hadn't even fastened her seatbelt when the car sped off, and she called out, "Xiao Bai, close the door yourself." Long Yin drove while explaining, "They're catching a mistress. I heard that man has not just one, but several mistresses, up to the 8th and 9th. The legitimate wife is on the scene, looking for another cheating mistress. If we get there late, we'll regret it for life. I thought you might be bored at the base, so I brought you along for some excitement." Pei Xiqing forced a laugh. The things the original owner had done were enough to give her psychological scars. Upon hearing such news, her first instinct was to run. Chapter 74. A wife's fury unleashed. Initially disinterested in the spectacle, which she considered a messy and predictable affair, Pei Xiqing recognized that infidelity rarely involved a single instigator. However, Long Yin was visibly animated, seemingly eager to divert her. Indeed, Pei Xiqing had spent her days in a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, a routine that might strike others as tedious. Yet, she relished this period of indolence, free from responsibilities. Together, they journeyed to the scene. Upon their arrival, a downpour began. Sheltered by an umbrella, Pei Xiqing and Long Yin found themselves behind a crowd undeterred by the rain, their eagerness to witness the drama undiminished. Long Yin remarked with a click of her tongue, "Even in this deluge, they're still at each other's throats. That should give you an idea of how intense this is. Pity we can't see anything from here." Long Yin tugged at her sleeve. "Come on, let's head to the building next door. There's a tea house there with a perfect view." Many sought refuge from the rain, but access to the tea house's upper floor wasn't universally granted. Long Yin, however, easily secured their passage with a mere flash of her credentials. From their vantage point, they overlooked a bustling street. The torrential rain did little to diminish the throngs of people. The surrounding architecture was distinctly European, the streets wide and pristine, and luxury vehicles were ubiquitous. This scene stood in stark contrast to the area where they had visited Grandma Wang. A world apart in every sense. As she stood on the balcony, a gentle mist drifted in, yet the interior remained untouched. Long Yin extended a cup of steaming tea, inquiring, "Have you never been to this part of town before?" "No, I haven't. This is where the elite of the base come to unwind. Further ahead, you'll find opulent hotels and various entertainment venues. The base isn't just about survival and hardship. There's plenty of indulgence to be found." Long Yin continued, "Especially the black market down below. The auction houses, they're truly profiting from the apocalypse. By the way, I haven't told you what that woman did, have I? The wife is the childhood sweetheart of some high-ranking official in the base. The official has been going on missions more and more frequently. and the wife found out he was keeping a mistress. When she came looking for him, only the mistress was at the villa, the others having fled. And so, the wife began her assault. Pei Xiqing took a sip of the tea, her brow furrowing slightly. Long Yin chuckled. Not to your taste? It's herbal tea. Good for your health. What kind of herbs? You might not want to know. Just trust that it's highly nourishing. The tea possessed a fishy, heavy taste that lingered unpleasantly. She placed the cup on the table after only a small sip. Below, the drama unfolded in its full intensity, the wife physically assaulting the mistress. The two women grappled, tearing at each other's hair, while the crowd cheered them on. Some even egged them on to kill the mistress, to beat her to death, to strip her naked and parade her through the streets. Noticing Pei Xiqing's lack of enthusiasm, Long Yin asked, not enjoying the show? Or are you just tired? Pei Xiqing shook her head. I just don't see the point. What do you mean? Infidelity is a joint responsibility of both the man and the third party, and both should be punished. She leaned against the intricately carved balustrade, her voice listless. But the man will never face any repercussions or moral condemnation in this scenario. What's the point of watching? Long Yin sighed. It's always been like this. Remember that old woman we rescued yesterday? The same thing happened to her. Her husband had affairs with at least 5 women, giving them all his money and abusing her when he came home. She had to wake up at 5 every morning to tend the garden, sell the produce at the market, and couldn't return home until 5 in the evening. She paused. Didn't she agree to go to the nursing home yesterday? Yes, Pei Xiqing replied, sensing a shift in the conversation. Did she not go? She did, but she's been trying to pull strings to get someone to save her son. She even wants to send all the supplies from the nursing home to her husband and son. Pei Xiqing's gaze fell. The spectacle below reached a new level of intensity. The mistress's clothes had been torn off. The crowd, mostly men, stared at her naked body with lewd and avaricious eyes. Had there not been others present, they likely would have dragged her into a corner. The wife continued to beat her with a stick. The mistress was soon pinned to the ground by the wife's companions and dragged along the street by her hair, completely exposed for all to see. As she was dragged along the ground, passers-by groped her, and some even followed behind, making unwanted advances. The scene spiraled into chaos and humiliation. The woman's screams were piercing and desperate, a testament to her unbearable shame. In a final act of defiance, she slammed her head against a rock, splattering blood everywhere. Pei Xiqing's face momentarily froze. When she looked again, the woman's forehead was a bloody mess. Long Yin clicked her tongue. Things are really getting out of hand here. I thought it was just a mistress-catching scenario, but it's turned deadly. As she spoke, the patrol arrived to handle the situation. They unceremoniously covered the body with a cloth and dragged it away, then proceeded to clean up the blood. Within minutes, the crowd dispersed, as if nothing had happened. Pei Xiqing was dazed for a moment. What happens now? How will they handle it? Long Yin replied, they won't. She looked at Pei Xiqing. That's it. The show's over. Pei Xiqing was still reeling. She felt a tightness in her chest. Long Yin patted her shoulder. Sorry, I didn't think it would come to this. But it's a real reflection of the base. She'll probably be drugged and locked in a cage on the roadside, to be sold as merchandise or to the black market. Remember my friend I told you about? She was drugged, injected with painful substances, and almost ended up in a cage. That's how the base is. There's no tolerance or sympathy for unfaithful women. Pei Xiqing instinctively took another sip of the tea, only to be overwhelmed by its pungent, bitter taste. She choked and coughed violently, failing to notice a figure standing on the balcony of the adjacent room. The figure glanced over and saw her leaning against the railing. Her face flushed. They stared at Pei Xiqing for a moment before rushing back into the room and exclaiming to a refined man who was painting at a desk. Young Master Gu, I found her. We found her. Chapter 75. The enchantress Pei Xiqing Gu. He was conversing with several officials when he heard a commotion. He subtly furrowed his brow, indicating that matters could wait. What did you say? You found her? One of his subordinates exclaimed with excitement. Sir, we've located her. Your beloved is found. The officials chuckled, slapping Gu He on the shoulder, teasing him about his eagerness to seek out a woman right after returning. Well, we won't delay your romantic evening any longer. Contact us if needed, or better yet, bring your little lover to the hotel for a proper meal tomorrow, so we can all meet her. Gu He humbly replied, I am unworthy of such attention. He considered the matter not urgent enough to disturb his elder companions, as it was merely a pet that had temporarily escaped. We shall await your wedding. Make sure to keep her hidden. There was an incident downstairs just now. We wouldn't want your beloved to be exposed and humiliated in public. They had all witnessed the earlier scene, their words laced with meaning. You, sir, are the future pillar of our base. You know better than us what should be concealed and what should remain hidden. Guhi smiled, concealing the darkness beneath his gaze. You speak wisely, uncle. Now that I've found her, I will ensure she remains well guarded, never again to have the chance to escape. He had just been promoted to the rank of Major General last month, with numerous matters that required his attention. He could not afford to let a woman disrupt his professional ambitions. Yet, the thought of not retrieving her gnawed at him, even haunting his dreams. Once they departed, his subordinate leaned in, lowering his voice. Miss Pei is in the next room. I saw her with my own eyes. She is the very same Pei Xiqing who slipped through your fingers not long ago. Do not alarm her, Guhi cautioned. If she dares to run, she will learn the consequences of her escape. First, find someone to follow her and ascertain her residence. I shall personally pay her a visit tonight. Understood. Guhi let out a cold laugh. 6 months prior, the enchantress Pei Xiqing had approached him, pleading for his shelter, professing her desire to stay by his side for eternity. In his devotion, he had dismissed all other women from his life, bestowing upon her everything he had of value, striving to fulfill her every wish. Yet, barely a month had passed before she vanished without a trace. He had scoured numerous locations, even fearing she had perished, only to learn days ago that she had been seen entering the third base. It was fortuitous, as he had business to attend to in the vicinity. After several fruitless days of searching, he had unexpectedly encountered her here. Guhi instructed his men and opened the window, gazing towards the adjoining loft. The occupant had long since disappeared. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Pei Xiqing remained dazed from the earlier encounter. Shortly after, she and Long Yin exited the private room, the latter rubbing her aching abdomen. Sister Long Yin, do you have any medicine for menstrual cramps? I'm not feeling well. Yes, just wait a moment. I'll drive you to get some. Long Yin queried. You didn't feel this way while we were in the wilderness, did you? No. Perhaps it's because we're not constantly on the move in the base. I should get checked out. All right. Once in the car, Long Yin instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, narrowing her eyes. Pei Xiqing fastened her seatbelt. What's wrong? Nothing, Long Yin replied, stepping on the accelerator as they swiftly drove to the laboratory. Upon returning with the medication, she handed Pei Xiqing a plastic bag containing dosage instructions. Take a look at this when you get home. It's easy to understand. Thank you, sister. As Long Yin maneuvered the steering wheel, she suddenly asked, Xiqing, have you offended anyone lately? Pei Xiqing, engrossed in reading the medication instructions, replied, not that I can recall. Although, I did kick someone not long ago. Who? Xiao Yu. What? Long Yin turned her head in surprise. You kicked him? Pei Xiqing blinked. He was being so bothersome. She recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing this, Long Yin slapped the steering wheel in frustration. Coward. I'll make sure to drag him to the lab later. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He won't have the strength to bother you again. Pei Xiqing chuckled. Good. He truly is a nuisance. Rest assured, Long Yin assured, starting the engine. Let us go. I'll take you home. Okay. Long Yin watched as Pei Xiqing entered her house and closed the door before turning off the engine. She lingered at the entrance for a moment. 10 minutes later, she sensed someone stealthily approaching. Long Yin rolled down her window, locking eyes with the intruder. Xiao Yu's men? Aren't S1 still outside the base? How did you get in? The man froze, then turned to flee. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps before lightning energy ensnared his ankle, dragging him back to the front of the car. Long Yin kicked the car door open and strolled towards him, her gaze lowered. You are not Xiao Yu's man, nor are you from S1. Who do you belong to? Do you know whom you're stalking? An hour later, while conducting a meeting with his subordinates regarding border security, Guhi received a report. After concluding the meeting, he inquired, What's the situation? One of his men, with a bruised face and singed hair and clothes, began to weep. I was discovered, and it was a woman who caught me, and she said, Guhi pressed, what did she say? She claimed that Pei Xiqing is now beyond our reach, and if we continue to follow her, we would suffer your wrath, Major General Gu. Guhi frowned and then let out a cold laugh. Is that so? The subordinate continued. She also mentioned that if we wish to settle scores, we should go to the central base and find a captain named Ling Lang. If he is unavailable, we should seek someone surnamed Duan on the 30th floor and handle them first. Otherwise, the next time, she'll kick my head like a ball right in front of you. This is what that woman said? Yes. The woman who discovered me said this. She has formidable lightning abilities, top tier. I was no match for her. Guhi was not one to act impulsively. Top-tier lightning abilities were rare within the base. Had Pei Xiqing found herself a new man in just a few months? He organized the documents on his desk. I happen to be heading to the central building. I shall meet those individuals she mentioned. If it is merely a case of playing the wolf in sheep's clothing, it poses no threat. Furthermore, I am curious to discover what kind of man Pei Xiqing has recently taken up with. Chapter 76. My wife is also calling me back that evening. Guhi arrived at the central building with a group of associates. Upon his arrival, he engaged in discussions concerning significant matters with several well-connected uncles and his father as friends. Although the third base lacked the authority of the main base, it remained a pivotal outpost, frequented by influential figures. Remarkably, just a few days after his arrival at the third base, he found himself conversing with numerous individuals who approached him without hesitation. Despite his jurisdiction lying elsewhere, his father's esteemed position at headquarters, coupled with his newly attained rank of Major General, prompted even the base commander to inquire about his well-being. With a beaming smile, the commander shook his hand and said, Major General, you've only just arrived at the base a few days ago. Why have you come to the building only now? Are you exhausted from your journey? Would you like me to arrange a comprehensive massage therapy service for you at the hotel? Guhi, his eyes reflecting understanding, reciprocated the handshake and replied courteously, There's no rush. I can arrange that in a few days. Right now, there are more pressing matters to attend to. Rest assured regarding the military defense arrangements at the third base. Whatever you instruct, Major General, I will comply without question. I also hope that upon your return, you can speak favorably of us to the General, so that in the future, we might receive more consideration regarding material distribution from headquarters, the commander continued. Guhi smiled politely and assured him, I will certainly do so. Your dedication to coming to the building at such a late hour as a Major General is commendable. I shall not delay you further. Many have already returned for rest and dinner. Don't work too late, he added. Guhi nodded in acknowledgement. After seeing them off, he turned and inquired, Have we found anything? His subordinate approached, reporting that a man named Ling Lang was not in the building that night, presumably out on a mission. The lights on the 30th floor are still on. Should we go up? Guhi pondered for a moment. Access to the 30th floor was restricted. Not just anyone could work there. He reflected on the woman's words, knowing that 50% of what she said could not be trusted. Did she really believe they would naively stir up chaos at the base? He had survived in a world rife with deception. Such an obvious ploy was not lost on him. The 30th floor had previously been an unused office area, and he wondered who had taken over. With a meeting for the entire base scheduled for the next day, he decided to observe the situation quietly. Tonight, conduct a thorough investigation. I want every detail, he instructed. Pei Xiqing, the woman who had dared to approach him, would not hesitate to pursue those with even greater power. Guhi added, Since the lights are on above, I will go up to assess the situation, and you can investigate further. Look for an opportunity to send a message to Pei Xiqing. He narrowed his eyes and said, Just say, Pei Xiqing was at home, holding her phone, speaking sweetly to the man on the other end. Were you coming back, Duanga? He replied that he would be back soon. Snuggled on the sofa, she smiled brightly. When you return, could you buy me some of those mushrooms I like? Glancing at the large bags of beef and ribs in the yard, she continued, I just got back, and Ingzi said he brought back a lot of meat. I was thinking of making beef hot pot, but I didn't buy enough vegetables. Bring some more when you come back. Long Yin and the others will be here tonight, so get a little extra. Duan Xiaolin was signing a verdict when he heard this, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right. Besides that, there was another death warrant concerning the organ trafficking case from a few days prior that required execution. The executor stood nervously at the desk, waiting for the presiding judge to sign off, and upon hearing the conversation, he looked up, only to lock eyes with the man, whose gaze held a hint of amusement. Startled, he heard the man add, There's a new type of vegetable. Are you interested? You might want to try it. After a brief exchange, Duan Xiaolin hung up and returned to the matter at hand. Do not rush to execute those individuals. I still have use for them. This verdict is mostly fine, but there are a few points to be mindful of. He took a deep breath, realizing the conversation wasn't directed at him. Nodding, he replied, Yes, Your Honor. Please advise, and I will make the modifications and submit them within the hour. There's not an hour. You have 10 minutes. Understood. 10 minutes later, sweating as he wiped his brow, he submitted the revised verdict, which was finally approved, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, it's getting late, and my wife is calling me back. The same goes for you, Your Honor. Duan Xiaolin organized his documents, donned his coat, and cast a casual glance at him. Yes. He took the elevator down, unexpectedly colliding with Gu He, who was unable to use the elevator. Gu He was momentarily stunned upon seeing him, and as he processed the moment, he quickly followed. Previously, at headquarters, his father had dined with this man. He had only caught a fleeting glance of him a year ago, and his memory was not particularly clear. Since then, he had not encountered him again, and despite his curiosity, his father had remained tight-lipped, only mentioning a name, Franlung, without divulging more. The man input commands to exit the building, and Gu He trailed behind, initially assuming he would attend a meeting or discuss matters. However, he was surprised when the man headed directly to a nearby supermarket. Gu He maintained a respectful distance, observing the man in his tailored suit selecting mushrooms. Amused, he approached with 2 trays of meat in hand and casually remarked, What a coincidence. I just saw you come out of the building and didn't expect to run into you here. I am Gu He, the new Major General at the base. The man, already tall, stood out among the crowd. He placed various mushrooms and vegetables into his basket, adjusting his silver-framed glasses, his demeanor exuding an air of calm authority. Duan Xiaolin glanced at Gu He, his lips curling slightly in sardonic amusement. Coincidence? I hardly think so. Gu He's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its previous brightness. I'm the Major General dispatched from headquarters, and I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if you were associated with Franlun. I am curious. Perhaps we might discuss potential collaboration. He openly stated his identity, knowing that no one would dare disregard him. Surprisingly, the man didn't even spare him a second glance, turning instead to pay for his items. Gu He stared at the 2 trays of meat in his hands, a sardonic smile on his face as he tossed them aside. Chapter 77. Her name is Pei Xiqing. Pei Xiqing and Long Yin had commenced preparations for the evening's hot pot feast. Midway through their endeavors, someone arrived with a delivery. Assuming it was Duan Xiaolin who couldn't make it back, she instructed them to leave the items at the door. Upon opening it, a shadowy figure hastily dropped off the goods and fled. Puzzled, she looked down to find a note on the ground. Picking it up, she discovered it was blank. Just then, someone passed by the doorway, drawing near and whispering, Gu Xiao said he misses you. Pei Xiqing was about to question whether the person had mistaken her for someone else when a flash of memory struck her, leaving her frozen in place. It wasn't until Long Yin called her name that she regained her composure. What's wrong? Long Yin inquired. Who was speaking to you at the door? Were they asking for directions, or looking for Duan Gu or Ling Lang? They were looking for me. Pei Xiqing struggled to collect her thoughts, stammering slightly. They were looking for me and mentioned something. Is it serious? Not particularly. It's nothing. She shut the door. Long Yin grasped her hand gently. Are you all right? She forced a smile, responding that she was fine, though a slight headache lingered. In truth, she felt a sense of impending trouble, far worse than the previous encounter with Meng Jiankai in B City, who had persistently harassed her. She recalled that the debt the original owner owed was significant, and the creditor was quite formidable. The surname Gu. Could it be the newly minted Major General Gu He from the base? This individual was rumored to have connections with Pei Xiqing and harbored affections for her. A master of deception, he seemed to tread the path laid by his father, doing little but exacerbating matters, particularly fond of scheming and harboring grudges. The original owner had been near him for less than a month, managing to empty his pockets of valuables and precious crystals before fleeing. The silver lining was that his affection for Pei Xiqing blossomed only after the original owner's demise, treating Pei Xiqing as a mere substitute. The troubling news was that she, the original owner, was very much alive, and now he was aware of her whereabouts. The potential consequences loomed. Either she would face Guhi's wrath, or he would undergo a sudden change of heart, absolving her of any grievances. Pei Xiqing rubbed her temples, sighing at the bubbling hot pot. How had he tracked her down? Earlier, someone had specifically come to deliver that ominous message. Nevertheless, as long as she remained indoors, she should be safe. Even if Guhi was formidable, he was merely a secondary character, hardly a match for Duan Xiaolin. It was of little consequence. If trouble arose, she could always turn to Duan Xiaolin for assistance. What else was she doing here? With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably. After some time, Duan Xiaolin entered, carrying a bag of mushrooms and vegetables. She eagerly accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, Duan Ge." The man chuckled softly. "Enjoy your meal." Long Yan emerged from the kitchen with the freshly prepared dishes, beckoning. "Hurry. A few from the team will be here soon. Quickly bring out the other ingredients." Xiqing, "Hand me the bag. I'll wash them up." "All right. I'll help too." Before long, Fu Feng, Nie Bin, and the long-missed El Sudong arrived. She recalled El Sudong was an explosives expert, having previously appeared alongside Long Yan. Notably, El Sudong had brought a girl with him, the two of them hand in hand, exuding sweetness. This prompted playful teasing from the others. "So, when's the wedding?" "We're waiting for an invitation." The girl, seemingly not a member of their team, appeared a bit shy, blushing and retreating behind El Sudong. He quickly interjected, "She's my neighbor's sister. Please don't tease her. If you have any issues, come at me." Laughter erupted among the group. Soon after, Ling Lang strode in, his military boots thudding against the floor, his expression sour. Noticing the laughter, he momentarily suppressed his irritation. Pei Xiqing observed him exchange a few words with Duan Xiaolin before her attention was drawn back to the hot pot. The following day, Ling Lang arrived early at the office building to clock in. As he entered the command, someone else hastily stepped ahead. He raised an eyebrow. Following Gu, he were a throng of high-ranking officials, all conversing with him. The entourage brushed past Ling Lang. Major General Gu is both courageous and astute, a promising young talent destined to inherit the legacy of the old general. Now that Major General has just arrived, how about we grab a meal at a good restaurant after the meeting? I know several excellent places. He clenched his jaw, scoffing, and took the elevator straight to the 30th floor. Duan Xiaolin was polishing his glasses, glancing up slightly as Ling Lang entered. Ling Lang gulped down a large mouthful of water, plopping onto the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, stating, "That Gu fellow started investigating me yesterday, for no apparent reason, and even sent someone to follow me. I have no idea what he is up to." Duan Xiaolin adjusted his glasses, sensing an ill omen. "Oh, then I shall be intrigued to see what he thinks he possesses." Ling Lang stood. "Are we having a meeting?" "Yes, let us go." The meeting took place on the top floor of the building. The base's leaders entered the conference room first, followed by Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang, who entered leisurely. Guhi immediately spotted the man in the high seat, furrowing his brow. It was not until he heard the base's leader respectfully address him as Chief Judge that his expression darkened. Chief Judge? Pei Xiqing had ties to such an individual? He found it hard to believe. Throughout the meeting, Guhi found himself unusually distracted, his focus fixated on the high-ranking Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang. Once the meeting concluded and everyone had departed, only the three of them remained in the conference room. Ling Lang lounged his chair, legs carelessly propped on the table. Casually nodding towards Guhi, Guhi politely inquired about the main points of the meeting. Ling Lang, impatient, retorted, "Did you not hear? Or is your intellect lacking? It was all made quite clear. How did you come to sit in that position?" Guhi's face momentarily contorted before breaking into a light laugh. "Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let us discuss whether Captain Ling Lang and Chief Judge are acquainted with my girlfriend." "What do you mean?" Ling Lang scoffed. "This is work. What does a woman have to do with it?" Guhi replied, "No ulterior motives. The work has concluded, and I wish to discuss personal matters. After all, my father is quite concerned about the Chief Judge's well-being." Ling Lang scoffed in disdain. "A useless waste, relying solely on your aging father." Guhi continued, "My girlfriend has recently vanished, essentially disappearing without a trace, or rather, taking my belongings and then going missing. I have been searching for her, and finally, I have found her here. We met long ago and shared a deep connection." "Girlfriend?" Ling Lang questioned. Indeed, I wonder if either of you recognize her. Her name is Pei Xiqing. Chapter 78. As if a storm is about to descend in the early days of March, for years into the apocalypse, I found myself executing a mission in the wilderness amidst a thick fog, with a light drizzle casting a dreary pall over our efforts. Our team struggled to navigate through the dense woods, and just as we were at an impasse, she collided into my arms like a lost fawn. Behind her, a horde of zombies pursued her, and her frantic escape was rather disheveled. Yet, in that moment, I was struck by an undeniable enchantment, regardless of her state of distress. I saw her clearly and fell for her. Subsequently, I vanquished the zombies that had been on her tail and escorted her out of the forest, where she remained ever so obediently by my side. Guhi continued his musings, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if reminiscing about the moment he first encountered Pei Xiqing. I took her to numerous places, and each time we arrived at a new dwelling, her joy was palpable. Enough, Ling Lang interjected sharply, his eyes narrowed, a barely concealed rage simmering beneath his words. What exactly do you wish to convey? Guhi smiled softly, leisurely adjusting the watch on his wrist. It was evident that Captain Ling Lang recognized Pei Xiqing. In contrast, the judicator beside him maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression unchanging, solely focused on listening. Sensing the tension, Guhi ventured, "Let us return to the crux of our discussion. Captain Ling Lang, are you acquainted with her? Since her disappearance, I have been searching for her, deeply concerned for her safety in this chaotic world. Recently, I even traced several other ability user teams she had previously been a part of." At this juncture, Guhi paused, a flicker of concealed intensity flashing in his eyes before he continued. "According to members of Team S1, she has entered the third base. However, prior to that, she had been bitten by a zombie. Perhaps the S1 team misjudged. If zombies truly infiltrated the base, how could it remain so tranquil?" He turned his gaze towards Duan Xiaolin, addressing the judicator. "You are the foremost authority on zombie extermination, having orchestrated numerous zombie eradication operations. Surely, you would not allow anyone with zombie suspicions to linger within the base, would you?" Ling Lang's brow furrowed, his anger escalating. He retorted, "What does this have to do with you? If you have questions about the base's affairs, feel free to investigate." "Misunderstandings abound," Guhi replied. "I firmly believe she has not contracted the zombie virus. Perhaps she has simply been misinterpreted. I care for her. After all, we have spent considerable time together. And I understand her. She is reliant on me. If nothing were amiss, I doubt she would have distanced herself from me." Ling Lang scoffed, rising from his seat. "And what of it? Do you not recognize where you are? Surely, you are not so out of touch as to broach matters unrelated to our work here?" Guhi suppressed his smile, standing up to gather the documents on the table. "Perhaps I have misjudged. It seems neither of you are acquainted with my girlfriend. If that is the case, I shall not intrude further. I will inquire about her whereabouts once I locate her." He emphasized his last words, casting a polite smile at Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin before turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit, the previously silent man spoke up. "Stop." Guhi hesitated, glancing back. "Judicator, what can I do for you?" Meanwhile, Pei Xiqing had only recently awakened. After a light dinner of hot pot the previous night, she had felt the heat rising within her, compounded by discomfort from her menstrual cycle. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that she had finally taken some medicine to ease her rest. Now, as she glanced at the clock, it was only 11 o'clock, far too early for lunch. She sat idly in the courtyard, feeding Xiao Bai. Initially, she had intended to bask in the sun for a while, but ominous clouds gathered, thickening the fog as if a torrential downpour were imminent. She quickly moved her chair under the eaves and beckoned Xiao Bai to her. Today, the little creature was content to play alone in the courtyard, wagging its tail in delight as she patted its head. Despite its zombie-like stiffness and intermittent bouts of madness, it was generally well-behaved, lying down and shaking its tail in a sleepy manner. The sky above thickened with mist, obscuring visibility. Yet, for the moment, rain did not fall, creating an atmosphere unsuitable for travel. The weather in the apocalypse was notoriously harsh. Outside the base, dust storms were a daily occurrence. However, within the base's controlled environment, conditions were more favorable, making this rare foggy day noteworthy. Pei Xiqing languidly played with Xiao Bai for a while, the tranquility of her existence soon lulling her into a drowsy state. Just as her eyelids began to droop, a phone call interrupted her reverie. Startled awake, she hurried to retrieve the phone from inside. "Hello, Long Yin Jia? What are you up to?" "Just waking up and playing with Xiao Bai." "What's the matter? Do you know Guhi?" Pei Xiqing paused for a moment. "Yes. I suspected as much. He seems to have been conducting a covert investigation. Do you know who he has turned his attention towards?" "Who is it?" "Ling Lang and Duan Ge." Pei Xiqing could surmise the implications. The individuals tied to her within the base were few and far between. However, Guhi's swiftness had surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated at least 5 or 6 days before he made such connections. Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin were not easily investigated. Yet Guhi proved to be a man of considerable means, as expected from someone of influence within the base. "What's going on?" she inquired. On the other end, Long Yin was shuffling through documents while instructing someone to prepare a potion for Xiao Yu. "Nothing much, just a feeling that he has a 50-50 chance of being here for you. The base meeting just concluded, and I heard he attended." "What transpired at the meeting?" "I'm not sure, but I gathered that it wrapped up 10 minutes ago, yet he is yet to return. Neither have Duan Ge nor Ling Lang." Pei Xiqing's breath caught in her throat. Were the 3 of them together? The likelihood seemed high. Long Yin continued. "I dispatched someone to gather information about the meeting. They should return shortly." As she listened, Pei Xiqing heard someone in the background report. "Long Yin Jia, I've inquired. There are still people in the office, including the Judicator and Ling Lang, along with someone who appears to be a major general." Long Yin pressed. "What do they discuss?" "How can anyone know? But that major general seems to carry significant weight, daring to challenge Ling Lang." Long Yin took the phone back. "No one knows what was discussed. You can wait for Ling Lang and Duan Ge to return to ask them. I just wanted to know your relationship with that major general. If he has indeed come prepared, what do you think he would discuss with Ling Lang and Duan Ge?" Pei Xiqing's immediate reaction was that it might pertain to the original owneress affairs. However, she doubted Guhi would brazenly mention such matters in a meeting. He would have to be out of his mind. Likewise, Duan Xiaolin would never conflate personal and professional matters. Before she could voice her thoughts, someone on the other end spoke hurriedly. "Ling Lang just took that major general to the training grounds. My heavens, it seems there might be a fight, perhaps even using abilities. It appears that the young general has been in search of a romantic partner, inadvertently provoking brother Ling Lang in the process. Let us hasten to investigate." Long Yin, having assessed the situation, immediately informed her. "That impulsive lad Ling Lang has taken matters into his own hands, dragging someone off for training. It seems brother Duan is also present, although he possesses no extraordinary abilities. The young general is reputed to be an outstanding talent from the military academy at headquarters." Pei Xiqing sensed that a grave situation was unfolding. After pacing restlessly within the confines of the room, a sense of unease began to settle in her heart. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to don her coat and take an umbrella before making her way directly to the central building. Chapter 79. On the road, the expansive training grounds for ability users were almost entirely visible, with the base's flag fluttering loudly in the fierce wind. Dressed in black training attire, Ling Lang and Guhi walked towards the center of the fighting platform, one following the other. As Ling Lang walked, he wrapped bandages around his hands, layer upon layer, finally securing them with his teeth. His features appeared even more imposing under the dim light, exuding a handsome yet roguish charm. Guhi removed his coat and stretched his limbs. A number of ability users gathered around, and he explained gently, "This is a friendly exchange. Captain Ling Lang and I have met too late in life, and it is rare to have the opportunity for some sparring." He then turned to Ling Lang with a smile. "Captain Ling Lang, I have heard you're a dual ability user and a genius who carved a bloody path alongside the chief judge 5 years ago. Surely you will show some mercy?" Ling Lang's tone was somewhat laid back. "Since we are sparring, I'm not one to hold back. On the battlefield, there are no zombies that will let you take it easy. Do you know what this place is called? It's simply the training ground. Countless individuals have bled here, nearly losing their lives. What gives you the right to ask for leniency? Once you step into this arena, it is a matter of giving your all, fist against fist, with no use of any abilities allowed." The surrounding ability users nodded in agreement. "How long has it been since the Major General visited the training grounds? Does he not know our rules?" They laughed. Once you step onto this platform, it is serious combat. The notion of holding back is something we have never entertained in training the many batches of students here. Before their words could fade, Ling Lang launched the first punch. His fist, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at Gu He's face. Although Gu He was prepared and possessed considerable defensive capabilities, the force of the blow nearly sent him staggering back a few steps. He had emerged as a top-tier ability user from the training ground over the past few years. However, no abilities could be used here. After a few exchanges, Gu He gradually found his rhythm under Ling Lang's aggressive onslaught. He raised his hand, gathering strength, and landed a punch squarely against Ling Lang's. The air seemed to quiver. Gu He, his expression slightly pale, withdrew his hand and stood calmly, smiling. It seems, Captain Ling Lang, you have shown some restraint. I managed to withstand that punch. Your experience in outdoor combat has indeed given you some strength. But the people in the base are not to be underestimated. Ling Lang shook his hand, unfazed. The training ground is not the kind of childish private training arena where you get some leniency. Currently, there's only one person I can go all out against. Just now, I only used 70% of my strength. He smirked, a hint of arrogance creeping in. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, your opponent is someone else. Gu He paused, surprised. Isn't it you and me sparring? Ling Lang called out behind him, Bro, you're here. Gu He turned, somewhat stiffly, to see Duan Xiaolin standing 10 meters away, his posture tall and composed. Dressed in a dark suit, the light refracted off the deep black buttons, giving off a cold gleam. His expression was typically devoid of emotion, with the chief judge's authority deeply rooted in him. He seemed to have just emerged from a water prison, and with just one glance, the surrounding ability users felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they were about to be interrogated. Gu He remained silent for a few seconds. Chief Judge, this matter shouldn't concern you, should it? He did not believe this man would have any connection to Pei Xiqing. His target was Ling Lang, a mere captain without power or influence. The man approached, removing his glasses and handing them, along with his coat, to the shadow behind him. Before speaking, it does concern me. Gu He was bewildered. He was aware of the chief judge's reputation. It was well known among the headquarters. There were no women around him, and he could remain unflinching even when punishing women who dared to approach him, even if she was the marshal's daughter. He chuckled. What do you mean? At this point, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Duan Xiaolin rolled up his sleeves, leisurely lighting a cigarette. The wind carried away the white smoke, slowly revealing his sharp, dangerous features without his glasses. Literally, he replied. At that moment, as the two men faced off, the air around them seemed to momentarily freeze. Gu He remained dazed for a while, before slowly regaining his composure. You mean? Duan Xiaolin's expression was frigid, an invisible pressure suddenly bearing down on Gu He like a mountain. Major General, could you repeat what you said in the conference room earlier? Gu He instinctively swallowed hard. You met her on a foggy day? The man inquired slowly. What happened? Did she lean into your embrace? And then what? Gu He's experiences over the years and his identity as a major general sustained him, preventing him from losing composure in front of the man. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, it was a foggy day, the mist enveloping the mountains and forests, making it easy to get lost. She almost fell, and I caught her. Today's weather is quite similar, the man interrupted. Gu He lifted his head. Above him loomed a thick blanket of fog. He did not grasp the meaning behind Duan Xiaolin's words. The next moment, he heard the man's cold voice whispering in his ear, Perfect. I will personally see the Major General on his way. Chapter 80. The primacy of self-interest. Gu He was suddenly taken aback, retreating 2 steps. However, swifter than his movements was the forceful wind generated by the man's fist. The tearing sound of the air near his ear made him realize that Duan Xiaolin was indeed not jesting. This punch could be fatal. Gu He clenched his fist, bracing himself to receive the blow, but the man before him had clearly shed all traces of his earlier elegance and composure. Even the gentility he once displayed had vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce, murderous intent concealed beneath his dark hair, his eyes now enveloped in a chilling rage. In a moment of distraction, a heavy punch struck his temple with astonishing force. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows that landed with almost every strike. Particularly, Duan Xiaolin's punches were fierce and relentless, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. Gu He could hear the sound of his own bones cracking under the pressure. Yet he gritted his teeth and charged forward. It felt as if this man was even more formidable than Ling Lang. Gu He had acquired considerable combat skills, having trained both in the military and through practical experience. He had previously believed that his abilities, while impressive, paled in comparison to those of dual-ability users in the base. Yet, he never anticipated that after suffering a setback at Ling Lang's hands, he would find himself similarly overpowered by Duan Xiaolin. He hastily retreated, attempting to maintain distance from the man before him, and spoke first. "Chief Justice, is this jesting not a bit excessive? In front of so many witnesses." He doubted that Duan Xiaolin would dare to act against him. The Chief Justice of Franlin had not possessed any abilities for several years, having lost his powers in a zombie outbreak 5 years ago, which had yet to be restored. Although they were in a training ground where abilities could not be used, the absence of powers was of utmost significance to everyone in the post-apocalyptic world. Without the protection of abilities, even the strongest normal man would seem insignificant in the face of an empowered adversary. Gu He quietly tightened his fist, gazing at Duan Xiaolin with a mixture of hesitation and resentment. "Chief Justice, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Have you considered the consequences? For the sake of a woman, we have become enemies, which seems hardly worth it, especially since that woman has yet to show herself and may be utterly ignorant of this situation. If she can vanish without a trace this time, she could just as easily abandon you next time." As he spoke, his voice grew strained, the pain from his injuries distorting his features. "In the end, she will be the sole beneficiary, while we remain mere pawns in her game. I say, cough cough, we should not be harming each other over such a fickle woman. That would be a loss for the base." Duan Xiaolin's anger was palpable, shrouded in an icy silence like a poisoned arrow. He raised his gaze, his expression frigid, the murderous intent piercing. "Who allowed you to speak of her?" Without further ado, he pinned Gu He to the ground and struck him squarely in the face, the impact reverberating through the platform. Gu He felt excruciating pain. Not only had his bones been broken, but the ground beneath him cracked as well. Summoning the last dregs of his strength, he struggled to rise. As he realized he needed to call for support, he found that all communications had been severed. The people in the training ground were all aligned with Ling Lang. At that moment, he understood that some outcomes were unavoidable. This was an elaborate trap. Duan Xiaolin not only intended to attack him, but had also cut off any chance of retreat. To say anything further would only exacerbate the situation. The esteemed Chief Justice of the base was truly willing to silence him for a woman. Gu He decisively unleashed his abilities, channeling a burst of dazzling energy toward Duan Xiaolin, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Surviving this encounter was of paramount importance. Yet, before his powers could reach the man, they were thwarted by a wall of fire conjured by Ling Lang. "Can't play the game?" he taunted. "Brigadier General, after just a few exchanges, you resort to using abilities?" Gu He, blood streaming from his features, could not help but spit out more blood, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground. Trembling, he wiped the blood from his mouth, continuing to unleash his abilities. Ling Lang stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. "Using abilities? I wouldn't mind having a little fun." He began to envelop himself in a cocoon of energy. However, the man behind him restrained his shoulder. Ling Lang retracted his powers. "Brother." The man straightened his coat, smoothing out the wrinkles, and tossed a document before Gu He. It detailed the shocking massacre of an entire village 3 years prior, where 500 lives were extinguished overnight. The mastermind behind it was you. Gu He knelt, suddenly lifting his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You are talking nonsense." Duan Xiaolin took the gun handed to him by Ling Lang, cocking the trigger and pressing it against Gu He's forehead. Following their earlier confrontation, the system had already confirmed his likeness and fighting style with that of the mastermind behind the village massacre 3 years ago. "You are the one who led it." A blue electronic screen flickered to life, displaying a comparison of Gu He's moves during their fight against the indistinct figure captured on surveillance 3 years prior, revealing a staggering 90 match. "There's a 10 chance at ISNT me," Gu He shouted in agitation. "Chief Justice, is there no room for negotiation?" My father dined with you not long ago. You must remember him. He has contributed significantly to the base over the years. No matter how much power you wield, surely it does not extend to disposing of a brigadier general at will? Duan Xiaolin replied, your father indeed contributed much to the base, which is why you may enter the water prison and choose your preferred method of death. You, Duan Xiaolin, this is slander, whether it is slander or not. Perhaps the brigadier general should first inquire how he attained his current position. Upon hearing this, Gu He could no longer maintain his composure. 3 years ago, you weren't even a squad leader, yet you achieved first-class merits during missions. Duan Xiaolin slowly scanned his face, observing his mounting agitation, then let out a cold laugh. Gripping his collar, in a voice only they could hear, he said, even if there's a 10 chance, do you think I would care? I need to achieve merits as well. Veins bulged on Gu He's forehead as he glared at Duan Xiaolin, his expression twisted with fury. This Chief Justice was no saint. He played with people's hearts just as deftly, if not more so, than Gu He himself, with self-interest reigning supreme. Drawing upon every ounce of his strength, Gu He unleashed a barrage of electric energy towards Duan Xiaolin. Chapter 81. A kiss never received. Ling Lang had long been prepared and was about to intervene. In a flash, the air crackled with the sound of supernatural energy. Duan Xiaolin raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the attack. The dark green chains of energy coiled around Gu He's abilities like a serpent lurking in the forest, silently constricting his powers. Gu He barely had time to feel a chilling dread wash over him before an icy venom surged to his heart. Gu He collapsed heavily to the ground, clutching his chest, and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt like a curse, a manifestation of an unprecedented and terrifying energy annihilation. How could this man possess such abilities? No, it was impossible. He had lost his powers 5 years prior. Gu He was in so much pain that he couldn't utter a single word. Although his abilities were scarce and weak, they felt like chains, powerful and sinister. Duan Xiaolin observed everything with a calm demeanor, silently watching as Gu He struggled and gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. He finally rose and ordered for him to be dragged away and imprisoned in the water dungeon. Ying approached, lowering his voice in concern. Brother Duan, is everything all right? You have only just regained a sliver of your abilities after much hardship, and now you're wasting it on someone useless. We don't even know when you might recover again. After the last signs of recovery, they had undergone no fewer than 10 studies at the base, even attracting Qiu Zhao's attention. Yet they had found no way to progress further, and the powers could vanish at any moment. Duan Xiaolin replied, it's fine. Do not worry. Ling Lang was still trying to gather his wits. He knew he hadn't misjudged what he had just witnessed. Striding over, he exclaimed, brother, your abilities. Could it be? His words trailed off abruptly as he caught sight of Pei Xiqing outside the training ground, hurriedly explaining herself to the guards. It had started to rain, and she had not even opened an umbrella, rushing into the midst of supernatural beings without having donned a mask. Her delicate, pale face stood out strikingly among the men. It was not just him. Duan Xiaolin and Ying also noticed her. Pei Xiqing, trying to navigate the situation, cautiously inquired, brother, just tell me where it's most lively in the training ground. I just want to take a peek. I promise not to cause any trouble. The guards, arranged by Ying, recognized her immediately. There were few such beautiful and delicate girls in the base. They dared not speak loudly, and could only feebly attempt to block her, their faces filled with discomfort. Little sister, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but we cannot. If we disclose anything, we would face punishment. There's a situation inside. We have to capture a high-profile criminal. If there's a delay, we can't bear the consequences. What criminal? She pressed, recalling the recent incident involving a major general. Cough, cough. A guard beside her covered his mouth, insisting, we cannot let you in at the moment. Please understand, and it's about to rain. There's a lounge ahead where you can wait. We will notify you immediately if anything happens. The rain began to fall. Initially a light drizzle, but now it was intensifying. After standing for a while, her hair became damp. Ying immediately gestured to the nearby guard, then turned back. Duan Xiaolin had already walked over, holding an umbrella. Pei Xiqing was still vexed, pondering whether to force her way in. She was unaware of the situation inside. If Brother Duan was truly harmed by supernatural energy, she would be a great sinner. Just as she turned, she collided with the hard chest of a man. Ouch! She clutched her nose, stumbling back a few steps, but he grasped her arm firmly. Pei Xiqing looked up, her eyes lighting up. Brother Duan. Ignoring the pain in her nose, she grabbed his hand, inspecting him closely, and after confirming he was unharmed, she finally let out a breath of relief. You scare me to death. The man raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? I was worried about you. I heard you got into a fight, and I was afraid you might get hurt. Who told you I got into a fight? That is not important. Just tell me, where is that person? Did he say anything to you? Brother Duan, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Let me explain. We're just ordinary friends. He didn't even kiss me once. At that time, I was at my lowest without food or clothes. I stumbled upon him by chance, and I only pretended to follow him. Fearing he wouldn't believe her, Pei Xiqing raised 2 fingers. I have never liked him. What happened before was out of necessity. The original owner didn't, and I certainly wouldn't. She thought Duan Xiaolin might question her or harbor some resentment, but after she spoke so candidly, he merely held the umbrella over her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. She blinked. Do you know who I'm talking about? I do. And where is he? In the water dungeon. What did he do? A heinous act. Pei Xiqing confirmed once more. His name is Gu He. Yes. You're not angry? I'm quite pleased. Pei Xiqing was puzzled. Why? You can voluntarily share past events with me in such detail. Pei Xiqing opened her mouth, staring at his gentle expression, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. He was so easily satisfied. She had expected a severe reprimand, even drafting an apology in her mind. Feeling both touched and awkward, Pei Xiqing stammered, it's possible there's more than just him. Duan Xiaolin feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. How many more? That's hard to say, haha. She touched her nose, forcing a laugh. Duan Xiaolin let out a soft hum, bending his knuckles to wipe the raindrops from her face. Softly he praised, well done. Pei Xiqing jolted, biting her lip. You must not be angry, but it's reasonable to be upset. Just trust me. I trust you, but I also need to observe your actions. His gaze darkened. Did you encounter his group during foggy weather? Was it raining that day? Pei Xiqing had no recollection of whether their meeting was in fog or sunshine, only instinctively nodded. It seems it was foggy, but it wasn't raining. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly corrected herself. No, I must have remembered wrong. It shouldn't have been foggy. I completely forgot what the weather was like. I have no memory of it. He shot her a sidelong glance, the depth of his gaze inscrutable. Pei Xiqing hurriedly pretended to be busy, glancing around, then tiptoeing to look behind him. In the distance, she spotted Ling Lang and Ying standing in the rain. She whispered, I have an umbrella. Let me take it to them. It looks like it's about to pour. Chapter 82. I'm worried about you in her haste earlier. She hadn't even noticed that she was holding an umbrella. It would be more prudent to offer it to them now. Duan Xiaolin held the umbrella over her head, reflecting on why he hadn't taken shelter earlier. I have been worried about you. She felt a twinge of grievance, her fair face revealing innocence. I was afraid he might hurt you. Nothing else mattered. Duan Xiaolin lacked supernatural abilities, and in a confrontation with someone like Gu He, who possessed formidable powers, he would not stand a chance. The thought of Duan Xiaolin getting injured plagued her mind throughout their journey. She led him forward. The training grounds were nearly deserted. Ling Lang and Ying stood in the rain. Ying nudged the dazed Ling Lang with his elbow. Go get an umbrella. Ling Lang paused, as if just realizing. You want to fetch the umbrella? Thanks. Pei Xiqing stood beside Duan Xiaolin, smiling at them, relieved that nothing serious had occurred. Ling Lang nodded. It's a minor issue. That goose should be punished. Today serves as a lesson for him. Pei Xiqing inquired, what exactly did he do? To advance, he orchestrated a massacre. Ying added, and it wasn't just one village. Pei Xiqing found it hard to believe. Is that confirmed? It is confirmed. However, upon reflection, although Gu He's actions weren't explicitly detailed in the book, his obsession with the original protagonist, Pei Yanting, led to some revelations in that regard. Even when Pei Yanting was unwilling, he would resort to coercion, administering drugs without her knowledge. Had it not been for the protagonist group, Pei Yanting might have truly fallen into his clutches, with no hope of escape. Her impression of Gu He was already unfavorable. The notion of crime, when contemplated further, seemed almost reasonable. Yet, she and T anticipated he would dare to such lengths. For the sake of power, he would commit unspeakable acts. In a world already sparse in population, the book mentioned that the birth rate for newborns in the next decade would plummet to a mere 100,000. This is an unfathomable figure, falling short of even 1/10,000th of the zombie population. In such a demographic crisis, Gui's willingness to commit mass slaughter was shocking, illustrating his ruthless pursuit of his goals. The rain intensified. Duan Xiaolin draped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. "I'll take you home." Pei Xiqing nodded obediently. Waving goodbye to them, "We'll be on our way now, goodbye." Ling Lang and Ing should also hurry back to avoid catching a chill. Duan Xiaolin chuckled softly, squeezing her shoulder. "You're underdressed." "I was anxious," she replied. Suddenly, Pei Xiqing grasped his hand, her keen eyes noticing the bloodstains on his knuckles. The wound wasn't deep, but the sight of the fresh blood was striking. She quickly wiped it with a tissue, wrapping it to stem the bleeding, her heart aching. "You really fought him. He has powers. Next time, don't engage so easily. Let someone with abilities handle him." "Isn't Ting always by your side?" Ing replied. "In that situation, it had to be Brother Duan. I wouldn't have been effective." "Why not?" Ing chuckled. He could shift the blame for his other crimes onto me, but when he mentioned someone he shouldn't have, it made little sense for me to act. Pei Xiqing noticed the blood seeping from his wound and insisted, "We must return quickly. Your injury needs prompt attention. Without powers, it's far too troublesome and dangerous to survive. Injuries cannot go unchecked." Ling Lang, observing her worried demeanor, fell silent. Ing smiled goodbye. After they departed, he glanced at Ling Lang. "Brother, I can't help but think that letting you get drenched in the rain is quite delightful." Ling Lang shot him a glare. "I don't need an umbrella. It's just a bit of rain." Ing retorted, "Then don't take cover. I'm the one worried about catching a cold. My powers have been a bit unstable lately, and I feel weak." Ling Lang took a couple of steps forward, then suddenly turned back, snatching the umbrella from Ying's grasp. "Captain Ling, what are you doing?" "Hey, my powers are really unstable right now, and you just took it forcefully." Seeing Ling Lang walk away without looking back, Ing chuckled softly. As Pei Xiqing and Duan Xiaolin made their way home, they passed a wide pathway where several nearby women were emerging, collecting vegetables and clothes drying outside. They glanced back at the couple as they hurried past, whispering to one another, "Did your man find out the truth? Who is the official's mistress living in that solitary house at the back?" "Not yet. It's a bit hard to investigate. My husband can't disclose many things within the base. Revealing them could lead to severe consequences." "Didn't they just pass behind us? Did you see clearly?" "How could one see anything clearly under an umbrella?" Pei Xiqing jogged ahead to unlock the door, standing under the eaves, waving to Duan Xiaolin. "Come quickly." Duan Xiaolin shook off the raindrops from the umbrella. "All right." As soon as the door opened, Xiao Bai rushed over. Pei Xiqing petted Xiao Bai. "We're back." "Were you worried?" Earlier, in her rush, she hadn't realized that Xiao Bai, perhaps sensing something amiss, had not disturbed her, but had instead closed the door and stood guard, vigilant of the surroundings. Xiao Bai eagerly leaned against her, but before long, Duan Xiaolin attached a leash, stating, "It's probably overly energetic. I'll have someone take it out for a walk. You should go take a hot shower while I prepare dinner." Pei Xiqing smiled brightly. "Xiao Bai, do your best." Xiao Bai lay down obediently. By the time he handed Xiao Bai over to someone outside for a walk, she had already prepared disinfectant and medicine. Patting the sofa beside her, she gestured for him to sit. Duan Xiaolin removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and sat down. "It's not serious. While it may not be grave for someone with supernatural abilities, for both of them lacking such powers, even a minor injury should be treated with utmost care." Had he forgotten how he reacted when she was injured a few days ago? Pei Xiqing held his hand. "For you, I feel the same." She vividly recalled the time she had cut herself with a shard in his office, and he had punished her severely. Duan Xiaolin tightly grasped her hand, enveloping it within his palm. "Not necessarily," he replied. "Huh? I don't have powers." While Pei Xiqing was focused on disinfecting, she interrupted. "All right, don't speak. Let go of me." With that, she firmly insisted he remain still. Duan Xiaolin hesitated momentarily, but complied. Once the wound was treated, Pei Xiqing wrapped his hand in gauze, and upon seeing the layers of bandaging, She couldn't help but laugh. Am I a bit? Very good, he replied, holding a large piece of gauze. His expression unchanged. Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled with mischief. By the way, what were you trying to say earlier? I didn't catch it. Duan Xiaolin gazed into her eyes and reiterated softly, neither of us is truly without powers. Pei Xiqing gasped, what? She pressed further. Your powers have recovered. The man shook his head. No. Then why did you say that all of a sudden? Your powers, clearly Haven T returned. Duan Xiaolin placed his other palm over her heart, speaking gently. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities are you. Chapter 83. Truly belongs to you. Pei Xiqing returned to her bedroom with her hair damp, sneezing as she entered. After retrieving some clothes and stepping into the bathroom, she found herself inexplicably entranced by her reflection in the mirror. Just moments ago, Duan Xiaolin had remarked that she was the one with extraordinary abilities. Yet, she felt no unusual sensations within her body. Occasionally, when she hugged Xiao Bai, she would develop zombie-like spots that faded away after a while. And when surrounded by a horde of zombies, the spots would intensify, only to vanish again by the next day after leaving the group. She was almost accustomed to the uniqueness of her body. Duan Xiaolin had mentioned that this was related to the special power within her. The exact nature of that power, however, was something she needed to discover for herself. Pei Xiqing removed her clothing and scrutinized the green mark situated just below her chest in the mirror. It slithered like a serpent, exuding an aggressive aura. As the steam thickened in the bathroom, she closed her eyes, calmly attuning herself to the peculiar sensations coursing through her. Noticing that the mark was growing increasingly warm. After confirming that the heat was not from the hot water, she turned off the tap and took shallow breaths in the bathtub. Her palm rested on her chest, feeling a warmth that was entirely distinct from the sensation of hot water. It was akin to a dim flame in a shadowy realm, both frigid and searing. A paradox existing simultaneously. Pei Xiqing's breathing gradually became labored. Unbeknownst to her, a trace of dark green energy had begun to seep from her fingertips. This power was overwhelmingly potent and domineering, and she struggled to withstand it. It felt as though the energy was assailing her body, consuming her essence. She had never experienced such a sensation before. Unable to bear it any longer, Pei Xiqing hurriedly donned her clothes and exited the bathtub. By the time she reached the door, she was already gasping for breath in pain. Fortunately, she had not taken many steps when Duan Xiaolin noticed her distress. The man swiftly lifted her and placed her on the sofa, scrutinizing her condition with great care. He held her firmly, preventing any erratic movements that might cause her harm, while calmly inquiring, "Do you feel it?" "Yes." Pei Xiqing's voice trembled, unable to articulate a complete thought. She felt. It was indeed a power, a force she did not even comprehend the origin of. She sensed herself enveloped by a chilling malevolence, as if plunged into an icy abyss. More torturous than hell itself. What was it like? I cannot describe it. It is so cold, truly freezing. Unable to resist, Pei Xiqing nestled into his embrace, parting his clothing to press against his chest for warmth. She felt as if she might freeze to death. Her lips turned pale in an instant. I will try to control it, but I might not succeed, she stammered. This is too difficult. Duan Xiaolin cupped her face, turning her to face him, and pressed a gentle kiss against her lips, reassuringly stating, "You can." She felt the warmth radiating from him, her mind gradually clearing. Biting her lip, she became acutely aware of the formidable, untamed power within her, still writhing chaotically. Its might was astonishing. Fear and unease intensified the sensation, constricting around her like a venomous serpent, poised to devour her at any moment. How could she possess such power? She was still a novice. Placing her palm against his chest, she softly inquired, "Is this power truly mine? If it resides within your body, then it is yours." He replied, "How do you know so much?" She wondered if it was merely her imagination, but he seemed to chuckle softly, almost inaudibly, lacking the strength to delve deeper. She asked, "How can I control it?" Duan Xiaolin grasped her hand, advising her not to fear it, to trust him. Pei Xiqing struggled to comprehend his words when she felt the energy within her suddenly subdued by some unseen force. All its toxicity and coldness paused for a fleeting moment. Then she heard him say, "Now, go and control it. Make it work for you. Pei Xiqing, in pain, closed her eyes, leaning against him and gripping his arm tightly. She momentarily forgot to moderate her strength, focusing solely on resisting the energy within her body. Time became irrelevant as she fought against it, striving to adapt to this power, enduring its assaults without yielding, gritting her teeth in defiance. When she sensed the energy finally calm down, she abruptly opened her eyes. It seemed to have become obedient. "You are quite clever," he remarked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Would you like me to see it?" Pei Xiqing raised her hand, a delicate azure light emanating from her palm. Although it lacked the depth of the energy within her, it was undeniably a manifestation of power. Duan Xiaolin raised an eyebrow. "It truly belongs to you now. From this moment on, you can attempt to direct it to accomplish your desires. Control it in the manner you prefer." She endeavored to guide the energy forward. The furniture behind her was effortlessly moved by the power, teetering on the brink of falling, only to be steadied by her command. Should she withdraw her focus, the energy would retreat back into her body, leaving her feeling remarkably light. Pei Xiqing felt as though she had awoken from a dream. In such a short span of time, she had inexplicably acquired a power she could wield. However, just as she attempted to employ her ability, Duan Xiaolin chuckled at her. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. "I have never witnessed it behaving so docilely," he teased. "I am not seeking to harm anyone. Having it is already a blessing. If it could move chairs for me, stoke a fire, or even cook, that would be ideal." "Your expectations are rather modest," he remarked. Pei Xiqing had no grand aspirations for her power. She merely desired it to be functional and to provide her with an indestructible shield in critical moments. Suddenly, she realized something from his words. "You understand this power, don't you? Brother Duan, have you researched it? Please tell me, what kind of power is it?" Duan Xiaolin asked. "Do you truly wish to know?" "Of course," she responded eagerly. "Please tell me." He raised his hand, and the light in her palm transformed into a link of energy, flowing from her fingertip to entwine around his knuckle. Just as she was about to caution him about its ferocity, she observed the energy behaving obediently, gracefully curling around his fingertips. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" Duan Xiaolin began to explain. "It is called the coiling serpent." Chapter 84. "Leave it to me." Pei Xiqing grasped his hand, ensuring that the strange energy would not assail him, before inquiring, "And then what? How did it manifest? And to what category of abilities does it belong?" She recalled that in this world, abilities were classified into 5 main categories: control, attack, defense, explosion, and healing, with various subcategories within each. Yet these 5 classifications served as the overarching terms for all abilities. Duan Xiaolin patiently elucidated. The Qiu Shi is a dual-type ability, one that is perilously potent, primarily comprising 2 facets: energy absorption and a curse power, which falls outside the 5 main categories. "What do you mean by absorption?" Pei Xiqing blinked. She sensed that absorption was not as straightforward as it appeared. The man seemed to perceive her unvoiced thoughts, responding softly, "It is precisely the kind you imagine." Pei Xiqing felt her cheeks warm slightly. "Was it directly seizing someone else's ability?" "As long as you wish," he replied, "it is possible." This was astonishingly powerful. She gaped, realizing that someone wielding such an ability could easily become invincible. Duan Xiaolin did not refute her thoughts. Yet Pei Xiqing could discern from his expression that those endowed with such abilities did not merely stand atop the apocalyptic hierarchy without concern. The more formidable the power, the greater the unforeseen repercussions lurking beneath. As she had surmised, he confirmed her suspicion. The cost of overexerting the cursed power was the irrevocable loss of both abilities. Overexertion? Losing one's abilities? What kind of side effect was this? The price seemed excessively steep. She could scarcely fathom the sensation of having such power for years, only to suddenly lose it, especially in an apocalyptic setting. When a wielder of such formidable abilities lost their powers, the weight of responsibility would surely descend upon them. Enough to turn one's hair white overnight. Pei Xiqing took a moment to gather her thoughts before asking, under what circumstances does one encounter such overexertion? She recalled the last siege by zombies in City B and inquired, would a situation like that lead to trouble? The man replied, The number of zombies would exceed tenfold compared to what you witnessed last time. Merely imagining that scene left her feeling suffocated, as though a great weight pressed upon her chest. At that time, you must have faced tremendous difficulties. Thankfully, it has passed. However, those endowed with abilities must carry burdens greater than us ordinary people, right? He recounted calmly, 5 years ago, every awakened ability user had to confront an uncountable horde of zombies, with daily infections reaching new heights. It was a dire challenge for humanity with no retreat. But now there is a semblance of balance. Most ability users retain a portion of their powers, preventing them from reaching a point of overexertion that could harm their bodies. How did you come to know that this ability would vanish after excessive consumption? Pei Xiqing felt increasingly uneasy, her suspicions deepening. This resonated with Duan Xiaolan's own experiences. After a brief hesitation, she directly asked, "Is this ability the one you lost before?" Duan Xiaolan fell silent for a moment before responding, "Yes." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Even though she had her suspicions, hearing him confirm it stirred an indescribable feeling within her. So, this was how his ability had vanished. Grasping his hand, she pondered, "What should I do? How could I possess your ability? This feels rather amiss. Besides, I have never had an ability, nor am I destined to possess one. Is it possible that your ability has returned, albeit temporarily residing within me? Are you planning to return it to me? Return to the rightful owner," she murmured, lowering her head. Duan Xiaolan chuckled softly. "It cannot be reclaimed." "Really? I told you it now belongs to you," he stated. "What about you?" "Why? What did she mean by why?" Pei Xiqing instinctively retorted, only to find his narrow eyes fixed upon her. Her lashes fluttered, and an indescribable sensation washed over her. Initially, his gaze had been cold and composed, seemingly gentle and polite, yet inherently distant and unfeeling. Now, however, his eyes, when directed at her, radiated warmth and patience, akin to an upper hand as endless forbearance, occasionally concealing profound desire. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she were suffocating under the weight of his possessive gaze. He parted his lips. "Why do you wish to return it to me? You possess it now. No one would dare harm you. You could do anything you desire." Pei Xiqing divulged her most candid thoughts. "To be honest, after hearing your explanation of this ability, I did wish to claim the Qi for myself, yearning to possess it entirely. Humans are inherently selfish, and I am no exception. Although I am currently immune to zombie bites, the people in the base are far more terrifying than zombies. I fear that one day, if something were to happen, I would be unable to protect myself adequately. Who wouldn't desire to possess such formidable abilities for a lifetime?" Coupled with her identity, she perpetually felt like a ticking time bomb within the base, precariously situated. Self-preservation and safeguarding Xiao Bai were paramount to her. Thus, she found herself in a quandary. However, she would not covet what did not belong to her, especially since this was the most crucial aspect of Duan Xiaolan's standing within the base. She understood that even if she fled without her abilities, Duan Xiaolan had endured considerable hardship these past years without them. Many eyes in the base were watching. She hung her head, musing in frustration whether there was a way to reconcile both sides, oblivious to the increasingly gentle gaze the man cast upon her. Before long, he tenderly caressed her hair, saying, "Do not think about returning it to me. You have suppressed it. It is rightfully yours. As for me, you need not worry." He continued, "I have never contemplated the possibility of my abilities returning. Yet, just now, during my encounter with Gu He, I sense a resurgence of my abilities, even better than I had anticipated." He raised his palm, observing the extinguished energy within it. "One day, the energy will return once more. This is an unexpected boon brought by you. Is there a possibility of recovery?" She exclaimed, elated. "If it can happen once, it can certainly happen again, and with increasing frequency." Duan Xiaolan wrapped an arm around her waist, caressing her soft skin after her bath, replying, "Indeed. When will the next occurrence be?" She inquired excitedly. "Do you feel anything now? Is there a warmth in any part of your body, perhaps your dantian, your organs?" The man firmly grasped her fidgeting hand, his throat moving as he spoke in a deep tone. "Not at the moment. If you continue moving, it will surely manifest." Pei Xiqing halted, immediately becoming compliant. She dared to lift her eyes, her gaze filled with a shyness akin to being drenched in mist, her eyes glimmering with a hint of red. When will I feel something? He smiled. It could occur at any moment. Not that. Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed as she clarified. I meant the recovery of your abilities. I was referring to the abilities as well, he replied. Gathering her courage, she insisted. So tell me, do you feel anything now? If we speak of abilities, I cannot say. He pondered for a few seconds. All I can do is to strive for a harmonious fusion with it when it recovers, leaving the rest to fate. You are indeed one who believes in destiny. Suddenly, Pei Xiqing recalled something, particularly the events she had previously experienced with Duan Xiaolin. Several scenes flashed through her mind, and she playfully traced her finger along the man's jawline, remarking, "It is quite rare to hear you utter such words. It hardly resembles you." I truly have no other choice, he replied with an air of resignation. Otherwise, I would not have been devoid of abilities for such an extended period. Pei Xiqing's eyes darted thoughtfully. Then, should we perhaps, for the time being, not leave it to fate, but entrust it to me? Chapter 85. No, if Pei Xiqing spent the entire night delving into the research on supernatural abilities, poring over numerous records and documents within the base. She initially hoped to unearth something significant, but soon realized that what could be gleaned from the materials was already well known to the base's researchers. Indeed, her efforts seemed in vain. Nevertheless, her primary objective remained to explore the evolution of supernatural abilities and the principles of genetic mutations, as well as to identify the types of zombie viruses. She sought to comprehend the nature of the zombie virus within her, why it manifested corpse-like spots akin to those of the undead, which then vanished, and how she could even possess the powers of an ability user. With her newfound abilities, life became remarkably convenient. She often utilized her powers to serve tea and even managed to whip up a few dishes, ignoring the irritation and dissatisfaction of Shi, which would hiss like a small serpent each time she employed its abilities. Pei Xiqing found great enjoyment in her newfound skills. The little creature had contemplated seeking help from Duan Xiaolin multiple times since last night, but with her abilities now residing within her, she was beyond his control. With a smile that crinkled her eyes, she opened another book, reclining in the courtyard. Xiao lay beside her. This morning, Duan Xiaolin had already left, and even Long Yan had departed early for the base building, mentioning that an important visitor was expected. Everyone needed to prepare, but the specifics of the visitor remained unknown to her. As she read, drowsiness overtook her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, she was met by a pair of eyes obscured by a white mask, mistaking them for a shadow. Without a second thought, she shoved the figure away. Moments later, she sprang upright from her reclining chair, startled to see a man in a faceless mask suddenly appear in the courtyard. "Help!" She began to cry out, but before she could finish, he covered her mouth. Pei Xiqing immediately resisted with fervor. However, her fists lacked any real force, her strikes landing harmlessly against him, only eliciting laughter. She could hear the derisive chuckles, yet his eyes held no mirth, only fear. The man was tall, clad in white garments, his face obscured by a mask, resembling a ghost. This attire was hardly that of someone from the base. Recalling her supernatural abilities, she waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of green electricity toward him. The man, initially contemptuous, gasped upon seeing the incoming energy and exclaimed, "Qiushi?" He swiftly dodged the attack and observed Pei Xiqing as she raised her hands, saying, "Sister, wait, you must have misunderstood. I came to find Duan Xiaolin. He resides here, does he not?" Pei Xiqing scrutinized him. "You came to find him? What were you staring at just now? I was asleep without a care, and you felt the need to warn me. Were you attempting to be a rogue?" "Ah, truly not. I wouldn't dare," he replied with a smile as he stepped back. "I have no wish to fight you. Your powers, while impressive, are not truly yours." Pei Xiqing inquired, "You genuinely came to find Duan Xiaolin?" "Indeed," he replied, holding up a document. "However, I did not anticipate encountering such a miraculous case." "What do you mean?" "Ah, nothing much," he said, suddenly sidestepping a punch. It was Ling Lang. He grinned, deftly countering the strike, then lowered his voice. "What brings you here?" "Just passing by," he replied. "You little rascal, are you here to cause me trouble?" "Don't wander around here without a purpose," Ling Lang warned. throwing a heavy punch. The man blocked it, but took a few steps back. It seems I am unwelcome wherever I go. I shall summon that lad Jonda shortly. I want to inspect his recent experimental results. I shall not intrude further. With that, he vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Pei Xiqing strode over to Ling Lang, but before she could speak, he tossed an object from his pocket to her. That was someone from headquarters, the master of Jonda, who examined you earlier. Don't mind him. What does he want here? Looking for my brother. Since he wasn't available, he turned his attention to you. Focusing on me? Why? Because he finds your research intriguing. Ling Lang replied with a dry chuckle, handing her a neatly folded umbrella, the very one she had carelessly taken the day before. Returned it to you, Ling Lang said. Oh, thank you. I didn't expect you to remember. He turned to leave, but paused, glancing back at her. Pei Xiqing met his gaze directly. What is it? Ling Lang lowered his eyes, seemingly grappling with a decision before finally asking. Is what Gui said true? Pei Xiqing responded, It is true, but it is all in the past now. He hesitated. You once cared for him deeply. Why did you run away? Because I do not believe a woman should tether herself wholly to one man for life. No one is irreplaceable. Once you discover that the other person is not what you desire, there is no need to endure an unsettling relationship. If it must end, then let it end. Ling Lang countered, What if? He paused. If, knowing is impossible, one still wishes to strive for it? Chapter 86. Letting go. Pei Xiqing initially did not take it to heart, but upon hearing those words, she turned around in surprise. Ling Lang instinctively averted his gaze. When she realized something, Ling Lang had already ceased his inquiries and was turning to leave. Forget it. Wait a moment. Pei Xiqing called out to him. Ling Lang did not turn back. He merely asked, What is it? She decided to dismiss her earlier question, treating it as if it were merely a jest. He replied, I just feel that he does not merit your affection. There aren't that many perfect individuals or love stories in this world. Rather than investing all your energy into this, it would be more beneficial to study your abilities further. Indeed, Pei Xiqing remarked, He is just a scoundrel. Ling Lang crossed his arms and turned around, teasingly regarding her. Had you said this sooner, yesterday this incident would not have occurred. Are you blaming me for what happened to Duan Gu yesterday? Ling Lang paused, then immediately retorted, Who said I blame you? My brother's injury was intentional. He halted abruptly, realizing the absurdity of his statement. Who could genuinely harm his brother, unless his brother had allowed it? Never mind. He shifted the topic. You need not worry about it. My brother and I have faced countless incidents and assassination attempts over the years. We've weathered through them all. This is nothing in comparison. What did you mean by that earlier statement? Which statement? You know, Pei Xiqing took a couple of steps closer, attempting to discern the emotions within his eyes, aware yet compelled to inquire. Was there something he wished to express, yet hesitated to articulate? Ling Lang, as if his tail had been stepped on, suddenly flared up, closing the distance between them. What do you think I'm implying by asking me this? I genuinely do not know if you can comprehend. Pei Xiqing took a step back, sensing the restrained emotions within him. After a moment's pause, she asked softly, Are you angry? Her voice was barely audible, lacking any intimidation. Ling Lang listened, feeling little actual anger, even perplexed by his own emotional intensity, especially in her presence. His mind and body seemed to betray him. He stepped back. No, I simply feel rather useless. If you're saying this, how can others in the base continue to live? Ling Lang's expression visibly softened, and he sighed. Pei Xiqing, sometimes you really lack the ability to comfort others. Am I wrong? Or do you aspire to be the top scholar? The young genius of the base, Captain Ling Lang, lamenting in front of me. Imagine if others found out. Ling Lang chuckled in disbelief. Are we even discussing the same matter here? Raising an eyebrow, he blushed. No. Then what are you talking about? None of your business. Hey, don't be so agitated, Pei Xiqing said. Have you recently developed feelings for someone? Ling Lang's gaze sharpened. Who told you that? You. Pei Xiqing replied candidly. It's written all over your face. Just now, with those questions you asked, only a fool wouldn't be able to discern your underlying meaning. However, she could not grasp who Ling Lang's affection was directed towards or why he was so confused, especially when he appeared to shine so brightly. Ling Lang was a loss for words. All right, some matters are best left unspoken. She smiled. I want to push you, but since I'm now with Duan Ge, I feel I should express concern on his behalf. On his behalf. Spare me. Ling Lang retorted. Just take care of yourself. Protect yourself. Don't fall asleep in the yard, oblivious to anyone's arrival. Pei Xiqing felt a bit embarrassed, taken aback. That incident was entirely unexpected. The other party's strength was clearly superior to hers, even easily subduing Xiao Bai. Such individuals rarely appeared near her, and if they did, she sensed her demise was inevitable. Then let me ask you, Pei Xiqing said, is it a matter of social status or age that makes the other party unsuitable? Seeing Ling Lang's silence, she pressed further. Is it an age gap? That's quite common. It shouldn't be an issue. Ling Lang interjected, no wild guesses. And don't tell my brother. You say that, but I absolutely want to tell him. She patted her chest in assurance. Ling Lang pulled her chair and sat down. Come here, and I'll tell you. Pei Xiqing, believing him, leaned in closer and sat on the small stool, only to have Ling Lang whisper something in her ear. She immediately looked at him with disdain. Ling Lang shrugged, his face adorned with youthful nonchalance. Don't believe me? I do, Pei Xiqing replied. But that's rather vague. He had merely stated it was a woman. Pei Xiqing. So what? Is it a man? That is not impossible, she thought. Observing Ling Lang's demeanor, he seemed quite straightforward. She sighed, feeling once again deceived by him. You should leave. Talking to you makes me want to hit you. Ling Lang chuckled lightly, his posture still relaxed as he locked eyes with her from the small stool. Pei Xiqing then noted that his strikingly handsome face bore slightly reddish-brown pupils, complemented by his white hair, resembling a character from a comic book who was simply too cool for words. Ling Lang remained silent for a couple of seconds, his youthful features conveying hesitation and inner turmoil, yet equally sincere. Pei Xiqing, he finally spoke. Pei Xiqing looked up. Speak your mind. You truly have no. He shifted his throat, and Pei Xiqing blinked, awaiting his next words, only for him to pause midway and turn his head to add, any tenderness? Pei Xiqing sighed. What exactly are you trying to say? Time passed before he resumed. What I wish to express is my concern for someone dear to me. Perhaps it's affection. I'm not certain. I'm unsure. Pei Xiqing rested her hand on her knee, appearing all ears. Go ahead. Ling Lang seemed to recall something amusing, a smile creeping upon his lips. It's quite interesting and silly, really. Adorable, gentle. I think she might only find me bothersome. Therefore, I wouldn't rashly intrude upon her life, especially since she is currently very happy. If there comes a day when she needs me, I believe I'll always be there for her. However, it seems it hasn't reached that point yet. As you said, no one is indispensable. I might be too impulsive, and many things haven't been thought through. If she truly cares for me, perhaps my immaturity would drive us apart. I used to be an unwanted child. Everyone else had companions. I did not. To put it bluntly, the apocalypse was a release for me. I quite enjoyed it. I relished the way everyone looked down on me, yet couldn't eliminate me. Let them scold. I shall be myself. But my brother is different from me. He is someone I genuinely wish to see happy. As he spoke, he glanced at Pei Xiqing. I wish for his happiness, surpassing my own. Thus, I have resolved to relinquish the trivialities of romance and inconsequential matters. Even for the one I cherish, I shall remain forever in the shadows of his presence. Chapter 87. The bad seed. This was the first time Pei Xiqing had heard him speak so much in one breath. Her gaze towards Ling Lang was filled with a tender smile. She patiently listened to him until he finished, then said if he knew, he would surely wish for you to seek your own happiness. Though he may not express it openly, I am aware that he cares for you deeply. Perhaps I'm simply not suited for love. I cannot seem to learn, he replied. Whenever I see something adorable, I just want to tease it until it cries. Pei Xiqing covered her mouth. How childish. Maybe so, he conceded. Are you truly planning to give up? Yes. Pei Xiqing patted the small white dog. It's all right. Your life is long, and you will encounter many more wonderful people. You may not know how to love, but there will be those who will teach you. Easy for you to say. Ling Lang stood up. I shall not trouble you further. Then goodbye, and thank you for sharing these thoughts with me today. It was merely boredom, he stated, turning to leave the courtyard, yet he couldn't help but glance back. The woman in the courtyard was playfully engaging with the dog, and he instinctively placed a hand over his chest, suppressing the stirrings within. Clinging stubbornly to that which eludes him is indeed the folly of a fool. He silently adjusted his collar, concealing half of his face in shadow. So be it. He would embrace the role of a fool for now. After Ling Lang departed, Pei Xiqing gradually retracted the smile that had adorned her face. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Ling Lang was not simply a figure of silence and naivety. She chuckled softly, realizing that her understanding of him had been rather superficial. He, too, had adopted a semblance of Duan Xiaolan's mannerisms, weaving layers of meaning into his words. It was difficult for her to discern which sentiments were genuine and which were feigned. She could only hope that he had truly let go. Pei Xiqing spent the day immersed in research, and when Duan Xiaolan returned that evening, she brought up her encounter in the courtyard with a man wearing a faceless mask. Duan Xiaolan, while slicing beef, discarded the tough sinews into the bowl for the small white dog. His name is Qiu Zhao, a member of the Franlin, he remarked. What brings you to the base? Just for fun, Duan Xiaolan paused, and to give you a glimpse of your physical condition. He referred to you as the best case he had encountered. Pei Xiqing, wary, responded, I do not wish to become a test subject. That will not happen. He assured her. He is an expert in this field? Indeed. Pei Xiqing pondered momentarily. Today, I utilized my abilities on him. How did it feel? I could not manage it, she admitted. I still cannot truly grasp it. How did you control it previously? After awakening, it becomes natural. The more you use it, the better you will control it. He then inquired, would you like to try it outdoors? Practical experience might hasten your mastery. Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. I have felt stifled in the base these past few days. However, there were still many matters left unresolved, and for what she gathered from Long Yin, they would soon be departing the base. Before that, Duan Xiaolan had promised to take her out, and she was more than willing. The base, given her unique status, was hardly a safe haven for her. Duan Xiaolan then broached the subject of their earlier conversation, seemingly aware that Ling Lang had visited, and casually asked, what did he say? Pei Xiqing succinctly relayed Ling Lang's words from earlier in the day. Duan Xiaolan chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation evident. What are you laughing at? Pei Xiqing inquired, delivering a playful punch to his arm. Do you believe it to be true or false? I was about to ask you the same. She hadn't anticipated Duan Xiaolan's keen perception of the underlying tension. It was clear that it was not merely her imagination. She continued to question the man, cooking, even going so far as to nuzzle against him when he remained unfazed. Come on, tell me. Duan Xiaolan's expression was inscrutable as he gently supported her waist with his clean hand. It's hard to say. Really? Yes, he affirmed, however. He is not one to easily concede. At least, I have yet to witness it. Have I been deceived? There's a 50-50 chance, he revealed. That fellow returned to consult Long Yin. Pei Xiqing took the knife from his hand, turning to chop vegetables while silently critiquing, truly, one is influenced by their companions. She had come to realize that Ling Lang was a cunning individual, and those associated with Duan Xiaolan could hardly be innocent. He would undoubtedly employ his tricks against her. Duan Xiaolan leaned closer, grasping her hand. Why include me in your scolding? You must have an inkling, right? She huffed softly in response. Duan Xiaolan kissed her ear indeed. I have an inkling. The two prepared dinner together, and after they had eaten, Duan Xiaolan began to clean up, while Pei Xiqing played with the small white dog in the courtyard. After they had exhausted themselves, she returned indoors to wash up and prepare for bed. However, upon entering the bathroom and shedding her clothes, she was startled to find the door being turned from the outside. When she saw the tall, robust figure of a man appear in the bathroom, the space felt instantly constricted. Pei Xiqing quickly covered her chest. What are you doing? Duan Xiaolan began to unbutton his shirt. The base is about to cut off water for a day. We might as well wash together to conserve it. Wait, she exclaimed, I'll hurry. It'll only take 5 minutes. They have 8 minutes left before the water stops. Why would the base suddenly cut off the water? Inside the bathroom, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. Such occurrences had never happened before. Once I'm done washing, I'll inquire with the Water Supply Bureau, she suggested. He replied with utmost sincerity, it may be related to the road repairs happening these days. Is it truly only 8 minutes? Duan Xiaolan had already removed his shirt, revealing a well-defined chest. Yes. Pei Xiqing hastily stripped off her clothes and slipped into the bathtub, then added, "You should use the shower." Duan Xiaolin accepted this with calmness. "All right." She turned around, presenting her smooth, white back to him. Duan Xiaolin stole a glance before his gaze fell, shrouded in a somber expression. In that moment, the bathroom fell into silence, the only sound being the gentle patter of water. Pei Xiqing felt increasingly uncomfortable in the stillness, finally clearing her throat to speak. Brother Duan, I spent the entire day reviewing materials, and I wish to confirm something. Would you cooperate? You may speak." After a moment of hesitation, she declared, "I want to bite you." Chapter 88. Where do you wish to bite? Upon hearing the words, the man in the shower raised an eyebrow slightly. Through the mist, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at the woman, who dared not meet his gaze. "What do you wish to bite?" Pei Xiqing sensed the underlying implication in his words and hurriedly explained, "The shoulder or the hand. Any place you think I could bite would suffice. However, after I bite you, you must promptly inject the serum as swiftly as possible. Alternatively, you could prepare the serum and relevant medications in advance, and when I bite down, you can immediately use them. What do you wish to experiment with?" "Indeed," Pei Xiqing nodded. "I wish to ascertain whether your restoration of abilities is related to the incident when I inadvertently bit you in the wild last time." Duan Xiaolin mentioned that the earliest sensation of his abilities returning coincided closely with the moment she had bitten him. Since this morning, she had been contemplating whether that particular bite was the catalyst. It seemed that the abilities within him flowed into her body, rather than disappearing entirely. They merely concealed themselves after being overexerted. Following her bite, the virus and his abilities mingled, resulting in a chaotic connection of powers. Duan Xiaolin remarked, "I had pondered this before. Qiu Zhao also believed it was linked to that incident. Then why didn't you tell me? Because to me, you are not a true zombie in the conventional sense. Then what am I to you?" Pei Xiqing provocatively inquired. He smiled, "Aside from being a being of vibrant life, you're also my girlfriend." Pei Xiqing, already flushed from the hot water, felt an even greater warmth spread throughout her body upon hearing his words. "But biting you is something I can still do. For some reason, despite my ability to control myself with others, when it comes to you, I find it utterly uncontrollable, completely outside the realm of my will." She could not fathom the reason behind it. Regardless, when it came to biting Duan Xiaolin, she could simply close her eyes and do it, but with others, she found it almost impossible to bring herself to bite, fearing that even if she punished the wicked, it would leave her with a lifelong psychological scar. His voice, shrouded in the steamy mist, conveyed an ethereal quality. "Perhaps it is our powers that resonate." What does that mean? It suggests that, in addition to the serpent-like abilities, you possess your own latent powers. Though you have yet to discover them, you can absorb the abilities of others through biting. Are you saying I had abilities within me all along, and they are not solely the serpent's? Moreover, that my original powers resonate with yours? Precisely. Oh, I'm not entirely certain. She continued to confirm this. "I wish to bite you. However, I am concerned that you might experience a severe zombie reaction again, enduring the same suffering as before. Do not fret about that." In a matter of moments, the shower ceased, and the man emerged from the bathroom, now clad in a bathrobe, exuding an air of calm. "I have already prepared the serum. You may bite as many times as you desire. I'm not completely devoid of reason. How could I continually bite you?" She hastened her movements, scrubbing her body vigorously in the bathtub, rinsing off in the final 2 minutes before hurriedly donning her pajamas and exiting. "Just the thought of biting you repeatedly, even if you do not mind, tugs at my heart." Returning from the balcony with her freshly laundered undergarments, she found Duan Xiaolin seated confidently on the sofa, surrounded by a row of serums and syringes. He was leisurely polishing his glasses, which bore silver frames. "You truly brought so many serums? Are you genuinely prepared for me to bite you a dozen times?" "Sit." Pei Xiqing plopped down, picking up one of the serums from the coffee table and weighing in her hand. It felt heavy, and she guessed it must be quite expensive. Previously, such resources were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. However, things have improved significantly over the past 2 years. A single high-grade crystal core can now be exchanged for one. Most households have managed to gather enough low-grade crystal cores to acquire at least one. It appeared that life had improved considerably compared to the early days of the apocalypse. It was precisely for this reason that various crimes had emerged within the base. Pei Xiqing sighed. Indeed. She inquired, will you be injecting yourself, or shall I assist? I'll do it myself, he replied. Do not burden yourself with excessive concerns. It is merely an experiment. All right. Pei Xiqing acquiesced, though the scene before her remained astonishing. Who could have imagined that Duan Xiaolin would one day willingly allow her to bite him? After all, she was biting the formidable antagonist known as the Chief Justice. In the original narrative, anyone daring to do so would likely be met with a swift and fatal consequence. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Calm, calm. It was merely an experiment. She soon regained her composure, lowering herself slightly to sit on the carpet by his feet. The carpet, which had once been a mere thin layer upon her arrival, had been thickened at some point, now feeling remarkably soft beneath her. The slight discomfort had become negligible. Pei Xiqing lifted her face, gently grasping his hand. I worry that if I bite you, I might lose control and turn into a zombie. If I become delirious, bind me or wake me up. Just ensure I regain consciousness, and you may do whatever it takes. She had never bitten someone directly before, fearing that, like last time, the moment she tasted blood, she would lose herself completely, becoming indistinguishable from a zombie. Such an occurrence terrified her. Zombies were not inherently frightening. What truly terrified her was losing her reason and emotions, becoming a shadow of her former self. She clung to his arm, babbling incessantly, while Duan Xiaolin listened patiently, eventually asking, anything at all? Pei Xiqing nodded in agreement, but sensing something amiss, she realized it was too late to retract her words. She could only forge ahead. Just do what you think is best. Just wake me up. Then, let us proceed. Duan Xiaolin regarded her calmly. Or shall you bite? You shall decide. Pei Xiqing lowered her head, her ears turning crimson as she hesitated to raise them again. She leaned against his leg, silently pondering whether she had bitten his neck or shoulder last time. If that had indeed been effective, should she continue? Suddenly, a slight pain coursed through her shoulder. Duan Xiaolin had bitten her gently, a measured bite that conveyed both restraint and an undeniable scrutiny. Where do you wish to bite? Pei Xiqing, unable to resist his gaze, found herself impulsively sinking her teeth into the tip of his finger. Chapter 89. Self-redemption. Two sharp tiger fangs emerged simultaneously, yet they did not pierce his skin. Like a flirtation, they gently grazed before withdrawing slightly. Duan Xiaolin clearly enjoyed this, gripping her chin and retorting, what does this signify? Pei Xiqing, with utmost caution, boldly declared, it signifies my attempt to entice you. She inquired, are you willing to take the bait? Regardless of how humans evolve, they remain a species driven by insatiable desires. The intensity of desire is directly proportional to the yearnings of the heart. However, some individuals excel at masquerading, adept at concealing their true selves. They are unfathomable, their sincerity and emotions capricious, yet when their hearts are stirred, they cannot escape the fate of shared desire. Previously, Pei Xiqing sensed no trace of humanity in Duan Xiaolin, and though her actions appeared audacious, she often grappled with a sense of emptiness and a nebulous disconnection from him. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. Duan Xiaolin, are you truly willing to be bitten by me? Should anything go awry, you might become a zombie. Duan Xiaolin brushed against her crimson lips, leaning close to her ear, his low voice laced with danger. Are you genuinely prepared to remain by my side for eternity? Pei Xiqing hesitated. He chuckled. It's all right. If you choose to flee, I will pursue you. She gazed at Duan Xiaolin, whose eyes brimmed with cunning calculation. He spoke. You must know who Ling Lang is fond of, correct? If he approaches you, I hardly believe it is merely a coincidence. Pei Xiqing's heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. She slowly closed her eyes. The lack of an immediate response spoke volumes. Within the dimly lit, quiet living room, only their intimate breaths remained. As she moved her wrist, he seized it firmly, rendering her motionless. She could distinctly sense the uncontrollable fury emanating from him. How could he truly be indifferent? All the tenderness and understanding he had shown were mere facades. This man was, from the beginning, the most formidable of all. I'm sorry, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Pretending to be oblivious seems the best way to preserve both your dignity and your brotherly bond. Instead of being the cleverest, perhaps feigning ignorance is wiser. Is this approach unfair to you? From a moment Ling Lang spoke, she had surmised part of the truth. The look in Ling Lang's eyes instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within her. She dared not gamble on whether the person he referred to was indeed her. Even if there was a 50% chance, the other half lay entirely in Ling Lang's hands. As long as he remained silent, the riddle would remain unsolved. Even if she could uncover clues, what would they prove if the concerned party refused to acknowledge them? His feelings, whether genuine or not, could not be questioned or speculated upon concerning any particular individual. Listening patiently as he shared his story, she respected his willingness to divulge his past, especially when he spoke of Duan Xiaolin. Brother Duan, she began, whether his affections are sincere or merely a jest, or if it involves Gu He, such matters will only multiply in the future. I tend to be quite open-minded, unaffected by past events or the gossip that surrounds them. Their opinions hold no weight for me. I have faced disdain before without flinching. Their attempts to use my past against me to tarnish my dignity and reputation only reflect their own inadequacies. Now, because I care about you, I contemplate your feelings. To be blunt, while I cannot control others' hearts, I can govern my own. Her tone was resolute, though she could be somewhat pliable at times. In this moment, her strength and gentleness shone through. After a prolonged silence, Duan Xiaolin fixed his gaze upon her, his dark eyes beneath the lenses shadowed with something unspoken. Pei Xiqing remained uncertain if he truly absorbed her words. In truth, she felt a flutter of trepidation. She leaned closer, brushing against his palm, inadvertently grazing his knee. He remained an impenetrable fortress, silently observing her. Pei Xiqing lifted her hand, gently touching his cheek, noting the coolness of his skin. The warmth he had just emerged with from the bathroom had begun to dissipate. She noticed him unmoving, her fingertips lightly brushing against the frame of his glasses. The silver rim exuded a cold, unyielding quality. An impulse surged within her to remove them. Although she had never witnessed his authoritative demeanor in the boardroom, she could envision the commanding presence he exuded, particularly after just seeing him moments ago. 10 minutes prior, while he was in the bathroom, she had secretly observed him. Though he remained unaware, she had glimpsed his bare torso, a testament to his masculine strength, rivaling that of any supernatural being. It left her yearning for his embrace, desiring more than mere affection. Brother Duan, she thought, her fingers grazing the edge of his glasses. As she spoke, she accidentally knocked them to the ground. They landed on the plush carpet and scathed, yet it was evident they were of considerable value, with one lens slightly askew. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Pei Xiqing's eyelashes fluttered. Oh no! She quickly retrieved them, cradling them in her hands, attempting to mend them. Brother Duan. Duan Xiaolin seemed to finally register the situation, responding with a casual tone, his voice slightly hoarse, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. The lenses appeared to be specially crafted, entirely different in structure from modern designs, refusing to snap back into place. She began contemplating the cost of replacement. This was undoubtedly an expensive item. Suddenly, he snatched the glasses from her hands and carelessly tossed them aside. She watched in dismay as they landed on the coffee table, realizing the lenses were now irreparably dislodged. Then Duan Xiaolin grasped her chin, lifting it, teasingly asking, "Will you still bite me?" He had meticulously noted everything she had just said. He admired her determination and independence. Between Pei Xiqing and himself, it was not a matter of one being enchanted by the other. Rather, he was acutely aware of his actions, increasingly unable to restrain himself. He smiled. If you don't bite now, you might regret it later. Chapter 90. The limit. Pei Xiqing grasped his arm, parting her lips to sink her teeth into him. Her sharp canines pierced through the skin, and a few droplets of blood oozed forth, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. His blood was bitter and cold, evoking a chilling sensation that made her shiver involuntarily as she looked up at him, inquiring about his state. She was acutely aware of the rapid spread of the zombie virus and its insidious nature. Once infected, without the aid of a serum or the unwavering will of a supernatural being, one was destined to be devoured completely, left with no chance of repose. Duan Xiaolin was no exception. There was no living being that could coexist with the zombie virus. She perhaps held a slight advantage, temporarily exempt from its effects. For normal supernatural beings, the virus was akin to a ferocious beast. Upon contact, they would succumb to extreme agony. In fact, she felt an ominous sense that the virus within her this time was even more aggressive than before. Duan Xiaolin's expression darkened instantly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding visibly, and soon a layer of noticeable necrosis crept up his neck. He sat motionless on the sofa, his body tense and silent, as if on the brink of an explosion. The necrosis on his neck began to spread, the bulging veins rising and falling with his breath, spasming uncontrollably. The last time Pei Xiqing had bitten him in the wild, she had been unconscious and had not noticed any changes in him. Now, for the first time, she witnessed the transformations in a person infected by the zombie virus up close. She was overwhelmed with goosebumps. The transition from human to zombie was so extreme, leading to a complete loss of sanity in an instant. Even the most formidable supernatural beings were not spared. She reached for the serum, but was stopped by the man. Confused, she heard him say, "Wait a moment." He did not perceive any unusual sensations in his body, nor did his powers respond. Pei Xiqing sensed this as well. Gripping the serum, momentarily engulfed in uncertainty, she reconfirmed with him, asking if he still felt no restoration of his powers. Duan Xiaolin remained silent, reluctant to disappoint her. He endured for nearly 10 minutes, sweat beading on his forehead, finally speaking. "Wait a bit longer, there is still time." At this point, 32 minutes had passed since she bit him, and there was less than half an hour remaining before the optimal time for serum injection, the golden hour. She protested. "Brother Duan, you cannot do this. An hour is already pushing the limits. Ideally, the serum should be administered within 10 minutes of the bite. The sooner, the better. Delaying increases the risk of complications." His demeanor suggested he intended to stretch it to the very last moment. Duan Xiaolin was exceptionally resilient to pain, often remaining silent even in agony. While she could not fully empathize with his current state, she had previously endured the torment of the zombie virus more than once, each instance nearly costing her life. Her heart ached as she tightly gripped his hand. If it proves ineffective, then so be it. If the triggering conditions are not met, we still have time to seek the real answer. There is no need for you to force this. Duan Xiaolin remained silent, his head bowed, continuously bearing the pain inflicted by the virus. The stopwatch ticked on, every